A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As the world looks to India for leadership and solutions, the country is poised to play a pivotal role in shaping the future of the global economy. And with that in mind, we've aptly called this year's Republic Economic Summit Viksit Bharat, Bullseye. So before I call on to stage Republic Media Network's Editor-in-Chief Arnab Goswami to welcome you all, we would like you to have a look at the journey of Republic.
A journey that began in a small room in this co-working space in Lower Parel, Mumbai.
We built Republic brick by brick, step by step, faith upon faith, and your blessing upon your blessing.
The Republic movement began in 2016 as Arnab Goswami followed his dream, the vision of a journalist-run news channel.
Republic! Once more! That's great!
The Republic movement germinated into an unstoppable and rip-roaring launch.
Hello, good morning, and welcome, my dear viewers of Republic. I don't know what the nation wants to know today, but today the game has just begun.
Never before seen in the history of Indian news television. The anticipation, the love, the support by the people. Path-breaking journalism that has inspired the trust of over 1 billion Indians. Stories that have shook the corridors of power in India.
What is the reason that Sunil Tingre has not been arrested yet?
No comments.
Would you take a couple of questions on ED, Rahul?
Not going to answer any of your questions, all right?
Mr. Charles, what slides ahead?
ये है रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क और आप देख रहे हैं रिपब्लिक भारत.
In 2019, launching the voice India so desired, Republic Bharat, the force that woke up the Hindi news genre and claimed the #1 spot in less than a year.
देशमुख साहब ये घोषित आपातकाल है. 1000 रिपब्लिक आप ऐसे पकड़ेंगे मुझे.
Jai Hind! Jai Hind!
पूछता है भारत की आपके एक्साइटमेंट का क्या राज है?
The price we have paid for the popularity and upholding the truth. The journey of Republic has been in the strength we have gained with every victory.
Republic Bangla! Kotha hobe! Chokhe chokre!
In 2021, in the midst of fighting against the biggest political witch hunt against a media organization, was born Republic Bangla, powered by the support of Indians across the world, a channel that has won the hearts and minds of millions in Bengal and beyond.
The ICU beds have been ransacked. They needed to tamper evidences.
The people of the country have accepted us in their heart. We are truly the voice of the people.
In 2023, with a cumulative reach of an extraordinary 440 million, reaching almost 123, with a cumulative reach of an extraordinary 440 million, reaching almost 1 out of Namaskara Karnataka, Republic Media Network's youngest channel. Today, the channel of choice in Karnataka. State after state, one language at a time, brick by brick, our journey has culminated into the Republic Media Network headquarters.
Today, to be bringing you this broadcast from the new Republic headquarters, Asia's largest news complex, Asia's singularly largest newsroom, Asia's largest news infrastructure for television and digital.
Today, we are seated at Asia's largest news center. As we bring a new balance in media, in India and across the world, as we get ready to go global.
We are looking forward when we will do global news from this complex. भारत की सोच दुनिया भर में.
Today, we host the India Economic Summit from the Republic Media Network headquarters with a promise to reach every home in every language and take the Indian voice global.
We are trying to grow our organization into different languages. We've gone into Bengali, we'll go into Marathi, we'll go into Telugu, we'll go into Tamil. We'll do everything possible as a team.
7 years, 4 channels, 7 mega brands. Welcome to India's biggest and most popular News Network.
With immense pride, I welcome you all to this fourth edition of the India Economic Summit. And we'd like to call on stage Republic Media Network's Editor-in-Chief, Arnab Goswami, to welcome you all and set the tone for the day. But before that, we would like to light the lamp and begin today's summit.
Welcome to the Republic Media Network headquarters. Thank you so much for making our day and coming here this morning. I see so many friends here. And I think what brings us all together as a group is our pride for our nation. And I'm deeply grateful, first of all, for all of you having come here. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the India Economic Summit scheduled today. But before that, what I wanted to start by speaking about is what makes where we are today a special and a very sacred place for us as an organization. Ladies and gentlemen, this Republic Media Network headquarters is by far the most advanced, state-of-the-art, extremely technologically advanced, massively scaled up news complex, the one of its kind in the country, the largest in Asia, and possibly, though I haven't put a record to measure the tape and the length of this organization, it is possibly where we are today, one of the largest news complexes in the world today. It is not about the number of acres that this complex is encompassed in. It is not about the 3.5 lakh square feet of studio space. It is not about the hundreds of cameras or strobe lights or this beautiful auditorium. But it is about the passion that makes the Republic Media Network a one of its kind, completely special news organization in the world today. The fundamentals of this organization are very clear, and I must emphasize them again. What makes Republic special beyond the news complex, beyond what you will see today, is the fact that the Republic Media Network is the only independently journalist-owned news organization of this scale in the world, not just in India. And at a time when corporates and corporate entities think that they can buy over the media business, the Republic Media Network stands as a colossus challenging that idea, believing that it is journalists first, editorial first, news first. For us, news is not a business. For us, news is a passion. For us, news is a service for this country. And to do that service, we need to be independent. Independent in spirit, independent in thinking, independent in ownership, independent in finances, and independent in our ideology. So, ladies and gentlemen, the Republic Media Network will always stand the test of time as the only independently run journalist-owned news network professionally managed in a country which is the world's largest democracy, and as some global leader said yesterday, the next global superpower. This network, this complex, is a service for that. And we are proud of that. And I'm so proud of our people. I'm so proud of our people. When you walk around today in this campus, you will see some parts that are not completely constructed yet. You will see the odd tile not yet in place. You will see a lot of landscaping left to be done. You will also be amazed at the scale of our newsroom. You will love our studios. You will love walking around this place. You will love the brick. But let me tell you, it is not the brick that makes an organization. It is the people who live within it. And we are living a dream. It's like a fantasy for all of us. We are not dreamers alone. We are people who put our heart into it and make that happen. हम सपने सिर्फ देखते नहीं हैं, उसके लिए हर दिन परिश्रम करते हैं. और उस परिश्रम का नतीजा है ये Republic Media Network complex. From this complex, ladies and gentlemen, जो मैंने कही, we put our money where our mouth is. Mohandas Pai is here. We walked around today. I remember Mohan, 8 years back, on a lawn in Goa. You remember that, Goa? 8 years back on a lawn in Goa, he and I had this huge fight. And Mohan likes to argue with people all the time. And he likes me because I argue. I'm the only one who argues with him. And I said, we can do a global news network from India. And Mohan likes to challenge people and say, no, not possible, because he wants the contrary view to come out. But today I promise you all, everyone here, two things. In the next 1 year, what Niranjan said was beautiful, Niranjan. We reach 1 in every 4 Indians. Why can't we reach 1 in every 2 Indians within 1 year? So within 1 year from now, our promise is through languages, technology, and digital, and broadcast, we must reach 1 in every 2 Indians. And by next year, we have already built, and please go and see our dreams actually happen. Above the newsroom where Republic Bharat and Republic English operate from, there is already a global newsroom you will see, which we have already built and constructed. You will see production control rooms already built. You will see studios already built. In a way, we are already future ready. And therefore, we have built this infrastructure because we want to build, and we will build, and we will build very soon, and sooner than people think, India's first competitive global news network. The recent elections in America have made it very clear. There is no neutral media in the West. You cannot trust the BBC and the CNN. And therefore, when India takes its pride of place, because we are not a middle power anymore, we are a great power. We are not great power. We are not a superpower in the making. And therefore, what we have done is we have said, how far can you dream? कितने सपने आप देख सकते हैं? और सपनों के तरफ कैसी नींव बना सकते हैं? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Republic Media Complex. जो आप देख रहे हैं, जहां आप खड़े हैं और जहां आप जाने वाले हैं आज, ये नींव है उस सपने की कि भारत एक ग्लोबल सुपर पावर बनेगा, और मीडिया नहीं होगा तो वो ग्लोबल सुपर पावर बन नहीं सकता है. So we are a dedication towards making India a global superpower. And we are very thrilled about it. We are very excited about it. For what we do is we live our dream and we say, can we make that happen? And I want to make one more prediction. People who think that they can do global news because they have money are totally mistaken. Ideas don't cost money. Ideology doesn't cost money. Nation first doesn't come with money. Belief doesn't come with money. The spirit of challenge doesn't come with money. This Republic Media Network is a fundamental belief that we can make dreams happen if we put our heart to it. 1000%, every single day. There is only one philosophy which guides us. We have many ups and downs. We have difficult days. We have challenging days. There are days when we feel we've not done enough. There are days when you feel you don't have enough. But every day when we walk out of that newsroom, whatever your mood may be, good or bad, and I want you to see that, especially so many people from forces here, you will only see emblazoned in red, in white on red, the colors of Republic, nation first. And we have written it there. Many people can claim to do the news first. But what we want to be is not just a news organization. We want to be the start of a nationalist movement in this country, where we believe everything we do eventually is in the service of the nation. And nothing we do can ever be against our national interest. And that is our belief. So if the God Almighty is with us, if our effort is true and pure, we have grown so much. Today I want to thank everyone. And I want to end with a small thought that 2017, when we look at our journey, we keep reminding ourselves how far we have come. So I look around today, I know the bricks are not okay. I know a little bit of work needs to be done, landscaping needs to be done, but I remember sitting alone in one room with 3 or 4 friends, family, believers, with just one laptop in a co-sharing space. Some of you have come there and seen me there. 300 square feet of very difficult space behind Toddy Mills in Mumbai. सपना वहाँ से शुरू हुआ था. हमें नहीं पता सपना कभी खत्म होगा. मुझे लगता है सपने कभी खत्म नहीं होते, सपने चलते रहते हैं. And this is my continuing dream. This is our continuing dream. I want to tell you, people who have the kind of dedication and work. You know, we saw people today. You know what makes Republic special is its people. Today when we were walking around, I saw our journalists and senior editors say, have you done this here? Have you done that there? Has the red carpet been laid? Have you been to the newsroom? Has coffee been served here? You know, that feeling, that spirit, you can build companies, organizations, but you can never recreate the spirit. So what is the most exciting thing for me today is to meet people who share that spirit. And therefore, with all my heart and my love, I welcome you all to the Republic Media Network headquarters. Please enjoy your day. Spend as much time as you can with us. Have coffee, tea, explore the place. We will also organize guided tours around our complex. A few early visitors, I took them myself. But you'll be taken around. And when you go around, I want you to talk to our people. I want you to say hello to some of our people on the news desk. I want you to speak to them. I want you to ask them what they feel about being in Republic. I want you to just imbibe the atmosphere of the place and live our dreams with us, even if it is for just a day today and together in the future. So thank you very, very much for coming today and making our day special. We look forward to hosting you to the best we can, and we look forward to seeing you very often here in our complex in the future. Thank you very much. Over to the Master of Ceremonies. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Arnab. You continue to inspire each one of us sitting here and everyone who's watching you at home. And as we move further, we'd like to take the opportunity to thank our gracious sponsors for their support. The India Economic Summit 2024 is presented to you by Adani, powered by Nippon India Mutual Fund. Wealth sets you free. Co-powered by Ravan Group, Bharosa Rakho, Surakshit Raho. Knowledge partner, Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham. Come, become. Also our e-commerce partner, India Zona, Bharat Ki Apni Dukaan. State partner, Uttar Pradesh Shasan. So now as we get started with our first session of the day with a very special man who has dedicated his life serving Bharat. An IAS officer, he's not just played a pivotal role in containing insurgency in Chhattisgarh, but has also been instrumental in the development of Jammu and Kashmir by boosting more than 2,000 infrastructural projects.
Well, as the CEO of Niti Aayog, he has represented India at the G20 meetings while focusing on the sustainable growth of the Indian economy and launched the Growth Hub initiative to develop urban areas in a planned way for India to become a $50 trillion economy by 2047. Please join me in welcoming a visionary leader who has dedicated his life to building a better Bharat, the CEO of Niti Aayog, Mr. BVR Subramaniam.
Thank you, Arnab. Thank you, Republic TV, for inviting me. It's a nice feeling to be here. And it's fantastic actually hearing Arnab about his dreams, his aspirations. But not only the dream, but actually seeing a dream getting fulfilled. And I think there can't be a better setting than that to actually talk about the theme of the program, which is Viksit Bharat. But Viksit Bharat is also a dream. But just as this dream got fulfilled, if we work methodically, systematically, with ambition, drive, and consistency, even that dream can be fulfilled. I think that's important. And I think we need more dreamers in the country, because it is the dreamers who are going to take this country somewhere. It begins with the Prime Minister who dreamt of Viksit Bharat. He used that word about 2.5 years, 3 years ago. And since then, Viksit Bharat has actually entered common lingo. But then the question is, why are we talking about Viksit Bharat? What is Viksit Bharat? Why are we talking about it now? How is it relevant to us, to our lives, to our nation, and to us as individuals? We've just come off a fantastic year. I mean, 23-24, we grew at about 8% plus. India is one of the fastest growing large economies in the world. India contributes almost 1/5 to 1/6 of the incremental GDP in the world. We're the 5th largest economy in the world. We couldn't have dreamt of that long ago. Mark my words, this time next year when the next India Economic Summit is held, India will be the 4th largest economy. And 3 years down the road, by 27, we will be the 3rd largest economy. India's place on the global stage is undeniable. It cannot be pushed off anymore. This century, the coming century, the 21st century is India's century. We are at an interesting point in India's history. We are at a cusp in the growth trajectory of India. From a long period of very slow growth of a country riddled with poverty, we are now going to take our place in the Committee of Nations as a leading country in the world. Just step back and think, where were we in 1947? This was a country which was written off. People were not sure whether the country would hold as one nation down the road. I mean, we have had a neighbor who has not been able to hold itself with just 2 provinces. India has not only held itself. We were living an existence which was called ship to mouth. You know, we're waiting for PM 480 food grain to land at the ports in Mumbai or wherever to get the next food out of our PDS shops. That was the condition of India. Where are we now? The entire government structure was designed to handle what? Famines, relief, floods, drought. This was, the country riddled with poverty, and the primary function of government was to somehow manage to keep people alive in the middle of poverty. That was India of 1947. Where are we today? We had some reforms in 91 that unleashed the private sector, but we didn't do the reforms willingly. They were done very unwillingly because we were under serious pressure on our foreign exchange. We were in a trade crisis and we were compelled to do a set of reforms that unleashed a lot of growth potential in the country. But take where we are today. Last 10 years have been phenomenal. What this country has demonstrated in the last 10 years is a couple of things. We can do things with speed, we can do things at scale, and we can do things innovatively. A complete transformation in the capacity of government and society and business to deliver things on a large scale. I mean, Republic TV is an example of that. Something which was floated is now actually got global ambitions to be one of the leaders in media world globally. I think India, as the 5th largest economy, needs to think like that. Do we have the attributes of a 5th largest economy? Not yet. We are 5th in terms of size. Do we have companies which are in the top 20 in the world? Do we have banks which are in the top 10 in the world? We have insurance companies, chartered accountancy firms, law firms, etc. Not yet. I think that's the kind of dream everybody should have. But the good thing is, last 10 years have been phenomenal in the way India has transformed itself. We have actually solved all the problems of the last 700 years. I'd say that the problems of the last century are over. What were the problems of the last century? Roti, kapda, makan. Get people food, get them something to do, get them shelter, get them some connectivity. I mean, something that has been achieved phenomenally in the last 10 years is get people basic services at their doorstep. We have 100% connectivity by road. We have connectivity by electricity. Every house has electric supply. By middle of next year, we should have water supply in every household. Everybody has a telephone. There is shelter for everybody. Everybody is covered under some food safety net. Healthcare is being provided to individuals. These were the things which actually bugged India for the last 75 years. These are no longer problems. We have also demonstrated our capability in a large number of things. Look at the capital expenditure that has been there. Look at the transformation of India's infrastructure. The speed with which India is building infrastructure is unprecedented. India is actually looking like a construction site, which it should be. Because a country which is aspirational and is growing fast will look like a construction site. And as we go along, you can see a lot of that transformation actually hitting you. We are also not just doing that. We are also doing things innovatively. Digital public infrastructure is literally an Indian invention. We have taken technology and actually democratized it and put it in public space. I mean, be it Aadhaar, be it UPI. I mean, UPI accounts for 45 to 50% of all electronic financial transactions in the world, just UPI alone. I mean, it's sometimes a shocking thing that you go to a street vendor, and the street vendor, a vegetable seller actually has a QR code in front of him or her. I mean, I actually was ashamed once when I went to a seaside, Mumfali wala in Vishakhapatnam, and 10 rupees was what it was, and I pulled out a 100 rupee note, and the lady said, "Saab UPI nahi hai kya?" And then you recoil. There you are. They're actually more advanced. So the country has built a fabulous DPI infrastructure in the JAM Trinity, in the Fintech space. But it's getting expanded into other areas, into agriculture, into the legal systems, into land records, across the board. And now we have got ONDC. The aim of ONDC is to democratize online e-commerce, to enable more and more people to get on board as suppliers, vendors, transporters, payment masters. So India has demonstrated its capability to do things. It's demonstrated its capability to do science and technology innovatively. We have landed on a difficult part of the moon, which nobody has landed in. We have the cheapest mission that has gone to Mars. The science and technology in India is not jugaad. It's proper science and technology, but done efficiently, low cost, thinking innovatively. The first 3D printed rocket actually took a couple of months ago. I mean, this is something unbelievable. It's the youth of India who are actually driving a lot of the change. They're the ones with dreams and aspirations. Having solved the problems of the last century, where are we today in 2024? We are at a very interesting point. We're the 5th largest economy, as I said. We are also a very, very widely spread economy. We are not a one-trick pony. We are not like Bangladesh, which lives on garments. We are not like a country which lives only on oil. We have an economy which is very diversified and covers the entire span of what an economy should. Agriculture, industry, services. India is as good as the best that come. Given that we have an economy which is diverse, given that we have another plus point in our favor, which is demography. India is not only the most populous country in the world, it's among the youngest countries in the world. Our median age is 29. The median age of China next door is 39. The median age of the United States is 38. Japan is pushing 50. Italy is pushing 50. By 2047, India's median age will still be less than what China is today. We will stabilize about 160 crores. Democracy is in our favor. We have got a lot of things in our favor. This is a country which is ready to take off. And that's what the Prime Minister has identified. And it's a mark of his ability to look deep into the future, pushing out the mists which normally cloud our vision, and talk about Viksit Bharat. Why did he talk about it? He talked about it first in 2021 on the Independence Day from Red Fort. Because if you see what all we have around us, the entire systems that are there, having solved the problems of the last century, we are at a takeoff stage. So if you don't start thinking about the next step, we won't take the next step. It's like saying, I want to survive, I just want to have 2 meals a day. You have your 2 meals. What do you do next? How do I improve my meal? How do I live better? How do I go out and eat more? That is why he has forced people to think about Viksit Bharat. What does Viksit Bharat mean? Viksit Bharat is a very interesting thing. Viksit Bharat in a Western concept would mean a developed country. The World Bank has a definition for a developed economy. It is about $14,000 per annum per capita income. We, Niti Aayog, the entire government, working with the people of India, we have actually had inputs from more than 15 lakh people, have prepared a vision for Viksit Bharat. How will that Viksit Bharat look like? Viksit Bharat will be an economy which will be about $30 trillion. That's bigger than the United States today. Just to remind you how big would that be. It's very difficult to add these zeros. It's bigger than what United States is today. I'm not saying United States will be static. It will grow. But 30 trillion is something is very difficult for most of us to imagine. It means that 90% of India, with 3.5 trillion or so now, is yet to be built. This India is still in the works, in the pipeline. $30 trillion, $18,000. How will this country look like? It will be very different. Lifestyles will be different. It will be very, very urbanized. 50 to 60% of population will be urban. People will travel differently. They will work differently. They will commute differently. We will have to prepare for that kind of a day, which is going to be there in the future. How will governance look like? I, as a civil servant, 35 years career behind me, was not trained to handle the problems of a middle-income India. We were trained to handle the problems of a low-income India. Most of us are experts in poverty-related issues. If that is a thing of the past, we need governance also to change. And I think that is why the Prime Minister started hitting at the word Viksit Bharat. You need to improve the capacities of government. You need to have bureaucrats think differently, plan differently, recast governance. If you ask the government what are the biggest departments, it's agriculture, rural development. These are the big departments of government. If you look at the amount of money that goes in, the departments of the future are going to be quite different. Is it all also going to be run only by people inside government? Wrong. I mean, there is more talent. 90% of talent is outside government. How do we bring that talent to actually work in government? That is the India of the future. That is the Viksit Bharat we are actually planning for, working for. There are a couple of questions. Why are we talking about it now? We understand. But are there other things in our favor? Yes, many things. That we have solved the problems of the last century is in our favor. That we have the 5th largest economy is in our favor. That we have demography in our favor is a good point. There are other things also. Geopolitics, by good fortune, is in our favor. There are our neighbors who are not the most popular countries around the world. The world wants India to succeed. China +1 is something which is bugging every major multinational. People are looking for options for buying stuff, getting their supply chains out. That is an opportunity which is going to be in India's favor. Both supply chain realignment as the general drift away from China. The drift is not only because of geopolitics, it's also because of demographics. China's own population is shrinking. By 2047, when India will be a 165 crore country, the population of China will actually be around 120 or 110 crores. End of this century, China will be less than 100 crores. So it's a country whose size will be shrinking, and we will be growing a bit larger, and then we'll stabilize about 160 crores. So given that, for lack of employees, lack of labor, people will move out of China. India has a huge opportunity. There's another opportunity staring at India, which is technological change. Two major things are happening. One is climate change. A lot of people talk about climate change as a threat. It's also an opportunity, because the way you travel will change. You'll move from IC engine to EVs. You'll consume less coal-based power. You'll consume more of, solar power. There'll be a technological change associated with climate change. Simultaneously, another technological change is happening, which is artificial intelligence and all the related stuff. AI is again seen as a threat. AI could be an opportunity. Given this entire sector is driven by humans, by people, it's all software. I mean, that's one of the best strengths we have. So both these disruptions, climate change and artificial intelligence, are going to work in India's favor for a very simple reason. They will equalize everybody. Technological disruptions remove the differences between countries and make them on the same footing, because everybody is at the same starting point. When the IC engine got invented, the steam engine becomes less relevant. When electricity gets invented, whatever was there before becomes irrelevant. So when these new disruptions are there, we are on the same footing. Think of a country, take the United States. It gets a lot of its power from coal plants. A lot of Europe gets a lot of power from gas plants and coal plants. They have to rewire their entire economies for a green economy. We are yet to build our economy. So we can actually build them green from day one. So we actually are at an advantage, because we don't actually need to recast our existing industries. We will be building new industries. So these technological disruptions are in our favor. So if you count what are the things in our favor, our economy is in our favor, democracy is in our favor, geopolitics is in our favor, our own stature in the world, which the Prime Minister has raised. India is seen as a friend in the world. It's seen as a leader of the global South. Why did nobody think of getting Africa into the African Union, into the G20 till India became a president? Everybody saw that it's the largest continent in the world, a growing continent, but it didn't occur to anybody. Why so? It's a very interesting point, a thought process. It shows that the biases we were just hearing from Arnab a little while ago are there subliminally in everybody. Till somebody woke up and said, why can't you actually get them in? Nobody refused after that, because it's undeniable. These things are in our favor. Technological change and disruption are in our favor. If we use all these things correctly, if we take advantage of all the things which are in our favor, in 25 years' time, we will actually be Viksit Bharat. It's not that this is easy. We will have to keep growing at 9% or so for 25 years. Very few countries have done that. Very few countries have grown at 9% for 25 years. The United States, to become a developed country, took 100 years. We are trying to do it in 25 years. There are about 10 countries which have done it. South Korea has done it. Singapore has done it. There are examples. Chile has done it. But there are not more than 10. The World Bank did a study around 2010 or so. In 1960, the world had 101 middle-income countries. Only 10 of them became a developed country by 2000. It's difficult. But with determination, with a government which is steady, with one eye on the long term, which is reform-oriented, which doesn't take decisions in the short term but takes decisions in the long term, and which has dreams and aspirations, whoever it is, I think we can achieve this goal. India is destined to become Viksit Bharat. The strength of this, we have a Telugu saying, Desamante matti kadoy, Desamante manushuloy. A country is not mud and dust, it is people. And I think the strength of India is people, and a government which captures the spirit of the people and pushes them forward, we can achieve it. I've just laid down a very general thing. Very detailed plans are there. And there's another thing that's happening which will actually help. It's not only at the national level that we are thinking of Viksit Bharat. We are thinking of Viksit Bharat at state levels also. And Viksit Bharat comes only from Viksit Raj. So you need to have Viksit Raj. So for example, Niti Aayog is working with about 12 states preparing visions for 12 states. We've released one for Gujarat, Andhra is about to be released, Chhattisgarh, Orissa, Madhya Pradesh, you name it, across the country, Goa, Assam, the entire eastern region, Rajasthan, Punjab. We're working with everybody because everybody has to work in harmony, in tandem. Everybody has relative strengths. Everybody's aspirations will be slightly different and we'll have to work, strategize. But I think those plans are falling in place and I'm sure we'll be able to achieve that. Thank you very much.
Sir, we would request you to be on stage. Sir, thank you so much for your valuable insights on Viksit Bharat. I'm sure the vision that BVR Subramaniam just put forth has left all of us recharged and excited about the infinite possibilities that the country holds today. And we will be now getting into a session with BVR Subramaniam and another fantastic speaker, Shawan.
Well, in fact, we here at Republic TV truly believe in India's growth story. And that is the reason why perhaps our next speaker suits the most here. We would like to invite our next speaker for the day, who not just provides free meals to nearly 1.6 million children across the country every day, but he has also given startups like 88 Academics and Pepperfry a chance to thrive. In fact, he has also been a part of numerous prestigious organizations, including the FICCI, SEBI, and the Board of the National Stock Exchange of India, has been awarded Padma Shri for his work. And as the former CFO and board member at Infosys, he was voted as the CFO of the year for several occasions. Join me as we welcome Padma Shri Shri TV Mohandas Pai for an exciting discussion on India's $50 trillion economy dream with Niti Aayog CEO BVR Subramaniam, moderated by Executive Editor, Republic Media Network, Niranjan Narayan Swamy.
Thank you, Mr. Mohandas Pai and Mr. Subramaniam. In fact, after we launched Republic Kannada, so we've been spending a lot of time in Bangalore. So Mohandas Pai's day starts like this. He wakes up in the morning and takes on the Congress government. Before he goes to bed, he takes on the Modi government. He's a Modi government backer. He's also a Modi government critic, right? Mohandas Pai, how do you manage to be both a backer and a critic and yet outspoken and maintain so many friends?
Well, I think the important thing is to love your country and put your country first like Arnab does. In fact, I want to congratulate you, Arnab, for doing this. This is the new India that we all dream about. An India which will take its standing in the world. We are 17% of humanity, and we must think like 17% of humanity, not a third-rate, third-world country. So we must dream big, create things big, and we must have visible signs of progress. So young people get inspired to think big because we are the big country and we are going to be the most dominant big country in the world. And the planet belongs to us, not to the United States or to Europe who are shrinking. So thank you very much for this. I think the important thing is to be politically neutral. Praise the government, any government which does work well. Critique the government when they don't do work without having any ideological bias. And look at India first and put the interest of all Indians first. And two, very importantly, contribute personally to all political parties. Arnab, the tragedy of this country has been, we are not paying the price for democracy. Democracy is expensive. I was speaking to a minister in Karnataka and he said in their local Lok Sabha election, each assembly spent 20 to 30 crore rupees. In one assembly, they spent 160 crore rupees. You can imagine what is happening in Maharashtra today. They'll be spending 3,000 to 4,000 crore rupees. So democracy is expensive. Where do they get money? They get money through other means. So the crooked people get money, right? The crooked contractor get money. The contractors give money, and politically they become, immune to all these people because they've got to pay back. I asked a former prime minister from Karnataka, why do you give seats to very corrupt people? Then he told me, man, do you give me money? You abuse me every single day. You criticize me every single day. You don't give me money. They give money. I need money to run the political party. So I give my personal contribution to all political parties for the last 15 years by check. And I tell them, I want my name there. In fact, recently I went to meet a minister in Karnataka. He said, what? You gave money to us? I said, yes. Then one member from Delhi, who's very close to the earlier ancient regime, abused me. I called him a darbari, I called him a family returner, I called him a court jester, and told him I'm one of the biggest contributors to his party, individually. So I think the key is to be independent, to be bold. And I don't believe that we have to live in fear. Though today, Arnab, much of business lives in fear in this country. So we need more people to stand up and to believe this country belongs to us. And these people are the people who are there to drive this country for us. And the political leaders are answerable to us and speak up. And if you do it honestly, they respect you. I visit all political parties and have a honest conversation.
Yeah. I'll take one part of what you said. First of all, there's only one former prime minister from Karnataka, so you gave it away. Secondly, you said businessmen live in fear. I want to put that to BVR Subramaniam because, so when
explain that.
Okay, go ahead.
Why do businessmen live in fear? In the UPA era, all political parties use ED and income tax for whatever purposes, okay? I mean, Arnab was a victim of, in Maharashtra, right? They use it for various purposes in the guise of enforcing the law. In the UPA era, if somebody came home and did something to you, you could go make a deal with the minister. Okay. In the NDA, you can't make a deal. They don't allow you. And so they got their powers back. But the problem is, there is no end to the litigation. It goes on and on and on. Why can't they file a charge sheet, prosecute people, and close in 3 years? It goes on, and there's rent seeking. I know 3 cases of rent seeking by these agencies. And in fact, I wrote a letter to a very top political leader in Delhi saying that 55,000 high net worth individuals have left this country in the last 10 years. And we have about 3 lakh crores of purchasing power, which has gone away because each of them will spend 2 to 3 crores a year. It is a big worry, not because they're not doing the job, because they're not ending it. And there's no political oversight on them to make sure they do the job. They have to file charge sheet, they have to close the case in 3 years because we are victims of a broken justice system. The broken justice system is one of the biggest challenges this country faces because we don't get justice by going to court. It takes 15 to 20 years. And like our president, Honorable Prime President told the Chief Justice, give justice to poor people. This country lacks justice. So all this has come together, and that's the reason I make this statement.
I want to get a response from Mr. BVR Subramaniam to that. You heard what he said. I saw you nodding. I don't know whether you agreed with him. Especially on the delayed litigation part, Mr. Subramaniam.
Nodding meant I was trying to absorb what he was saying.
Yes. So, do you agree with him that when he says that businessmen live in fear, I don't know whether businessmen want to strike a deal, but he also says that you can't strike a deal today with the government because he's primarily saying that they are not corrupt, right? But is there anything more that the government can do to help speed up the litigation process?
Okay, let me try to disentangle a lot of things which Mr. Pai said. Number one, there have been tremendous improvements in the last decade or so in the way our tax systems and other systems operate. At the individual level, I think the tax system is no longer a nuisance. You not only have electronic filing of taxes, you have faceless assessment. You actually don't know who is assessing you, and the person who is assessing you doesn't know who you are. So that has actually made life easy for millions of people. What is the problem on the corporate side? The corporate side have actually seen tremendous reduction in the tax rates over the last decade. 15% taxes is among the lowest in the world. What is actually the problem is it's not a question of fear. I don't like the way the tax system operates in terms of how it affects me. So the taxes, some groups may feel are too high. Some may feel that, and it's particularly true of the city where he comes from, which is Bangalore, which you have a lot of startups, etc. Yes. They are the people who are actually thinking of shifting headquarters to Dubai, Singapore, because they are trying to move to low tax jurisdictions. And it's not just owners, it's even employees. Because when ESOPs vest with them, there are taxes which are going to kick in. It's not a fear of the taxman. It's a fear of a new tax rate which I will be, asked to pay. I think improvements are being made in that. For example, you see the last budget, the angel tax was actually reformed. I think you have a listening government which has got its ear to the ground and it is modifying things as and when it is required. The movement of rich people or high net worth individuals is actually a global phenomenon. You will find a larger number of high net worth individuals moving from London to New York, from New York to some place in Europe. This is a global thing. People in that category are actually global citizens. They move around. But if you see, look at the bulk of Indian citizenry and high net worth, they actually live in India. Because this is where the business is. In fact, thanks to things like Gift City and all coming up, I am actually seeing a reverse move of high net worth individuals coming in. But an additional point which he said, which is very, very relevant, and I'd like to mention that. The problem of litigation. I think the problem of litigation, be in the tax area or in general, I think is going to be a big burden on the country. The slowness of the judicial processes in India, multiple levels of appealing cases which go against you, that is going to be a very big burden. The average time of disposal then drags on for years. Businessmen in particular don't like that. They want quick settlement of cases. Even if I lose the case, I want closure.
Correct.
I don't want an unending drag. I think with 3 to 4 crore cases pending in our judicial system, income tax and other departments going in for multiple filings, when they don't like to lose a case, so they just keep going up and up. I think we need to have finality. This year there were some changes in the budget. I think they put a sunset clause, 10 years or so beyond which cases will not be appealed, etc. They've put floors below which they will not be appealing. But I guess we need to do much more work. But I see that you also have to realize the thinking of a country which was a poor country is going to be different from the thinking of a country which is going to be a rich country. So I think the transformation is on. Tremendous efforts have been made. I think the thinking at the top has changed completely. A lot of it has yet to filter down.
Yeah. I saw you violently disagreeing with him in the beginning.
I'll give one data because, look at in 2014, tax disputes were 4,25,000 crores. They gone to 12,30,000 crores in 2024 and is increased despite Jaitley telling us in 2014 and putting in the manifesto, tax terrorism will stop. And this angel tax was such a disaster. We have gone and met several times to tell them. They didn't listen except this time. And it happened this time, I know this because the opposition put it into their manifesto. And it happened this time because I know what happens in Delhi. We have gone many times. They amended the law 4 times. I met with the PMO to amend the law. They amended 3 times when I was there meeting them because they wrote the law differently because the bureaucrats. You see, the problem is like this. There is a tax research unit which writes the law. The bureaucrats, their secretaries don't read the entire thing. So they write what they want and they want to control it. Anyway, let's do one thing.
If I get you right.
No, let's do one thing. Okay. Let's speak about the future. Forget the past. Let's speak about how to grow India to 30 trillion. Let's speak about that.
Okay.
That's better.
Mr. B.V.R. Subramaniam, I mean, it was beautiful. I mean, some of the points that you made. You spoke of a young population compared to the global population. You spoke of alternate transport systems that are required in India, right? The vision looks beautiful, but looking at India's political system, the political spectrum, you have governments that will go all out to back you in that vision, and governments that will do everything possible to block that vision. How do you balance that, Mr. Subramaniam?
I would say that barring 1 or 2 states in India, everybody is aligned with a vision. We have had changes in government in Delhi from 91 till now. Has the economic direction of governments changed? Not at all. One of the things with India is stability in policy. We stick to what we say. And course corrections are there. And if you look at it national level, as I said, barring a state here and there, by and large, irrespective of the nature of the government, people are working hard to actually realize the vision. As I myself have said, the Niti Ayog's governing council consists of all the Chief Minister of India and it's chaired by the Prime Minister. And that's where he gave a call for states to prepare visions. All states are preparing visions. Even a state like Tamil Nadu, which is quite critical of Delhi, has prepared a vision for itself. So this, and when I just heard Mr. Pai say that Karnataka government has also prepared a vision. I also know cases where there have been changes in government at the state level, but the governments have stuck to the path. So I think you will have minor changes at the margins, but by and large, something which is taking the people forward is not something the political class is going to dislike. They're going to actually embrace it. I actually know a live example where there's been a change in government, and irrespective of the change in government, the work is going on.
Yeah. Mr. Pai, you have very strong views. I mean, I've read some of your tweets, and in the South, and when I say in the South, in Karnataka, in Tamil Nadu, in Telangana, in Andhra Pradesh, it's become a narrative now for political opponents of the BJP. They say that southern states get a raw deal from the center, right? And there's a huge sentiment built around New Delhi. Do you think there is some basis to that sentiment?
Of course, there's a basis for that. Let's be honest about it.
You feel South Indian states are given a raw deal?
Absolutely. But before that, let me join issue with him because he and I are on the same page about the future of India.
Yes.
Give me 2-3 minutes to talk about that.
Please go ahead.
To build a country, you need three things: human capital, physical capital, financial capital. In human capital, we don't have a population issue because we're growing at, fertility has come to 2.0. We're growing at 0.8%. The whole of the South has a fertility of 1.7. Punjab 1.6 because they seem to be going out somewhere else. And by 2035, 1 or 2 states in the South will actually shrink in population. And I believe by 2040, India's population will start shrinking because we are not producing enough babies. Now the population is going up primarily because, we are living longer and more healthy. That's point number one. Point number two, the big challenge for India is an aging population. We have 13 crore people above the age of 60 today. It'll go to 20 crore people above the age of 60 by 2030. China has about 25 crore going to 35 crore. So that issue we have to tackle. And if you look at education today, 1,200 universities, 55,000 colleges, 4.3 crore young people in college, 1 crore graduate every year, 28.7% gross enrollment rate, and we have more women graduating than men. In America, 56% of graduates are women. When more women graduate than men, the country changes and India is changing. And if you look at social groups, which I don't think politicians in Delhi look at data, and I would like him to talk about this data because they publish the data.
Yes.
If you look at who are the graduates, SC makes up 18.2% of population, I think, the last census. There are 16.2% of students in college. Tribals make up 8.2%, there are 6.2%. Backwards are 40% of population, 36% of students. And Muslims are 15%, only 5.2%, but that's because of bad community leadership. Mm-hmm. And all these communities, enrollment is growing at 6.2%. Enrollment is growing at 3.6% for the whole country. In another 5 to 6 years, we'll have 7.5 crore people in college with the GR going to 50. But we have solved the access issue in education. We need quality. So what is the big challenge in human capital? The big challenge is, can we create enough jobs? And let me give you data. Between 2000 and 2020, we had 50 crore Indians being born. We are producing 2.5 crore babies a year. Right now, it's come down to 2.3. And by 2030, it'll come down to 2 because it's coming down. They're all entering the workforce, 2.5 crores a year. 1.5, 1.6 crore required jobs. We are creating 1.6 crore jobs as per EPFO. But 80% of jobs pay only 20,000 rupees. We have to increase. So there is a lot of backlog. Today, 45% of the workforce is in agriculture. And in agriculture, remarkable thing has happened. Women make up 63% of workforce, men 37%, and more women are working. PLFS data says women are 45% of the workforce, and that's going up. There's a social churn taking place, and the need for number one priority for India, for Viksit Bharat, should be the creation of good quality jobs. We require different strategy. For example, he must pick up 300 of the poorest districts and create special employment zone and incentivize job creation. Now they got this internship program, which I think is very anemic. It's a good thing, but very anemic, because we must create labor-intensive jobs in the poorest districts where people are coming off the ground. We must invest in the urban sector so that India grows, because the urban sector creates more jobs and taxes. Today, let me give you data. We spend 8 lakh crore as subsidies. 3.5 lakh crores or 4 lakh crores union government. My government in Karnataka is spending 1 lakh crore. We are broke. Tamil Nadu spends 1.42 crores. They're borrowing money to give subsidies. So is my government in Karnataka, because they increased it by 56,000 crores in 1 year. And what we need to do is we have to spend 50,000 crores on innovation, on the future. We've got to spend 1 lakh, 2 lakh crores more on urban areas to create that. Second, I'll finish quickly. Physical infrastructure, we're doing well. extremely well. We're building highways, we're building roadways, our ports are becoming world-class, our airlines are going bonkers, and we're getting stuck in traffic. In Bangalore, out of 1.2 crore people, we have 1.1 crore vehicles, 35 lakh cars, and 65 lakh two-wheelers, and no roads. So we got to build public transport, we got to invest hugely in mobility in areas for infrastructure. But one thing that maybe Mr. Subramaniam has to do is, why can't we work 3 shifts in infrastructure? Work 3 shifts. Remove all the labor laws for infrastructure projects of national importance. China in Beijing built a 8-lane elevated road of 30 kilometers from the city to the airport in 11 months. Why can't we do it in this country? Because we don't work 24 shifts. So infrastructure is going. Government is spending $250 billion, 22 lakh crores or so, and that's going up. And incidentally, you'll be surprised. We invest $1 trillion a year in capital expenditure in every year. Correct. We are the only 3 countries doing that: the United States, China, and India. $1 trillion. All this bogus news about private sector not investing is bogus because nobody reads data. National income statistics give the data. So I think we are in very good shape, but we got to do more. The third thing is about financial capital. $4.75 trillion in GDP in stock market. The Tsar is here. He's creating billionaires every day because they're going public. We are 267 billionaires in 3 years. Because of him, we'll have 500 billionaires. A lot of people, but make sure they stay in this country. They don't run away to Dubai or somewhere else, which he has to do. And we're creating great value. So capital is being available. We are one of the most efficient stock markets in the world. SIP is coming up. We invest $60 to $70 billion a year in the market. That is solved. Banking system is in great shape. SBI this year will make 75,000 crore net income. The 3 top banks will earn 2 lakh crore net income this year, more than the 3 top banks in Japan, who are 5 times their size. Yeah. So we got a great banking sector, and we got and the debt markets have to improve. So we got about $10 to $11 trillion of financial assets, $1.5 trillion of gold. Now this is the base. Now 4 or 5 things we should do: focus on creating high quality jobs. Yes. Incentivize job creation first, not the anemic program that he has got. Because
why do you call it anemic?
No, it's anemic because, you're giving some internship, pay 5,000, 6,000, not going to work. It's not going to work. You have to have, let us say you pick up these 300 districts. Get all the labor-intensive industries. How do you judge labor-intensive? Look at the top 10 exports of China. $800 billion in electronics, $200 billion in garments. Get them and ask and make sure you incentivize them to locate there with good transportation, good roads, good power, and give them, say, 2,000 rupees a month as incentive for 24 months for getting new jobs. Pay their ESI, PF, which they're already doing, and focus on them like you did this aspirational district. Yes. If you focus there, the people coming off the land will come there, and what will happen is the people coming to the cities and who live in the slums will go down, and then we'll pay the true cost of labor. You see, in Delhi, if you don't pay a driver 30,000, 40,000 rupees, you are exploiting the person. We have to increase minimum wages in the big cities, create a 25% differential to tier 3 cities, so people have labor-intensive jobs in tier 3 cities. I think that's important. Okay. And next is remove much of the regulations. Okay. Invest in innovation. Have a 50,000 crore fund a year to invest in innovation. They did a 10,000 crore fund in 2015, which you all went and got it done to the Modi government. It worked well. We got about 1,200 AIFs, 7.5 lakh crores of money which is committed, 5 lakh crores, but we need 3 times that. In the last 10 years, America invested $2.34 trillion in venture and innovation. China, 835. We were $150 billion, out of which 85% came from overseas. So we need more investment, public investment, to create high quality jobs. So I think all these things, last point, the great hope for India is the World Development Report of the World Bank in 2024 said, India is one of the countries which will escape what he calls the middle income trap. Why? To escape the middle income trap, we need innovation, we need technology. There are 3 great digital powers in the world today: United States, China, and India. And the US is the digital power because of India. India has $220 billion in software exports, 60% of global outsourcing, about 7 million people working in software. America has got 10 million people. Out of the 10 top software service companies, the market value, 5 are Indian. Of the 5, 3 are Indian. Of the 3.2 million employees, the top 10, 2.3 million are Indians. 50% of global hiring outside China in software is Indians. In Bangalore has got more people in software, 25 lakh people than California, which is 15 lakh people. 60,000 IT companies, 20,000 startups, 45 unicorns. And this innovation needs investment, which is not doing. He's not investing enough. He's not investing.
Can I get him to respond?
No, let him respond. Before that last point, in my state of Karnataka, we have a minister which says IT. Look at the investment is doing. Sitharaman is investing 56,000 crore in freebies. How much in innovation?
Yes.
300, 400, 500 crores.
There's no money for roads. I know there's no money for roads, there's no money for infrastructure, there's no money for schools.
Because we have to invest in R&D, in AI, in quantum computing, in genomics, in many other front, in robotics. We have to invest. And those are long gestation. We have to put money there in a big way, and public investment has to come because we have spoiled our R&D. We start this National Research Foundation. It's in Delhi. It will be captured by the leftists very soon, and they'll give money to JNU and all these places which don't do any
You have very strong views, Mr. Mohandas.
We need strong reforms to grow to 9% from 7%. We're not going to go to 9% unless he takes tough decisions. Prime Minister Modi has to take tough decisions next 1 year to make us go to 9%. Liberate us from Delhi. Give us a freedom. We got a freedom back after 91.
Liberate us from Delhi.
Liberate us from the clutches of Delhi and all the bad regulations. Give us free. Invest in innovation. We will get Viksit Bharat faster than you think.
Okay. Mr. Subramaniam.
No, first of all, with people like him, we will be on the way to Viksit Bharat. Two, I first of all admire the quantity and quality of data that he's reeled out. I mean, I actually have a job for him. I'm looking for a data boss in Niti Aayog who can process data. But think about, firstly, a couple of things. First of all, I mean, there were a couple of points which I agree with a lot of things, but disagree with some. Number one, the nation India is a contract. It's contract between regions. It's a contract between people of different classes, communities, that we believe that our future is collective and our future is together.
Yes.
Therefore, the rich pay for the poor. One region subsidizes another region. Different classes pay for some other classes' benefit. I think that is the social contract of the Indian state.
Yes.
And so we have to admit that I don't think anybody is being done in. There are constitutional processes which actually come to strike a balance. You have a finance commission which sees that no region is actually left behind. The poorer regions obviously do not raise that much money. Somebody else has to pay for that. And the whole idea is the country can go forward. You can't have a country cannot become Viksit, which if it has deep regional imbalances. Rather than moving people from one part of India to the other, it's better to move money and investment from one part of India to the other. I think that's a larger social contract of the Indian state. Two, I think, let me put it the challenges for Viksit Bharat, because that's kind of things where he's drawing attention to, of course, a bit impatiently. Number one is that, what is our dividend, which is a demographic dividend, can be a challenge or a curse if we do not address it properly. I think that's the sum and substance. While we have people, the people should be equipped to have, competencies which can give them a good livelihood. So that means we need to invest money. And I actually wouldn't care for investment in innovation and all these things. I would say if you want to invest money today, and if you had only 100 rupees where you put it, I'll say education, 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 and nothing else. You give a guy education, they will last themselves, they will make India Viksit. It's that education which has brought out people like Mr. Pai or people like me to do what we are doing. And I think we all come from very humble backgrounds. The education is what lifts people to that level. We have provided access to universal education. What I think we need to focus is on lifting the quality of education. See that they have basic functional literacy skills. I think so. I think functional literacy and FLN they call it, and numeracy skills. We need to focus on that. 2, we need to see that they are ready for employment. 3, focus on creating industrial sectors which are actually job intensive, which are labor intensive. What would they be? In the initial stages, there'll be leather, there'll be textiles, there'll be a whole lot of such stuff. This is what China grew on. China didn't grow by making EVs and semiconductors on day one. Even the Apple phones came much later. They grew on leather, textile, shoes, and that kind of stuff. Then moved to the next stage, and then now they are advanced and they are competing with the United States. I think we need to do all three together simultaneously because we don't have much time. Which means we need to make our policies very, very labor-friendly, investment-friendly for labor-intensive industry. Here I'd like to say one point. Bulk of the lifting in Delhi has been done. And when I say Delhi, I actually read Delhi as symbolic of government. When he says liberators from Delhi, what he's actually wanting to articulate is liberators from government.
Yes.
And I think that's one of the things the Prime Minister has been doing, when he says, maximum governance and minimum government. Liberators from government. What are the government stuff which actually bother you today? Barring income tax and other customs which are at Delhi, everything is at state level. Your land, your labor, your electricity, your water supply, your roads are all with states. If you see India developing differentially across, it's because of quality of state governments. If a state government mucks up, that state doesn't develop. If a state government is able to provide, I know somebody who, Ola. And I asked Bhavish, why are you setting up the factory here and not there? And he said, they understand industry.
Yes.
Finished. That explains it.
Yes.
Please understand, when you as an individual go for an investment, who do you face? You don't face government of India. You face states. You face individuals. So people go to Gujarat because indexed B actually takes you where you want to be. You go to Tamil Nadu or you go to Andhra, there is something. You go somewhere else, you go to West Bengal, I don't know which door to knock on. You pull back, So I think the next set of change that has to be there. Again, coming back, what are the things? If you have to invest in, as you said, we are doing a lot on physical capital. We have to do a lot on human capital. Who runs schools in India? It's states. The central government doesn't even run 1% schools in the country. Who runs? He mentioned 1,600 universities. The central government doesn't run 100 universities. Everything is in the states. 97% of students in India, because central universities tend to be very small, they're not affiliating universities. 97% of students in India at college level go to state universities.
Yes.
So that system has to be improved. I think steps are being taken. Government of India is trying to fund new education policy, all that. I think the nudge is there. Look at the smart things the central government is doing. I think a couple of years ago, particularly during COVID, they started giving a lakh of rupees to states. Additional borrowing, permissible only if you do certain reforms. The whole idea is to nudge them to do the right thing. I think states have figured out. What does NITI do? We produce a large number of indices. We produce an SDG index, trade readiness index, all kinds of stuff. Basically to make states realize how bad they are or how good they are. Because I think the next set of challenges is at state level. If you actually sit down and tick the boxes, what has Delhi not done? Most things have been done in Delhi. As I said, excepting some things related to tax where we need to improve. Bulk of the action is in states. You have a very good port. You have a factory. That road of 8 kilometers will be terrible. I don't even want to mention the state. So, that's a big, big disadvantage. Yes. So it's this last mile stuff. That's with state. Who controls public transport in the country? Who runs bus systems in the country? States. If Bangalore traffic is bad, states have not invested in public transport. That's why you have got
includes both BJP and
so what I mean is, it is states, and that's where. And I think there's a huge education process going on needed for state political leadership.
Right.
Take NITI, for example. I'm giving you. We prepared a program called Growth Hubs. Cities as growth hubs. The next driver of growth in India is going to be cities. We have left cities to urban planners and architects. When you talk of a city and you talk of anything, you talk of a master plan. Most often violated, not complied with. It will be full of slums where it is written green areas.
Yeah.
Why? Because cities are living entities, economic entities. You don't plan for that. We have made a plan for Mumbai to make Mumbai a $1.5 trillion city. To make Surat a $700 billion city. A plan for Varanasi, Prayagraj to make it a $300 billion urban area. Preparing such for about 20 cities in India. Prepare economic plans. See what are the drivers which can drive. Just question. You talk of Bombay. Does anybody think of Bombay as a tourist destination? No. Do you talk of London as a tourist destination or New York? Yes. The biggest cities in the world are tourist destinations. In India, people go to Delhi or Delhi, of course, thanks to Red Fort and Qutub Minar, but most cities in India are not tourist destinations. You'll go to Agra or Tirupati or Puri or Konark. Cities are tourist destinations. I'm just giving you one example. Cities can be huge drivers of growth. We need to plan for that. And if we plan, the cities, out of this $30 trillion in India, which is going to be there, 25 trillion is going to come from cities. It's not, log gaon mein rehte hain and, gaon will take the country forward. It's going to be cities. There's going to be huge migration to cities. Are we preparing for that migration? Take industries and, he talked about industries and industrial growth. People presume that if I set up an industrial estate, the labor will appear. Yes, they will appear. But where will they live? They live in the factory for 8 hours. The next 16 hours, they live in a slum. We never provide worker housing, which means you need, and how do they work? They work in dormitories. They actually have to understand human mind. They'll first come alone from whichever part of India. They'll stay alone for 6-7 years. Then they'll get their wife and children. And after some time, they'll get their nephew, niece, and others to work in factory. So you would first need dormitories. Then you need one-room apartments where they can move in. All have to be cheap, affordable. Land is in the equation there. Land is expensive. You need to get land prices down. So there are a whole range of stuff. Government is working on that. My only thing is, I like the impatience which is there, but governments have to learn to be patient. Because you need to take everybody along. And taking everybody along is a time-consuming process.
Okay, Mr. Pai.
Look. Reforming the justice system is a central government issue because one, invest in justice system, give money to have more lower courts, more judges, subsidize them because states are not going to do it. I ask a chief minister.
Solution. If you put more judges and more courts, if you think things are going to be faster, no. You would need to change the mentality of the judicial system, not to give adjournments. You see the speed with cases are decided in London. I mean, 5 or 6 sittings, a case is decided. In 3 months, you get a decision. So it's a cultural issue. It's not an investment of money issue. No. You actually need to change the way judges work at the bottom. You know, have you seen the number of cases actually a United States judge handles on the Supreme Court 7 cases in a year, no more. So you don't, everything doesn't get, here a bail application goes to the Supreme Court.
Can I ask you a question, Mr.
Hang on, let me give data. Yeah. America has got 100 judges per million population, we got 22. All right? Government is the biggest litigant in this country. They have to withdraw a lot of cases to clean it up. And he's talking about cultural issues, which I agree. But culture has not changed in 50 years, will not change the next 50 years. So we have to build better capacity, more technology. Give us justice. For example, income tax disputes. Don't go after new people. Complete the old cases. Beat up your people to get it done. That's one. Second thing is invest in our cities. For example, he spoke about mobility in cities. Very good. I would like Gadkari and him to have a scheme to have, let us say, 10 lakh buses in cities in 10 years. Incentivize the state government. See, the problem is today, he says about state, I agree with him, states have to do it, but the states are spending all the money in buying votes. Our Sitharaman has given away 56,000 crores in 1 year. Where is the money for the next 3 years? By the time he finishes his term, there's no money for development, no money for job creation. What are we supposed to do? We suffer, continue to suffer. Bangalore requires investment. Where is the investment coming from? Yes, they're having metro, they're having this. Metro is 3 years behind schedule. Suburban rail is 3 years behind schedule. And we suffer every single day. How do you make people productive? They've done a fantastic job in infrastructure. Do 4 or 5 things, incentivize this by public transport in cities. Give large amount of investment to cities, shift away from the rural areas for the next 3 years so that job creation can take place, 20-30% capital. And third, invest in R&D. More R&D, invest in more innovation, 20-30. Social compact is important. We solved the problem. 8 lakh crore subsidies all over center and state is not a small sum. 8 lakh crore of subsidies we have to do. And the center-state thing, let me explain. Just 1 minute. You see, the argument made by my chief minister saying we collect more tax than we should get it is bogus. If you have a port, you collect the custom duty, it doesn't come to you. If you are State Bank of India headquartered in Bangalore, State Bank pays 25,000 crores, is not Karnataka's share, is all India share. So corporate tax comes from all India, is not your share. Income tax also, part of it substantially from local, but it comes from all India. Custom duties come from the ports, whoever has got the port. UP doesn't have a port, maybe an inland port. And then excise duties, of course, local states. Now, when you have this 15th or 16th Finance Commission, we have seen Karnataka share decline from 5.5% to 3.6%, which is a large decline.
Yes.
They could do one thing, give taxes this 42% based on population, by which UP and Bihar will get more. For Bihar, give 50% more per capita. UP give 25% more per capita based on its sustainability model. Because he has prepared a fantastic sustainability model and say, invest in human capital, come out with some norms, so you meet this criticism. See, today, the big challenge in India is we're going to have delimitation. When delimitation happens, the South is going to lose these seats. Yes. 1971, The southern states, including Maharashtra, with 30% of population, today we are about 22%. We're going to lose our seats. UP is going to become powerful. Bihar is going to become powerful. We don't want to be ruled by more people from North India in the south. We have a problem, please. Because, they impose language. They do all kind of things. All talk is there. So there is anger. There is frustration. You've got to handle that. Maybe in the Rajya Sabha, don't increase the seats. So that the US, you have a balance between seats. So we've got to tackle this issue sympathetically by an open dialogue. And I think South has a real grievance.
Okay. I'm shifting focus a little bit towards the RCEP. When you speak of Viksit Bharat, I mean, you can't avoid China, right? China is a threat. There was a huge debate around RCEP around the time when Modi became the Prime Minister. When Mr. Modi came in, there was a pause on it. And I heard your statements recently where you are for RCEP. There is a view that India could once again become the dumping ground. Has something changed in the last few weeks or months, Mr. Subramanian?
Very clear. You should see the video clip. I said we can't join NAFTA. We are not in North America. We can't join EU. We can't join RCEP because there is a China there. We can join CPTPP, which is RCEP without China. That is exactly what I said. Somebody picked it up and said, I have said join RCEP and CPTPP. Right. My exact statements were, but the larger point which I was making at that point is, we need to cut tariffs. One of the reasons why our labor-intensive sectors are not growing is because of high tariffs. If you want to make a shoe in India, the leather has to come from outside because the leather quality is prescribed by somebody who's the buyer. Or if you're making a coat in India, the buttons are going to be prescribed by the buyer, or the thread is prescribed by the buyer. There are standards. All these labor-intensive products are made by raw materials which go across many borders. We say that, we will not tax exports, we'll give you a refund. Refunds take time. Refunds are not full. There is a time value to money. So the point I was trying to make is, tariffs are hurting Indian industry. We have not benefited from the China plus one as much as we can. Vietnam, Indonesia, Malaysia, Mexico, Turkey have benefited more than India. We have another Trump coming in, presidency coming in. There's going to be another wave of tariffs. We should not miss that bus. We should either lower tariffs unilaterally, or we are the only large country not a part of a large regional trade agreement. We should be putting in an application for CPTPP, where with every country in CPTPP, we already have a FTA. We should be part of large, because what happens is when material moves across boundaries, people don't want paperwork. People don't want tariffs paid and then refunded. They want things to move seamlessly. A product moves between Vietnam, Malaysia, Thailand, apps and Laos, Cambodia very smoothly with nothing happening. Stuff just moves, nobody opens their truck. In India, things moving across a border, even if it is duty-free, is a nuisance. I once saw somebody in an SCZ near Chennai who makes about 30 million pairs of shoes, all go to Nike. It's a Taiwanese company, it's an SCZ near Tiruvannamalai, Cheyyur. And I asked the guy, why have you put it in an SCZ? Because there are no tax benefits in an SCZ now. You don't get income tax or corporate tax. He said, Saab, मेरा कंटेनर चेन्नई में उतरता है, कोई खोलता नहीं, सीधा यहाँ आता है, मैं खोलता हूँ, सामान बनाता हूँ, वापस अंदर रखता हूँ, it goes out. So what is he avoiding? He's avoiding his container being opened at Chennai port, that's all. It comes straight into his factory, packs something and it goes out. I mean, please understand that these frictional barriers are a huge hindrance to trade. Do you think India can be a Viksit Bharat without 25 to 30% of its GDP traded? We should be exporting about 8 to 9 trillion dollars and importing about 8 to 9 trillion dollars. That's how manufacturing happens globally. It's no longer the old manufacturing that I buy raw material, make a finished product and send it. You make things, and a Dell computer has parts from about 60 countries. An Apple iPhone has from 25. So you need to make it seamless. And seamless happens through trade agreements, cutting tariffs, cutting down frictional barriers. You will have few pain points. Indian industry has a problem. They are getting more and more used to protectionism. The voices I am hearing are not good. Raise tariffs. This was what we demolished in the last 30 years. Don't raise them again. You will get ambassador cars. You'll get old Premier Padminis. So the way forward is, if the industry has a problem, give them a 3-year period or a 5-year period to readjust. Don't cut them overnight, but learn to live. You're going to be a Viksit Bharat and going to be afraid of other countries dumping things. It won't work.
Okay. I'm giving you the last word, Mr. Pai. Last word.
I agree with him 100%. But please remember, reducing tariffs has to be done by the government of India, not the states. Getting all this custom people to work and not to harass has to be done by government of India and not the states. So reforms have done the government of India. And as for his statement about profit, let me give data. 2023, corporate sector, all the companies paid 10,04,000 crores corporate tax, listed and unlisted. As a percent of GDP of 276 lakh crores is 15% pre-tax. In 2024, we paid about 11 lakh 32,000 crores. On GDP of 296 crores, 15%. Corporate sector has got 15% of GDP as pre-tax profit, which is very high because it's giving them protection. And you and I as consumers are paying through our nose. You understand? His point about lowering tariff is very important. We need more competition in this country, and that we have to open up the economy, and they have to take tough decisions. I agree with him 100%.
Well, fantastic discussion. Mr. BVR Subramaniam, the Niti Aayog CEO, and Mohandas Pai, thank you very much. I think this debate can go on and on and on and on. But fantastic conversation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pai and Mr. Subramaniam, for an insightful discussion, and I'm sure it has left all of us with lots to ponder about our country's growth and potential. Thank you so much, Niranjan, for this riveting conversation.
Well, in fact, now we would like to invite our Editor-in-Chief, Arnab Goswami, to come up on the stage and introduce a very dynamic speaker. Many would be looking forward to this session. Well, in fact, ladies and gentlemen, the next speaker, a dynamic speaker, a friend of Republic Media Network, Baba Ramdev, today reaches every household in India. His vision of Viksit Bharat, coming up with Editor-in-Chief Arnab Goswami.
Yes, sir. Can we have the AV, please?
Bharat, a land where spirituality and wisdom blend seamlessly into everyday life. Bharat, a land where spirituality and wisdom blend seamlessly into everyday life. From the ancient times of rishis and munis to the modern day yogis and visionaries, Bharat has produced a long legacy of enlightened believers who not only discovered the inner truth of human
this organization, it is possibly where we are today, one of the largest news complexes in the world today.
Baba Ramdev was born in a village in Haryana to Gulab Devi and Ram Nivas. At the age of 14, he was admitted to the Gurukul, where he studied Sanskrit and yoga and earned the title of Acharya with a specialization in Sanskrit grammar, yoga, philosophy, Vedas and Upanishads. With the blessings and guidance of his mentor Acharya Baldevji, Baba Ramdev discovered the incredible power of yoga, not just as a physical exercise, but as a holistic practice capable of healing the mind, body and spirit. Armed with his knowledge of yoga and Ayurveda, Baba Ramdev embarked on a journey to promote these ancient practices in a way that modern generations could connect with. In 1995, he founded the Divya Yoga Trust and for the next few years traveled through different cities on bicycles, evangelizing the nation on the science of Ayurveda and the holistic benefits of yoga. The turning point in his life came in the early 2000s when he began broadcasting his yoga camps on television. This groundbreaking step brought his teachings into the homes of millions and transformed the way India looked at yoga. For the first time, families across Bharat had the opportunity to see and follow as he taught pranayama, asanas, and the principles of natural health. But Swami Ramdev's journey didn't stop there. His vision was much bigger. He could envision the potential for an Atmanirbhar Bharat in the very same principles of Ayurveda and yoga. Alongside his guru, Bhai Acharya Balkrishna, Baba Ramdev co-founded Patanjali Ayurveda in 2006. Within a short span, the Made in India brand rose to stand shoulder to shoulder with some of the world's biggest FMCG conglomerates and is confidently marching towards a turnover of rupees 1 lakh crore. The journey, though, has not been without challenges. Threatened by his rising dominance, Baba Ramdev faced resistance from established lobbies. But each time a challenge came his way, he confronted it head-on, using his wrestling skills to give a dhobi pachad to anyone who underestimated his commitment to Patanjali Group's. Baba Ramdev is a devout patriot who has consistently stood up for causes close to the hearts of millions of Bharatvasis. His fight against corruption and black money, along with his support for social and political reforms, demonstrates his unwavering dedication to Bharat. Today, Baba Ramdev ji stands before us not only as a yogi, but as a visionary, a warrior, and a true son of Bharat, who has devoted his life to serving the nation in every possible way.
बहुत स्वागत आपका रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क के हेडक्वार्टर्स में। आज मैं बहुत खुश हूँ क्योंकि हर बार जब कोई when there is a big turn in the history of रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क आप हमारे साथ रहे हैं। मुझे याद है 2018 में आप हमारे साथ थे, 2016 जब हमने लॉन्च की, फिर 2018 में हमने रिपब्लिक समिट ऑर्गेनाइज की थी मुंबई में, आप वहाँ पे थे, सिर्फ फलाहार किया था। और फिर नवंबर 2019 में रिपब्लिक भारत के स्टूडियो में आप थे, जहाँ पे आपने योगा प्रैक्टिस करते करते हम पर ही प्रैक्टिस कर दी और आपने हमें उठा दिया अपने एक हाथ में,
हमने आपको उठाया। और आज मैं यहाँ आकर के अनुभव कर रहा हूँ, मैं बीबीसी से लेकर के वर्ल्ड में लगभग बड़े बड़े स्टूडियोज में गया हूँ, लेकिन जो मैंने आज पूरी रिपब्लिक का ये जो नया उदय है, ये जो देखा है, यह अब तक का अप्रतिम और अविश्वसनीय और अनिर्वचनीय है।
इस पर थोड़ी टिप्पणी हो जाए आपकी। ये पिछली बार जब आप आए थे रिपब्लिक भारत के स्टूडियो में तो आपने कहा कि पंजा लड़ाते हैं, तो
अरे पंजे में आपके बड़ा दमखम है। और मैंने इतनी बड़ी सोच, और सोच से ज़्यादा उसका एग्जीक्यूशन, खाली इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के लेवल पर नहीं, कैरेक्टर के लेवल पर भी, और न्यूज फर्स्ट नहीं, नेशन फर्स्ट के संकल्प के साथ, ये है बड़ी बात।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। मतलब हमारा मनोबल तो बढ़ ही जाता है, हमारे सारे जितने दर्शक हैं वो भी इसको लाइव देख रहे हैं स्वामी जी, एंड यू आर अ विनर एंड यू आर अ फाइटर। तो आप जब ये सब कहते हैं हमें, it means
our each and every cell of this body and each and every quark or atom of this universe is fighter, and you are a fighter and you are a warrior. एक बार जोरदार अभिनंदन। देखो, एक योद्धा की तरह ही जीना चाहिए। प्रकृति, परमेश्वर ने जो सारी संरचना की है वो ऐसी ही की है, लेकिन व्यक्ति निराशाओं में, हताशाओं में, कुंठाओं में इतना खो जाता है। इसलिए भगवत गीता का विवेकानंद जी से पूछा कि आपको कौन सा श्लोक सबसे ज्यादा प्रिय है। क्लैब्यमास्म गम पार्थ नैतत्वयुपद्यते क्षुद्र हृदय दौर्बल्यम त्यक्त्वा उत्तिष्ठ परंतप। हमें बड़ी सोच, कड़ी मेहनत और पक्के इरादे के साथ अपना सर्वस्व आहूत करके किसी काम में जब अपने आप को नियोजित करते हैं तो जो हम चाहते हैं वो कर पाते हैं। आप कहाँ एक पत्रकार इतना बड़ा साम्राज्य खड़ा कर सकता है, वो मैंने दुनिया में पहली बार देखा है। एक बहुत साधारण सा पत्रकार एक असाधारण कार्य कर सकता है। एक साधारण किसान का बेटा गवर्नमेंट स्कूल में पढ़ करके, गुरुकुल में पढ़ करके संस्कृत बोलने वाला एमएनसीज की बोलती बंद कर सकता है, वो भी हमने करके दिखाया है। लोग कहते थे ये हिंदी पढ़ने वाले, ये संस्कृत पढ़ने वाले, ये क्या करेंगे, इनको इकोनॉमी का कखा नहीं आता है। तो लेकिन आदमी के भीतर जज्बा होना चाहिए, वो जज्बा आप में है।
स्वामी जी, हमने जब लॉन्च की तो हमें कहा गया आप पत्रकार हो, आप अपनी मीडिया कंपनी, अपनी न्यूज़ चैनल, अपनी पत्रकारिता में सीमित रहिए। और मैं हमेशा कहता हूं पत्रकारिता कभी सीमित नहीं हो सकती, ऐसी सोच ही गलत है।
सीमाओं में किसी चीज को नहीं बांधना चाहिए,
मगर आपको भी बांधने की कोशिश हुई है। और मैं न्यूज़ पॉइंट को लेते हुए पहला सवाल आपसे पूछना चाहता हूं। ये पिछले 1 साल में हमने सबने देखा है, जितने लोग इधर हैं, बड़े बड़े हमारे बड़े कंपनीज के, हमारे नेशनल स्टॉक एक्सचेंज के मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर हमारे साथ है, मोहनदास पाई जी हमारे साथ है, अजय बग्गा जी हमारे साथ हैं, बड़े बड़े कंपनीज के लोग इधर हमारे साथ हैं, निपॉन के एमडी हमारे साथ हैं।
सवाल ये बड़ा साम्राज्य है निपॉन का।
मैं सवाल ये पूछ रहा हूं आपसे कि पिछले 1 साल में किस तरह की, मतलब किस तरह के ऊपर नीचे क्या क्या हुए, कैसे पड़ाव हुए? क्या आपको कभी सेल्फ डाउट हुआ? क्या आपको कभी लगा कि मेरे खिलाफ कौन है? क्योंकि कई लोग यही कहते थे कि सिर्फ पतंजलि के खिलाफ नहीं है, ये जो पतंजलि की सोच है कि फॉरेन एमएनसीज को टक्कर दे, और उसके साथ बड़ी सोच स्वामी जी कि आपने कहा कि स्केल बनाने की जरूरत है, मैक्सिमाइज योर स्केल, छोटा नहीं रहना है, बड़ा बनाना है। और बड़े बड़े एमएनसी, हिंदुस्तान लीवर हो, उनके साथ आप डायरेक्ट कंपटीशन में आए। आप पिछले 1 साल को कैसे देखते हैं, इसके बारे में कुछ विस्तृत तौर से हमें बताइए।
देखो,
आपकी जो बिजनेस फिलॉसफी है,
ये शब्द मेरे डिक्शनरी में नहीं है। और मैं तो कहता हूं किसी को भी आत्मग्लानि, आत्मकुंठा, आत्मविस्मृति में नहीं जीना चाहिए। मुझे ही क्यों, किसी को भी क्यों जीना चाहिए? हम भगवान के अंश हैं, ऋषिकाओं के वंशधर हैं। मेरा भोर यहीं से शुरू होता है। मैं 3 बजे उठता हूँ, रात को 10 बजे तक ये मेरा अखंड प्रचंड पुरुषार्थ चलता है। मेरे जीवन के 2 ही शब्द हैं, विकल्प रहित संकल्प, अखंड प्रचंड पुरुषार्थ। फिर जो आएगा सो देखा जाएगा, क्या फर्क पड़ता है। जहां तक रही बात चुनौतियों की, चुनौतियां मेरे सामने क्या, चुनौतियां तो सभी के सामने रही है। रूलिंग पार्टी के सामने अलग तरह की चुनौतियां रही, अपोजिशन के सामने अलग तरह की चुनौतियां रही, और अभी भी ये चुनौतियां कभी खत्म नहीं होंगी। और जहां चुनौतियां खत्म हो जाएं, वहां जीवन का मतलब क्या रह जाएगा? यह पूरा अस्तित्व ही चुनौतियों से भरा हुआ है। मैंने सबसे ज़्यादा एक बार जरूर पीड़ा का अनुभव किया, जब मैं आंदोलन के समय राष्ट्रीय मुद्दों के साथ लड़ रहा था, तब भी मुझे कोई पीड़ा का अनुभव नहीं हुआ। ठीक है, आप यदि संघर्ष करेंगे, सत्ता से टकराएंगे, तो आपके सामने भी प्रश्न तो आएंगे। लेकिन सुप्रीम कोर्ट में मुझे घसीटा गया, तो मैंने कहा भाई हमारे जितने भी ये 20-20, 30-30, 50-50 लाख की जो फीस लेते हैं एडवोकेट्स, वो भी कहते आप कुछ बोलना मत। मैंने कहा भाई मैं बोलूँगा तो ज़रूर, क्यों भाई, मैं कोई अपराधी हूँ? मैंने वहाँ कहा कि फिर वो बात नहीं बनी, तो मैंने एक दूसरे एंगल से, अब वो नाम नहीं लूँगा, मैंने उसको कहा कि भाई जज साहिबा को बोलो मुझे बोलने का अवसर ज़रूर दें। उन्होंने कहा कि आपको कुछ कहना है? मैंने कहा हाँ कहना है। बोले आपने काम तो बहुत अच्छा किया। मैंने कहा गलत क्या किया वो बता दो। पूरी दुनिया में अभी तक आयुर्वेद के बारे में बोला जाता है, उनके पास रिसर्च एंड एविडेंस बेस्ड मेडिसिन नहीं है। हमने 100 से ज़्यादा रिसर्च एंड एविडेंस बेस्ड मेडिसिन वो बना दी जो अब तक काम WHO और पूरा वर्ल्ड का मेडिकल सिस्टम नहीं कर सका, वो हमने करके दिखाया। लीवर के, किडनी के, पेनक्रियाज के, लंग के, थायराइड के, हार्ट के, ब्रेन के, आंखों के, कानों के, स्किन के, बोन्स के सेल्स को रीजुविनेट किया जा सकता है। और हमने लाखों लोगों को लीवर किडनी ट्रांसप्लांट से बचाया। यदि डायबिटीज के लिए इंसुलिन बनाने वालों को नोबेल पुरस्कार दिया जा सकता है, तो हमने डॉक्टर्स के और साइंटिस्टों की इंसुलिन छुड़वाई है। यह हमने काम किया। तो हमने कहा फिर बोले ये काम तो अच्छा है, लेकिन आपने ना वो एक ड्रग एंड मैजिक रेमेडी एक्ट आता है। मैंने कहा कानून यदि गलत हो तो मैं अपराधी नहीं हो सकता। वो कानून को चेंज करना चाहिए। आप मुझे कोई ये कहे कि अपने आप को चेंज कर लो, अरे कानून तुम्हारा गलत है तो उसको चेंज करेंगे ना, उसको चैलेंज करेंगे। स्वामी रामदेव को कोई गिलानी नहीं है, जन्म से लेकर के आज तक स्वामी रामदेव ने कोई इनएथिकल इमोरल काम नहीं किया है, और यही मेरे आत्मबल का कारण है।
स्वामी जी, क्या आपको लगता है कि आपने इतनी बड़ी कंपनी खड़ी कर दी, इतना आपने एक्सपैंड किया कि उनको लगा कि इफ वी हिट द क्रेडिबिलिटी ऑफ स्वामी रामदेव, क्योंकि मुझे लगता है सिर्फ आपके बिजनेस पे अटैक नहीं थी,
क्रेडिबिलिटी तो आपके ऊपर भी बिल्कुल वही किया गया था, जेल में डाल करके कि भाई ये साबित करेंगे कि अपराधी है, लेकिन जेल से भी एक योद्धा और शेर की तरह बाहर निकला और वो करके दिखा दिया, जिससे पूरी दुनिया और हैरत में कि अरे इसको तो जितना ज्यादा सताओगे उतने ही ज्यादा आगे पाओगे। जोरदार अभिनंदन है
स्वामी जी। स्वामी जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। क्या आपको लगता है कि विदेशी कंपनियां भारतीय बिजनेस प्रणाली, बिजनेस मेथड्स, बिजनेस लॉजिक, ये बहुत बड़ी डिबेट है आज, क्योंकि हमारी इकोनॉमी 4 ट्रिलियन बनेगी, 10 ट्रिलियन बनेगी। अभी बीवीआर सुब्रमण्यम साहब ने बहुत अच्छी तरह से कहा कि 30 ट्रिलियन बन जाएगी।
100 का टारगेट रखा है ना?
हाँ,
100 का, 100 साल में 100 के बजे जोरदार है।
तो इतनी बड़ी इकोनॉमी बनेगी तो मैं मेरा सवाल ये है कि आपको क्या लगता है, व्हाट इज द डिफरेंस बिटवीन द भारतीय स्टाइल ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस एंड द एमएनसी स्टाइल ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस, और आगे जाते हुए क्या एमएनसीज को भारतीय स्टाइल ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस समझनी होगी या भारतीय कंपनियों को फॉरेन स्टाइल ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस समझनी होगी? आप इसके बारे में
एमएनसीज हमको एक कंज्यूमर मानती हैं,
कंज्यूमर
तो हमको उपभोक्ता मानती है, एक कंज्यूमरिज्म, उपभोक्तावाद। हमको क्रिएटर नहीं मानती, हमको इनोवेटर नहीं मानती, हम कोई इनिशिएट कर सकते हैं। अभी भी उनके दिमाग में ये भूसा भरा हुआ है, ये कचरा भरा हुआ है, तो वो हमको एक कंज्यूमर की तरह डील करना चाहती है। और मेरे साथ तो कई प्रॉब्लम्स है ना, मल्टी डायमेंशनल प्रॉब्लम्स हैं।
क्या प्रॉब्लम्स है?
ये भगवा भी मेरी प्रॉब्लम है।
क्यों प्रॉब्लम है? भगवा प्रॉब्लम है?
क्यों प्रॉब्लम है? आज तक किसी मुल्ला मौलवी ने, किसी पादरी ने, किसी पोप ने वो किया जो स्वामी रामदेव ने किया? देखो मेरे सामने सो कॉल्ड जो रिलीजियस टेररिस्ट है, रिलीजियस टेररिस्ट, फिर उनको सपोर्ट करने वाले रिलीजियस माफिया के साथ फिर मेडिकल माफिया, फिर जो है मैं कहता हूं भारतीय शिक्षा होनी चाहिए, ये मैकाले की शिक्षा बंद होनी चाहिए, तो एजुकेशन माफिया, मेडिकल माफिया, एजुकेशन माफिया, रिलीजियस माफिया, कॉर्पोरेट माफिया, फिर ये इनको सपोर्ट करने वाले यूट्यूबर माफिया, वो एक अलग है, मीडिया माफिया। आपके लिए कुछ नहीं है, माफ करना। तो मैं मतलब एक जान उसके चारों तरफ से घात लगाए बैठे, चारों तरफ से, और हमने भी ठान रखा है हम हार नहीं मानेंगे और आगे बढ़ेंगे, जीतेंगे और देश को जिताएंगे।
लोगों ने सोचा था आज जब हमने कहा सेशन लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग होगी, रिपब्लिक भारत के स्टूडियो में आएंगे, रिपब्लिक हेडक्वार्टर्स में आएंगे, तो लोगों को लगा कि स्वामी बाबा रामदेव के तेवर कैसे होंगे। कई लोगों ने ये कहा, और ट्विटर में कई लोगों ने कहा वी वांट टू सी हाउ ही स्पीक्स आफ्टर ऑल दैट ही हैज गॉन थ्रू इन कोर्ट, इज ही गोइंग टू बी टोन्ड डाउन? हाँ, और इधर बड़े बड़े कंपनीज के हेड्स बैठे, अमूल के जैन मेहता जी भी इधर बैठे हैं जी, सब लोग इधर बैठे हैं। तो हमारे कैंट
अमूल का अमूल्य योगदान है हमारे ये जो सामूहिक सहभागिता के साथ सहकारिता के को एक बहुत बड़ा आंदोलन का रूप दिया सकता है, उसके लिए अमूल के लिए तो जोरदार तालियां बनती हैं भाई।
पर सवाल पर आते हुए क्या आपको लगता है कि आपको टोन डाउन करने की कोशिश की? क्योंकि आप देखिए, आप अपने कंपनी के कर्ता धर्ता को फाउंडर नहीं है, आप कंपनी के अपने पूरे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के जो 50,000 करोड़ की टर्नओवर की आज पतंजलि ने बनाई हुई है, इसके आप यू आर द ब्रांड एम्बेसडर। क्या आपको नहीं लगता आपको थोड़ा सा टोन डाउन रहेंगे? कॉर्पोरेट सोच, लॉयर्स आपके साथ रहेंगे।
ये कौन बोल रहा है?
मैं आपको पूछ रहा हूँ।
इनका कभी टोन डाउन हुआ है? जब अर्णव नहीं झुक सकता तो मुझसे प्रश्न पूछने के आप हकदार ही नहीं
है। सवाल पूछ रहा हूँ, मैं पूछ रहा हूँ आपसे ताकि आपसे सीख सकूं, क्योंकि मुझे लगता है कि आप टोन डाउन नहीं है, और मुझे ये भी लगता है आपको टोन डाउन नहीं करना चाहिए।
है कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट वाले मैटर के बाद में मैंने कुछ मीडिया
इंटरव्यूज नहीं दिया। आपने ज्यादा इंटरव्यूज
नहीं, ज्यादा नहीं, एक भी नहीं दिया। पहली बार उसके बाद में किसी स्टूडियो में आया हूँ, ये जो बहुत बड़ा खड़यंत्र चला उसके बाद में, हर समय कॉन्स्पिरेसीज। तो मैंने कई बार तो कई लोगों को बोला, मैंने कहा जिसको जो करना है अपनी ऐसी तैसी कराओ। कई माफ करना, मैंने कई मीडिया हाउसेस को भी बोला, बाद में बोला अरे वो स्वामी जी वो तो प्रवाह में ऐसा हो गया। कम से कम 10 मीडिया हाउसेज ने मुझसे व्यक्तिगत रूप से उनके सीईओ ने माफी मांगी। कुछ को तो मैंने माफ कर दिया, एक दो को तो अभी भी मैंने हिट लिस्ट पे रखा हुआ है। मैंने कहा अभी साष्टांग दंडवत करो। क्या फालतू की बातें। कभी भी आदमी को ऐसे छिछोड़ी हरकतें नहीं करनी चाहिए। मैंने कहा मैंने जिंदगी में कोई अभी मैंने बोला इमोरल इनएथिकल काम नहीं किया, कोई देश के खिलाफ जाने की तो बात ही नहीं। और जिस दिन मैं गलत करूंगा ना, कोई मुझे बचा नहीं सकता। जिस दिन गलत करूंगा, और जब तक मैंने गलत नहीं किया और मैं कर भी नहीं सकता, सिर कट सकता है, गलत नहीं कर सकता, तो भाई क्यों आप ये छेड़ाछाड़ी क्यों करते हो? तो ये बात तो छोड़ो। अब तो ये सोचो कि आगे करना क्या है। अभी 50,000
तो सवाल मैंने पूछा था इंडियन स्टाइल ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस एंड एमएनसी स्टाइल ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस। आपने इसका पूरा रिप्लाई नहीं किया। आपने आपके दूसरे तरफ कौन है? एमएनसीज हैं, बड़ी बड़ी कंपनियां, विदेशी कंपनियां।
हम फूड में देश की सबसे बड़ी कंपनी है, और जिसको नॉन फूड बोला जाता है, हेयर केयर, डेंट केयर, स्किन केयर, ये सब, इसमें खाली हमसे एक कंपनी आगे है टर्नओवर वाइज, और उसका नाम है यूनिलीवर। और दूसरी कंपनी कोई हमारे पड़ोस में भी नहीं है। पहले मेरा लोग मजाक उड़ाते थे जब मैंने यहीं दिल्ली के अंदर प्रेस करी थी कि हम 5,000 करोड़ का टर्नओवर करेंगे तो लोग हंस रहे थे। जब 10,000 करोड़ बोला तो लोगों ने बोले जो है बाबा का दिमाग खराब हो गया। अब जब पतंजलि का ग्रुप टर्नओवर 50,000 करोड़ का हो गया, अब बोलती बंद है। अरे बोले ये तो कुछ हो रहा है। तो ये है, दुनियादारी ऐसी है।
स्वामी जी, आपकी बिजनेस फिलॉसफी क्या है? आपका बिजनेस टारगेट क्या है? व्हाट इज योर टारगेट? अभी थोड़ी समय में वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमन जी भी आने वाली है, मुझे बोला गया। मगर मैं ये पूछना चाहता हूं कि आपकी व्हाट इज योर बिजनेस टारगेट? क्या आप हिंदुस्तान लीवर के आगे जाना चाहते, यूनिलीवर के आगे जाना चाहते? अगर जाना चाहते हैं तो क्यों? क्योंकि आपका जो लाइफस्टाइल है कुछ तो बदला नहीं है। यू डोंट हैव एनीथिंग टू डू विद द मनी। जी, जैसा
पहले था स्वामी रामदेव, पूरा स्ट्रक्चर और कैरेक्टर में कोई बदलाव नहीं है।
जी स्वामी जी अमेजिंग अमेजिंग।
ये तुम करके दिखाओ।
ये नहीं हुआ मैं शर्टलेस वंडर नहीं बन रहा।
तो देखो मेरा टारगेट है,
ऐश्वर्या को बुलाइए। हाँ,
प्रोडक्ट फॉर मासेज। ये एक अकेला पतंजलि ब्रांड है, अमूल भी इधर है, वो हमारे इस मामले में प्रोडक्ट फॉर मासेज, प्रोडक्ट फॉर मीडियम क्लास एंड प्रोडक्ट फॉर प्रीमियम क्लास। अमूल को छोड़ करके कोई दूसरा हमारे इस कंपटीशन में नहीं है। अभी जो प्रीमियम प्रोडक्ट्स,
बिग कॉम्प्लीमेंट जैन भाई, बहुत बड़ा कॉम्प्लीमेंट है जी।
प्रीमियम प्रोडक्ट्स में अमूल से हम एक चीज में आगे हैं, अमूल से हम गाय के घी में आगे हैं। वो गाय का घी का ब्रांड हमने ऐसा स्टैब्लिश कर दिया, उसमें कोई हमारे आस पड़ोस में ठहर नहीं सका। बाकी हमारा कंपटीशन वैसे अमूल से था भी नहीं, नेस्ले से जरूर था, आगे भी रहेगा, वो एमएनसी है। अमूल खूब आगे बढ़े, पूरा देश और देश के ब्रांड आगे बढ़े। मैं तो पतंजलि का नहीं, मैं तो रिपब्लिक से लेकर के किसी भी भारतीय ब्रांड का ब्रांड एम्बेसडर बनने के लिए, उसको फ्री में प्रमोट करने के लिए तैयार रहता हूं। मेरा मकसद पैसा नहीं है, मेरा मकसद देश है, देश हित
सिर्फ सर्वोपरि है, नॉट जस्ट फॉर पतंजलि। और एक बात कहूं रिपब्लिक के बारे में, 0.0000001% फॉरेन इक्विटीज कंपनी में नहीं है। दूसरी बात, जो टेक्नोलॉजी आपको दिखाई, जो स्टूडियोज दिखाई, पूरी इंप्लीमेंटेशन हमारे टीम ने की, कोई फॉरेन कंसल्टेंट ने आके नहीं की। तो हम भी पूरी 100% स्वदेशी सोच है।
इक्विटी में अभी लिस्टिंग हुआ है कि नहीं हुआ? तो लिस्टिंग हो गई तो वो तो आ जाएगी। वो तो एक
जरूरत नहीं है,
वो प्रोसेस, उसमें आप लोग
ऐश्वर्या को बुलाइए, ऐश्वर्या को बुलाइए। हाँ,
तो
इज ऑन स्टेज। सुचरिता इधर आई। स्वामी जी, आप आज्ञा दें, बहुत इनफॉर्मल हूं आपके साथ। वित्त मंत्री जी बस आने वाली हैं, सुचरिता जी टेक ओवर कर रहे हैं, मैं वापस आ रहा हूं। क्योंकि अगर मैं फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर को वेलकम नहीं करूं तो इट विल बी डिसरिस्पेक्ट। सो इफ यू प्लीज अलाउ।
की बात है कि सुचरिता जी, ये हमारी बहुत पुरानी बहन है।
हमारी बहुत रेस्पेक्टेड एंकर हैं,
बहुत एकदम फायर ब्रांड है
जी। स्वामी जी मैं वापस आ रहा हूं।
आपने सबके अंदर फायर भर रखा है
स्वामी जी, बस आज तो ऊर्जा ही ऊर्जा है इस कॉम्प्लेक्स में। और मैं जाने से पहले एक बात कहूंगा, दैट आई थिंक ही इज द ट्रम्प ऑफ इंडियन बिजनेस। मैं वापस आ रहा हूं।
स्वामी जी, बस इस डर के साथ बैठ रही हूँ कि जो आपने अर्नब वो करने के लिए कहा मुझे नहीं कहेंगे। नहीं, किसी भी तरह का योग, मुझे लगता है हमारे जीवन में योग लाने के पीछे एक बहुत बड़े जो हाथ है वो स्वामी जी का है, इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं है। लेकिन स्वामी जी, जैसा आपने कहा कि जो स्वदेशी वाली सोच है वो हमारी भी है, आपकी भी है, और आपसे मुझे लगता है कि प्रेरणा हमें भी मिलती है जब हम आपको सुनते हैं।
आपका ग्लोबल स्टूडियो में भी देख करके आया,
ग्लोबल एंड मेड इन इंडिया।
ये एक बहुत बड़ी, और एक चीज और देखी मैंने, 98% लोग यहाँ यंग हैं। एक बार उसके लिए भी जोरदार अभिनंदन। भारत युवा देश है, तो वो यहाँ देखने को मूर्त रूप में मिलता है। अभी अर्णव पूछ रहे थे कि आपका टारगेट क्या है। मेरा टारगेट पैसा नहीं है, मेरा टारगेट परमार्थ है। मैंने एक संकल्प दिया है, इंटरनेशनल इन्वेस्टमेंट रिपोर्ट से लेकर के, और दूसरे भी यहाँ पर होंगे आएंगे, मुझसे पूछते हैं व्हाट इज अल्टीमेट बेनिफिशियरी ऑफ पतंजलि। तो मैंने कहा पतंजलि का अल्टीमेट बेनिफिशियरी समाज है, देश है, राष्ट्र है। वी आर यूजिंग 100% प्रॉफिट फॉर चैरिटी, प्रॉस्पेरिटी फॉर चैरिटी। दिस इज अवर फिलॉसफी। अर्थ से परमार्थ की यात्रा है ये स्वार्थ की नहीं, अर्थ से परमार्थ की। पैसा पुण्य के लिए लगना चाहिए। मुझे कोई महल नहीं बनाना, मुझे तो अकिंचन रह करके, हमारे ऋषियों का सिद्धांत है, वैयक्तिक जीवन में तपस अपरिग्रह, वैयक्तिक जीवन में दरिद्रता, सार्वजनिक जीवन में वैभव। इसलिए तो हमारे यहाँ कहते हैं ना, तन में गरीबी मन में फकीरी, दिल में दया राख जोए, संतरी संगत में बैठ मारी सुरता, सांच कमाई जोए, हेली मारी निरब रही जोए, दुनियादारी ओ गणगारी जन भेद मत दी जोए, हेली मारी निरब रही जोए। तो ये दुनियादारी में बड़े ओगुण है, बड़ा उथल पुथल मामला है। सब यूँ सोचते हैं अरे बाबा को कुछ नहीं चाहिए, फिर बाबा ये सब क्यों कर रहा है। मैंने कहा तेरे पेट में क्यों दर्द हो रहा है। स्वामी होकर के ये सब क्यों कर रहा है। मैंने कहा मैं 3 बजे उठ करके रात को 10 बजे तक मैं मेहनत करता हूं ना, मैं अपने आप को खपाता हूं ना, तेरे को परेशानी क्यों हो रही है। सन्यासी को इतना काम क्यों करना चाहिए। मैंने कहा मैं काम कामयाबी के लिए नहीं कर रहा हूं, मैं काम भारत माता की सेवा के लिए कर रहा हूं, मानवता की सेवा के लिए कर रहा हूं। काम क्यों नहीं करना चाहिए, निकम्मे होकर के बैठना चाहिए, प्रमादी अकर्मण्य होकर के बैठना चाहिए। तो लोगों ने मेरे सन्यास पर प्रश्न उठाए, क्या सन्यासी को ये सब कारोबार करना चाहिए। मैंने कहा कारोबार नहीं, ये व्यापार नहीं, ये करोड़ों लोगों के उपचार और उपकार की भावना से 5 लाख लोगों को हमने डायरेक्ट इनडायरेक्ट एम्प्लॉयमेंट दिया हुआ है। और अभी जो आगे हमारा ऑयल पाम और एडिबल ऑयल मिशन है, 5 लाख लोगों को और देने वाला हूँ, 10 लाख लोगों को। मैंने यहाँ पर सुना कितने हजार कितना था यहाँ का भी काफी बड़ा आंकड़ा था, अभी बता रहे थे अर्णव, 1800 लोगों को यहां पर काम मिला हुआ है। तो मैं 10 लाख लोगों को तो रोजगार दूंगा, 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा पतंजलि को आगे लेकर के जाऊंगा। जब भारत की इकोनॉमी 5 ट्रिलियन की होगी और 50 ट्रिलियन की होगी, तो उसमें एक आहुति स्वामी रामदेव और पतंजलि की भी होगी। ये सोच होनी चाहिए, तब बनेगी इकोनॉमी। 5 ट्रिलियन की और 50 ट्रिलियन की कुछ लोग बकवास करते रहते हैं। अच्छा, कुछ लोग ऐसे हैं, मैंने देखा कुछ सोशल मीडिया के भी मेंढक हैं, कुछ फुदक करते रहते हैं, कुछ लोग इधर उधर बकवास करते हैं। भारत में कुछ भी अच्छा नहीं हो रहा, मतलब केवल अंधेरे की बात करते हैं, केवल निराशा की कुंठाओं की बात करते हैं। तो मैं तो एक सकारात्मक सोच के साथ आगे बढ़ता।
और ज़रूरी भी है। आपने स्वामी जी जब ये बात करी, क्योंकि हम एक इंडिया इकोनॉमिक समिट कर रहे हैं, आप जब विदेश जाएं तो बहुत से लोग हैं जो वहाँ पतंजलि का इस्तेमाल अब विदेशों में करते हैं और देश में इसकी चर्चा है। तो जो यहाँ के भारत से बनी, भारत में उपजी इन चीज़ों को जब विदेशों में जब इसका इस्तेमाल होता है, तो आपको लगता है कि वो असल में विकसित भारत है, क्योंकि अब मेड इन इंडिया एंड मेक इन इंडिया की डिमांड बाहर।
ये देखो एक सोच है और ये देश में हमें सोच खड़ी करनी होगी। ये जुनून, कोई भी काम दुनिया में जुनून से होता है। उस जुनून के पीछे फिर पूरा एग्जीक्यूशन होना चाहिए, बैक एंड प्लानिंग होनी चाहिए, उसका अल्टीमेट कंक्लूजन क्या होगा वो सब होना चाहिए। लेकिन जुनून, शौर्य, वीरता, पराक्रम से कोई काम होते हैं। टोयोटा इतना बड़ा ब्रांड कैसे बन गया एक छोटे से देश का?
सही बात।
ह्युंडई छोटे सा एक साउथ कोरिया में खुद गया हूँ, एक छोटा सा देश, और आज से 50 साल पहले उसकी कितनी दरिद्रता का हालात थी। वहाँ से सैमसंग इतना बड़ा कैसे ब्रांड बन गया, ह्युंडई इतना बड़ा ब्रांड कैसे बन गया, और एप्पल इतना बड़ा ब्रांड कैसे बन गया। चलो तो अमेरिका है, वहाँ तो महासागर है। छोटे छोटे देशों के, यूरोप के कुछ छोटे छोटे देशों के इतने बड़े बड़े ब्रांड्स को हम देखते हैं। जब कोलगेट एक वर्ल्ड ब्रांड हो सकता है जिसमें केवल और केवल केमिकल्स हैं, तो दंत कांति वर्ल्ड ब्रांड क्यों नहीं हो सकता है?
सही बात।
ये सोच होनी चाहिए हमारी। तो ऐसे तो सैकड़ों, एलन मस्क को लोग बोलते हैं अब तो ट्रंप के साथ में एक बड़ी जोरदार गठजोड़ हो गया है, और एक ही दिन में 250 लाख करोड़ रुपए उसका मार्केट कैप भी बढ़ गया, और भी आगे पता नहीं क्या क्या होगा। लोग कहते हैं एलन मस्क ने इतने ये कर दिया, इतनी टेक्नोलॉजी लिया है। हमारे पास वो टेक्नोलॉजी है, वी विल प्रोवाइड हेल्थ फॉर वर्ल्ड। ये हमारे पास में ज्ञान है, विज्ञान है, प्रज्ञान है, अनुसंधान है। हम पूरी दुनिया को मधुमेह से मुक्त करेंगे, हम पूरी दुनिया को बीपी से, शुगर से, थायराइड से, अस्थमा से, अर्थराइटिस से, स्ट्रेस, एंजाइटी, डिप्रेशन से, कैंसर से बचाएंगे। कौन बचाएगा? हमारे पास में वो पूर्वजों की विरासत है जिससे हम पूरी दुनिया को स्वास्थ्य भी देंगे, समृद्धि भी देंगे, शांति भी देंगे, और युद्ध से नहीं, दुनिया बुद्ध से और शुद्ध होकर के योग से चलेगी। ये देंगे हम, ये है भारत की सॉफ्ट पावर। तो इस सोच के साथ हमें आगे बढ़ना पड़ेगा। जो हमेशा कुंठाओं में जीते रहते हैं और दूसरों की प्रगति से ईर्ष्या करते हैं, एक दूसरे की टांग खिंचाई करते रहते हैं, उससे देश आगे नहीं बढ़ेगा। तो हमें एक काम तो ये ईर्ष्या खत्म करनी पड़ेगी देश से। अरे दूसरे बढ़ रहे हैं, आप बढ़ने दो ना, अरे अच्छा होगा ना। और ईर्ष्या के साथ साथ हमें कुंठाओं से बाहर निकलना पड़ेगा। मैं तो सुबह उठ करके रोज एक ही प्रार्थना करता हूं, भगवान मेरे पड़ोसियों को सदा सुखी रखियो, क्योंकि वो दुखी रहेंगे तो और मुझे सताएंगे। भगवान मेरे देशवासियों को सुखी रखियो, क्योंकि सबसे ज्यादा व्यक्ति जो है ना, वो अपने जो अड़ोस पड़ोस वाले ना, वो सबसे ज्यादा आपको दुखी रखते हैं। तो इसलिए हमारे यहाँ तो प्रार्थना यहाँ से शुरू होती है, सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः।
सही बात है। और आपने जो थोड़ी देर पहले, मुझे लगता है इतने लोग यहाँ पर हैं, एक बार मैं पूछ ही लेती हूँ सबसे, मुझे लगता है कितने लोग हैं जिन्होंने पतंजलि का इस्तेमाल किया है? जरा एक बार हाथ खड़ा कर दीजिए। देखिए, अब देख लीजिए सर, पूरा ऑडिटोरियम हाथ हटा कर रहा है।
कोई ना कोई,
अब बताइए मुझे।
दंत कांति, किसी ने केश कांति, किसी ने हनी, किसी ने च्यवनप्राश, किसी ने आंवला एलोवेरा, किसी ने गिलोय। कोरोना में तो गिलोय का एक बात बताऊं आपको, कोरोना में भी मुझे पर बहुत प्रश्न चिन्ह लगाए गए। इस देश में यदि योग, आयुर्वेद और गिलोय ना होता, लोग जो है देसी काढ़ा ना पीते, तो करोड़ों लोगों की लाशें बिछ गई होती। लोग बकवास कुछ भी करते रहे, लेकिन ये दुनिया बचेगी तो भारत से बचेगी। और एक लास्ट बात इस संदर्भ में कह देता हूं, लोग कहते हैं पूरी दुनिया में ईसाई इतने, इस्लाम को फॉलो करने वाले इतने, 50 से ज़्यादा देशों में सरिया और फलाने क्या क्या लागू है, इतने देश में इतने लोग कम्युनिज्म को फॉलो करते हैं। मैं कहता हूं वर्ल्ड के 200 से ज़्यादा देशों में 500 करोड़ से ज़्यादा लोग योग में, आयुर्वेद में और सनातन जीवन पद्धति में विश्वास रखते हैं। ये भारत के सनातन धर्म की सबसे बड़ी विजय। जोरदार अभिनंदन है इस सत्य का। कोई कुछ भी बकवास करता रहे, अब मोटू को पतला पतंजलि करेगा।
बहुत वो कर भी चुका है।
सनातन मूल्यों पर चल करके ही दुनिया बचेगी। ये सनातन धर्म की विश्व विजय की जो बात होती है ना, कुछ लोग ये विश्व गुरु भारत, ये परम वैभवशाली भारत, ये जगत गुरु भारत, ये 5 ट्रिलियन, ये 10 ट्रिलियन, ये 30 ट्रिलियन डॉलर की जो इकोनॉमी का 2047 तक अमेरिका से बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था भारत को बनाने का जो सपना है, तो उसके लिए बहुत से लोग बहुत जो है फुहड़ तरीके की, घटिया तरीके की बातें करते हैं। लेकिन आखिर पूरी दुनिया को हम एक दृष्टि से नहीं, हम धर्म भी देंगे, पूरी दुनिया को अर्थ भी देंगे, हम पूरी दुनिया के सत्य संकल्पों को भी पूर्ण करेंगे, और पूरी दुनिया पूर्णता की, तृप्ति की अनुभूति कैसे करें। हमारी 2 तरह की यात्रा, आत्मनिर्माण की और आत्मनिर्वाण की। अब ये बड़े बड़े हिंदी के शब्द बोल दिए मैंने, थोड़ा इंग्लिश कमजोर है मेरी।
स्वामी जी, आप जब बहुत पहले के समय में आपने कई बार इस बारे में बात की कि कैसे एक मल्टीनेशनल कंपनीज का अटैक आप पर रहा, लेकिन अभी जब आप कहते हैं, थोड़ी देर पहले आप अर्नब से कह रहे थे कि मेरा जो भगवा है इसकी वजह से भी मुझ पर हमला हुआ, तो आपको लगता है कि बहुत से लोग अपनों में भी ऐसे हैं जो हमला करते हैं आप पर?
है ना, भारत में भी योग के, आयुर्वेद के, सनातन के, भगवा के, ऋषियों की विरासत के विरोधी भरे पड़े हैं और बड़े खूंखार हैं, बड़े खूंखार हैं। उनको खौफ लगता है स्वामी राम, अरे ये भगवा गया। अरे मैंने गांव की भाषा में बोलूं तो हमने एक बार बोल दिया था, फिर वीडियो वायरल हो गया। मैंने भाई उनका क्या बिगाड़ा ये बताओ। गांव की भाषा में बोलो, उनकी खूड खोद दिए, कि उनकी भैंस खोल ली, कि उनकी पूंछ पाड़ दी, क्या काम कर दिया भाई? क्यों परेशान है भाई? मैंने तुम्हारा बुरा क्या किया है? तो बात खाली यहां तक नहीं है, ये पूरा नैरेटिव है इस देश के अंदर, और वो यहां से नहीं चल रहा है। उनको
कहां से चल रहा है?
मिडिल ईस्ट के तेल और गैस के इस्लामिक देशों के पैसे आ रहे हैं, उनके यूरोप के और चर्च के भी पैसे आ रहे हैं, किसी को चाइना से पैसे आ रहे हैं। अब स्वामी रामदेव को तो एक कौड़ी चाइना से नहीं आएगी, क्योंकि मैं तो कम्युनिज्म वाला हूँ नहीं, मैं तो स्पिरिचुअलिज्म वाला हूँ, नेशनलिज्म वाला हूँ। मुझे कोई मिडिल ईस्ट से, कोई यूरोप से तो उस तरह से मदद नहीं मिलेगी जैसे 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज़्यादा कुछ कानूनी कुछ गैर कानूनी आ रहा था, इस्लाम को बढ़ाने के लिए, ईसाइयत को बढ़ाने के लिए, कम्युनिज्म को बढ़ाने के लिए 1-1 लाख करोड़ रुपए अलग अलग सोर्सों से आ रहा था। स्वामी रामदेव किसी की बैसाखियों पर खड़ा नहीं हुआ, इस देश के करोड़ों लोगों के विश्वास पर खड़ा हुआ है। वहां तो ज़कात देते हैं, वहां तो अलग अलग प्रकार के बहुत सी बातें आती हैं। मुझे कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, इस्लाम वाले इस्लाम को बढ़ाएं, अपने मदरसों को बढ़ाएं, मस्जिदों को बढ़ाएं, अपने चर्चों को बढ़ाएं, अपने धर्मांतरण का कार्य भी कर रहे हैं, वो सब करते रहे। अरे तुम्हारे ऊपर हमने एक भी व्यक्ति का मजहब नहीं बदला। वो थोड़ी सी सेवा करते हैं, डिस्पेंसरी चलाते हैं। मदर टेरेसा जी का मैं सम्मान करता हूं उनकी सेवा के लिए, लेकिन मदर टेरेसा ने यह धर्म तरफ परिवर्तन किया कि नहीं किया? जब उनको भारत रत्न दिया जा सकता है तो मैं उससे 100 गुना ज्यादा भारत माता का रत्न हूं। मैंने उनसे 100 गुना ज्यादा सेवा की इस देश में, लेकिन उनको भारत रत्न मिलेगा क्योंकि उनके ऊपर टैग एक दूसरा लगा है ना। ये मामला गड़बड़ है। स्वामी रामदेव ने मजहब नहीं बदला किसी का, और मेरा मजहबी एजेंडा भी नहीं है। मेरा एजेंडा भारत माता की सेवा है। मैंने किसी को कभी भी किसी धर्म के अंदर मैंने कभी सुना कि स्वामी रामदेव ने किसी को, मुसलमान को हिंदू बना दिया, ईसाई को किसी को हिंदू बना दिया। और करोड़ों लोग योग आयुर्वेद को फॉलो कर रहे हैं। मैं किसी को मजहबी व्यक्ति बनाने में विश्वास नहीं करता, मैं तो इंसान को इंसान बनाने में विश्वास रखता हूँ। और फिर भी लोग प्रश्न करते, करने तो क्या फर्क पड़ता है।
तो स्वामी जी, ये तो पूंजी है आपकी। मुझे लगता है आप जब कहते हैं कि इतने लोगों को आपने योग दिया और कितने लोगों को आपकी पतंजलि के सामान से फायदा भी हुआ, तो मुझे तो यहाँ पे बैठे सब लोग जब हाथ खड़ा कर रहे हैं कि वो पतंजलि के प्रोडक्ट्स यूज कर रहे हैं, तो आप सोच लीजिए और कहाँ कहाँ जाए। आपको
तो
यहीं से गवाही मिल रही है।
मेरे साथ कितनी बार योग कर चुकी है, अभी तो वैसे ज्यादा मोटी तो नहीं हुई है, लेकिन अब जो है जब रिपब्लिक बढ़ रहा है तो थोड़ा बहुत तो बढ़ेगी सुचरिता भी। लेकिन जो है ये खुद भी मैं तो देखता हूँ, जितने भी एंकर हो ना, सब एलोवेरा जेल लगाया करो, नहीं तो मेकअप करने के बाद चमड़ी खराब हो जाएगी। हाँ,
अच्छा, ये वाला स्वामी जी सेशन अलग से करेंगे, ये वाला सेशन अलग से करेंगे बाद में। क्योंकि यहाँ पर जो बहुत सारे लोग आपको सुनने आए हैं, मुझे लगता है कि उनकी उत्सुकता इस बात से भी है कि जो भारत में जो एक तरह से अपना काम शुरू करते हैं, और आप एक बहुत बड़ी प्रेरणा है उनके लिए, क्योंकि आप हमेशा कहते हैं कि भाई राष्ट्र प्रथम रखकर आगे काम करो।
जीरो से स्टार्ट किया,
जीरो से स्टार्ट करा।
जब मैं हरिद्वार गया, मेरे पास चढ़ने के लिए एक साइकिल भी नहीं थी, ना स्कूटर था, ना कोई गाड़ी थी, लेकिन एक हौसला था, एक विजन था, और उसको एग्जीक्यूट करने के लिए मैंने 18 घंटे काम किया। पिछले 50 वर्षों से एक दिन भी मैंने छुट्टी नहीं की है, छुट्टी की छुट्टी, नो रेस्ट। मैं कहता हूं आराम हराम है, कार्यांतर ही विश्राम है, चरई वेती स्वस्थि पंथा मनुचरी में सूर्य चंद्रमसा भी, यही जीवन है।
मुझे एक बात बताइए, जब आप ये कहते हैं, क्योंकि जो देश के प्रधानमंत्री हैं उनके बारे में भी यही बात कही जाती है कि चरई वेती, वो बिना रुके बिना थके काम करते हैं। आपको लगता है कि इस देश में अगर संस्थाओं को आगे बढ़ना है तो उसके लिए इस तरह की प्रेरणा भी जरूरी है?
देखिए, मोदी जी ने देश के लिए बहुत बड़ा पुरुषार्थ किया है। उनके क्रिटिक्स भी इस बात को मानते हैं, आलोचक भी, कि भाई इस आदमी का मेहनत में मुकाबला नहीं कर सकते, इस आदमी का बोलने में मुकाबला नहीं कर सकते, इस आदमी का जो पब्लिक कनेक्ट है उसमें मुकाबला नहीं कर सकते, इस आदमी की सोच का मुकाबला नहीं कर सकते, इस आदमी के एजुकेशन का मुकाबला नहीं कर सकते, इस आदमी की जो कूटनीति है, राजनीति और जो वैश्विक नीति है, विदेश नीति है, उसका मुकाबला नहीं कर सकते, इस आदमी की फिटनेस का भी मुकाबला नहीं कर सकते। देखो 73-74 साल, अभी 74 लग जाएगा, 73 साल की उम्र में कितने एनर्जेटिक हैं। कल भी शाम को हम मिले तो एकदम ऊर्जा से लबरेज थे। तो मैंने कहा जब इतनी सब चीज़ों में मुकाबला नहीं कर सकते तो मुकाबला करोगे किस में? तो लोग व्यर्थ में आलोचना करते हैं। देखो मोदी जी का व्यक्तित्व जैसे एक हिमालय जैसा, अरे अपने व्यक्तित्व बढ़ाओ ना और पुरुषार्थ करो। देखो आलोचना करते करते राहुल गांधी जी ने एक भारत यात्रा की, तो जितना उन्होंने पुरुषार्थ किया उनको फल मिल गया। तो वो सीखे ना मोदी जी से, भाई उन्होंने यात्रा की, कुछ तो फल मिला ना उनको। पुरुषार्थ सभी को फलता है। इसलिए मैं तो एक ही स्लोगन देता हूं, अखंड प्रचंड पुरुषार्थ, पुरुषार्थ की पराकाष्ठा। और वो पुरुषार्थ की पराकाष्ठा आपको पतंजलि में दिखती है, स्वामी रामदेव में दिखती है, वो अर्णव में दिखती है, वो सुचरिता में दिखती है, और वो जो है नरेंद्र भाई मोदी में दिखती है, वो अमित शाह में भी दिखती है। और जितना जितना मैं तो पक्ष विपक्ष के बीच में कहता हूं, मैं तो विपक्ष शब्द को ही पसंद नहीं करता, प्रतिपक्ष शब्द को मैं ज़्यादा प्रश्रय देता हूं और निष्पक्ष होकर के बात कहता हूं। सब मिलके पुरुषार्थ करो, इसमें भूल जाओ कौन लीड जो है रूलिंग पार्टी में है, कौन अपोजिशन में, पक्ष विपक्ष प्रतिपक्ष, इन सब से को भूल करके देश को आगे बढ़ाओ।
मुझे लगता है आज जिस सेशन के बाद वो पुरुषार्थ यहाँ बैठे सब में नजर आएगा, क्योंकि आपके जो प्रेरणादायक शब्द हैं वो उन तक सब तक पहुंचे हैं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद स्वामी जी इस बातचीत के लिए, समय के लिए, और यहाँ रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क के स्टूडियो
और
में आने के
एक ये इकोनॉमिक समिट है
जी।
इकोनॉमी क्या का हिंदी में ट्रांसलेशन क्या है? अर्थ। पुरुषार्थ का निष्कर्ष ही अर्थ है। इसलिए पुरुषार्थ करेंगे, अर्थ मिलेगा, इकोनॉमी आगे बढ़ेगी, भारत आगे बढ़ेगा। और भारत जब स्वस्थ, संगठित और शक्तिशाली होगा, उसकी बार्गेनिंग पावर बढ़ेगी, तब हमें अमेरिका से लेकर के, यूएन से लेकर के, चाइना, रसिया से लेकर के कोई चैलेंज नहीं कर सकेगा। इसी के साथ बोलो भारत माता की
जय। बिल्कुल, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद स्वामी जी, बहुत बहुत।
Thank you, Baba Ramdev ji. We have an announcement to make. We have the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman in the house. She will be entering. She's inside the Republic Media Network headquarters. The Union Finance Minister will be entering the auditorium any minute now. So I'm requesting all our delegates, speakers, and those in the audience to please take their seats so that we make way for the Finance Minister of India, Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman. She will be entering the auditorium any minute now.
Encompassed in, it is not about the 3.5 lakh square feet of studio space. It is not about the hundreds of cameras or strobe lights or this beautiful auditorium, but it is about the passion. Public Media Network, a one of its kind, completely special news organization in the world today. The fundamentals of this organization are very clear, and I must emphasize them again. What makes Republic special beyond the news complex, beyond what you will see today, is the fact that the Republic Media Network is the only independently journalist-owned news organization of this scale in the world, not just in India. And at a time when corporates and corporate entities think that they can buy over the media business, the Republic Media Network stands as a colossus challenging that idea, believing that it is journalists first, editorial first, news first. For us, news is not a business. For us, news is a passion. For us, news is a service for this country. And to do that service, we need to be independent. Independent in spirit, independent in thinking, independent in ownership, independent in finances, and independent in our ideology. So, ladies and gentlemen, the Republic Media Network will always stand the test of time as the only independently run journalist-owned news network professionally managed in a country which is the world's largest democracy, and as some global leader said yesterday, the next global superpower. This network, this complex, is a service for that. And we are proud of that. And I'm so proud of our people. I'm so proud of our people. Ladies and gentlemen, this Republic Media Network headquarters is by far the most advanced, state-of-the-art, extremely technologically advanced, massively scaled up news complex, the one of its kind in the country, the largest in Asia, and possibly, though I haven't put a record to measure the tape and the length of this organization, it is possibly where we are today, one of the largest news complexes in the world today. It is not about the number of acres that this complex is encompassed in. It is not about the 3.5 lakh square feet of studio space. It is not about the hundreds of cameras or strobe lights or this beautiful auditorium. But it is about the passion that makes the Republic Media Network a one of its kind, completely special news organization in the world today. The fundamentals of this organization are very clear, and I must emphasize them again. What makes Republic special beyond the news complex, beyond what you will see today, is the fact that the Republic Media Network is the only independently journalist-owned news organization of this scale in the world, not just in India. And at a time when corporates and corporate entities think that they can buy over the media business, the Republic Media Network stands as a colossus challenging that idea, believing that it is journalists first, editorial first, news first. For us, news is not a business. For us, news is a passion. For us, news is a service for this country.
This year, which is Viksit Bharat, Bullseye. Ladies and gentlemen, our chief guest, Nirmala Sitharaman.
I request you all to take your seats, as I'd also like to request Mr. Arnab Goswami to come up on stage and introduce our speaker, who's all set to take on the journey of rising from Bharat. But before that, we'll play out the AV, please.
Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman, the epitome of Bharat's Nari Shakti, is a leader whose journey is a testament to her strength, intellect, and unwavering dedication to the country. After completing her early education in Chennai and Tiruchirappalli, she went on to earn a bachelor's degree in economics from Sita Lakshmi Ramaswamy College in 1980, laying a strong foundation in economic principles. She further pursued her passion for economics by enrolling in Jawaharlal Nehru University, or JNU, in New Delhi, where she earned her Master of Arts degree in economics in 1984. During her JNU days, Ms. Sitharaman was actively involved in student politics and community work through the Free Thinkers Group. This early involvement laid the groundwork for her future role on the political center stage. In her early career, Nirmala Sitharaman has served as a senior manager in research and development for PricewaterhouseCoopers and briefly with the BBC World Service in London. In the 1990s, Nirmala Sitharaman's return to India marked a profound new chapter in her life. In Hyderabad, she turned to education, a field she valued immensely, and founded the Pranava School. Her foray into public life began in 2003 when she was appointed a member of the National Commission for Women. By 2008, Ms. Sitharaman formally entered politics, joining the Bharatiya Janata Party, where she took on the role of national spokesperson in 2010. Her logical reasoning skills and the ability to put up an intellectual argument quickly earned her respect within the party and admiration from the media. In 2014, as a new era dawned in India with the victory of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Ms. Sitharaman was appointed as the Minister of State for Commerce and Industry with independent charge. Her role during this period was pivotal as she worked tirelessly to reshape India's trade and industry policies, making India a more attractive destination for global investments. In 2017, she broke a big perception barrier in politics by becoming India's first full-time woman defence minister. As Defence Minister, Nirmala Sitharaman played a pivotal role in furthering the Modi government's push for Atmanirbhar Bharat in defence. She was the driving force behind crucial defence initiatives and policy reforms that strengthened India's security apparatus. She stood firmly behind India's armed forces as the front-running lieutenant of Prime Minister Narendra Modi during the Balakot airstrikes. In 2019, Nirmala Sitharaman shattered yet another glass ceiling by being appointed as India's first full-time woman finance minister. Under her leadership, the Ministry of Finance has implemented a series of economic measures aimed at fostering growth, attracting investment, and simplifying tax structure. Most notable among these has been stabilizing of the goods and services tax regime, Modi government's showcase tax reform of the indirect taxes in India. Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman has navigated the country through the economic turbulences such as the COVID-19 pandemic with the dexterity of a seasoned captain. Her work on the Modi government's flagship initiatives such as the Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana and the UPI has transformed India's financial landscape, bringing banking facilities at the doorstep of every citizen. This year, she became India's first finance minister to have presented 7 consecutive union budget speeches. Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman's story serves as an inspiration for countless young men and women in India and around the world, proving that with determination, integrity, and perseverance, one can rise to the highest echelons of leadership and make a lasting impact on society. Me to come up on stage and welcome
Nirmala ji, we are truly delighted and honored and overwhelmed and happy and extremely proud that you have graced our first event on this brand new campus as our chief keynote speaker and our chief guest. So this means a lot to me personally.
Thank you.
And you have always been very kind, but today you've taken out time on a weekday to come here. We are so happy. We are so proud. We cannot express it in words. I'm sure that when you took that little walk with us, the sentiment carried through, ma'am.
I'm sure, yes.
Thank you. Ma'am, I wanted to start this conversation by thanking you on behalf of every fellow Indian for what you have done as a leader. And I'm sure I speak for everyone in the room, I'm sure, do I not? For the fortitude, strength, the calm, and the solidity that you have brought to the office of Union Finance Minister, which has seen so many illustrious predecessors in the past and held the country's hand through this extremely difficult and tough times of COVID, and been such a strong support in the Modi government. So may I please request another round of applause before I get to the questions.
Thank you.
I was asked by everyone that before you speak to her, express our gratitude to her. So on behalf of everyone, I think we need to do that.
Thank you.
Nirmala ji, a broad question to start with. How do you view India's economic and financial prospects as you begin the third term of the Modi government?
I think each one of us can be confident and be sure that because of a good visionary leadership, which saw through India through the difficult times and has the vision to take it forward with destinations expressed clearly, not we're going along, we will reach. No, clearly what is it in the next 2 years? What is it in the next few more years? And what is it that we want to do by 2047? With that kind of a visionary leadership, which is strong in a sense, inside the person, the strength of bearing with the challenges and also the kind of demands that come off, that is the strength I'm talking about of a leadership. And you find that in Prime Minister Modi, and I will say this up front before I even open up this conversation with Arnab. A leader of that nature, keeping a team of people working with him, gives the confidence to the ordinary citizen that you are in safe hands, we will work hard, there shall not be any corruption, we are clear where we want to go along with you. It's not a dream of the leader alone. People are also resonating that voice. So to be in that team, I feel very humbled and honored. And all the praise that Arnab might give me, saying, this is what you brought to this position, this is what you did. It's a big team under Prime Minister Modi. And it is that team which is delivering it. And I don't think personally and individually I am doing some miracle. No, it's a large team and a very firm leadership which says, let's go together. If there are little challenges, if there are, criticism, we'll take it in our stride. But it is that leadership, therefore, which gives me the confidence to tell you here as an answer to this question. We as Indians can be confident that we are being very clearly taken through a phase which is full of challenges. And it is only because of that in the last few years, and it is only because of that in the coming few years, not just my assessment, global observers of Indian economy have very clearly said, India is growing as the fastest growing large economy. It shall continue to be that next year. It shall continue to be that for the next year after that as well. These are not words which I'm putting here. And therefore, the one thing which I would say, even Arnab was asking me as I was walking here, saying you went to Mexico, you went to US, what has happened? The first thing I will tell you, whilst Indian citizens are confident in the leadership, Indian citizens have voted
Prime Minister Modi back for the third term because they want stability, they want good governance, they want a leadership which will place India above all. There are, of course, within India, voices which pull down our confidence. I don't know if I've said this once in Arnab's own program. Sorry, I'm giving you a very big answer for this
I'm
question.
listening very keenly, ma'am.
In the Mahabharata,
Yes.
you would have heard how Karna's confidence was brought down only by Khan Barna, the chap who was with him as his Rathasarathi. By mistake came this side. He was meant to be there along with the Pandavas, but by mistake he's here. But he tells Karna, "Arey, you won't win, yeah. You can't achieve this. You are not capable. Who are you fighting against?" And again, continuously pouring that negativity, continuously pouring that pessimism, hurt Karna's self-confidence. He was as good as a warrior as Arjuna was. But that one draining of the confidence of Karna also contributed. I'm not saying that was the only reason, but also contributed to the less than great performance of Karna himself. Now, I'm bringing that example to say, while the whole world observes India, that against severe odds, which are globally everybody facing odds, not just India, India's own challenges are also there for us. We are somehow, along with the people's strength, moving forward with a clear leadership, stable policies, good taxation structure. Yes, we can do more for middle class. But with all this, we are able to move. But within India, there are many shalyas. So that brings your confidence down. I would appeal to everybody that these are not observations about India's strengths, achievements, and further possibility of higher achievements which are made by us. These are observed by everybody. So I would appeal through your program, Arnab, in answer to your first question, we need to have confidence in ourselves. There's a good leadership. There's a great understanding of how to take India forward. There will be challenges. There are questions about, no, burden is more on me, burden is less on them. We'll address all of them. But be confident that we are going the right path. We will achieve the destinations.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I'm so well started by you. And in fact, I do think that as we go from 3.7, 3.8, 5 trillion, 10 trillion, I always say this, and whenever I get a chance to the younger generation, they never take your growth for granted.
Yes.
And you told me this once when we met last time in the finance ministry, and you said that everything, Arnab, is well thought out. Do not assume that our policy post-Ukraine, I can share this with your permission. I was having a little informal conversation with the finance minister, and she told me that everything of our country's position on economic issues during and after the start of the Ukraine crisis was very, very well thought out. And the only thing that mattered for the Prime Minister was national interest, and national interest alone. Madam Finance Minister, now we are in a slightly different situation, and we have to, I believe, prepare for a post-Ukraine situation as well. We have a new president in the US, president-elect, who has committed to ending the war within 24 hours. Even if it doesn't, it's almost seen as a certainty that it will end. My question to you is, what will the post-Ukraine economy look like? We have done very well in this period during the trajectory of the war. Should the trajectory of the war change? And because we took certain decisions, like we became the second largest buyer of Russian crude oil. Our refined oil exports went up massively to Europe. Our exports of fuels like diesel to the EU surged by 50-60%. We benefited from that. A follow-up question is, and what every observer will want to know, Madam Finance Minister, is, should the war end? Should the trajectory of the war in Ukraine end? How does our economic policies, how do our fiscal policies, and how does our approach to the world change after that? Will we have to do some resetting?
See, I think it is not just the Ukraine war, even very many other developments which happen and which keep happening. make us continuously be dynamic in our decision making and keep resetting.
Yes.
So it's not as if we are waiting for that one day when peace is going to come on Ukraine and therefore we are going to change and reset ourselves. Reset happens like in many small steps continuously, and it's an ongoing thing. But the first thing first, Ukraine war is something which PM has also said, we want peace, we want talks, we want, normalcy restored and so on.
Absolutely.
We are always in favor of peace and diplomatic solutions to problems. We've never promoted aggression. We've never promoted unilaterally aggression. And therefore, on that ground, there is no change. We continue to keep that. But post the war, or post any other situation, post the US elections,
Yes.
and the kind of results which have come, as always, you asked me about reset. I'm using
Yes.
the word consciously. As always,
Yes.
we'll keep India's interest on the top. So
Wonderful.
that's the reset. And that is the reset each time on doing things, but each time we keep India on the top, India's interest on the top.
Yes. Ma'am, in that follow-up to that question, you recently came back from Mexico and then you had meetings in Washington, very, very recently. One particular comment of yours I found very interesting, and it's in the context of putting national interest first. If I may quote, you said that while we welcome business and investment in India, I think you said this in Washington, there must be safeguards in place given India's sensitive neighborhood. And now we need as much FDI inflow as we want. We can get 100 billion, we can get a 150 billion, it will still not be enough. How do you balance, for example, the economic potential of welcoming Chinese investments or investments from other countries with the imperative of maintaining our national security interests and our economic sovereignty as well? Because your comment was seen in that context. If you can please elaborate on that.
Yeah, certainly, because FDIs come from different parts of the world. And FDI coming from the last known destination may not be the destination from where that FDI springs up, if I can use that word. FDI coming from the last known destination can also be from so many different other sources coming via that destination. Your national interest being what it is, you want to be sure, ultimately, where is it coming from? And there's no compromise here. We are not making trouble to any investment which wants to genuinely come in India and be invested in India and create jobs in India. We want those investments, but we also want that so-called screen behind the investment source also to be opened up. We'd like to go through the screen and say, where exactly is it coming from? Let's understand it.
Yes.
We're not stopping anybody. We want, actually, we are inviting people to come and invest in India. Where else would you have a law-abiding society, jurisprudence and everything common law-based, which everybody knows? Delays may happen in the courts, but you get your justice, and in a transparent fashion. Youth who are very skilled, who can contribute to production. The growing middle class, which has the purchasing power and therefore a captive domestic market. So what better for an FDI compared to anywhere else? So FDIs are invited, we want more of it, but we also want to be sure that who indeed is bringing that investment.
Ma'am, every word of yours is watched very closely nowadays, ma'am. And I can say this, that even when she was spokesperson of the BJP, Ms. Nirmala Sitharaman never spoke a word out of place. And as Union Finance Minister, she's measuring every word, because every comment here will be measured by the markets, companies, private sector and foreign investors. So she said something which I think has great significance. I don't know if you saw the recent comment of Vladimir Putin about the Indian economy. Did you see that a few days back, what he said? He said, Nirmala ji, that India deserves, this Vladimir Putin, I think a couple of days back, viral story, India deserves to be considered a global superpower, according to Mr. Putin, And he cited India's fast-growing economy and our ancient culture. So I think this is an incredible statement coming in, and it's an expression of his belief. Do you think the world will respond to us differently as we grow? I always wonder about it. Now we may be an object of interest, then investment, then curiosity, then competition, and then people think it might get ugly. Will it always be possible, in your view, for India to navigate on one course without being attached to a bloc? This question in my mind in the context of our dramatic decisions vis-a-vis Russia after Ukraine. Can we continue to be non-aligned? And if so, how far? We have leaders like Trump coming in who believe in building tariffs, who say anyone out there who attempts de-dollarization, I will put 100% tariff on them. Very, very protectionist, very aggressive. So will things change? Again, it's a follow-up of the previous question, but will things change in your view?
I'm not sure we'll ever in India change from being non-aligned. The expression may change. You're not going to be able to explicitly be with one group of nations as opposed to another group of nations. You are going to constantly keep friends everywhere. You need to keep friends everywhere. And why, pray, should you do that? Whether it is unipolar world, bipolar world, or multipolar world as we face now, India's given position and India's inherent belief and our geopolitical location necessitates us to be consistent in one thing, that you recognize you have friends everywhere. Circumstances may change, but your friendship and alignment with each one of them should continue. You cannot, at the cost of becoming indifferent or even alienating some group, that position, I think, has served us well, and it will continue to serve.
May I follow up? In Washington, during that panel discussion recently on the Bretton Woods institutions' priorities in the next decade, I think that was the subject of your panel discussion. One comment of India's finance minister got quoted a lot, where you said, and I quote, that no country, and we feel proud when we hear you talk like this, where Ms. Sitharaman, you said in Washington that no country, whether the US or China, can ignore India's growing influence. Now again, with Donald Trump returning to office, his stance on trade and tariffs will be a big factor in Indo-US relations, Ms. Sitharaman. Right from 2018, Trump has been describing India as a very, very, very tough negotiator. He calls us a big abuser of tariffs. He has tremendous praise for the Prime Minister. He speaks so warmly of him, but at the same time, in the next sentence, he says India is a big abuser on tariffs. Now, in September 2024, he reiterated that India imposes heavy tariffs. Given these statements, how do you see our country navigating potential challenges on Trump's tariff policies? Will we climb down? Or can we hold our own? Because we have to protect our economic interests, but we also have to protect our geostrategic relationship with the United States. If you can elaborate on that.
Well, I think one thing is very clear. If, under the leadership of the Prime Minister, we were able to navigate during COVID and immediately after COVID, when the challenges were like never seen before, they were not challenges which you had experienced earlier. You found a solution earlier, so you could copy-paste that solution now. No, they were unique challenges. Even so, you had a Prime Minister who could logically explain why India had to take a position and justify it. And there was a lot of effort to explain where India is coming from. The simple example of the Russian oil.
Yes.
The simple example of COVID time measures. The simple example of vaccinations which came from abroad, which required 1,000 conditions to be met.
Yes.
And imagine the conflict, the dharma sankata of a Prime Minister. He wants to give vaccination to our people at the earliest. The process of getting our own vaccines ready is taking a bit more time. In the meanwhile, the temptation is that we can get the vaccines from outside. but it came with so many conditions. Were you ready to compromise on those conditions and get them? It's a different story that those vaccinations and their human fitness, as they say, are being questioned now. I'm not talking with the benefit of that doubt which is there. I'm not talking from that, advantage of a future looking back at the past. But at that time, the Dharma Sankata that he faced, but made sure that we brought in something which was adept for Indian use, with India's own. These are not decisions which would have gone down well with many people outside. But he had the, if anything, that the strength of the inner self of the person, that quality of that leader, who could go sit, look into eye of the opponent and say, no, please, we are doing this because of this reason. And it stood by us like a rock. The decisions have served us. And that is what is going to be carried forward as well. So even with the US case that you're putting before me, and about the tariffs, and that we've been accused of being abuser of the tariffs that we use, it is possible to explain every tariff that we have levied. It's not to control imports. But yet, do I have a responsibility towards the companies, for instance, in India, the capacities that is existing in India to produce some goods, and we go about importing those goods or those goods in broken down fashion and then reassemble them? Do we have a moral authority to kill or nip in the bud those who are growing in India and who can produce in India? I need to give that protection for them as well. As much as I have to encourage industries which need those imports. Imports are required. Intermediary goods are required to be imported. I will have to encourage that. I will lift the tariffs on them, provided it doesn't, intended or unintended, hurt my own capacity to produce. I have to balance the two.
Very important. Ma'am, it's a very important statement that you've made out here. I think this itself will make headlines, and I think I commend you for this thinking, because, in the early 90s, liberalization was good, but I personally, we as reporters saw certain industries like drugs and pharmaceuticals go through a tsunami that they were not prepared for. And it's not necessary that the foreign alternative is always the better alternative. It may be the cheaper alternative. It's not always the better alternative. So I think there's a great lesson in what you said there. You were talking about insights. Our entire audience here would like a little bit of how the functioning in the government works. And I'm sure you can share a little bit, maybe 1%, 10% of, and I can take the liberty with you, which others may not be able to. How is the thinking with the Prime Minister, with you, when you sit for cabinet meetings? They just give us the inner, view of how the decision making is happening. I'm sure Prime Minister has a clear target. And you said the inner thinking, the strategy he has. How do the decisions get taken? And what is that eye of the fish out there? As Arjuna hit the eye of the fish. What is the eye of the fish for the government, for the Modi government in term 3? Would we want a slightly broader, non-technical question I'm asking with? I can, if you don't mind, share that. How is it happening?
Well, first of all, no decision is taken in one sitting.
Achha.
No decision is taken with just one meeting. No decision is taken only with a few people who give their inputs. The vast expanse of people who have anything to do with it are brought into the discussion forum.
Okay.
May not be in one sitting, but in several sittings. One group is heard, another group is heard, third group is heard. All their inputs are again thrashed around. So the hearing stage of it, every opinion is heard. And I don't need to say to you for the first time, I'm sure I'm not saying it for the first time, many people must have told you, the Prime Minister's one quality which is amazing is he hears you without any disturbance.
Yeah, he's a great
There's
listener.
no phone call, there's no, all right, I've heard this 1,000 times, stop it. None of that. He hears you out, he hears you out. And there are times when you go back thinking, oh my God, I shouldn't have said this. Because he has not responded to you, but he already knows it, or he thinks that, oh, what a foolish argument, but No, he never says any of that. He hears you out in full. So no decision is taken in one round. No decision is taken with just a few people. So, rounds and rounds of discussion, and in all that, he sits through patiently. Second, after all the discussion is carried forward, again one set of consultation, not at his level, at the level of the PMO officials who have the domain knowledge. And finally, when it is all drafted into some kind of a written form, the language is gone through so that there is no loose wording which will be subject to any kind of misinterpretation. And after that is when it actually comes to the cabinet. And before the cabinet, the Prime Minister has gone through the document and comes fully seized of what is in it. But even then, he doesn't stop the ministers from discussing. Hey, no, but you said this, what's about it? Cross-consultation, discussion, questioning one another happens, and only then a final call is taken. But at every stage, and I'm saying this because I truly think so, believe so, and at every stage, he's done his homework. There are times when you probably are going with less homework done, but he's done his homework.
This is a very difficult situation for those presenting to him. I've often been told that, but he comes to the nub of the issue.
Yes.
Nub of the issue, and he focuses on that nub of the issue, which is an incredible gift. What an achievement you've had. Can I share some numbers? I feel people keep talking about 5 trillion, 6 trillion, 10 trillion. Can I share 2-3 numbers which I think are the real achievements of the Modi government? We have such fantastic audience here today. Inflation, then and now. Then 8.2% CAGR of inflation between 04 to FY14. Now 5% CAGR of inflation between 14 to 23. I don't have this year's latest numbers. FDI, then 305 billion. Now I think it is almost 600 billion were the last. But I think the incredible thing, Aman, for startups, 350 as of 2014 and 1,40,803 now. This is, just open it up. And I feel if there was a theme, it would be just unleash. I think all we have to do in this country, Nirmala ji, is unleash. Don't you see that?
That's right.
Haven't you seen a change in the recent times as well? You know, then there were 5 cities with metro rail. Today we have 24 cities with metro rail. I'm told they're going to go over 50 soon. 70 airports, 140 airports, 200 in the future. So we are headed towards explosive growth. What will we have to change in our government systems to adjust to that change of growth? The question is, the country will go from 3 to 4 to 30 faster than we expect. We'll be more urbanized. I heard today 50% urbanization. Transport systems will change. Aspirations will change. Now my question is, what do you, in your view, in the government systems, the regulations, the systems, and you spoke recently about, you had a great meeting, by the way, recently about amending of the IT Act, which was also one of the promises you had in your budget. And I was so impressed to see you do a follow-up meeting on what you did. Finance ministers often don't do. Ms. Sitharaman, broad question. And every audience member wants to know, we will grow. How will the government have to change vis-a-vis the citizens in terms of systems, regulations, and way of handling things?
I'll say something, but which I don't want to get misunderstood, but I will say it, and therefore I'll explain it also. The tendency, I suppose it's inherited from the British time and also the 70 years, is to be cautious. The tendency again is also to be careful that you're not letting out too much. Somewhere giving you the feeling that the trust on the citizen is less and the trust on the administration is more. The trust on the citizen is what Prime Minister Modi wants completely shifted in favor of the citizen. And in that, every measure you take is still requiring of more measures to be taken, and we are doing that. But sometimes it does happen that you've gone 2 steps forward, but for some reason you come 1 step backward. In the 10 years, that has been the one thing on which sometimes I think the attitude of the government and the attitude of the voting public and those who don't even vote is that this relationship should be on trust basis. Government should trust its citizens. Prime Minister Modi is fully in favor of that. All of us are making our efforts for it. But I can't say the work is done. It's probably requires a lot more to be done. That when we prepare ourselves for a policy or a policy shifting or a tweaking of some policy, that should be the overriding consideration. It doesn't come first, it comes on asking. So that is the constant change that we'll have to keep working. It's happening more nowadays than before, but it needs to happen every time. That's where the work is.
Ma'am, I can tell you the citizens also trust the government. And for any country to grow in the direction we are taking now, we need continuity. I hope I'm not misunderstood. I'm not making a political comment. But the biggest danger to any country is a big shift. When you are on a path, you need to be on the path, you need to grow on the path. And the worry for a lot of people is the two economic perspectives being presented today. One, your perspective, and the other perspective appears too far left, if you can call it that, though I don't think the people who push it are leftists really. But the fear of continuity, we need continuity. Everywhere I speak to business leaders, Nirmalaji, we need continuity. And I think people do trust the government to provide that continuity, which takes me to my next question. Now, I again take you back to the global scenario, and it's ironical and beautiful at the same time that nowadays an interview with the finance minister is 70% on global issues, because that's the way the world is moving. Honorable Finance Minister, recent reports have suggested there is a growing global trend towards de-dollarization. The US dollars in global reserves declined to 54% in Q4 2023. It was 70% in the early 2000s. China has also been actively promoting its currency as a possible alternative to the US dollar in global trade. And I have already told you, Trump is very aggressive on this. He says, you promote that, I'm going to build a huge financial wall in the United States against you. In the light of these developments and the need for de-dollarization, for a balancing factor in the world, how do you view India's role in this shift? Are we actively exploring alternatives? Should we do that? This was also a subject that had been picked up in the recent BRICS meeting, but it was not really followed through. How do you view this trend and potential of de-dollarization, and will it safeguard India's financial interests in a possibly de-dollarized global economy?
I look at this debate of de-dollarization from the point of view of how the global south has to help one another, how emerging economies will have to safeguard their positions in terms of global reserve currencies, and also how developed countries themselves today, either because of recession or because of lack of demand within their societies, are facing a challenge of different order. So when you're talking about the larger de-dollarization debate, I'm looking at India setting a different track with countries which don't have a huge dollar reserve. Yes. For instance, in Africa, quite a few countries, because of our ties with them, diaspora, British rule, yes, we've had this tie with many African countries, particularly the East African. We do have a lot of cooperation with them. We have lines of credit given to them so that they can have their development projects built through the funds which India gives them at concessional rates. We do all this, but there is a point in time in the recent past, we've had many of them unable to pay back even the concessional loan given to them because they don't have dollars to return it. So now, because we can't just leave them there, not because we want our money back, but because the fact that Global South has to do the hand-holding for itself. We'll have to help them, they'll have to be with us, and so on. So we have now started doing this exercise of talking to countries which want to have a rupee relationship.
Yes.
So we allow them to use rupees, pay us back in rupees, and also fund them in certain activities. So this rupee with the local currency is a method through which many of the small country relationships that we have continues. Similarly, with Russia, it's not for the first time. Earlier, there was a rupee-ruble trade, but the terms that time was different, and now what is happening with Russia is very different. It is possible to have some kind of a, give and take, trade sense with Russia, dealing in rupee and ruble. There are many other countries who are looking at, because of the way in which we've integrated our UPI, if not in every brick, but at least in some elements of the stack, we've had connection with UPI and with many other countries through the UPI. Even there, you're able to see that they're willing to integrate with you through their currency or with the rupee. So, not just rupee. You find in every region regional arrangements with regional currencies now being worked up so that the regional trade arrangements don't collapse for want of dollars. So to that extent, de-dollarization is inadvertently or not hitting at the dollar, but promoting things happening with non-dollar currencies. So India too has done this with many countries with whom we've had traditional relationship, with Russia, for instance, and so on. So there are countries through which now UPI payments are enabling payments through digital mode.
Yes.
Even there, it may not be in dollars. So very many ways in which you can address and answer the question on de-dollarization, but not with a goalpost of, are we dismantling the dollar? Are we putting rupee in the place? No, not that. There are so many things happening.
What you're saying is we are not against anyone, but we are for ourselves, and nobody can question that.
And we can't deny countries their development aspirations just because they don't have dollar reserve.
True. Can I ask you a personal question? You seem to be, and you are, a very deep strategic thinker in your policies. You've presented so many budgets. When there is a shallow political argument against you, like when Rahul Gandhi said that how many people from which caste are in the halwa ceremony, a lot of the people in the audience, they were not amused, they were baffled at the nature of the question that was put to you, because you're a serious person, and running a finance ministry, being finance minister of India is serious business. You don't wake up and think about political issues all the time. How do you respond to it? You've been through personal attacks, people have underestimated your ability, you've every time come out strong, but when, after all these years, that kind of an argument was put, when that attempt was made to pull you into what I call caste card politics, what goes on in your mind? Because there's a politician also somewhere. So
but I also think, other than attempting to pull me down, he's doing a disservice for the cost that he pretends to take up.
Why so?
In this case, for instance, talking about halwa, talking about how many scheduled castes are there, how many OBCs are there. If you're really intending to serve the cost of scheduled castes, it's not a halwa ceremony on which you'll question that.
That's true.
You'll do so much more to help the cause of really scheduled castes and OBCs, rather than say, during the halwa, if you had 5 fellows belonging to OBCs or SCs or STs, you've served the cause. Somewhere, I feel the people who are around him, helping him, are not putting the gravity of issues.
True. And the challenge?
Before he takes it up. One, it doesn't matter to me whether he wants to undermine me or pull me down. I'll stand up with my defense. But the cost that for which you're pretending to take up, I remember that Batta per soul sometime in 2011-12. You went in favor of the farmers. Tell me, what are you doing for farmers? And look at the way in Karnataka, the Congress party has helped, directly or indirectly, people to claim farmers' lands in the name of Waqf
board.
Where is the Congress party and where is Batta per soul? Where is Rahul Gandhi when it comes to Karnataka's farmers? So the gravity of the cost that he takes is momentary. That minute I ask and I forget. Move to the next, move to the next, move to the next. He's just not gathering any moss.
Yeah.
He's just moving. So for me, the worry is India's opposition. And I'm sorry to say this, I'm not trying to pull down anybody. India's opposition needs leaders who can stand up in the parliament and question the government.
Oh, yes.
Do stand up.
That's so amazing.
And make sure that people feel, well, as opposition, look at the way the government is put on the mat by the leaders of the opposition. No, now they're saying even within 6 months after Lok Sabha election, we're close to, tantalizingly close to 100 Congress got. And thought from 55, if I went to 100, people are with me. Yes, people are with you for being in the opposition, but you're not doing that job. You're talking on halwa one day, you're talking on youth another day, you're taking a copy of the constitution when the chairman says you're not supposed to hold anything in your hand. No pictures, no placards, no books, no whatever. But you're doing all these. And you're often seen sitting like this in the house. I mean, excuse me.
Yeah, like this, something like,
I'm sorry. I don't want to dramatize it.
No, it's the truth.
I want an opposition leader who sits to ask the question.
Oh, yes.
So the moment he gets up, all of us should say, oh my God, let's see what he's going to ask now.
That's the point.
You're sort of making... What can I say?
God. I know. We need an opposition.
Yes, we need
an opposition.
Who can speak for those who want to question the government.
Yeah. They say there's a quote, a rolling stone gathers no moss. Rahul Gandhi is going to think he's very cool. He's like a member of the Rolling Stones band, given what you said. But less said, the better, Let me just change the subject there, ma'am. But on a serious note, you have opposition state governments which are in trouble. How does the center view them? The BJP goes for the kill on them. Like Himachal Pradesh, they say there's a toilet tax nowadays, and there was another controversy recently on the samosas that were meant for the chief minister were consumed by someone else. It's silly issues. Then Karnataka has a fairly interesting deficit, and we had Mr. Sitharaman actually give advice with D.K. Shivakumar sitting next to him that next time you make promises, please think whether you have the money for it. Problem, Mr. Kharge doesn't realize there are cameras everywhere. He was recorded saying that. We debated it at night. We keep looking for these issues also. Now, are you a little too tough with the state governments? Ms. Sitharaman, if you don't mind my asking you, because all of them point their fingers at you. All these chief ministers, they point their fingers at Prime Minister, of course, but they point their fingers at you saying, Nirmala Sitharaman, Finance Ministry, allocation of funds, Niti Ayog, they have complaints everywhere that we are not being given what are... So what if we give freebies? It's our policy. Government should support us long term, etc. Bengal, Mamata Banerjee, all of them. So how much truth is there in that comment that there's a little bit of...
Not one bit of truth.
I'm sure of that.
I'm sorry to sound so aggressive on
No, I like you aggressive. You're no longer aggressive. When you were spokesperson, you were very aggressive. Nowadays, you've become far less aggressive. But please, we like the aggressive Nirmala Sitharaman on top of this.
Arnab will be the first fellow to say, what is this finance minister? She doesn't contain. She can't take it.
Please.
She shouts. She gets aggressive. And look at Gautam Gambhir. He's been told, why is he always confronted? He's a good cricketer. He's gone there to get to some order.
Amazing.
But even there we tell him, no, you can't be this, you can't be that. Like that I'll be told.
No,
you're not a spokesperson anymore. Why are you getting angry? Why are you giving answers like that? So I'm remaining quiet. But now you provoked me adequately.
And we want you to bat like Shrikant now, ma'am.
I'm honestly saying, and I repeat with my eyes wide open, looking into the very august audience.
Yes, ma'am.
There's not one element of truth in this, that the center is denying states their funds. Whichever state says it, I'll come and stand one-on-one to say this. It's not right. Because it may be a different story that they want more. They want more either because they're giving freebies or because they don't know to generate revenues, or they are not able to contain the loopholes. or they're not able to, look at newer ways of getting revenue. It may be anything. But to say that the center is denying them funds is absolute.
Yes. Yes.
I was going to say nonsense.
Yes, it's all right.
Maybe that's not right.
No, it's all right.
But baseless.
Yes.
See, the formulation of how much has to be given to a state for the next 5 years is decided by a finance commission, a constitution body.
Yes.
And if that body finally gives a report and that's accepted and post that the formulation is on the central government, we do it accordingly. There's no way I can have, I like Madhya Pradesh more than Kerala, so cut down on Kerala, give Madhya Pradesh. Impossible. The system is completely fitted with mechanism that automatically every month the devolution happens. So that argument has been placed several thousand times, and there was one state which has taken us to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court has also very clearly said you go amicably sort it out with the central government on the larger issue of whether the central government should oversee the borrowings of the state, which is Article 293, given in the Constitution, an authority to the central government, because sovereign guarantee is given by the central government for states' borrowings. And therefore, the central government is vested with authority to oversee borrowings of the states. And legitimate borrowing, let us say now 3% of their GSDP, cannot be denied and cannot be put under condition. I don't put conditions for you to borrow if it is within the 3% limit.
But Bengal, for example.
So whichever state, within your reasonable, permissible limit you borrow, nobody can say no. But beyond that, and aside from that, you create newer bodies which don't have the legitimacy to borrow, which don't account to the state assembly, whose revenues are not controlled by the assembly. If such bodies are made to borrow, and to them you give the right of your duties, meaning liquor policy, you have excise duties imposed on every bottle which is sold, and through that the revenue comes, and you have to come to the house, meaning assembly or the parliament, to say how much you earned. Now, suppose you transfer the right of the excise completely to this body which is not accountable in the assembly, and say the revenue earnings coming from the excise duty will go to this body, with that they'll pay the loan, and the borrowing is taken without any kind of restraint. CAG has pulled up states saying, what are you doing? This money which comes out of the excise duty should go to the assembly, should go into the budget, should be accounted for, and the vote sought in the house. If that is for the next 5 years siphoned off to this body which is not accountable to the assembly, CAG pulls it up. And we say, no, that is not allowed. That kind of a borrowing is not allowed, because we have the right to oversee these kind of borrowings also under Article 293. They then say, the center is controlling me. Is this right in the first place? These kind of anomalies happened, highlighted by the CAG, questioned by the center, and then they make such noise to cover up these kind of wrongdoings. What is due to states, to any state, to every state, goes and goes in time. I will challenge in the 5 years that have been here, and so with Arun Jaitley's time, I will challenge if money has been delayed to any state. If you don't submit your certificate of utilization and then expect me to nevertheless give the money, obviously it won't happen. Submit your utilization in time, get your money in time. So there are so many.
So in Bengal, this utilization issue became a big issue in Bengal.
Yes.
Bengal has not given you utilization certificates.
That is the Manrega funds not going there.
But why should the people of Bengal suffer? Why should the people of Bengal suffer? Recently, Prime Minister got emotional in a scheme when he was announcing medical facility. And he said that I forgive the people of Bengal should forgive me because I am not able to serve them because my schemes are not being allowed by Mamata Banerjee, and the Bengal government says, we don't need your scheme.
That's right.
Our scheme on health insurance is better than yours.
So is Tamil Nadu.
Doesn't the person in Bengal just end up suffering because of it?
Absolutely.
What is the person's recourse then?
The citizen, whether in Bengal or in Tamil Nadu, have no fault of theirs.
Yes.
They are not at fault. But when state governments politicize such things,
Yes.
and they don't allow schemes of the central government to reach the state citizens, it's unfortunate that the citizens don't benefit. Tamil Nadu, I'm purposely bringing that on board, PM Vishwakarma Yojana. To benefit 18 such people, barbers, boat makers, fishnet makers, masons. What is their caste? Who asked their caste?
Absolutely.
Whereas in Tamil Nadu, the politicians there, the government there, distorts it by saying Vishwakarma is a jati. You are giving it to the jati. What understanding of jati is this? And what understanding of the Vishwakarma scheme is this? When we have named 18 different activities, even if you look at the jati, are all these 18 in one jati? First of all, jati, the varnan itself is wrong. And there they've denied by giving a false argument saying PM Vishwakarma is a jati-based scheme. It's not. 18 different types of skills with which ordinary people are working. We are trying to give them skills. We are trying to give them kits. We are trying to give them some payments. And we are also extending subsidized loans so that they can build their occupation better. Tamil Nadu denies. Bengal denies on Manrega. You can see, and Ayushman Bharat is denied.
Yes.
It is purely out of this jealousy that all people, common people-friendly schemes of the central government are reaching the ground, and they don't want to recognize the good work which is being done by Prime Minister Modi's schemes.
Okay, I know you have a busy schedule. I'll take one question. You have a long journey as well, but one question which everyone wants to ask you, ma'am. You are making changes to the IT Act. On the tax issue, what can people expect broadly? I'm sure this question on tax is on everyone's mind. We are told there are changes being made, improvements being made on the IT Act. Some people talk of tax terrorism. I can see people smiling. Rasisha is smiling. Everybody's looking for that answer from you. What can broadly, whatever you can share at this stage, because you are doing some deep dive consultations, what can people expect on the tax front and the IT Act, ma'am?
I've said this in the budget. It is completely to simplify the IT Act. You know the IT Act as a book, if you want to refer, you're referring to a tome like this. And there are always clause, sub-clause, explanatory, facilitation, enabling clause, and so on. We want to make it downright simple so that there is no room for misinterpretation. We want the language to be simple. We also don't want too many conditions and caveats. So the rewriting in a way of the IT Act, which has been pending for some time now, we all talked about the direct taxation code and so on. So the work is going on to make sure it is completely brought down to the at most simple way of handling. One thing I want to make very clear, at the time when I proposed it in the last budget, it was to make the language simple so that it can be complied with straightforward, no questions asked. And even at that time, I didn't talk about rates being brought into this simplification. Because rate is something which I have to go to the budget and also through the budget to the parliament. Simplification is already gone through in the parliament saying, yes, you have to simplify. But rate will be a subject of a budget and never a subject of such discussions. So here, I'm not indicating that, yes, I'm changing, or I'm not indicating, no, I will not change any rate, tax rate for the income tax. But I just want to say, because you talked about this particular thing, it is for simplifying so that compliance is not a burden. so that officers at the local level, in the field level, don't subject taxpayers to wrong interpretation and harass them. Don't quote certain sections which are almost dormant to harass them. Remove that element of rent seeking completely so that it becomes simple.
Well, that I think we all appreciate. And we appreciate your time today. And I think this intimate gathering, where there's so many headlines today we've got from you.
Thank you.
Once again, without overstating at all, let me say we are very proud of our finance minister for her leadership and for being an example of true leadership in government. A round of applause for you. I think they're giving you a standing ovation, ma'am, and we are very grateful for your time, ma'am. Very, very grateful. Very, very grateful. Thank you so much.
Session, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, this Republic Media Network headquarters is by far the most advanced, state-of-the-art, extremely technologically advanced, massively scaled up news.
We will be starting the next session in the next 2 minutes, so people please settle down.
Complex, the one of its kind in the country, the largest in Asia, and possibly, though I haven't put a record to measure the tape and the length of this organization, it is possibly where we are today, one of the largest news complexes in the world today. It is not about the number of acres that this complex is encompassed in. It is not about the 3.5 lakh square feet of studio space. It is not about the hundreds of cameras or strobe lights or this beautiful auditorium. But it is about the passion that makes the Republic Media Network a one of its kind, completely special news organization in the world today. The fundamentals of this organization are very clear. And I must emphasize them again. What makes Republic special beyond the news complex, beyond what you will see today, is the fact that the Republic Media Network is the only independently journalist-owned news organization of this scale in the world, not just in India. And at a time when corporates and corporate entities think that they can buy over the media business, the Republic Media Network stands as a colossus challenging that idea, believing that it is journalists first, editorial first, news first. For us, news is not a business. For us, news is a passion. For us, news is a service for this country. And to do that service, we need to be independent. Independent in spirit, independent in thinking, independent in ownership, independent in finances, and independent in our ideology. So, ladies and gentlemen, the Republic Media Network will always stand the test of time as the only independently run journalist-owned news network professionally managed in a country which is the world's largest democracy, and as some global leader said yesterday, the next global superpower. This network, this complex, is a service for that. And we are proud of that. And I'm so proud of our people. I'm so proud of our people. Ladies and gentlemen, this Republic Media Network headquarters is by far the most advanced, state-of-the-art, extremely technologically advanced, massively scaled up news complex, the one of its kind in the country, the largest in Asia, and possibly, though I haven't put a record to measure the tape and the length of this organization, it is possibly where we are today, one of the largest news complexes in the world today. It is not about the number of acres that this complex is encompassed in. It is not about the 3.5 lakh square feet of studio space. It is not about the hundreds of cameras or strobe lights or this beautiful auditorium, but it is about the passion that makes the Republic Media Network a one of its kind, completely special news organization in the world today. The fundamentals of this organization are very clear, and I must emphasize them again. What makes Republic special beyond the news complex, beyond what you will see today, is the fact that the Republic Media Network is the only independently journalist-owned news organization of this scale in the world, not just in India. And at a time when corporates and corporate entities think that they can buy over the media business, the Republic Media Network stands as a colossus challenging that idea, believing that it is journalists first, editorial first, news first. For us, news is not a business. For us, news is a passion. For us, news is a service for this country. And to do that service, we need to be independent. Independent in spirit, independent in thinking, independent in ownership, independent in finances, and independent in our ideology. So, ladies and gentlemen, the Republic Media Network will always stand the test of time as the only independently run journalist-owned news network professionally managed in a country which is the world's largest democracy, and as some global leader said yesterday, the next global superpower. This network, this complex, is a service for that. And we are proud of that. And I'm so proud of our people. I'm so proud of our people. Ladies and gentlemen, this Republic Media Network headquarters is by far the most advanced, state-of-the-art, extremely technologically advanced, massively scaled up news complex, the one of its kind in the country, the largest in Asia, and possibly, though I haven't put a record to measure the tape and the length of this organization, it is possibly where we are today, one of the largest news complexes in the world today. It is not about the number of acres that this complex is encompassed in. It is not about the 3.5 lakh square feet of studio space. It is not about the hundreds of cameras or strobe lights or this beautiful auditorium. But it is about the passion that makes the Republic Media Network a one of its kind, completely special news organization in the world today. The fundamentals of this organization are very clear, and I must emphasize them again. What makes Republic special beyond the news complex, beyond what you will see today, is the fact that the Republic Media Network is the only independently journalist-owned news organization of this scale in the world, not just in India. And at a time when corporates and corporate entities think that they can buy over the media business, the Republic Media Network stands as a colossus challenging that idea, believing that it is journalists first, editorial first, news first. For us, news is not a business. For us, news is a passion. For us, news is a service for this country. And to do that service, we need to be independent. Independent in spirit, independent in thinking, independent in ownership, independent in finances, and independent in our ideology. So, ladies and gentlemen, the Republic Media Network will always stand the test of time as the only independently run journalist-owned news network professionally managed in a country which is the world's largest democracy, and as some global leader said yesterday, the next global superpower. This network, this complex, is a service for that. And we are proud of that. And I'm so proud of our people. I'm so proud of our people.
To you, sir. And we are starting this session. Remember, National Stock Exchange set up sometime in early 90s. Now has a market cap which is actually more than India's GDP, right? About $5+ trillion. And that really gives you an idea of the kind of market participation we are seeing. Some of those things we'll discuss. Let me just get a sense of how involved, educated the audience is about markets. How many sitting here actually invest, have a demat account? 60%? This is actually less than India's national average, which is about 99%, right? Mr. Chauhan, you can pick the mic.
Yep. Today, India has around 10.5 crore unique investors with 20 crore accounts on NSE. 10.5 crore unique PAN number having accounts is like 20% of India's households directly investing through NSE. And that was like 1/4. That was 2.5% even in 2019 when or 2020 when COVID started. So literally in last 4 years we have gathered 4 times more people, and that's when people tell me why did this happen. Of course, it became a very fast movement. Today there are only 30 pin codes. India has around 19,300 pin codes, out of which only 30 pin codes do not have NSE registered investor. I have investors in Andaman Nicobar. I have investors in Ladakh. I have investors in every single corner of India except 30 pin codes, and most of them are airports where nobody stays full time. Why I'm telling you this has not happened because government has forced it. This happened from within. And why it happens is because, of course, the KYC norms have become now video-based so that people are able to do it on mobile. But also, in last 10 years, India has become prosperous, whether we accept or not, whether we are in ruling party, opposition party. India in last 10 years has become prosperous. 20% of India's population directly investing in India's entrepreneurs is a great leap of faith. Right. See, if you look at the economy, economics books, they say that countries having per capita poor income, lower income, cannot have a stock market which is well functioning because poor people don't save, and if they save, they don't trust even their brothers. How come people sitting in Jammu, sitting in Srinagar, sitting in Dibrugarh, Jorhat, investing in a company in Salem, they are in Tamil Nadu, they are never going to visit? How come those people have that trust? Right. That I am putting 1,000 rupees for Americans, 1,000 rupees is only $12. But that 1,000 rupees, that person, that she's putting her hard-earned money, sitting in Dibrugarh, putting in Salem company in Tamil Nadu, never going to visit, she has that leap of faith. Faith on whom? India's parliament, India's judiciary, India's ministry, India's regulator, India's stock market, but more importantly, India's entrepreneurs. We may blame them for anything, but Indian public today trusts our entrepreneurs more than anyone else. And let's face it, $5.4 trillion of market cap, 1/3 of India's wealth is now wealth of trust. Trust of small little people, that 10.5 crore small little people investing in whoever you can blame, whoever we want to call names. Those are the people directly putting their hard-earned money there, not in you.
That's a big point you are making, because sort of a political narrative is sought to be built that somehow these wealth creators are bad people, and the focus should be on wealth redistribution and not wealth creation. But what you are saying is that people of India actually trust wealth creators, and they are putting their money where their mouth is and backing them up, right?
Absolutely. And for me, I call that in last 77 years of our independence, what has India achieved? It has become more trustful nation. Trustful of its entrepreneurs. There is no better service than creating wealth and also creating jobs for this country.
Amazing. Look at the contrast, right? If you look at political news, you sort of get an impression that things are not good, things are bad, and you can't trust the wealth creators, there are no jobs. And actually, in reality, the fact that the market capitalization of NSE is much more than India's GDP is a reflection of how much trust people have in wealth creation as an idea, as a theme. And so let's take it forward. With all that's happening in the geopolitical stage, how are we, you gave the numbers of the last 10 years, how we have quadrupled the number of people participating, people from Dibrugarh to Jorhat to Jammu and Kashmir to Andaman Nicobar. Actually, let's look at this way. What has happened in the last 10 years that people have become more trusting of wealth creation?
Again, to give you numbers, when Mr. Modi took over in 2014, I think the total market capitalization, that is the wealth represented by stock markets, was around 65 lakh crore. Today, it's 440 lakh crore, 6.5 times.
Right.
650%, 6.5 times wealth that is represented by markets. Markets basically is a democracy of stock markets.
Right.
Because every investor has a vote, right? And in some ways, our corporate governance has improved way beyond what you hear in all the allegations coming from abroad. Today, India does not allow golden shares or preferential votings for specific shares.
Right.
It also ensures that the small investors have better rights when the AGMs happen vis-a-vis the promoters of the companies. And many other things which no other country in the world has. They want to keep on saying that you have a bad corporate governance. Today, we are amongst the top 3, top 4 in the world in terms of corporate governance. And why? And outcomes you have to see. Today, after US, Japan and China, 4th largest market is India. Per capita income is $3,000. China, $18,000. Japan, probably $36,000. America, $66,000. At $3,000 per capita, there is no similar market. At $6,000, there is no market of this type. $12,000, there is no such market. $24,000, there is one market called China, where if markets go down, government has to go and buy, which they are currently doing. You might have seen today also $1 trillion of buying, right? For me, in India, the government doesn't buy anything. They only tax us. But still, we have created this market, and it's not happened overnight. It has happened because the regulators have worked hard. The parliament has ensured that the framework is created. But most importantly, the entrepreneurs have worked hard to create that trust. I say that NSE is the place where India trusts itself.
Right.
And that is a market for trust. It's very difficult to create, very easy to give up. And 10.5 crore individuals is now competing with the number of farmers in India.
Right.
So be aware that that's becoming also a very large constituency.
How many farmers you said?
That's competing with the number of farmers in India.
Right. Right. Okay. So you see, if we are $5.5 trillion with a $4 trillion GDP, and we have been discussing about $50 trillion of GDP by 2047, what would be the size of India's stock market?
The way I look at it is that the $15 trillion is a small number compared to what can be achieved. But besides that, the way I look at it is today we are 1.5 times or 1.4 times the GDP in terms of the market capitalization. So and we were not even half the size of GDP even 15 years back.
Right.
So over a period, we have become more financialized. In fact, there are worries now of over-financialization. For 30 years, from 1991 to 2021, we kept on saying we need to have everyone included in the finance. Now, People are now getting worried about everyone has got included, now what? It's becoming over-financialization. That's the worry. For me, it's going to continue in the same pace. We are going to have probably from 10 crore investors to 50, 60 crore investors in next 27 years or 23 years.
Right.
But more importantly, if India's GDP goes to say 25, 30 trillion dollars, the market cap will be close to $50 trillion.
Okay. So since you are here, I can't miss the opportunity of getting some headlines also, some news point. And there is a larger audience watching. So my question is, we have seen the RBI governor, for example, mention this, even other observers, that there is a bit of a froth in the market as we speak. And this is despite the FII selling. So the two questions. One, FII selling, is it an area of concern? And two, this froth despite that money going out. How do you see that?
No, in a way, all these are connected. And all this also have the repercussions from the world. Why FIIs are taking money out is because of variety of reasons. One of them is what we call indexation. Most of the investments today across the world, especially in developed countries, is that they invest on basis of index and not basis of the stocks. And those fund managers decide that they want to take a particular index called MSCI Emerging Market Index. And in that, if a country's weight and each individual company's weight goes down for a variety of reasons, so recently China issued a stimulus of $1 trillion, suddenly their market price went up by almost 25% in one day, which means that our weight came down a little bit. So what was built up over a period, some portion tried to go there. But the other side, there was a feeling that when the new government comes in US, the interest rates will go down. The Federal Reserve is trying to bring down the interest rates. Even yesterday, day before yesterday, they have brought down a little.
Yes.
But 1 month back, despite all the expectations, the interest rate started going up in America because there was a perception that new government, whichever government comes in, will have a huge deficit. And they will have to actually increase the interest rate because now their total debt of America has now gone up to $35 trillion. And they are raising $1 trillion more, literally every 2 months, 3 months.
Right.
So it's going to be impossible for them to keep the interest rates down. Once the interest rates go up, people who are borrowing in America at a very low interest and assuming that it's going to go down, suddenly it's called carry trade.
Yes.
So they were investing into other countries like India. Yeah. They had to take it back. Now, when the new president takes over, they will have a better understanding of how this carry trade plays. And those are the things why the Indian markets went down a little bit in last few years, last few months. But in terms of the fraud, of course, the markets have been continuously going up across the world, but largely in India and US for many years now. And there are companies which have not had those kind of profits, also have got great valuations. And so slowly, there will be a differential coming up between the companies which are doing well and companies that are not doing so well. But that is bound to happen in any markets, which are risk markets.
So in a way, you're saying that the correction is good.
And why corrections have happened on a larger scale, but individually, each company, when the results time come, you will see the company has given better results, their prices remain up or go up, and the companies which do not give better results will have to go down. That's how, because why do the prices of stock markets go up or down is on the promise of the profits, which you get to share. That's why it's called share.
Yeah.
Right? So if that profit is going to go up, the wealth which it represents will go up. If it's going to go down, that's what you expect. That price will go down.
So while talking to you, I realized that you have an academics streak also, like explaining things. One other way of interpreting this FII outflow not impacting the markets much is that the kind of confidence that you were talking about, trust factor, the kind of confidence that Indians have in their own nation today, in their own government today, in their own corporates today, in their own wealth creators today, in their own startups today, the DIIs are coming in, the investors are coming. And that's why perhaps you mentioned that the over-financialization is a concern, right?
The over-financialization is now being discussed in some of the academic circles. as a part of worry, because the rest of the world is now talking about over financial. We have not even reached even a surface. I mean, we have not even scratched the surface, because in America, somebody talks over financialization now. Of course, our academics have to talk, right? That is the purpose.
Yeah. All right, but the fact that all this FII outflow, or now the FPO outflow, if it happens to the US, is not impacting our markets as much as it might have earlier, is a proof that we are trusting our own systems.
And also the fact that earlier people used to invest in gold, real estate and other things. Today, because of ease of investment, but also because of the confidence and also awareness in younger population. Today, younger people are earning more than their parents at their retirement age, assuming the parents are working. And they have more consumption, but they also have more saving. And they are more aware that today, if you took it, today itself, Morgan Stanley report has come out, that India saves 3% in equities. Only 3%. Over last 10 years, 20% of new wealth created is only by stock markets. Although it's investing only 3%, so input is 3%, output is 8%. But the fixed deposits or gold or real estate, if you input more, because instead here it's only 3%, 97% is elsewhere, and still the output is much lower because the stock markets are now giving better returns continuously. Of course, it's a risk market. Sometimes they may go down also, but there has been a clear understanding by the masses that this is also a good alternative, and of course, it is also tax beneficial to invest in stock markets. But over and above, the returns themselves have proved that stock markets, which also creates more jobs, because it creates a virtuous cycle. If you put in money in stocks, then it goes into the company. Once it goes into the company, company creates more jobs, which means more people getting more money. They again invest in the stocks. And that is the virtuous cycle that gets created. That has now been created over last 10, 15 years. And there is no other similar market in the world.
Right. You also mentioned that over-financialization is not a concern for us. One area that I see is that while there is a quantum jump that has happened in terms of all these demat accounts that have opened, and you're saying from Kashmir to Assam to Andaman, everywhere there are accounts now. Still, in terms of market cap investment, there are only a few states that really dominate, with Maharashtra accounting for about 1/5, Gujarat accounting for 1/10. There are some districts like Rajkot, for example, would have a lion's share. So in a way, there is regional disparity. How do you address that?
It was surprising. A few months back, I went to Himachal for their Uttarakhand for their industrial event. And I said, probably they are not doing so well in the investors' population. So I just looked at the number, and almost 9% of Uttarakhand population is actually a direct investor into Indian stock markets. Today, the largest state which has the largest number of investors are actually UP.
Really?
Yeah. So many of us, in fact, 5 years back, when after the budget of Madam Nirmala ji, I was on a television channel, and the anchor at the end told that since the budget is good, few lakh people in India will be happy. And I said, no, it's 2.5 crore. Today, it is 10.5 crore, right? And of course, if you take their families, 8 crore families is actually almost 35 crore people, which is 1/4 of India. And that is what we need to be aware, that today in India, everyone is now either a stock market investor or wanting to become stock market investor.
All right. Okay, so when I was preparing, I asked a friend, what should I be asking Mr. Chauhan? And he forwarded me an article written by Ajay Bagga. He's there in front of you. And so the argument Mr. Bagga is making in that article is that with Trump coming in the United States, there are going to be headwinds. And so the tariff wall that he's talking about is going to actually impact India's exporters. So do you see that getting factored in the market, and if yes, to what extent?
In fact, yesterday, if you saw our External Affairs Minister's statement, that other people may be worried, we are happy. Almost that was the tone of his statement. Why?
Yeah.
Because the way I look at this, people don't understand the details of the trade. What the tariffs are going to be is for merchandise trade. We are hardly having much of a merchandise trade on a net basis with America. What we have is actually services exports, which is not part of that trade itself. Right? And with GCC, that is like global capacity centers, where today, if you look at, you name an American company which may not have even a business in India, has 25,000, 50,000 people in India, in Pune, in Bangalore, in Jaipur, in Indore, right? So to give you a company name which I specifically know, there is a company called Boni, we call it Boni, it's not Boni M, but it's called Bank of New York Mellon, okay? It's the same Boni M, but different Boni M. Right. And they account for almost 30, 40 trillion dollars of the custody business. They have at least 25 to 30,000 people in Pune. They have no business in India.
At their GCC.
They are GCC, right? So people don't understand when they talk about headwinds. The headwind is largely between China and America. China was declared $1 trillion of trade surplus last week compared to the rest of the world. And that's a matter of worry for many. But we are into services, and that's why people don't understand the nuances of this. At the same time, if Harley Davidson needs to come and nobody buys, right? So that's a different world.
So one more question about the headwind, then I move on. So when you say China has given this $1 trillion surplus, but you see, it's very opaque in China. So with all the tariff walls coming in or coming up now to come up in the United States, it would be, and China has been giving that, it would be easy for China to, or they might also give another round of stimulus. You think that's going to be some sort of challenge for Indian corporations insofar as this benefits of China plus one strategy that were coming, they might slow down?
In a way, world is clearly trying to move away from China. China has a momentum in terms of their installed capacity, so they are going to continue to increase. Yesterday's news is that the value has remained similar in China. The volumes have gone up, which means for the same amount of dollar, they are actually sending much more goods outside.
Right.
And they might continue doing that.
Right.
But on our side, that is not the case, because we are basically into services largely. At the same time, our industry, which are the exports we have? Some petrochemicals, we have world beaters. Pharmaceuticals, again, we are very nice. 3 years or 4 years back, during COVID, there were full-page articles by Financial Times that iPhone supply chain is so high-tech that no country in the world will be able to achieve other than China.
We're doing it now.
So what I'm saying is in 3 years' time, we started baking, and 4th year, we are now going to probably beat China. Why I'm telling you this is, many of it is PR done by Financial Times on behalf of China or wherever, but many of it is basically also to psych you up, say you can't do it. India is doing it, and now in 25, we are going to start building chips.
Right.
And many of this high-tech part, people are not sort of estimating what is going to happen in terms of their effects on creating more and more high-tech manufacturing going forward. So that's why what PLIs have been done is phenomenal. They have taken the highest level, then the next level, then next level. At the same time, if supply chain of, say, shirts and pants and their buttons need to be worried about, probably we will have to go by the coastal route, which is what China did.
Right.
China did not develop interiors on the first day.
Right.
They took Shenzhen just next to Hong Kong.
True.
And then developed only that part, and then just don't allow that material to come in. Just take it as a foreign country and do it. And that's how the SEZ framework, including just have the port itself in the SEZ so that nothing has to open somewhere and you end up creating jobs and stuff like that. But broadly, what we are doing today, even in interiors, even the PM Gati Shakti, reducing the logistics cost from 15-16% to now less than 10% is a phenomenal achievement, because that's where you are able to take the industry in the interiors.
Right, fair enough. So my second last question, you see, we did that poll about how many people here have a Demat account. About 60%, a little less than national average, but given that it's a journalistic organization and we are more concerned about stories than making money, still, please tell them, if they invest 1 lakh rupee now in, say, any mutual fund, what it would be in 10 years' time, going by the India story.
Yep, so I'll give you, see, I'm actually an employee. I am not Rakesh Junjunwala, right? And so not many people come to listen to me. So since you are sitting there, I'll give you the story. That in 1995, I started an index called Nifty. In April...
Nifty 50.
Yeah, Nifty 50. On a base of November 96, I started, November 3, 95. So today we are, after 29 years, that Nifty index is around 24,500 or 25,000. So if you had invested 1,000 rupees in 95, today it will be 25,000 rupees plus each year you would have got close to 1.5–2% as a dividend. So if you add that up, it would be probably 30,000 rupees. So if you invest for long term in Indian stock markets, but if you keep on buying, selling every day because you watch TV or you watch WhatsApp, somebody sends you kharid lo, bech do. If you invest, if you start trading in derivatives without knowing, then you will lose money.
Yeah.
But if you just stay on any index of your choice, you are going to make at least 3–4 times more money in next 25 years on Indian stock markets compared to any fixed deposits you will put, any real estate you will do, any gold, any other assets you might think of. And this money, when you buy gold, at most it will be in your vault, safe deposit vault or somewhere, and you will always be worried kuch chori ho jayega.
Right.
If you put money in stocks, it will also create jobs for India, right?
Right.
Which is going to be even more beneficial.
It's constructive
for
capital.
everyone.
It's constructive capital. Okay, fine. Niranjan is snapping at my heels, you see. So, last question, and I'm headline hunting. Itna sara IPO aa raha hai, NSE ka kab aayega?
We have no visibility. So whenever we are given approval, we have asked for no objection certificate as a regulated entity. We are ourselves regulators. And so we have asked for the no objection certificate from our regulators saying, can we go for the IPO? Once they give us their green signal, then we'll prepare the DRHP, which is called prospectus, and then we'll again submit to them for giving the clearance to the RHP. And that's basically the process, but currently we have no visibility.
All right, so the lesson is invest and get rich, and not necessarily quick, but for sure. Thank you so much, Mr. Chauhan.
Thank you, sir,
for this conversation.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chauhan and Abhishek, for that very informative and interesting conversation and simplifying the markets for us. And now I'd like to welcome a star entrepreneur who has redefined the Indian auto landscape by building the country's most loved audio brand, Boat. Today, Boat is just a brand to reckon within the wearable segment, but has also become a cultural phenomenon with its loyal fan base of boat heads and placed India onto the global stage when it comes to building products for the new age global consumer.
Well, in fact, it's got a fascinating story. A $1 billion brand which essentially started in a garage with just 20 lakh rupees. Pretty similar story to the Republic Media Network, too, of how we started. Aman's sharp business acumen, knack for identifying market gaps, and his relentless pursuit of innovation have led Boat to become one of the world's largest wearable brands in just a span of few years. With over 100 million happy customers and counting, Aman Gupta has crafted a lifestyle and redefined the way Indians experience sound. From being one of the youngest CAs to cracking D2C code and winning the Celebrity Creator of the Year award, please welcome the dynamic, the disruptive, and downright delightful hustler who has rewritten the rules of the game, Boat CEO and founder, Aman Gupta. We would also like to invite Sucharita Kukreti, a senior editor, to get on the boat with Aman Gupta.
with Aman Gupta. Thank you so much, Aman. And I think it's a highly anticipated session because a lot of people told me that we want to hear what Aman says. Thank you so much. And I want to tell you honestly that before we get a lot of big corporate names for the economic summit, and we have to give out a big introduction for them, to be honest, because the common man doesn't know them. But आपके लिए मुझे वो नहीं करना पड़ा because you are a household name now. So how does it feel to be a celebrity entrepreneur, not just an entrepreneur?
Hi, thank you for calling me here, Arnab and team. ये हिंदी में है सेशन इंग्लिश में?
आपको जिसमें कंफर्टेबल लगे.
तो ma'am, I would say that first of all, it is a very good thing which is happening in India, that entrepreneurship is being celebrated, right? I keep telling that there was a time when I was coming to the job market. Before that, government jobs का एक era आया था, then people used to like government jobs a lot, right? And then private jobs, जैसे मैं जब मैंने सिटी बैंक ज्वाइन किया था ना, सो मुझे याद है मेरे डैड ने बोला था कि तेरी स्टार्टिंग सैलरी इज इक्वल टू जो उनकी उस टाइम पे सैलरी चल रही थी आफ्टर 20 years ऑफ एक्सपीरियंस, राइट? सो एमएनसी का एरा आया था व्हेन एमएनसी जॉब्स स्टार्टेड बिकमिंग हॉट. बट नाउ अभी बहुत अच्छा टाइम आ गया है व्हेन पीपल आर जॉइनिंग स्टार्टअप्स एंड दे डोंट माइंड ऑल्सो स्टार्टिंग अप. So it's a good time for entrepreneurship in India. Like if you see US वगैरह में Elon Musk and people used to celebrate. Even today there, Elon Musk is celebrated. But India में क्या था ना कि पहले एक टाइम था कि खाली वो मेरे को बोलना नहीं चाहिए थोड़ा सा क्योंकि लाइव है.
नहीं बोल दीजिए.
वो ब्लैक सूट वाले एंटरप्रेन्योर्स होते थे, राइट, फर्स्ट रो में. बट अब वो टाइम आ गया है कि पीपल डोंट केयर कि आपने पहना क्या है.
आज कैप्स वाले एंटरप्रेन्योर्स हैं.
नहीं, कैप नहीं. आपको जिसमें कंफर्टेबल हो आप वो पहन सकते हो, राइट? आप पहले वो बोलते थे, जैसे जर्नलिस्ट के लिए बोलते थे झोला लगा के घूमते हैं, अभी नहीं है, राइट? ऐसे तो नाउ यू कैन डू वट एवर यू वॉन्ट टू, वेयर वट एवर यू वॉन्ट टू, बट बी योर सेल्फ. दैट इज द टाइम. सो एंटरप्रेन्योर्स जो होते हैं ना, वो चेंज होगा इंडिया में. आई थिंक इंडिया में अब छोटे अब मैं जब शार्क टैंक भी जाता हूँ ना, मैं देखता हूँ छोटे गाँव में भी लोग एंटरप्रेन्योर बनना चाहते हैं. सो इट इज़ अ वेरी गुड थिंग दैट दे आर नॉट लुकिंग फॉर जॉब्स एंड दे वांट टू स्टार्ट अप ऑन देयर ओन एंड प्रॉब्ली दे वांट टू बी जॉब क्रिएटर्स, राइट? एंड सेकेंड, उसके बाद क्या हुआ, शार्क टैंक आने के बाद थोड़ा फ़र्क ये पड़ा जो आपका क्वेश्चन था कि अब क्या हो गया ना कि अब पहले मैं जब जाता था तो मैं ना क्रिकेटर्स या बॉलीवुड होते थे ना, उनके साथ फोटो खिंचवाता था, मुझे बड़ा अच्छा लगता, मैं स्टार स्ट्रक हो जाता था, ठीक है? और अभी आप देखो कि एंटरप्रेन्योर्स भी सेलिब्रेट हो रहे हैं, राइट? हम लोगों को देख के लोग इंस्पायर हो रहे हैं. मैं इतने बच्चों को मिलता हूँ जो बोलते हैं कि इतने पेरेंट्स भी मिलते हैं और बच्चे मिलते हैं, वो कहते हैं कि सर आपकी तरह बनना है. सो विच इज़ सो नाइस, क्योंकि क्रिकेटर कितने लोग बन जाएंगे.
और आपकी मुझे लगता है आपको पता होगा ये, लेकिन आपकी जो फैन फॉलोइंग है, मतलब आपको जो सुनते हैं लोग, वो गर्ल्स एंड बॉयज फ्रॉम द एज of 12-13 they started listening to what an entrepreneur should be like. तो मुझे लगता है कि वो आप एक तरह से बढ़ावा उस एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप को भी दे रहे हैं जो बच्चों में एक स्किल के हमें अपना बनाना है, हम अपना मैन्युफैक्चर कर सकते हैं, हम अपना कुछ बना सकते हैं. डू यू थिंक लाइक दैट?
100% मैम. इतना मतलब जो ये जो जोश है नया इंडिया में, ये बहुत सही है. और मेरे को तो एक्चुअली कभी कभी प्रॉब्लम हो जाती है कि मम्मी लोग, मतलब बच्चों को ये लगता है कि मैं एक जगह था, कहीं पे अमृतसर में था, तो एक मम्मी आई मेरे पास किसी की बच्चे की, और बच्चा लेके, अरे अमन इन्हें समझाओ, ये आपकी तरह एंटरप्रेन्योर बनना चाहते हैं. तो वो मेरे पास आया बच्चा, कहता कि हाँ सर मैं ना पढ़ाई छोड़ना चाहता हूँ. तो उन्हें ये लगता है कि मैंने पढ़ाई नहीं करी, राइट? फिर उन्होंने पता नहीं भाई मैंने CA करा है, MBA करा है, पढ़ाई कर ले, फिर एंटरप्रेन्योर बन जाइए, फिर सही रहेगा. सो इट्स अ गुड टाइम फॉर द कंट्री ऑल्सो दैट पीपल आर एज मोदी जी ऑल्सो सेज दैट फॉर 2047 फॉर विकसित भारत startups will play a very big role. So I'm very happy to play a very small role.
And we're the third largest startup ecosystem after US and China. So that is a big thing. And मैं आपसे ये पूछूंगी because बहुत से लोग, आपकी स्टोरी हम सुन रहे थे, कुछ पैसों के साथ आपने एक गराज में शुरुआत की, कुछ 20 लाख रुपए के साथ. अब बहुत लोगों के लिए वो बहुत बड़ा अमाउंट हो सकता है, लेकिन कुछ लोग ऐसे भी हैं जो बहुत छोटे अमाउंट के साथ भी स्टार्टअप की शुरुआत करना चाहते हैं, जो शायद मतलब कोई सोचे ना कि उस पैसे में एक स्टार्टअप शुरू हो सकता है। आपको लगता है ऐसे बहुत से लोगों से आप मिल रहे हैं आजकल जो कि ऐसा स्टार्टअप शुरुआत करना चाहते हैं?
हाँ मैम, एक्चुअली गैराज से स्टार्टअप ना, वो मैंने सुना है कि वो माइक्रोसॉफ्ट भी वहीं से हुई थी, एप्पल भी वहीं से हुई थी, राइट? तो हमें भी अच्छा लगा कि हम भी शायद, वो कहते हैं ना, हमारे साथ भी ऐसा ही हो। बट हमने एक्चुअली कैफ़े से शुरू की थी। सो देयर वाज अ स्मॉल कैफ़े इन हॉस्कास विलेज कॉल्ड सोशल। सो वी स्टार्टेड आवर कंपनी आउट ऑफ सोशल। It's money is not a problem today, is what I feel. If you have a good idea, like if you look at Zepto guys, they are कितने 21 साल के लोग हैं, right? आदित्य and KV 21 साल के हैं, and today the whole world is running after them कि यार हमारे पैसे ले लो, right? So I think अगर आपके पास अच्छा आइडिया है ना, तो बहुत सारे एक्सेलरेटर फंड्स हैं, बहुत सारे एंजल इन्वेस्टर्स हैं, you know, even there are government schemes which have started to help startup. So earlier there was a problem that money was a problem, right? Capital used to be a problem. I don't think so today. I think पैसा मिल जाएगा, आइडिया अच्छा है, अगर you know, if the entrepreneur is good, he knows how to, if the founder is good, he is a hustler, he does business ethically, idea is good, then money is not a problem today.
Aman was recently awarded the Celebrity Entrepreneur of the Year by none other than the Prime Minister of the country. And अमन ने उस समय मंच पे जो बोला, जो स्टेज पे बोला, मैं उसे रिपीट कर रही हूँ। उन्होंने कहा कि हम कोविड से पहले बाहर मैन्युफैक्चर करते थे, मुझे प्लीज़ करेक्ट मी इफ आई एम रॉन्ग, और उसके बाद 70% मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हम भारत में कर रहे हैं। अब ये बहुत बड़ी चीज़ है अमन। आपको लगता है कि जो मेक इन इंडिया एंड जो स्टार्टअप इंडिया है, हैज़ दैट रियली लेड टू एन इम्पेटस फॉर बिजनेसेस इन इंडिया?
हाँ मैम, सच है। एक्चुअली अगर आप देखो 2020, मैं आपको सिंपल अपनी थोड़ी जर्नी बताता हूँ। 2016 से पहले ना ब्रांड भी नहीं बनते थे इंडिया में, राइट? हम लोगों को सबको यू नो, अगर मेरी इंडस्ट्री में बात करें तो देवर ओनली जापानीज, चाइनीज़ ब्रांड्स, बट जर्मन ब्रांड्स, बट इंडियन ब्रांड्स का इतना नाम होता नहीं था। तो हमने पहले वो चेंज किया कि इंडियन ब्रांड्स ऑल्सो बिकेम अ लिटिल पॉपुलर, दैट पीपल स्टार्टेड एक्सेप्टिंग। इफ यू लुक एट एनी इंडस्ट्री टुडे, आज की डेट में देर आर न्यू ब्रांड्स विच आर कमिंग अप। लगेज इंडस्ट्री में भी देर इज अ ब्रांड कॉल्ड मोकोबोरा विच इज डूइंग वेरी वेल। यूईमी करके एक ब्रांड है, और ये 1 साल पहले ब्रांड किसी ने सुने भी नहीं थे। सो इफ़ यू सी इंडस्ट्री बाय इंडस्ट्री, शूज़ में आपको पता है, शूज़ में भी इंडियन ब्रांड्स आने लग गए हैं, टी शर्ट्स में इंडियन ब्रांड्स हैव स्टार्टेड डूइंग सो वेल। सो आई थिंक देयर इज इंडस्ट्री बाय इंडस्ट्री, इंडियन ब्रांड्स आर कमिंग पॉपुलर। हमारी इंडस्ट्री में क्या था ना, अनफॉर्चुनेटली मैन्युफैक्चरिंग जब हमने स्टार्ट की ना, इंडिया में होती ही नहीं थी, कोई नहीं करता था। मतलब पहले ना हम लोगों, इंडिया में कोई ऐसा नहीं था कि इंडिया में एक भी फैक्ट्री मिल जाए, और हम फैक्ट्री हमें नहीं चलाना आता, हमें नहीं पता था कि लेबर कैसे मैनेज करना है, हमें नहीं पता था कि कैसे बनता है एक एक चीज़, एक एक पार्ट। तो हमने जहाँ गए वो थी यू नो चाइना। तो चाइना में सब बन रहा था, वियतनाम, चाइना, ताइवान, ये 3-4 कंट्रीज थी जिन्होंने लिया हुआ था इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मैन्युफैक्चरिंग। हम क्या, एप्पल भी वहीं से बनवाता था, राइट? हम तो फिर भी छोटे से, यू नो, एप्पल के सामने बहुत छोटे हैं, बट एप्पल भी वहाँ बनवाता था। हम क्या चीज़ हैं, राइट? फिर आप धीरे धीरे देखो इंडिया में बनने लग गया है। इंडिया में इकोसिस्टम डेवलप हुआ, ये स्टार्टअप इंडिया, मेक इन इंडिया इनिशिएटिव्स, PLI स्कीम्स, PMP स्कीम्स, इतनी स्कीम्स आई हैं जिसकी वजह से तो ईजी हुआ है। अदरवाइज यू नो, एक फैक्ट्री है जो पूरे वर्ल्ड के लिए बना रही है, राइट? वहाँ पे ऑब्वियसली इकोनॉमीज ऑफ स्केल बेटर होंगी, करेक्ट? तो हम मतलब एज अ बिजनेसमैन, why will I, you know, keeping nationalism aside, why will I make in India? If a product is bought by my competitor for 100 rupees from X country, and I have to purchase the same product at 120 rupees in India.
True.
So I think the government supported, government helped, government gave these schemes, government encouraged that, you know, guys, why don't you do that in India? We started doing that, ma'am. It was tough. 2 years, you know, we didn't, you know, in fact, we did not know how to make in India. But touchwood, we are very proud that a significant portion of our products are now made in India, and we are happy about it. Earlier, we were, you know, not even creating jobs in India, right? Today, we have more than 10,000 jobs indirectly, which we've created out of our manufacturing facilities in India.
Amazing, amazing. You also said, अभी आपने खुद ही कहा कि because of economies of scales, China is a manufacturing hub and it's producing at a very cheap rate. How do you see Indian entrepreneurs? आप Indian entrepreneurs को vis-a-vis और manufacturing in India को vis-a-vis China अभी कैसे देखते हैं in the present state?
मैम, एक मैन्युफैक्चरिंग ना पहले इतनी कूल और पता नहीं ये वर्ड यूज़ करना नहीं चाहिए, बट कर लेता हूँ। मैन्युफैक्चरिंग इज़ सेक्सी अगेन, राइट? people are ready to manufacture in India and people are actually opening manufacturing sites. आप डिक्सन करके एक कंपनी है, ये नोएडा में ही है, उसका स्टॉक देखो कहाँ जा रहा है, राइट? इफ़ यू सी पीपल आर नाउ फैक्ट्री खोलने को तैयार हैं, फैक्ट्री खोल रहे हैं. अगर आप टाटा ने भी अभी आई थिंक फैक्ट्री स्टार्ट कर दिया फॉर इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मैन्युफैक्चरिंग. अडानी इज ऑल्सो गेटिंग इनटू इट. आई थिंक इंडिया में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग इज बिकमिंग कूल एंड दैट इज़ अ गुड पार्ट अबाउट मैन्युफैक्चरिंग. सो एंड एज एंटरप्रेन्योर्स हम लोग तो ढूंढते हैं कहाँ पे नेक्स्ट ग्रोथ एवेन्यू है. सो जैसे अब मैं आपको सिंपल बताता हूँ, हमने मैन्युफैक्चरिंग शुरू करी नोएडा में ही डिक्सन के साथ, और नाउ वी आर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग फॉर द वर्ल्ड. देयर इज़ अ कंपनी विच माइट गिव अस कॉन्ट्रैक्ट फॉर देयर प्रोडक्ट्स टू बी मेड बाय अस इन इंडिया, विच इज़ नोकिया करके नाम था, नोकिया HMD. So we might make their products in India for them, and for their global market. So which is the next step which boat is gonna do.
Obviously, a lot of people who are sitting here have seen your episodes on Shark Tank. तो आप मुझे ये ज़रूर बताइए that बहुत से जो लोग आते हैं उसमें वो ये सोच कर आते हैं कि भाई हमारा आइडिया इज़ द बेस्ट, हमें एक ऐसा आइडिया मिल गया है जो सब कुछ बदल देगा, और वहाँ पर किसी को ये बोलना कि भाई ये आइडिया बिल्कुल काम नहीं करेगा और ये तुमने क्या सोच लिया, ये कहाँ से तुम ले आए, ये आसान तो नहीं है. दिस इज़ नॉट ईजी. आप करते हैं और कई बार तो बहुत बुरी तरह करते हैं.
मैम वो मैं नहीं था, वो कोई
और था.
वो अभी है नहीं, मतलब वो था, वो मैं नहीं कर रहा था.
बट ऑन द सीरियस साइड ऑफ इट, बहुत से लोगों के पास शार्क्स नहीं है उन्हें गाइड करने के लिए. उन्हें नहीं पता है कि उनका आइडिया अच्छा है कि नहीं, और वो उसमें पैसा लगा देंगे. ये कोई भी व्यक्ति जो हु इज़ वांटिंग टू बी एन एंटरप्रेन्योर, इट्स अ वेरी डिफ़िकल्ट, इट्स बेसिकली टेकिंग अ रिस्क. और जैसे आपने कहा कि उनके माँ बाप आके आपको बोल रहे हैं देखिए ये भी आपकी तरह बनना चाहता है. सो हाउ डू यू नो दैट दिस इज़ द आइडिया?
मैम देखो, जब हम शार्क टैंक पे जाते हैं या किसी एज इन्वेस्टर्स जब हम बैठते हैं वहाँ, सो हमारे को जब पूरी दुनिया देख रही है, और स्पेशली जब छोटे बच्चे भी देख रहे हैं और यंग एंटरप्रेन्योर्स देख रहे हैं, तो हमारा एक काम फ़र्ज़ भी होता है कि हम सच बताएं. हम ये नहीं बोल सकते कि हर एक आइडिया को कि ताली बनाना बहुत ईजी है. कोई भी एंटरप्रेन्योर आए, हमने बोला बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहा है, वो तो बोलना बहुत ईजी है क्योंकि उससे गुडी यू विल ऑलवेज बिकम कि यार ये कितना सपोर्टिव बंदा है, राइट? बट ऐसा है नहीं, क्योंकि अगर किसी का आइडिया ख़राब है तो उससे हमारा भी फ़र्ज़ बनता है बताना कि भाई तेरे में आइडिया में ये प्रॉब्लम है, ये प्रॉब्लम है, ये प्रॉब्लम है, और तू नेक्स्ट टाइम वो प्रॉब्लम ठीक करके ला. बिकॉज अगर हर एक को अच्छा बोलेंगे तो मतलब अच्छे और गंदे में फ़र्क कैसे पता लगेगा, राइट? मैं तो ये फॉलो करता हूँ कि अगर कोई एंटरप्रेन्योर अपना बेचारा आके देखो, एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप करने आना बहुत जिगरे का काम है, राइट? मेरे साथ भी हुआ था जब मैं नौकरी कर रहा था. मेरी मदर इन लॉ ने मेरे को बोला था कि क्यों छोड़ रहे हैं, राइट? क्योंकि अच्छे पहले पैसे आते थे मेरे पास, हर महीने सैलरी आ रही है, और फिर उसको छोड़ के आप कोई ऐसी जगह जाओ जहाँ पे आपको ये नहीं पता कि आपका नेक्स्ट मंथ का चेक कहाँ से आएगा.
किसी भी मिडिल क्लास फैमिली में वही सोच है.
ये है और ये ऑब्वियस है, राइट? तो छोड़ना ईजी नहीं है. तो एक तो किसी ने सबसे 50% काम तो वो अच्छा किया कि उसने नौकरी छोड़ी और उसने ट्राई किया कि मैं कुछ करता हूँ, विच इज़ अ गुड थिंग, राइट? सेकेंड पार्ट आता है कि उसको उसका बिजनेस डिफाइन करना, कि वो बिजनेस ठीक कर रहा है, नहीं कर रहा, क्या कर रहा है. अगर सच नहीं बोलेंगे तो मैम नेक्स्ट टाइम लोग विश्वास नहीं करेंगे ना हमारे पे कि भाई ये मतलब हमारा क्या काम हुआ कि अगर हम उसे सही राह नहीं दिखा पाए. सो वो दिखाना भी बहुत ज़रूरी है, और उसके लिए अगर बताना पड़े कि भाई ये मैंने तो एक को बंद किया. मैंने एक कंपनी आई थी फ्लैट हेड्स सेकेंड सीजन में शार्क टैंक में, राइट? आपने देखा है शार्क टैंक? तो उसमें फ्लैट हेड्स करके कंपनी आई. उस बंदे को मैंने बोला कि भाई ये बंद कर दे, तो कहता क्यों? और वो बड़ा पढ़ा लिखा आदमी था, IIT कर चुका था, IIM कर चुका था. IIT IIM के लोग होते हैं ना, वो वैसे ही अपने आप को अलग ही समझते हैं, राइट? सॉरी उन्हें लगता है उन्हें सब आता है, इंग्लिश में बात करते हैं, इंटेलेक्चुअल बातें करते हैं, ठीक है? तो IIT IIM के लोग आए, उन्होंने बोला कि भाई ये मैंने ये आइडिया करा है. मैं वो जूता बनाता था, मैंने उसका प्रोडक्ट देखा, मैंने बोला भाई तेरे प्रोडक्ट तो बहुत ही गंदा है देखने में, ठीक है? फिर वो कहता कि ये प्रोडक्ट में हमने नेचुरल चीज़ें यूज़ करी हैं जिससे एनवायरनमेंट नहीं ख़राब होता, ठीक है? तो मैंने बोला वेरी गुड. और मैंने पूछा प्राइस कितना है? कहता 6,000 रुपये. मैंने बोला भाई ना तेरा प्रोडक्ट अच्छा, ना तेरा प्राइस अच्छा, और जिस तरह तू बेचना चाहता है वो गलत. तो मैंने उसको सिंपल बताया कि भाई बंद कर दे. तो और वहाँ पे विनीता और अनुपम और बैठे थे, उन्होंने उसको पैसे दिए कि भाई इसको कर, तू आगे बढ़, ये ले मेरे पैसे और इसको आगे बढ़ा. और मैंने उसको बोला कि मत कर ये काम, क्योंकि तू उसकी बच्ची थी, कुछ 6-7 साल से लगा हुआ था, कोशिश कर रहा था. मैं बोला बंद कर, कुछ और कर, तू बड़ा लिखा आदमी है, कहीं नौकरी कर या कुछ और कर या सीख या फिर वापस आ, या जो करना है कर, ये मत कर क्योंकि तेरा बहुत ही गंदा प्रोडक्ट है. तो वो बाहर गया, फिर वापस आया और उसने बोला कि मैंने डिसाइड किया है कि मैं कंपनी बंद कर रहा हूँ. He actually closed down his company, and now that guy, he's a friend, and I'm mentoring him. He's doing very well. So I think sometimes you have to show the mirror that this is the reality of the game. But to your second part, मैम आपने पूछा कि mentors चाहिए होते हैं. मैं मेरे को ना लाइफ में सबसे सबको बोलता हूँ, जैसे सबके पास mentors होते हैं, आजकल तो ज़्यादा ही होते हैं, राइट? मेरे पास नहीं था. मैंने जब स्टार्ट किया ना, तो मेरे को जैसे क्या होता है ना, हम कईयों की फैमिली में किसी के चाचा अच्छे होते हैं तो वो कहते हैं चाचा से बात कर ले, ये ताऊ जी हैं इससे बात कर ले, या फिर कोई टीचर है ये तेरे को हेल्प करेंगे, या कोई बड़ा बिजनेसमैन होता है. तो मेरी मम्मी टीचर थी, मेरे पापा नौकरी कर रहे थे, तो हमारे पास कोई मेंटर नहीं था. तो मैंने जब स्टार्ट किया ना, मैंने खुद सीखा है. तो मैं 4-5 बिजनेस करे, फेल हुए, उनसे सीखा, लोगों से सीखा. मतलब वीडियोस देखता था मैं, और यूट्यूब में वीडियोस वगैरह देखता था. तो मैंने खुद सीख के गिर के सीखा है. बट आजकल मेंटर्स मिल जाते हैं, जैसे इन्वेस्टर्स मिल जाते हैं, या फिर कई शार्क टैंक में हम लोग मिल जाते हैं. तो मेरे को कोई मेंटर लाइफ में नहीं मिला, लेकिन मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगता है अगर मैं किसी की हेल्प कर सकूँ और वो अगर बड़ा करे ना, तो मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगता है. बट ऐसा नहीं है कि मेंटर के बिना काम नहीं हो सकता. हमारा हुआ है कईयों को, जैसे पीयूष मेरे साथ बैठता है, वो बिना मेंटर के काम वो मतलब सांस भी नहीं लेता, राइट? सो आई थिंक इट्स डिफरेंस ऑफ पीपल. सम पीपल ओनली वर्क बिकॉज ऑफ मेंटर्स, सम पीपल डोंट नीड मेंटर्स. सो आई नाउ हैव गुड मेंटर्स, बट आई डिडंट हैव.
आप यू आर ऑल्सो एन एंजल इन्वेस्टर. बहुत से लोगों को लगता है कि बिकॉज ऑफ दैट a lot of people who want to start a business or want to have a startup in the rural areas where there is not much money, but there is an idea and they can do a lot with that idea, are able to make things work. You think वैसा हो रहा है? आपके पास स्टार्टअप्स के लिए ऐसे लोग आते हैं जो रूरल इंडिया से बैकग्राउंड से हैं और शायद उनके पास उतनी सोच नहीं है, but they have an idea.
नहीं मैम, मैं आपको सच बताता हूँ, सबसे ज़्यादा एक्चुअल अगर आप किसी भी बड़ी कंपनी से बात करो, अभी मैं अमूल के CEO थे बाहर, उनसे भी बात कर रहा था. आई थिंक जो लोग आपको पता है भारत को केटर कर रहे हैं ना, वो ही ग्रो कर पा रहे हैं. हमारे जो अर्बन इंडिया है ना, वो बहुत छोटी है फ्रैंकली. और जो अगर आप पूरा इंडिया को देखोगे ना, तो ऐसा नहीं है कि उनके पास एस्पिरेशंस नहीं है. अगर आप देखोगे, मैं हमेशा बोलता हूँ कि हर एक की एस्पिरेशन लेवल हाई है. अगर आप गाँव वाले से भी पूछोगे तो उसको टाउन में क्या हो रहा है वो करना है, टाउन वाले को देखना है वो सिटी में क्या कर रहा है, सिटी वाला वो देखता है कि MNCs मतलब ग्लोबली क्या हो रहा है. तो एस्पिरेशनल इंडिया बहुत बड़ी है. इंडिया में हर चीज़, सबसे सस्ती गाड़ी भी नहीं बिकी इंडिया में, राइट? वो भी बंद हो गई थी. तो इंडिया में एस्पिरेशन बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है. आपको पता है रूरल इंडिया में जो चीज़ें वहाँ स्टार्ट हो रही है ना आजकल, उन्हें पता है उनकी नीड्स क्या हैं, और मे बी दे डोंट गेट द राइट इको सिस्टम विच वॉज देयर. इस साल का आप शार्क टैंक देखना, बहुत सारे लोग आए हैं जो कहीं नॉर्थ ईस्ट में किसी गांव से आए हैं, या फिर जम्मू में किसी छोटे श्रीनगर के पास से आए हैं. सो आई थिंक द रियल इंडिया इज इमर्जिंग, एंड आई थिंक वो बाउंड्रीज खत्म हो रही हैं. मतलब दैट क्या बोलते हैं ना कि दिल्ली में ही अच्छे एंटरप्रेन्योर्स मिलेंगे या बॉम्बे में मिलेंगे, ऐसा नहीं है.
हाँ, मेरा सवाल वही था कि रूरल इंडिया से बहुत से लोग उठकर आते हैं बिकॉज ऑफ एंजल इन्वेस्टर्स लाइक यू, और वो करते हैं इन्वेस्ट, तो वो इसीलिए काम कर पाते हैं. सो आई थिंक मुझे बस यही कहना है कि just tell this audience, what does it take to have 100 million customers?
ये कौन है?
Yes, go ahead, Aman.
एक वेट कर लेते हैं ना 2 मिनट.
Aman, you can answer that. Till the time the minister is seated.
Okay.
We have the minister Sarvanand Sonowal in the auditorium, but you can answer that question. Yeah.
So क्या क्वेश्चन था, मैं भूल गया.
What does it take to make 100 million customers?
100 मिलियन कस्टमर्स के लिए ना मैम अच्छा प्रोडक्ट होने की ज़रूरत है, राइट? आपको अगर आपका प्रोडक्ट अच्छा है तो कस्टमर ढूंढ ढांड के आपको आ जाएगा, राइट? सो आई थिंक 100 मिलियन हो, फर्स्ट यू नीड टू फाइंड द, जैसे हमने जब बोर्ड स्टार्ट किया था तो पहले तो मैंने दोस्तों को ही बेचा था सबसे ज़्यादा, कि भाई दोस्त और कज़न्स को कि भाई तुम लोग खरीदो. फिर उन्होंने अच्छा प्रोडक्ट लगा तो उन्होंने 100 ने 200 को बताया, फिर वो 200 ने 1000 को बताया, फिर 1000 ने 10,000 को बताया. तो आई थिंक 100 मिलियन इज अ नंबर विच यू कैन गेट बाय इफ़ यू हैव अ गुड प्रोडक्ट. कंज्यूमर्स जस्ट वांट टू बाय प्रोडक्ट्स विच आर राइट value for money and right aspirational value. So I think धीरे धीरे कस्टमर्स अपने आप खरीदता है.
कस्टमर्स भी हैं एंड फैन फॉलोइंग भी आपकी बहुत बढ़ गई है क्योंकि लोग आपको सुनना भी चाहते हैं. दे आर ऑल्सो लिसनिंग टू द आइडियाज दैट यू आर गिविंग आउट टू देम. अमन, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर जॉइनिंग अस ऑन दिस रिपब्लिक इकोनॉमिक समिट. थैंक यू सो मच.
Thank you so much, Aman, for that very interesting conversation. And of course, our next speaker is a political stalwart who's carved his path from the heart of Assam's student movements to the halls of national power. He's made his mark with grit and vision across roles as a fearless youth leader, as the state's transformative chief minister, and now a seasoned union minister with pivotal portfolios in shipping, waterways, and Ayush. He is shaping the future of India's infrastructure and wellness sectors and truly putting us on the path of Viksit Bharat.
From championing the fight that scrapped the IMDT Act to fearlessly taking on political giants, challenging unjust policies, protecting indigenous interests, and earning the title Jatiya Nayak, or leader of the community, Sarbananda Sonowal has carved his legacy as a unifier. He scripted history by clinching BJP's historic win and becoming the Chief Minister of Assam, proving his mettle time and again in varied capacities as a politician. His journey is defined by courage, community impact leadership, and an unwavering dedication to his roots. Please join us in welcoming the Union Minister of Ports, Shipping and Waterways and Ayush, Shri Sarbananda Sonowal.
As Vishwaguru Bharat sets its eye on dominating the global center stage, its ports are expanding their horizons. With 12 major and 200 plus non-major ports along a 7,500-kilometer long coastline, India's waters are rising to expand Prime Minister Narendra Modi's vision for Amrit Kal beyond the boundaries of our immediate neighborhood.
I, Sarbananda Sonowal, do swear in the name of God.
Navigating Bharat's vision on the world map is Sarbanand Sonowal, the Minister of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, who is playing a crucial role in the development of Indian ports. With his sails set on realizing the goal of making India a developed nation by 2047, by reinventing India's maritime trade with the world, Mr. Sonowal is taking transformational steps to develop inland as well as global waterways. Under his watch, India's ports are today handling 1,629.86 million tons of cargo, an 87% increase from 2014 to 2015. One of BJP's most bankable leaders, not just in Assam, but on the national stage, Mr. Sonowal is a seasoned politician who rose from Assam's vibrant student union to becoming the Chief Minister of the state in 2016. Ladies and gentlemen, the Union Minister for Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Sarbanand Sonowal.
Media Network to take us through India's burgeoning infrastructural growth as it goes on full sail.
Ladies and gentlemen, behind this affable smile that you see on Mr. Sonowal is a firebrand student leader politician. And many wouldn't have really seen those tumultuous times in the state of Assam. Many would have forgotten about it. But here is a firebrand leader of those times. He's been inducted into Narendra Modi's cabinet thrice. It is a sector that he is handling which perhaps does not... we don't deal with it on a daily basis, but it directly affects our life. is the shipping, the ports ministry, which not often do we really speak about. So, Minister Sonowal, I want to directly start by asking you, we don't talk much about this very ministry. It's not the most happening, the most talked about ministry. But today it faces a number of challenges also, but it's come through a struggle. It has achieved many milestones, and under the Prime Minister's leadership, this has been a major focus. 2047 becomes the biggest target that you have. How has the journey been?
Namaskar. Should I speak in Hindi?
Whatever's comfortable.
आप सबको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं और प्रणाम। आज मुझे रिपब्लिक टीवी ने बुलाया, तो इसके लिए मैं आभारी हूँ और हमारे मंत्रालय की कुछ बात रखने के लिए एक प्लेटफॉर्म दी। आप सब जानते हैं कि जलमार्ग के विकास के बिना मानव समाज के विकास नहीं हो सकते, देश का भी विकास नहीं हो सकती। देश का सभ्यता, सांस्कृतिक और आध्यात्मिक परंपरा का मूल्यों को समझने के लिए जलमार्ग विकास होना बहुत जरूरी है। जलमार्ग के बारे में अध्ययन और अनुसंधान करना बहुत जरूरी है। और इसी जलमार्ग जहां संभावना, संपदा और शक्तियों से भरा हुआ है, इस जलमार्ग को आज से 10 साल पहले लोगों का बीच में इतना चर्चा का विषय बने नहीं, और उसी कालखंड में जिन्होंने सरकार संभाला उन लोगों ने भी सारे सेक्टर को ही अंधेरा में रखा, सी ब्लाइंड जिसे हम कह सकते हैं। लेकिन हमारे देश की आदर्शवादी नेता, हमारे सबके प्रिय नेता, दुनिया के सबसे लोकप्रिय नेता माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की मार्गदर्शन से उन्होंने पोर्ट शिपिंग वाटरवेज मंत्रालय को जगाया, नई गति दी, नई कार्यक्रम रचना की गई है और प्रिंसिपल एडॉप्ट की गई है। नीति, कार्यक्रम, इन चीज़ों को जमीनी हकीकत से जोड़ने के लिए क्वालिटी मॉनिटरिंग सिस्टम लागू की गई है। और आज 21वीं सदी टेक्नोलॉजी की दुनिया, इस सदी में अगर हमारे पावर्स को हम एनहांसमेंट करने के लिए अगर कदम उठाए तो टेक्नोलॉजी को बढ़ावा देना ही होगा। सो दैट इज व्हाई under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister, this ministry has launched a very, very important flagship program, सागरमाला प्रोग्राम। सागरमाला प्रोग्राम के जरिए सेंट्रल सेक्टर स्कीम है। इस प्रोग्राम को लागू करने के लिए हमारे कोस्टल जो स्टेट है और हमारे जो प्राइवेट प्लेयर्स हैं उनको भी साथ लिया जाता है, और हमारे अलग अलग कार्यक्रम को लागू करने के लिए हमारे मंत्रालय भारत सरकार के अलग मंत्रालय के साथ कन्वर्जन मोड में भी इसको करती है। तो सबका साथ चर्चा करने के बाद, क्योंकि गुजरात से लेकर बंगाल तक, on the one side there is Arabian Sea, other side the Bay of Bengal, कुल मिलाकर 7,500 किलोमीटर कोस्टल जो लाइन है हमारा, तो उसमें बसे हुए सारी प्रदेश सरकार, केंद्र शासित इलाका और प्राइवेट प्लेयरों से बात करके हम लोगों ने तय किया कि हमारे इस सेक्टर को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए हमें 805 हमने प्रोजेक्ट को आइडेंटिफाई की है, और 5,60,000 करोड़ के लागत से इस कार्यक्रम को हमने सफल बनाने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध हुई। और इसमें 5 वर्टिकल है: पोर्ट मॉडर्नाइजेशन, मैकेनाइजेशन, डिजिटाइजेशन, पोर्ट लेड कनेक्टिविटी एनहांसमेंट और पोर्ट लेड इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन, कोस्टल कम्युनिटी डेवलपमेंट, कोस्टल शिपिंग एंड इनलैंड वाटरवेज। दीज आर द 5 वर्टिकल। क्योंकि देश के अंदर सिर्फ सागर पर ही नहीं, महासागर पर ही नहीं, हमारी जो जलमार्ग है, जो नदी है, इस नदी में भी विकास का बहुत बड़ा संभावना बसा हुआ है। तो इसलिए सारे विषय को साथ लेकर जब मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हम लोगों ने इसको लागू करने के लिए कोशिश की और पिछले 10 साल के अंदर आधा से अधिक कार्यक्रम सफल हो चुका है, जिसके वजह से हमारा पोर्ट का कार्गो हैंडलिंग कैपेसिटी बढ़ चुका है। और साथ साथ में पहले हमारे विदेश से अगर कोई जहाज आए, इस जहाज को पोर्ट में उसको बार्टिंग के लिए 40 से अधिक घंटा उनको इंतजार करना पड़ता था, more than 40 hours. But because of the modernization, mechanization, digitization, now the turnaround time is only 24 hours. So that is the success story. Even after going through our success story, the World Bank Logistic Performance Index report, उन्होंने तो ये भी घोषित की कि हिंदुस्तान का जो जगह पहले जो हमारा स्थान थे globally, out of the 139 maritime nation, our position was 54. Now it come up to 38. And in the turnaround time, our position was 44. Now it is promoted to 22nd. यानी कि ये है ग्रोथ, एग्जाम्पलरी ग्रोथ। और कार्गो हैंडलिंग कैपेसिटी आपने जैसे कहा 2 गुना हो चुका है।
But Minister, this is also a reality that global container traffic, India counts just 2.4% of it, which essentially means that if you compare it to globally, we are perhaps punching way below our weight. So there is a problem that we still need to address.
Yeah, of course. कंटेनर का जो इशू है ये बहुत सेंसिटिव इशू है, तो इस पर हम लोगों ने ध्यान दी है और मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ रेलवेज, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ पोर्ट शिपिंग वाटरवेज, हम लोगों ने इस विषय पर एक साथ काम शुरू की है। अगले दिनों में कंटेनर का कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं होगा, क्योंकि हमारे देश में अभी कंटेनर बनना शुरू हो गया है। ये सही है कि पहले वो था नहीं, लेकिन अब हम लोगों ने हर चुनौती का सामना करने के लिए अपने काबिलियत को बढ़ाने का काम की है, इकोसिस्टम डेवलप की है और हमारे सिर्फ कंटेनर ही नहीं, शिप बिल्डिंग, शिप रिपेयर इस सिलसिले में भी हम लोगों ने अब काम शुरू की है। तो इसलिए हम किसी भी वर्टिकल पे हम पीछे नहीं रहेंगे। हिंदुस्तान अगली 25 साल के अंदर दुनिया में टॉप 10 मैरीटाइम नेशन के हिसाब से अपना पहचान बना पाएंगे।
तो क्या आप कह रहे हैं कि शिप रिपेयर इंडस्ट्री, which is seen as an industry, there is a lot of capacity, but here too India still lag behind.
Yeah, of
so
course.
what is it that your ministry would essentially be doing in making this as a important growth area?
शिप बिल्डिंग के सिलसिले में हमारा तो जो अभी शिप बिल्डर है कोचिन शिपयार्ड लिमिटेड, सो कोचिन शिपयार्ड लिमिटेड ने दुनिया का सॉरी एक बहुत बड़ा वारशिप बनाने में सफलता प्राप्त की है। तो अब हम लोगों ने इस बजट में हमारे माननीय फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर ने जो भी ऐलान की है शिप ओनरशिप के सिलसिले में, तो इसलिए शिप बिल्डिंग को एक्सक्यूज मी शिप बिल्डिंग के सिलसिले में अब हमारे कोस्टल स्टेट्स का साथ हम लोगों ने क्लस्टर डेवलप करने का निर्णय की है और जो लीडिंग शिप बिल्डर्स है इन द वर्ल्ड, दे आर ऑल्सो विलिंग टू इन्वेस्ट इन इंडिया। सो दैट इज द वे वी आर डेवलपिंग द ग्राउंड फॉर शिप बिल्डिंग। इन द नेक्स्ट 10 years time, India will be one of the top 5 shipbuilder in the world. So this is the way we have started our innings.
I would also like to put the focus on the current situation in terms of the volatile situation in Bangladesh and Myanmar, particularly given the fact that your ministry would be dealing with several situations. You've made several announcements when it comes to Bangladesh. How does that entire situation turn around right now, and how does the government really look at it? Because here, you're not going to find it very easy in the coming few months, particularly in Bangladesh.
बांग्लादेश हो या म्यांमार, दोनों देश में हमारा जो प्रेजेंस है, जैसे सिटवे पोर्ट हमने इंडो म्यांमार फ्रेंडशिप पोर्ट हमने निर्माण की है और उनका ऑपरेशन भी शुरू हो गया है फ्रॉम कलकत्ता टू सिटवे, एंड दैट सिटवे विल कनेक्ट अप टू मिजोरम थ्रू द कालाडन रिवर. So that way, this particular port is going to empower the traders and also the exporter and importer of the entire Northeast. So this is why this particular port is strategically very important. Now it is still operating, number one. Number two, Bangladesh, of course, situation is there. Everybody understands it. But whatever agreement we have between the two countries, both the countries are committed to honor it. Up till now, vessels are like moving and there is no stoppage in it. And I am confident that this particular agreement will be honored from both sides.
But Minister, do you feel that somewhere down the line, we need to admit the reality that China has perhaps checkmated us in Sri Lanka? And if you really look at, despite the kind of enviable position that we are in, the coastal line that we have, we've not been able to really capitalize that. Is China still a bigger problem for us that we cannot deal with?
श्रीलंका में तो हमें पोर्ट बनाने का अभी मौका मिला है, तो इसलिए श्रीलंका में हम पोर्ट बनाने जा रहा है. So there will be no problem because India, with its own, like under the dynamic leadership of Honorable Prime Minister, will put on our effort effectively wherever we get opportunities, and this is the opportunity offered by the Sri Lankan government. Accordingly, we are proceeding.
कई लोग ये जब कहते हैं कि if procedure की अगर बात करें, ease of business की अगर बात करें, एक तरह से China has been way ahead of us. Do you believe that in your industry, in your sector, perhaps China, that is one area where India can actually go way ahead? And if so, how exactly? Because given the fact that technological advancement in our ports are still a bigger concern.
Look, our vision is very clear. By 2047, according to Maritime Amritkal vision, we have decided to bring the investment of 80 lakhs crore in this particular sector. And as you know, in the last year, when we had the 3-day session at Mumbai, and many more maritime nations had taken part in that particular summit, and ultimately we got the promise of 10 lakhs crore investment out of signing 360 MOUs. So this is a way, only 3 days time. So this is why it is happening, because the global players, they have identified that India become now global investment destination. So India now is the suitable place for investment. Why? Because in the last 10 years, all the ecosystem has come up with effectively with merit. That is why now India is going to take the leadership in the green hydrogens, green ammonias. So these are the hub India is going to develop within the country. So earlier it was only Europe, but now India is now taking the leadership. So I believe in any parameters, you cannot see India down. All the parameters India will be signing. Don't you believe that?
I guess
so. I am making this statement with full of my conviction. And whatever preparation we have already done, and accordingly, I'm making this statement. So India, in all the sectors, whether it is in the coastal shipping, whether it is inland waterways, whether it is ocean cruise, exim trade, whether it is coastal cruise, ocean cruise, river cruise, in all the sector, even in the ship recycling, or whether it is in the sector of the world's biggest National Maritime Heritage Complex at Lothal. So this is the way India is developing the ecosystem, so that like whoever is interested to invest in India, he will feel win-win situation.
In the month of May, if I'm not wrong, May or March, correct me if I'm wrong, you've signed an agreement with the Iranians as far as the Chabar port is concerned. There too you face a lot more challenges. It has gone through a lot of upheaval tasks. What's the current situation like, and how would things really change in the days to come, in the months to come?
The geopolitical situation will always be like this, sometime here, sometime there. But you need not have to worry about it. You have many other options, because once we have developed our friendship with Iran, we are committed to carry it out. So the way we have started Sabahar, now it is progressing. Earlier the cargo was 80,000 metric ton, now it has crossed the 1 lakh metric ton. This is the growth, and this is how this port is going to prove as a most commercially viable port. So I believe this is the way India for the future action plan, like during the G20, the IMEC, the new like corridor has been discovered, and on the same principle we have the way between the Russia and India. We have decided to operate this particular route, Chennai to Vladivostok. Now it is operational now. The ships are coming from their side, our ships are also going. So that's the way India is growing faster. Earlier, this scope have never been seen. But Honorable Prime Minister vision has made it possible. Now India can overcome any kind of global situation, because we have a leader like Narendra Modi, because he can influence the world.
If I may ask for people who are in this auditorium, how exactly has your ministry been able to change their lives? Because not much has been spoken about the fact that there are some initiatives that have been taken. For instance, in Maharashtra itself, you have another port which is coming up in a completely man-made island altogether. What is it that truly is changing in India, even though if there are problems that you are still dealing with?
Our ministry, Port Shipping Waterways, is the largest transporter of the country. We handle the EXIM cargo, 96% by volume, 70% by value. From these figures, you could guess what is our role in building the national economy. In the faster growth of our national economy, we are also contributing sizably. And when you talk about Vadhavan Port, this is the first time that India is going to build all-time biggest port in the country, mega port, which will handle more than 23.3 million TEUs container, and altogether 300 million metric ton per annum, and which will provide the job opportunity directly and indirectly more than 12 lakhs, and which will create a towns there, and which will create a lot of ancillary industries. So this is the way the economy of the country will have a tremendous boost. And I believe that the port, shipping and waterways, these are the area where our people not only living on the coastal areas, but also even in the hinterland landlocked state, people are getting opportunity to get employment. And also the product of the farmers, the product of the MSMEs, which are meant for the global market, which is demand in the global market, that is being transported by whom? The shipping ministry. So right from the grassroots level to the top, sophisticated like kind of items, it is our ministry who handled it. So that is why for the fastest growing economy of the country, this ministry has a key role to play.
Can I also ask you, because almost every minister, whoever comes from whichever state, they always do something for their state. And I will ask you this because there's always an interest for those who are from the Northeast. What is it that you are essentially looking at? Because I was told that some time back you've made certain announcements of bringing in certain industries, particularly in the Northeastern states. What exactly are you on as far as Northeastern states are concerned?
Being a minister of this particular department, मैं अब हमारे जो जलमार्ग नेशनल वाटरवेज 2 ब्रह्मपुत्र and with 19 others Barak, so up on the direction of Honorable Prime Minister, we are creating the infrastructure facilities for our traders to have interstate trading and commerce effectively, number one. Number two, also, they can take part in the global export and import. That is why, on the both bank of River Brahmaputra, we are developing a lot of terminals, cargo and cruise. So this particular terminal is going to help our cruise to have better facilities, bringing the tourists from the different part of the country and also landing there. And our cargo, which is exported from Assam to the other parts. So this is the way the entire Northeast is being developed. And because of the signing of the protocol wrote with the Bangladesh government, the Northerners are getting a lot of opportunity to connect with the port of the, Bengals and all others, like, port located on the Bay of Bengal, right from Paradeeps and others, like, down the line. So, अब जलमार्ग विकास होने के वजह से अभी नॉर्थ ईस्ट को भी एक सुनहरा मौका मिला है। पहले नदी को सिर्फ दो ही रूप में देखता था, भू कटाव और बाढ़। लोगों ने तो ऐसे ही कहा था कि ये भाई ये हमारा ब्लेसिंग नहीं, ये हमारे लिए सोरो है। आप वो आशीर्वाद बन चुका है। लोगों ने देखा है आफ्टर द सक्सेस स्टोरी ऑफ MB Ganga Vilas, you know that longest river cruise in the world, ever operated in any part of the world, that is in India. MB Ganga Vilas बनारस से हमने शुरू की है। 3200 किलोमीटर्स उन्होंने नदी का रास्ता पार किया और from Banaras to Dibrugarh, through Bangladesh, going through Uttar Pradesh, Jharkhand, Bihar, Bengal, Bangladesh, then Assam, then to Dibrugarh, uppermost. So this particular success story has generated so much of interest among the Northerners that they could now realize, oh my God, ये नदी में तो पैसा है, पानी में पैसा है, पानी में अगर हम निवेश करें तो ये पानी हमें पैसा दे सकता है, शक्ति दे सकता है। ये उपलब्धि पहले थे नहीं। तो एक एक कार्यक्रम ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर का विजन है, जिन्होंने हमें ये कहा कि हमारे जो हिंदुस्तान के लोग हमेशा क्रूज के लिए विदेश जाते हैं। हिंदुस्तान इतना खूबसूरत एक देश है, इस खूबसूरत देश को हमें दुनिया को दिखाना होगा, दुनिया हिंदुस्तान को आविष्कार करे। तो इसके लिए वो परिकल्पना प्रस्तुत की गई थी, बाद में उसको लागू की गई, सफल हुई। अब क्रूज का नंबर भी बढ़ गया, एक क्रूज से 9 क्रूज बढ़ गया। तो इससे साफ अंदाजा लगा सकते हैं कि जलमार्ग के जरिए अपने विकास की गति को हम कैसे तेज कर सकते हैं। तो नॉर्थ ईस्ट के लिए आपने जो कहा, पिछली 10 साल के अंदर नॉर्थ ईस्ट का जो विकास हुई, ये इसलिए संभव हुई, ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर हैज गिवन स्पेशल फोकस, स्पेशल अटेंशन, जो अटेंशन पहले किसी सरकार ने दी नहीं थी। तो आज नॉर्थ ईस्ट में सड़क भी हुई, पुल भी हुई, रेलवे कनेक्टिविटी भी हुई, एयर कनेक्टिविटी भी हुई, जिसके वजह से आज कम दिनों के अंदर नॉर्थ ईस्ट का हर प्रदेश में शांति भी आए, प्रगति भी हुई है और लोगों का बीच में सद्भावना अभी बढ़ चुका है। और देश के लिए अब जनता अपनी योगदान देने के लिए निष्ठापूर्वक लगे हुए हैं।
एक आखिरी सवाल करना चाहूँगा, you in Assam or you in New Delhi, which one would you prefer? Because you've been the Chief Minister of Assam. Many say that you would have been much more happier if you were in Assam still. You've come a long way, but Union Minister or the Chief Minister?
Map of Assam, integral part of map of India. तो मैं देश का पुत्र हूँ, तो भारत माता की शरणों पे समर्पित भावनाओं से काम करने के लिए मुझे मौका मिली है। और असम में जब मुझे चीफ मिनिस्टर के रूप में लोगों ने मौका दी, तो मैं जितना हो सके निष्ठापूर्वक काम करने की कोशिश की। आप मुझे देश सेवा करने के लिए बड़े मात्रा में जो काम करने के लिए मौका मिला है, वो मौका परम आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने दी है। तो निष्ठापूर्वक अगले दिनों में ईमानदारी से हम कैसे अपने काम को आगे बढ़ाए, इस पर हमेशा अपना इच्छा है। तो मैं तो चाहूँगा anyone who has any question, because I'll be happy to take question, क्योंकि हम तो बोलते गए और आप लोग सुनते गए, क्योंकि शायद आप लोगों का बीच में किसी का अगर कोई सवाल है तो कर सकते हैं, मैं जवाब देने के लिए तैयार हूँ।
If there's anyone, I'll just pass on the
regarding my ministry.
Very good afternoon, sir. Myself, Dr. Mamta Chawla. So my question is little academic. We are talking about a lot about SDGs. So one of the last goal is about water, like underwater. How the ministry is talking about that goal attainment, that SDG 17 I'm talking about. I hope you know that. Thank you so much.
Water to wisdom, water to wealth, water to weather, water to the world. इसलिए जलमार्ग को साफ करना बहुत जरूरी है। अगर जलमार्ग साफ नहीं हुए तो जलवायु गंदगी से भर जाएगा। सो इसलिए मैं हमेशा ये विश्वास करता हूँ, आप भी शायद करते होंगे, प्रकृति प्राणी पानी और प्राण, प्रकृति प्राणी पानी और प्राण, प्रकृति रहेगा तो प्राणी रहेगा, और पानी रहेगा तो प्राण रहेगा। तो पानी का महत्व हम सबको समझना चाहिए, क्योंकि पानी का बिना ये पृथ्वी धरती माता भी नहीं जी सकती। इसलिए पानी का मूल्य हम सब समझे और उसको हमेशा परिष्कार, जैसे परम आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने गंगा सफाई अभियान, क्लीन गंगा मिशन इसलिए दी है, इसकी वजह से आज गंगा का पानी विशुद्ध हुई और जिससे हम आराम से भक्ति भावनाओं से पी सकते हैं। ये जलवायु निर्माण में रचना में बहुत बड़ा भूमिका लेती है। मैं इसका पहले I was also allotted the responsibility to take care of the Ayush ministry. That time I have realized why nature is important, all about why we should take care of nature. अब मैं चाहूँगा कि आप भी प्रकृति को उसी हिसाब से हमेशा आदर करें, स्नेह करें, प्यार करें और प्रकृति प्रेमी के हिसाब से ही जीवन जिए। धन्यवाद।
Thank you very much, Minister, for joining us on this session. And it's not often that you get a chance to lay out what you have. Thank you for the roadmap. Thank you.
Thank you, Shri Sarbananda Sonowal ji, for traveling all the way to the Republic Media Network headquarters. Ladies and gentlemen, now on to our final pre-lunch session. I request all of you to stay back because we have a very interesting session lined up next. At the 4th edition of the India Economic Summit 2024, the next session With immense pride and honor, we introduce to you a true visionary, a stalwart of the Indian dairy industry, and the man who was responsible for transforming a humble cooperative into a global brand, Mr. Jayant Mehta, who's in the audience today. Suesha.
As the Managing Director of the Gujarat Cooperative Milk Marketing Federation, Mr. Mehta has steered Amul to unprecedented heights. His strategic acumen, innovative thinking, and unwavering dedication have not only revolutionized the dairy sector, but have also empowered millions of Indian farmers. From the lush green fields of Gujarat to the bustling metropolises of the world, Amul's journey is a testament to the power of cooperative farming and the spirit of entrepreneurship. And at the heart of this incredible story is the visionary leadership of Mr. Jayant Mehta.
Just the taste of India. It's a name so synonymous with the essence of India that it has become the most obvious butter on our breads. One of the master chefs behind the Amul is not just the taste of India. It's a name so synonymous with the essence of India that it has become the most obvious butter on our breads. One of the master chefs behind the utterly butterly delicious recipe is Mr. Jayant Mehta. Mr. Mehta's journey at Amul began in 1991 when he joined the company as a young manager. Early on in his journey, he recognized the potential of India's dairy sector and the need for a cooperative model to empower rural farmers. Under his leadership, Amul not only strengthened its presence across the length and breadth of the country with the popular Taste of India and Amul Girl campaigns, but also expanded its product portfolio beyond milk, butter and ghee. Today, Amul has a bouquet of almost 30 categories including cheese, curd and beverages. Mr. Mehta was quick to recognize the shift towards health and wellness, which led to the development of products like Amul Pro, lactose-free milk and protein powder, and broadened Amul's appeal to health-conscious consumers. A prominent voice of brand Bharat, Mr. Mehta has empowered dairy farmers and helped them get fair compensation by streamlining supply chains and implementing best procurement practices. Please join us in welcoming Mr. Jayant Mehta, a visionary, a leader, and a true son of India.
All right, can we get a little more people? And in the meanwhile, we start. Welcome. Thank you so much, Mr. Mehta, for traveling from Anand all the way and gracing the occasion for us. And we have had one chat earlier. My own association as a journalist with Amul goes back to 2003, 2004. When as a cub reporter, I would be traveling to Anand from Vadodara and covering. It was called Anand Circuit, so NDDB, Amul, everything, GCMMF. बहुत लोगों को नहीं पता होगा, Amul is a brand name. The organization is actually called Gujarat Cooperatives Milk Marketing Federation. And it's a fantastic success story, not just of Gujarat, but of India, in the manner in which we surmounted crisis and really came out trumps. Coming out Trump is very fashionable, so came out trumps and became the largest milk producing and milk consuming nation in the world. Let's begin by asking, what's the latest? I was reading some headlines that you are reaching new frontiers, going to Europe. What's the plan?
Thank you so much. It's always a pleasure to be here and more importantly with you all the time. Yes, Amul, over the last 77 years, ever since the brand started way back in 1946, prior to independence, has been trying a lot of new things to see that the taste of India is not only delivered to the consumers in India, but around the world. We've been exporting to more than 50 countries for the last several decades. But now we thought there's a chance and opportunity for us to get into fresh product business. And that's how we launched fresh milk in the United States a few months back. It's doing very well and it's got into mainstream with a unique product, which is like our Amul Gold full cream milk, 6% milk fat, which nobody in US ever imagined that you can have a milk like that, which is doing very well. And the same thing, we realized that Europe is a market where there is a large number of Indian diaspora, and we need to find a way to enter that market. So we have tied up with a local cooperative there in Spain, and we'll be very soon launching our fresh milk range, and followed with buttermilk, curds, and a lot of other fresh products also. So this is way in which the brand gets global. More importantly, the taste of India gets global. We are able to address to the Indian diaspora and eventually create a market for Indian milk also around the world.
It's interesting, America is known as the land of milk to the land of milk. How did the idea come? What triggered you into thinking that, okay, fine, there is a market there for Amul, for Indian milk?
So that again, the taste comes in there, and milk which they are used to is the cow milk, which is maximum 3% fat, and people under the fear of consumption of more fat go into skim milk, which is 0% fat and 1% and 2%. But the taste buds never go away anywhere, and the Indian diaspora obviously loves the creamy milk. There was a gap in the market. We found a very right partner in a cooperative there, and that's how we said that let's experiment with this idea. Fortunately, it worked very well because the entire marketing mix was in place, and today, as I can tell you very happily, that it's part of the mainstream US milk business. So you are right, the way in which we are going about right now, moving out of not just with the ethnic stores of India where you buy your typical Indian grocery items to the mainstream. I'm very confident in a couple of years down the line, Amul will be the only pan-American milk brand.
So are we going to see the ad, Amul Doodh Pita Hai America?
Of course. That's actually a validation of Amul Doodh Pita Hai India, and it's a very logical extension as well.
Right. And, when we are talking about all this jargon, brand, global reach, market, research, we forget that the real owners of Amul are farmers, particularly women, about 3 million of them.
Yes.
And, they have one buffalo, two cows, and they are supplying milk, and they are owners of Amul in a way.
Absolutely, you are so right, because since you've been in Anand, you understand that anybody having a cow and buffalo across the country, likely in Gujarat at the moment where we are, can become a member of a dairy cooperative society. So 3.6 million farmer members, most of them women, are the owners of Amul. They collect close to 310 lakh liters of milk every day, which is collected through 18,600 village cooperative societies of Gujarat. There are 18 district milk processing unions who are affiliated, who are owned by, again, these village societies, and processed at about 107 plants within Gujarat and abroad. And we are marketing it through the network of the Gujarat Cooperative Milk Marketing Federation, as you rightly mentioned, through a network of 87 branch offices, more than 20,000 distributors, 1 million retail outlets. 22 billion packs of Amul products are sold every year. This is the single largest consumer brand in terms of sheer number of packs sold globally, and a turnover of 80,000 crore, which is $10 billion. And the largest, not just food, but also the FMCG company in the world, and now ranked as the strongest food brand in the world by independent research, strongest dairy brand in the world. So the journey of Amul, which started with just 2 villages and a few women, actually has made a big transformation, not only for the livelihood of such a large number of women, but as a country, all of us take pride that our brand stands right at the top in the world. And this is what a model of a cooperative can do. Right. And this is what is a game changer for the nation.
Amazing. Actually, the crisis I was talking about, India was milk deficient, and we did not have enough for ourselves. And we were importing milk from places like New Zealand and Denmark and whatnot. And now when he mentions that Indian milk is available in American market, you're going to Europe. In fact, there is this interesting bit. In general parlance, जब जैसे मस्का लगाना बोलते हैं आजकल, तो पुराने ज़माने में बोलते थे पोल्सन लगाना, because Polson was a Dutch brand.
No, it was a brand owned by a Parsi gentleman, but he named it English sounding thing so that the initial customers in the pre-independence era were the foreigners or the Britishers. So he wanted to make it sound appealing to them, and that's why the
So
name
this
was...
thing about not trusting your own names,
yes,
that is something which Amul has made possible.
Absolutely.
And you mentioned that there are some plants outside India also?
As of now, we are processing it in the US. We are processing. We'll start soon in Europe also. So that's how we are building up a network of facilities within and outside the country.
And within India, how has been the journey? So Amul is typically seen as a Gujarat brand originally, but now I can have Amul products anywhere in the country. So has Amul set up plants outside of Gujarat, or is it just a franchisee model where you are having state cooperatives and lending your brand to them?
No, we have at the moment 107 dairy plants out, and within Gujarat there are only about 35. We are the largest brand of milk and fresh products in Delhi, for instance, since we are here. And there are 6 plants which are owned by our own district unions who are selling milk, procuring milk from around Delhi and processing it and selling milk in Delhi. So same applies to Bombay, same applies to Kolkata, same applies to almost 180 to 200 top cities of the country. So we are both local and global. We give the benefit of Amul model to milk producers outside Gujarat also. We work together with the local state cooperatives within the entire country and keep the market of cooperative brands stronger in each of the respective states. And that's how together the Amul model actually spread outside of Gujarat through the Operation Flood model across the length and breadth of the country, which made India the largest producer of milk in the world. So cooperatives have a very strong role to play, and not just the Amul model in Gujarat, but everywhere in the country you have a local cooperative brand which is very strong. Next door, Saras in Rajasthan is very strong. To Nandini in Karnataka, Avin in Tamil Nadu, Verka in Punjab, Sudha in Bihar. Every state the cooperatives are doing very well, and that's why we are all proud that India is the largest producer of milk in the world. 1/4 of the total milk in the world is produced in India. Many of you may not know that milk is the largest agricultural crop of India. So India में जितना दूध का उत्पादन होता है, which is more than 60 crore liters a day, the value of output is 12 lakh crore rupees. It is more than the value of output of wheat, paddy, oilseeds put together.
This is for the entire year?
Entire year for the entire milk which is produced in the country. So more milk is moving from unorganized to organized sectors. Cooperatives are gaining prominence. There are cooperatives in about 2 lakh villages of India. And India has about 7 lakh villages. So the new Ministry of Cooperation has given this mandate that we should have 2 lakh more village cooperative societies in the balance 5 lakh villages of the country in the next 5 to 10 years. So what happened in 50 years of Operation Flood since 1970 to now is going to happen in the next 5 to 10 years. So more milk will come in the organized sector, more cooperatives will be part of every village of the country, every panchayat of the country, more women will be members of this cooperative. And today, as you rightly mentioned, if the women own the Amul brand, the money which we pay as consumers, if you spend 100 rupees on Amul products, 85% goes back to the farmer.
85?
Yeah.
So of every 100 rupees?
Yes. So this is the highest ratio anywhere in the world. A milk producer in Europe only gets 1/3 share of a consumer's dollar. Same in case of Europe, in New Zealand, Australia. But in India, it's more than 2/3. So this is the power of economic empowerment through cooperatives, providing livelihood with dignity in the villages. And I heard a question about SDGs in the previous session. Dairy cooperatives and this model actually takes care of most of the SDGs. So this is the power of this model, and that's why the new Minister of Cooperation is encouraging cooperatives in different spheres, creating more cooperative institutions to support the country, the economy of the country, use it as a model of women empowerment also. And all the money also goes directly in the bank accounts of women. So it is not just a notional or a symbolic ownership of the brand, it is also in form of money directly credited to the bank accounts of women.
Jain bhai, are there studies to prove that wherever Amul exists, at the village cooperative level, not Amul as in the brand, but the organization, the women are more empowered, and hence the families are more empowered, and the girl child education is better, and the level of the quality of life is better because the women are empowered?
Yes, absolutely, because this is an empowered woman actually takes care of not just herself and the family, but the society also. And we've seen big transformation happening in lives of so many women, the quality of education, the socio-economic standards, the way in which they accept technology and adapt new technologies, and also run the business. So more than 1/3 of our village cooperative societies are 100% women-owned, women-operated, women-managed. So they are very good in managing businesses, like many of our students in MBAs are, and they are able to demonstrate not just dairy farming, but also looking after the business part of it. And I think that's the big success of this particular movement.
You know, as someone who grew up in Uttar Pradesh and then migrated to Gujarat, and reflect a lot of other development statistics and parameters, less crime, more progressive society. Do you see Amul as a tool of societal change also wherever you go outside Gujarat?
Absolutely, yes. So as I mentioned, the model actually the Amul model was replicated in different states of the country. So the model is already there. We are also there in terms of, since we are marketing milk in different parts of the country, we are also sourcing locally. And again, the same model is also being put in place. You pay the right price of milk to the farmer, provide veterinary services, give them ownership, and also involve them in what you do. So this is definitely a tool of social transformation, economic transformation, livelihood, and respect. Not just women, but also the society.
Fair enough. And we haven't seen the best yet, because you're saying as of now, cooperatives are in about 200,000 villages, and you have a target of, as part of Operation Flood 2.0, taking it to another 200,000 villages, or more actually.
Yes.
Another aspect of the success story is the communication strategy. And I would say it is fantastic. How many of you would recall that Amul girl? See it, watch it, all of it, the entire hall. You know, last session I asked, how many of you have Demat accounts? Just about 55-60% said yes. But everyone has seen the Amul girl, and that's fantastic, because, you know, whenever I'm writing those top jackets or supers I have to write sometimes, you know, I think of that Amul girl ad, where everything is communicated with such brevity in 3 words.
Yes.
The latest one, of course, was the Buckingham murders, on which the play was?
Yes.
Baking with Makkan. So how does it really happen? Like, are you part of that strategy? You would have seen it closely.
Yes and no. Yes, because as a client, obviously we endorse whatever the agency comes out. And no, because the agency has full creative freedom to do what it wants in terms of wordplay, the theme, the messaging on its own. And I would be seeing the topical at the same time you are seeing it as a consumer. So we don't have an editorial interference in what the messaging is all about. This is perhaps the only brand in the world in which the client does not approve, quote unquote, the creative. And the agency has been given this creative liberty and freedom to publish it on billboards, in print, in social media. And we as the client who would sign the bill for sure would see it like the normal consumers do. So this is a unique part of this campaign, and that's how the agency has maintained the topicality of it. Amul Girl has maintained a place in everyone's heart, because whatever she says and speaks is what is the mood of the nation. Yeah. At times she is sad, at times she is happy, but it is not that she is talking to someone with any malice. She has the best interest of the country at heart, of each of the consumers at heart, and in a very cheeky, humorous, very light way, she communicates what is the mood of the nation.
Oh, you remember, like, it's of course the present mood of the nation, but you know, I could recall maybe 20 years back some of those Amul topicals. But moving on. So you're talking about villages, you're talking about women, many of them might not be educated, they are just taking care of 1 buffalo or 2 cows in their family, in the shed, in the village. And this fantastic communication strategy, which makes it such a uber cool urban brand in terms of brand recall. So my question is, that what's next? You have achieved so many frontiers in the recent past, from United States to Europe now. What's next?
This is, to my mind, just a beginning. And I'll tell you with some numbers that Amul today handles 1/4 of the total organized milk in the country. But organized sector is only 1/4 of the total production in the country. So to put in numbers, we handle close to, say, 3 crore liters of milk a day. India produces 60 crore liters of milk a day. A big change happening in the mindset of the consumers post-COVID, for sure, is converting from loose to packaged and branded. Okay, and that is not just in milk. It is in buttermilk also, it's in curd also, it's in paneer also, it's in khoa also, it's in mithai.
Because of the hygiene factor.
Hygiene factor. And that's where the organized sector comes in. And you look at it broadly, India also produces 5% more milk every year, but we're not looking at that 3 crore liters on 60 crore liters. But assume that 3 crore is 5% people shift from loose to package and branded. That's another 3 crore liters of milk, which is what our current volumes are. So our internal belief is you can add 1 Amul every year in India. And believe me, we are an 80,000 crore, a $10 billion brand, the largest food brand, FMCG brand in the country. But still, we are working with that ambition and aspiration that if consumers are shifting from loose to package and branded, and not just in rural areas, in urban areas, everywhere, we have the opportunity to double actually every year, if we wish to, and if we have the will to. And of course, we need to develop a capability to. So I can be very, very assured, and I can tell you that this is a great opportunity within the country. Second, looking at the global dairy industry and the situation, what's happening globally, dairy industry is in a lot of pressure in all the developed countries. Today, we are producing, as I mentioned, 1/4 of the total milk in the world. In next 10 years, India will produce 1/3 of the total milk in the world. So here we have a chance as India to become a dairy to the world. Which means, Honorable Prime Minister, when he told a few months back that he wants Indian food brands to be on everyone's dining table in the world, dairy is a job for itself. It is very much possible for the dairy industry of India to be a dairy to the world. And that's why when you talk of global expansion and the models of doing it, it is with this particular vision that we can be on the breakfast table of an American to a European to a Southeast Asian country and build the market for not just the Indian milk, but the Indian brands, develop this soft power and actually dominate the world.
One interesting aspect that I see as a consumer, I'm not a business journalist, but I just observe things. So one is the plain vanilla dairy products like milk, buttermilk, and butter. And then you see that fantastic lineup of Amul getting into whey proteins, chocolate powder, and of course ice creams. It's a legend. So, though, of course, I would wish that maybe those products were a little more visible. I don't know why you have chosen just to put them on your website and not, in general retail. So I should be able to get it on a Zepto or a Swiggy. Yeah. But still, how was this strategy planned to get into markets which are very urban, uber niche, catering to that kind of segment?
There are two insights to it. One, A, is the consumer insight, when people become more conscious of their health. And we know each one of us has to consume 1 gram of protein per kg of body weight every day. So it is not just consuming protein in form of a whey protein or a kala dabba, which you are used to, but protein in any form of food items that you consume. But the maths has to be there that if you're weighing 60 kg, you need 60 grams of protein, and you do have maths every day. So we worked with this insight, and they said that milk is a superfood. Milk has all the good nutrients that you want, but when consumers are looking at macros, which is the fat, protein, and carbs, how do we get into their mind space? Second, it is very logical. We are the largest producer of cheese and paneer in the country. And so, obviously, we have the best quality whey available with us. And then if you use this technology to convert this liquid protein from the liquid whey into protein for the products like buttermilk, lassi, or super milk, which is 35 grams protein per 250 ml, then we have won the game. India will not need to import anything, and we will be utilizing our resources. I was in one International Dairy Federation's conference way back in 1999. I'll tell a very short incident, where one of the scientists said that today when you use milk to make cheese, you eat the cheese and throw the whey away. But a day will come when you will throw away the cheese and use the whey. And this was 1999, 25 years back. I heard it. The first soch was, ye fekta hai. I mean, how is it possible? I mean, cheese is so valued and we love cheese. But then once we started working on whey and the components of whey and using technology to break down the protein out of the whey and use it, we realized that we have a game changer. And that's how we have a big range of high protein products. I can assure you, today we are doing it only on our own shop.amul.com portal. It's direct to consumer because we are also learning how to be direct to consumers, not be dependent on the e-com things, because today we know every single customer of Amul Protein. And when I launch a new product, I need to just send an SMS or a WhatsApp and we get the orders. But I'm sure
at half the price?
Yes, it is half the price, less than half the price, but more importantly, it's quality. And the marketing line is only one word and one line, that we need to consume 1 gram of protein per kg of body weight every day. Everybody does the maths. It can be a senior citizen, it can be a young child, it can be a gym goer, it can be a normal girl in her adult sense. Everyone, if they start doing it, we have won the game.
And you know what the scientists told you in 1999, our gaon ka pehlwans, they know it. So, you know, they don't throw the whey.
Yes.
They drink it.
Yes.
And that's how they do the pehlwani.
But that whey is, the cheese whey is only 0.6 to 0.9%. And what we consume is 8 to 15%. And that's where the technology of bringing out the whey protein and converting into a drink, which is affordable, which is tasty, because whey otherwise is not very tasty, and also affordable and available, which is you rightly mentioned.
Fantastic. Any questions in the audience? Yes, Smriti.
Very good afternoon, sir. My name is Smriti Mishra. Sir, as we all are journalists, our main focus has to be on the marketing and advertising of this entire brand, because milk is something, as you rightly said, as even sir was asking, you know, the question that milk is something which is there at the very grassroots level, right, in the villages where it is produced. And at the same time, parallelly, somewhere you're building the brand outside India in the world, right? So I want to know, I know that, you know, as you said that you're indirectly involved in the editorial team. I want to know how Amul as a brand is bridging that gap, is able to build that brand where Amul is known in every household. At the same time, it is able to build that brand where outside India's milk is being represented by the brand Amul.
You asked a very difficult question. But the simple answer is that you need to understand what the consumers want and how you do it by leveraging the brand's association with the customers. Before that, let me tell you a fun fact, that we spend less than 1% of our turnover on advertising. Most companies, private, multinational, spend 5 to 12% of their turnover on advertising.
Amazing.
So this is where you need to work with a very frugal mindset, frugal budgets, but extend the brand in such a way that you are able to reach out to that customer, reinforce the message you want to do, have a portfolio of products which meet that requirement, and more importantly, it should not be your grandfather's brand. It has to be your brand, and that we have to continuously keep talking to every generation so that he or she of the next generation would be thinking it's my brand, it's talking to me, it is designing products what I want. Classic case is chocolates and dark chocolates. I mean, we are the largest brand of dark chocolates today in the country without spending a single rupee on advertising, because we were listening to every single customer. And that's how we said that instead of the sugary chocolates, let us get into a space which the young consumers want to be. Same is case of protein, same is case of organics, same is case of probiotics. So using technology, using science, using this bond which Amul already has with the consumers, leveraging the brand, and increasing its presence and distribution is what is a game changer.
You know, it's amazing. We're wrapping up. Many times I pick up that Amul dark chocolate because of the fantastic cover, you know. It's so beautifully made. Of course, the chocolate is also fantastic. Thank you so much for this great session.
Thank you so much. Always a pleasure talking to you.
Amul, of course, would be part of India 2047, a success story.
Yeah, that will be the 100th year of Amul as well. Thank you so much.
Fantastic.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jayan Mehta and Abhishek, for that very interesting conversation. I'd now like to tell all of you that we will take a short break to have lunch and reconvene in the next 20 minutes. I want to say a quick thank you to all those people who made today's day possible. The 4th edition of the India Economic Summit 2024, presented by Adani, powered by Nippon India Mutual Fund, Wealth Sets You Free, co-powered by the Ravin Group, Bharosa Rakho, Surakshit Raho, e-commerce partner India Zona, Bharat ki apni dukaan, knowledge partner Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, come become state partner Uttar Pradesh Shasan. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for being a very, very patient audience since this morning, and we promise you a power-packed second half after this very short break. Thank you for staying.
No neutral media in the West. You cannot trust the BBC and the CNN. And therefore, when India takes its pride of place, because we are not a middle power anymore, we are a great power. We are not great power. We are not a superpower in the making. And therefore, what we have done is we have said, how far can you dream? कितने सपने आप देख सकते हैं? और सपनों के तरफ कैसी नींव बना सकते हैं? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Republic Media Complex. जो आप देख रहे हैं, जहां आप खड़े हैं और जहां आप जाने वाले हैं आज, ये नींव है उस सपने की कि भारत एक ग्लोबल सुपर पावर बनेगा, और मीडिया नहीं होगा तो वो ग्लोबल सुपर पावर बन नहीं सकता है. So we are a dedication towards making India a global superpower, and we are very thrilled about it. We are very excited about it. For what we do is we live our dream and we say, can we make that happen? And I want to make one more prediction. People who think that they can do global news because they have money are totally mistaken. Ideas don't cost money. Ideology doesn't cost money. Nation first doesn't come with money. Belief doesn't come with money. The spirit of challenge doesn't come with money. This Republic Media Network is a fundamental belief that we can make dreams happen if we put our heart to it. 1000%, every single day. There is only one philosophy which guides us. We have many ups and downs. We have difficult days. We have challenging days. There are days when we feel we've not done enough. There are days when you feel you don't have enough. But every day when we walk out of that newsroom, whatever your mood may be, good or bad, and I want you to see that, especially so many people from forces here, you will only see emblazoned in red, in white on red, the colors of Republic, nation first. And we have written it there. Many people can claim to do the news first. But what we want to be is not just a news organization. We want to be the start of a nationalist movement in this country, where we believe everything we do eventually is in the service of the nation. And nothing we do can ever be against our national interest. And that is our belief. So if the God Almighty is with us, if our effort is true and pure, we have grown so much. Today I want to thank everyone. And I want to end with a small thought that 2017, when we look at our journey, we keep reminding ourselves how far we have come. Ladies and gentlemen, this Republic Media Network headquarters is by far the most advanced, state-of-the-art, extremely technologically advanced, massively scaled up news complex, the one of its kind in the country, the largest in Asia, and possibly, though I haven't put a record to measure the tape and the length of this organization, it is possibly where we are today, one of the largest news complexes in the world today. It is not about the number of acres that this complex is encompassed in. It is not about the 3.5 lakh square feet of studio space. It is not about the hundreds of cameras or strobe lights or this beautiful auditorium, but it is about the passion that makes the Republic Media Network a one of its kind, completely special news organization in the world today. The fundamentals of this organization are very clear, and I must emphasize them again. What makes Republic special beyond the news complex, beyond what you will see today, is the fact that the Republic Media Network is the only independently journalist-owned news organization of this scale in the world, not just in India. And at a time when corporates and corporate entities think that they can buy over the media business, the Republic Media Network stands as a colossus challenging that idea. So, ladies and gentlemen, the Republic Media Network will always stand the test of time as the only independently run journalist-owned news network professionally managed in a country which is the world's largest democracy, and as some global leaders said yesterday, the next global superpower. This network, this complex, is a service for that, and we are proud of that. And I'm so proud of our people. I'm so proud of our people. The recent elections in America have made it very clear. There is no neutral media in the West. You cannot trust the BBC and the CNN. And therefore, when India takes its pride of place, because we are not a middle power anymore, we are a great power. We are not a great power. We are not a superpower in the making. And therefore what we have done is we have said, how far can you dream, कितने सपने आप देख सकते हैं, और सपनों के तरफ कैसी नींव बना सकते हैं. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Republic Media Complex. जो आप देख रहे हैं, जहां आप खड़े हैं और जहां आप जाने वाले हैं आज, ये नींव है उस सपने की कि भारत एक ग्लोबल सुपर पावर बनेगा, और मीडिया नहीं होगा तो वो ग्लोबल सुपर पावर बन नहीं सकता है. So we are a dedication towards making India a global superpower, and we are very thrilled about it. We are very excited about it. For what we do is we live our dream and we say, can we make that happen? And I want to make one more prediction. People who think that they can do global news because they have money are totally mistaken. Ideas don't cost money. Ideology doesn't cost money. Nation first doesn't come with money. Belief doesn't come with money. The spirit of challenge doesn't come with money. This Republic Media Network is a fundamental belief that we can make dreams happen if we put our heart to it. 1000%, every single day. There is only one philosophy which guides us. We have many ups and downs. We have difficult days. We have challenging days. There are days when we feel we've not done enough. There are days when you feel you don't have enough. But every day when we walk out of that newsroom, whatever your mood may be, good or bad, and I want you to see that, especially so many people from forces here, you will only see emblazoned in red, in white on red, the colors of Republic, nation first. And we have written it there. Many people can claim to do the news first. But what we want to be is not just a news organization. We want to be the start of a nationalist movement in this country, where we believe everything we do eventually is in the service of the nation. And nothing we do can ever be against our national interest. And that is our belief. So if the God Almighty is with us, if our effort is true and pure, we have grown so much. Today I want to thank everyone. And I want to end with a small thought that 2017, when we look at our journey, we keep reminding ourselves how far we have come. Ladies and gentlemen, this Republic Media Network headquarters is by far the most advanced, state-of-the-art, extremely technologically advanced, massively scaled up news complex, the one of its kind in the country, the largest in Asia, and possibly, though I haven't put a record to measure the tape and the length of this organization, it is possibly where we are today, one of the largest news complexes in the world today. It is not about the number of acres that this complex is encompassed in. It is not about the 3.5 lakh square feet of studio space. It is not about the hundreds of cameras or strobe lights or this beautiful auditorium. But it is about the passion that makes the Republic Media Network a one of its kind, completely special news organization in the world today. The fundamentals of this organization are very clear, and I must emphasize them again. What makes Republic special beyond the news complex, beyond what you will see today, is the fact that the Republic Media Network is the only independently journalist-owned news organization of this scale in the world, not just in India. And at a time when corporates and corporate entities think that they can buy over the media business, the Republic Media Network stands as a colossus challenging that idea, believing that it is journalists first, editorial first, news first. For us, news is not a business. For us, news is a passion. For us, news is a service for this country. And to do that service, we need to be independent. Independent in spirit, independent in thinking, independent in ownership, independent in finances, and independent in our ideology. So, ladies and gentlemen, the Republic Media Network will always stand the test of time as the only independently run journalist-owned news network professionally managed in a country which is the world's largest democracy, and as some global leader said yesterday, the next global superpower. This network, this complex, is a service for that. And we are proud of that. And I'm so proud of our people. I'm so proud of our people. The recent elections in America have made it very clear. There is no neutral media in the West. You cannot trust the BBC and the CNN. And therefore, when India takes its pride of place, because we are not a middle power anymore, we are a great power. We are not a great power. We are not a superpower in the making. And therefore, what we have done is we have said, how far can you dream? कितने सपने आप देख सकते हैं? और सपनों के तरफ कैसी नींव बना सकते हैं? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Republic Media Complex. जो आप देख रहे हैं, जहां आप खड़े हैं और जहां आप जाने वाले हैं आज, ये नींव है उस सपने की कि भारत एक ग्लोबल सुपर पावर बनेगा और मीडिया नहीं होगा तो वो ग्लोबल सुपर पावर बन नहीं सकता है. So we are a dedication towards making India a global superpower. And we are very thrilled about it. We are very excited about it. For what we do is we live our dream and we say, can we make that happen? And I want to make one more prediction. People who think that they can do global news because they have money are totally mistaken. Ideas don't cost money. Ideology doesn't cost money. Nation first doesn't come with money. Belief doesn't come with money. The spirit of challenge doesn't come with money. This Republic Media Network is a fundamental belief that we can make dreams happen if we put our heart to it. 1000%, every single day. There is only one philosophy which guides us. We have many ups and downs. We have difficult days. We have challenging days. There are days when we feel we've not done enough. There are days when you feel you don't have enough. But every day when we walk out of that newsroom, whatever your mood may be, good or bad, and I want you to see that, especially so many people from forces here, you will only see emblazoned in red, in white on red, the colors of Republic, nation first. And we have written it there. Many people can claim to do the news first. But what we want to be is not just a news organization. We want to be the start of a nationalist movement in this country, where we believe everything we do eventually is in the service of the nation. And nothing we do can ever be against our national interest. And that is our belief. So if the God Almighty is with us, if our effort is true and pure, we have grown so much. Today I want to thank everyone. And I want to end with a small thought that 2017, when we look at our journey, we keep reminding ourselves how far we have come. Ladies and gentlemen, this Republic Media Network headquarters is by far the most advanced, state-of-the-art, extremely technologically advanced, massively scaled up news complex, the one of its kind in the country, the largest in Asia, and possibly, though I haven't put a record to measure the tape and the length of this organization, it is possibly where we are today, one of the largest news complexes in the world today. It is not about the number of acres that this complex is encompassed in. It is not about the 3.5 lakh square feet of studio space. It is not about the hundreds of cameras or strobe lights or this beautiful auditorium. But it is about the passion that makes the Republic Media Network a one of its kind, completely special news organization in the world today. The fundamentals of this organization are very clear, and I must emphasize them again. What makes Republic special beyond the news complex, beyond what you will see today, is the fact that the Republic Media Network is the only independently journalist-owned news organization of this scale in the world, not just in India. And at a time when corporates and corporate entities think that they can buy over the media business, the Republic Media Network stands as a colossus challenging that idea, believing that it is journalists first, editorial first, news first. For us, news is not a business. For us, news is a passion. For us, news is a service for this country. And to do that service, we need to be independent. Independent in spirit, independent in thinking, independent in ownership, independent in finances, and independent in our ideology. So, ladies and gentlemen, the Republic Media Network will always stand the test of time as the only independently run journalist-owned news network professionally managed in a country which is the world's largest democracy, and as some global leader said yesterday, the next global superpower. This network, this complex, is a service for that. And we are proud of that. And I'm so proud of our people. I'm so proud of our people. The recent elections in America have made it very clear There is no neutral media in the West. You cannot trust the BBC and the CNN. And therefore, when India takes its pride of place, because we are not a middle power anymore, we are a great power. We are not a great power. We are not a superpower in the making. And therefore, what we have done is we have said, how far can you dream? कितने सपने आप देख सकते हैं? और सपनों के तरफ कैसी नींव बना सकते हैं? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Republic Media Complex. जो आप देख रहे हैं, जहां आप खड़े हैं और जहां आप जाने वाले हैं आज, ये नींव है उस सपने की कि भारत एक ग्लोबल सुपर पावर बनेगा और मीडिया नहीं होगा तो वो ग्लोबल सुपर पावर बन नहीं सकता है. So we are a dedication towards making India a global superpower. And we are very thrilled about it. We are very excited about it. For what we do is we live our dream and we say, can we make that happen? And I want to make one more prediction. People who think that they can do global news because they have money are totally mistaken. Ideas don't cost money. Ideology doesn't cost money. Nation first doesn't come with money. Belief doesn't come with money. The spirit of challenge doesn't come with money. This Republic Media Network is a fundamental belief that we can make dreams happen if we put our heart to it. 1000%, every single day. There is only one philosophy which guides us. We have many ups and downs. We have difficult days. We have challenging days. There are days when we feel we've not done enough. There are days when you feel you don't have enough. But every day when we walk out of that newsroom, whatever your mood may be, good or bad, and I want you to see that, especially so many people from forces here, you will only see emblazoned in red, in white on red, the colors of Republic, nation first. And we have written it there. Many people can claim to do the news first. But what we want to be is not just a news organization. We want to be the start of a nationalist movement in this country, where we believe everything we do eventually is in the service of the nation. And nothing we do can ever be against our national interest. And that is our belief. So if the God Almighty is with us, if our effort is true and pure, we have grown so much. Today I want to thank everyone. And I want to end with a small thought that 2017, when we look at our journey, we keep reminding ourselves how far we have come. Ladies and gentlemen, this Republic Media Network headquarters is by far the most advanced, state-of-the-art, extremely technologically advanced, massively scaled up news complex, the one of its kind in the country, the largest in Asia, and possibly, though I haven't put a record to measure the tape and the length of this organization, it is possibly where we are today, one of the largest news complexes in the world today. It is not about the number of acres that this complex is encompassed in. It is not about the 3.5 lakh square feet of studio space. It is not about the hundreds of cameras or strobe lights or this beautiful auditorium. But it is about the passion that makes the Republic Media Network a one of its kind, completely special news organization in the world today. The fundamentals of this organization are very clear, and I must emphasize them again. What makes Republic special beyond the news complex, beyond what you will see today, is the fact that the Republic Media Network is the only independently journalist-owned news organization of this scale in the world, not just in India. And at a time when corporates and corporate entities think that they can buy over the media business, the Republic Media Network stands as a colossus challenging that idea, believing that it is journalists first, editorial first, news first. For us, news is not a business. For us, news is a passion. For us, news is a service for this country. And to do that service, we need to be independent. Independent in spirit, independent in thinking, independent in ownership, independent in finances, and independent in our ideology. So, ladies and gentlemen, the Republic Media Network will always stand the test of time as the only independently run journalist-owned news network professionally managed in a country which is the world's largest democracy, and as some global leader said yesterday, the next global superpower. This network, this complex, is a service for that. And we are proud of that. And I'm so proud of our people. I'm so proud of our people. The recent elections in America have made it very clear. There is no neutral media in the West. You cannot trust the BBC and the CNN. And therefore, when India takes its pride of place, because we are not a middle power anymore, we are a great power. We are not a great power. We are not a superpower in the making. And therefore, what we have done is we have said, how far can you dream? कितने सपने आप देख सकते हैं? और सपनों के तरफ कैसी नींव बना सकते हैं? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Republic Media Complex. जो आप देख रहे हैं, जहां आप खड़े हैं और जहां आप जाने वाले हैं आज, ये नींव है उस सपने की कि भारत एक ग्लोबल सुपर पावर बनेगा और मीडिया नहीं होगा तो वो ग्लोबल सुपर पावर बन नहीं सकता है. So we are a dedication towards making India a global superpower. And we are very thrilled about it. We are very excited about it. For what we do is we live our dream and we say, can we make that happen? And I want to make one more prediction. People who think that they can do global news because they have money are totally mistaken. Ideas don't cost money. Ideology doesn't cost money. Nation first doesn't come with money. Belief doesn't come with money. The spirit of challenge doesn't come with money. This Republic Media Network is a fundamental belief that we can make dreams happen if we put our heart to it. 1000%, every single day. There is only one philosophy which guides us. We have many ups and downs. We have difficult days. We have challenging days. There are days when we feel we've not done enough. There are days when you feel you don't have enough. But every day when we walk out of that newsroom, whatever your mood may be, good or bad, and I want you to see that, especially so many people from forces here, you will only see emblazoned in red, in white on red, the colors of Republic, nation first. And we have written it there. Many people can claim to do the news first. But what we want to be is not just a news organization. We want to be the start of a nationalist movement in this country, where we believe everything we do eventually is in the service of the nation. And nothing we do can ever be against our national interest. And that is our belief. So if the God Almighty is with us, if our effort is true and pure, we have grown so much. Today I want to thank everyone. And I want to end with a small thought that 2017, when we look at our journey, we keep reminding ourselves how far we have come. Ladies and gentlemen, this Republic Media Network headquarters is by far the most advanced, state-of-the-art, extremely technologically advanced, massively scaled up news complex, the one of its kind in the country, the largest in Asia, and possibly, though I haven't put a record to measure the tape and the length of this organization, it is possibly where we are today, one of the largest news complexes in the world today. It is not about the number of acres that this complex is encompassed in. It is not about the 3.5 lakh square feet of studio space. It is not about the hundreds of cameras or strobe lights or this beautiful auditorium, but it is about the passion that makes the Republic Media Network a one of its kind, completely special news organization in the world today. The fundamentals of this organization are very clear, and I must emphasize them again. What makes Republic special beyond the news complex, beyond what you will see today, is the fact that the Republic Media Network is the only independently journalist-owned news organization of this scale in the world, not just in India. And at a time when corporates and corporate entities think that they can buy over the media business, the Republic Media Network stands as a colossus challenging that idea, believing that it is journalists first, editorial first, news first. For us, news is not a business. For us, news is a passion. For us, news is a service for this country. And to do that service, we need to be independent. Independent in spirit, independent in thinking, independent in ownership, independent in finances, and independent in our ideology. So, ladies and gentlemen, the Republic Media Network will always stand the test of time as the only independently run journalist-owned news network professionally managed in a country which is the world's largest democracy, and as some global leader said yesterday, the next global superpower.
This and economic network, growth with nearly 35 years of unparalleled experience at CII, he has shaped policy, fostered innovation, and spearheaded initiatives that have enhanced the competitiveness of industries across India.
The recent
His contributions to strengthening India's global ties have earned him prestigious honors, including the China-India Friendship Award and the Knight Commander of the Order of Queen Isabella from Spain, among others. Also with us is Mr. Shubhrakant Panda, the Managing Director and CEO of Indian Metals and Ferroy Alloys Limited, that has propelled IMFA to newer heights, making it a global leader in the ferro alloy industry. Beyond the corporate world, Mr. Panda has made significant contributions to India's economic growth and development. And as a former leader of FICCI and ICC India, he has championed the cause of Indian businesses on the global stage. Joining us is Mr. PK Basu, who will be in conversation with Mr. Banerjee and Mr. Panda for this very discussion on boardroom
have the graveyard shift after lunch. Hopefully, these two titans of industry are going to enliven it enough to wake us all up post-lunch. We have decided that we are going to focus on how business is responding to the challenge of Viksit Bharat. And we'll address a few things, but let's start with the employment challenge. We've had labor market reforms passed by Parliament and signed off by the President. but they haven't been notified either by the center or the states. Now, there's some debate about whether the center has notified the labor market reforms. They're supposed to have substantially reduced the complexity of the labor laws from about 44 codes to 4. But the challenge, of course, is that most states haven't notified them. How is industry responding to the challenge of employment, and why is it that industry does not employ more people, and particularly in labor-intensive manufacturing? But in broad terms, what is clear is that we keep going for capital-intensive rather than labor-intensive investment. Why is that? Yeah.
Good afternoon, and thank you. It's wonderful to be on the show, and let me start out by congratulating the Republic team on this wonderful new setup that they have. But with regard to the question, may I take the liberty, first of all, of rephrasing it slightly? I would like to look upon it as the Viksit Bharat opportunity, not the challenge. Now let's, that being said, let's look at the various components, and you have certainly highlighted something which is, when it comes to employment, that is obviously for a country as large as ours, that is something that we need to focus on very carefully. And at one level, what is unfortunate is that all the effort to codify the vast number of rules and regulations pertaining to labor laws, to distill it down to 4 codes, I think has been a brilliant effort. What is unfortunate is that this debate invariably, looks at labor law reforms as a hire and fire policy, which is not what it is. There are many more aspects to it than that. And if at all, hire and fire is a matter of to be discussed. So from that point of view, a lot of the heavy lifting has been done, like you said, in terms of codifying it down to 4 different codes. And obviously what is now necessary is to take it forward. At a roundtable discussion that we had at FICCI some time ago, where Dr. Panagaria was there, 2 important points came about, one of which is what you referred to, that in a country as large as ours, if you are not effectively utilizing that factor of reform, which is labor, then obviously it is suboptimal going ahead. That means, that doesn't mean there's anything against the use of capital or technology, but labor is something that has to be utilized more effectively. And in that regard, I think what is necessary and what will perhaps break this logjam and take it forward is to have 1 or 2 of the more advanced states in terms of a manufacturing ecosystem taking the plunge and setting a standard for the others to follow. I think that is what is necessary to take it forward. From an industry perspective, certainly I think what one needs to look at is to use and to leverage labor, given that it is a significant factor of production that is available in abundance. And in that context, again, from a FICCI perspective, what we have talked about, and I think industry in general talks about, is leveraging, for example, the productivity-linked incentive schemes and bringing in an element of employment, or if nothing else, at least targeting those sectors which have very high employment potential. I think that is what will make a difference.
Mr. Banerjee.
So having talked about the reform side of it and what we require, I think we need to, first of all, appreciate that given the demography of the country, we need to utilize this window of opportunity when we have this availability, the supply side of labor effectively. And having said that, therefore, one thing which, as you said, what industry is doing and should be doing is looking at that from an angle of how one can really look at upskilling and really making them relevant for the type of jobs which are available or going to be available as we go forward. So future of jobs, future of skills, and related to that. That's the first piece I would think is very critical, and that's what's been given a lot of emphasis both by the industry, and I would also see the government really giving major focus on upskilling and reskilling. The second part of it, which we must appreciate, that the larger companies, the jobs are going to really come from the small and the micro companies. The larger companies are going to be by and large going for automation, rightly so, no issues, but yes, jobs will come, a large amount of jobs will come from the small, mid-sized companies and even micro-sized companies. So the importance of it, and therein also lies a lot of role for the large companies and many institutions to play, is to look at how one makes our small and mid-sized companies more effective to the supply chain, which would mean that they would be able to grow, they would be able to be a part of the supply chain of the larger companies as they take global advantage, Indian advantage of the market, and therefore they are able to employ more. I think that's the second piece which industry is focused on and is looking at it, besides the various, of course, areas of governmental reforms, etc., which will come as it does. And my last point on the third one, which I would like to emphasize on, is as we move on, there are areas which are very labor intensive, like we talk about textiles, so to say, which could be a very highly labor intensive. So if you look at even services sector, tourism, if you look at, is a huge labor intensive sort of sector. So in these labor intensive sectors, if we can have I would think that if there is a situation where we can really look at tourism as a priority sector in the country, where we can, from skilling right up to small chains, to homestays, to all of it, if we are able to create a change to a 7-star hotel, I think we will be able to create an ecosystem of employment. I think there's a role of industry there to play too, even when we look at industries like textiles and all. So how do we focus on some priority labor-intensive sectors? And I think those are 3 issues which I would lay onto the table for moving forward.
Wonderful. So that takes me on to a related topic, which is China. I mean, if you look at even textiles, China's textile and garment exports are 9 times India's. Despite the fact that if you look at history from the time of Chandragupta Maurya, when we had visitors coming to India from Greece and Rome, they used to marvel at the cloth and clothes that India produced. So we used to be the producers of cloth and clothes for the world for 3,000 years until the last 77. We stopped being the primary producer. But then if you look more broadly, steel, aluminium, cement, in almost every sector, China now accounts for about half of world production. India is second in all 3. Now the point is, India is therefore an industrialized country. We are the second biggest producer of steel. Nobody, apart from China, has ever produced as much steel as we produced last year in any given year. So we are a steel producer. But the problem is that China has so much overcapacity that it then dumps its capacity on the rest of the world, and we are a prime source of dumping. So should our response to China be to continue to impose anti-dumping duties, to stop some of these dumping actions? Or should we take advantage of cheap Chinese imports to value add? So you're in ferroalloys, so it goes straight to you with that question with regard to steel, with iron and steel.
So, the statistics first, and you're absolutely right that when it comes to most commodities, China accounts for roughly half the world's production, and then it is distributed amongst the rest, whether it is steel, whether it is other points. Now, what should be the reaction to Chinese overcapacity? I believe a set of internal actions and a set of external actions. Internal, clearly do more of what the government has done, which is a focus on ease of doing business, a focus on reducing cost of doing business, so that we work at enhancing the competitiveness of Indian industry. The fact is that if you look at where India stands today, we are at the confluence of a huge opportunity where we can cater to a large domestic market as well as be a production base for the world. But that requires you to be competitive, that requires you to be part of global value chains, etc. From an external perspective, if you look at the likelihood of dumping, I can say this very confidently that Indian industry today, all that we want is a level playing field. If you have a level playing field, then that is all that you need. So from that point of view, if there is evidence of dumping happening, and I'm certainly aware in certain sectors it has happened, then one shouldn't look at whether it is anti-dumping duties or anything of that sort as protectionism, but providing a level playing field. And if that is given to us, along with all the efforts which have been made, as I said, from a sustained reforms point of view, I think Indian industry is more than capable of holding its head high. The second point I wanted to make with regard to where China stands in terms of capacities across various sectors and where India stands, again, I see that as an opportunity, because what the last several years have proven, especially with COVID, is that you have to have a resilient supply chain and a diversified supply chain. And somehow people had been lulled over the last 20-odd years into forgetting that basic tenet of a diversified supply chain. And therein lies the opportunity for India. So we're not, it's not a question of competing with someone or a China plus one, but to say that, look, there is huge opportunity, as again evidenced by the fact that, India's share of global trade today has a lot of headroom, which I see as a tremendous opportunity.
Yes. So if you could take it to other sectors apart from steel, cars, chemicals.
So, one point is on steel. You said that India has been the second largest, but we imported. And, what happens in manufacturing, and Subhrakanta also mentioned, when you see a cheaper source of supply, you get tempted to take from there, for your inputs. But having said that, I see China is not just a threat in terms of its dumping to India, but it applies to other parts of the world. But moving on, I think, other sectors, as you mentioned, we have to build in a resilient supply chain on every sector, be it pharmaceutical, be it rare earths, be it whatever. And I think besides being able to produce in India, there are sources which we would really need to look at, because it's a trade deficit of 100 billion is not a sustainable trading partnership. And I think one has to also look at it from that perspective, from the Indian industry point of view, as well as from the economic point of view. The second part is, India has to compete in areas of quality in terms of value add. So while there could be mass manufacturing, and we are competing there, not a private sector versus private sector, but a private sector versus a state over there. So here we will have to see how we match through areas of design, through areas of quality, with areas of value add, to see how our products are able to have that edge on Chinese products across the sectors. And third and last, as we build these, which I started with, the supply chain, diversification, I think we would have to see a long-term game plan of us being able to develop capacity enough in India, in areas where we have dependence on any geography for that matter. But lastly, to end with, I would imagine we should keep national security topmost in our mind as we look at how both from the point of view of both trade as well as investment. So I think that given that concern, given that pivot, we should then go into the other three areas that I just spoke about.
Terrific. I'll come back to RCEP, which is again a live issue related to this. But before we do that, a contemporary issue relevant to this particular week especially is that America has just re-elected Trump with a decisive mandate. There's generally been a euphoric response in India because he is seen as a friend of India, and particularly he is seen as an enemy of China, which I think if you just look at the tariffs he imposed on China, they definitely had an impact. China's share of US imports has gone down from 22% to 13% since he imposed those tariffs. So they've worked. He intends to do much more of that. But he also intends to perhaps impose tariffs on others. So do you look at the election of Trump as an opportunity or a threat from the industry standpoint and from a broader strategic standpoint for India?
You know, I think it's certainly above my pay grade to start talking about America's political choices. I mean, we have to deal with whatever it is that elections, whether in the US or anywhere else, throws up. But generally speaking, the view public opinion has been that the Republican Party is more friendly towards trade. Having said that, the counterbalance to that is the threat of tariffs, etc. But what we have to keep in mind is that every nation will do what it considers in its best interests. But yes, the strategic alignment that India and the US have developed over the last decade or so means that these two democracies will have to work together. I mean, working together doesn't mean that you agree on everything, that there aren't areas of disagreement. But if you, by and large, agree on more than you disagree on, I think that's what defines a strategic partnership. Now, from an Indian industry point of view, I think what we're looking at is the opportunities that we get by the two countries coming closer together, whether it is in terms of technology transfer, whether it is in terms of access to the latest technology, whether it is the latest innovations, and even while we have to step up our game in the research and development field, in terms of stepping up our expenditure, in terms of focusing more on innovation, as CB said, focusing on quality, etc., because that's what it takes to be competitive and acceptable globally. I think working together with US US counterparts on areas of common interest where we can collaborate to move forward together is a great opportunity for Indian industry.
So, exactly taking it on from there, we have seen phenomenal achievements of India globally in terms of building partnership, building relationships at the leadership level. And US is no exception. In fact, we had seen it during the earlier administration of the president-elect. And moving on, if you really look at the relationship between US and India decadally over periods of time, it's changed dimensionally completely. Today, we are a strategic partnership of a kind where we are working on defense, which has moved on, which was never thought some time back. We have moved on to areas of energy. So there are collaborations and participation in areas which were not even talked about. And I'm sure that these are going to be strengthened moving forwards in the months and years to come. Look at the collaboration that we have established on ISET, the high-tech forum, which again shows how we are really looking at opportunities in areas which are completely new. And then we move on to areas like rare earths, where we will see phenomenal partnership. So I see strategic partnership and commercially, economically, and then moving on to the geoeconomic, geostrategic side, I see the US has a trusted partner in India. And I think that's something which India has played a very important role across the globe. So there's a lot of, I see, bilateral sort of gain, mutual gain in enhancing this relationship, which we have seen between the leaderships of the two countries.
So on that theme, President-elect, when he was President, Trump, emphasized the Quad, and he grew the Quad substantially. He emphasized the term Indo-Pacific as opposed to Asia-Pacific. It's quite interesting that the APEC summit is about to happen. APEC is something that we have been kept out of, but now the focus is shifting to the Indo-Pacific and IPEF. So looking forward, is the Quad and the IPEF, the Indo-Pacific Economic Forum, going to become more important to us, and should it become more important to Indian industry, or should we go back to considering the RCEP? Now, my personal problem with RCEP is simple. We already have a free trade agreement with ASEAN. We have one with Korea, we have one with Japan, and with Australia. So the only ones missing are the US and New Zealand. Are China and New Zealand. China has 5,300 non-tariff barriers, which it is not willing to remove. So if we join RCEP, shouldn't we first focus on China's non-tariff barriers? Its tariffs are meaningless.
So, I think we will see a re-emergence of focus and priority on both the IPEF and APEC. I think Indo-Pacific and Quad, sorry. I think we will see a much more economic agenda and geoeconomics and geopolitics playing a positive role through these forums. That's going to be critical for us, and I think we'll take advantage of it and we'll push it. Now, RCEP is something which we'll need to be careful about in terms of the rules of origin. And we talked about our northern neighbor, but I think the rules of origin is something which is critical. Though you talked about the free trade agreements or trade agreements that were established with Japan and Korea in the past, they were established in the past. I see huge scope of renegotiating them in terms of India today, because at that point in time when it was done and the time that we are living now are different, and therefore probably there is huge scope of us looking at. And if you see us going, India going in a way, I see India take, yes, you mentioned about Australia, but we are also looking at other economies. Who thought that we would be able to do this huge deal with the UAE, which is set an example of us being put into a fast track with UK, so to say today. And I would really imagine that discussions which started in the earlier administration of a free trade agreement with the US, I think they would look forward to it, because, again, coming back on trade and trade deals, India would have to, there are economies where we would need to have complementarities much more than than RCEP, where we have no sanctity on the rules of origin. So we should move with our interests in mind as we move into trade agreements in the future.
So specifically as far as the relationship with the US is concerned, I think there will be multiple dimensions to it. Starting with the bilateral, as CB again mentioned about a potential trade deal, to the Quad and other groupings. So I think it's not a question of one or the other, it's a question of all of them working in tandem, and India looking to do what it can to protect its interests and project its power. But specifically, if we were to talk about RCEP or any other free trade agreements, I am all for trade agreements provided they have a level playing field, as I said. And the level playing field is not just in tariffs, but exactly as you pointed out, in terms of the non-tariff barriers, which negate any access that could come otherwise, in terms of rules of origin. And let's not forget that, when we talk about manufacturing competitiveness in India, one of the issues which comes up regularly across industry associations is duty inversion. And a lot of this duty inversion can be ascribed to earlier free trade agreements, where until and unless that review comes up, your hands are sort of tied. So, it's a question of, I think, calibrating your approach, where keep in mind that free trade agreements allow access to technology, allow access to markets, and all of that, but it has to be negotiated well, which I believe the minister and the government are doing very effectively, protecting India's interests. And overall, I think free trade agreements are one arrow in a quiver full of arrows, which work together to ensure that industry is competitive and has access to global markets.
Thank you so much. We've run out of time. What is clear from this discussion is that Indian industry is ready to convert the challenge of Viksit Bharat into a genuine opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Banerjee and Mr. Panda, for sharing those insights. And thank you, Mr. Basu, for steering us through that thought-provoking conversation. Our next guest for the day is a man who has had a transformative impact on India's financial landscape. A man whose vision has led to the Edelweiss Group becoming one of the top investment firms in India. Rashesh Shah embarked on a journey to build a world-class financial institution in 1995. At the time, the firm worked on a private equity syndication and mergers and acquisitions and focused on advisory services. Over the years, it has grown into becoming one of India's most influential financial institutions, offering a wide range of services from wealth management to investment banking and asset management. Under Rashesh Shah's leadership, the Edelweiss Group has not only cemented its place in India, but also expanded its footprint globally. Join us as we welcome Rashesh Shah, the man who turned a small financial boutique into a financial service firm with a net worth of over 8,000 crore rupees. Calling in for a fireside chat along with Niranjan, and also joining us would be Mr. Sandeep Sikka.
Oh yes, joining Mr. Rashesh Shah on stage is another visionary leader who's been put at the forefront of innovation of the asset management and investment industry. Sandeep Sikka joined Nippon Life India Asset Management Limited in 2003, and he was quickly elevated to the role of CEO in just 6 years, becoming one of India's youngest CEOs in the asset management industry. In fact, Mr. Sikka has played a pivotal role in the growth of the businesses, both domestically and internationally. Under his leadership, the company has also acquired Goldman Sachs India business. Throughout the course of his nearly 3-decade-long career, Mr. Sikka has been associated with numerous prestigious organizations, including CII, FICCI, and the Reserve Bank of India. Niranjan Narayanaswamy will be moderating this session.
Thank you, Suesha. Okay, so we have a legend in the house. Mr. Rashesh Shah has seen different governments come and go. You've been around for so many decades, Mr. Shah. In Mumbai, you're a name to reckon with. Sandeep Sikka, one of the most influential mutual fund name in India. I'll start with you, Mr. Rashesh Shah. This year, we've kept the theme of the India Economic Summit as Viksit Bharat, Bullseye, right? You've seen the UPA era. You've seen the Modi era, and you've seen the changing financial markets over the decades. Are we on track for the 50 trillion at 2047 that we talk about?
Yeah. Actually, before we start, I want to thank all of you, and truly very honored to be here for this very prestigious event. And thank you to Arnab, and congratulations for building such a fabulous campus. Really very impressive, and very honored to be here amongst all of you. And it is actually very appropriately themed conference today, because I think India is at a stage. So, you know, we always keep on thinking a lot of things in India remain the same, but a lot of things keep on changing. So India has been growing. For the last 30 years, we've been steadily growing. Our economy has actually, doubled in size every 6 to 6.5 years for the last 30 years. But what has changed is now we have scale at $4 trillion, and we'll continue to have this. So this growth rate, we will become about 11-12 trillion by 2035. We'll become, say, about 25-30 trillion by 2047. But we are now compounding at scale. So I call it the golden age of compounding for India is underway. And when I see this 5-acre campus and all that, I say this is India not at $4 trillion, but this is what India is going to be in the next, 10 to 15 years. So I think the scale that we are seeing, what we saw, 15, 20 years ago to what we are seeing now is what is going to be amazing. And along with that, what is also changing, and especially last 8-10 years we have seen that, is we are moving from a country of savers to a country of investors.
Yes.
And I think part of your theme today also covers that, is we had a very strong Indian banking system. But I've always believed that we have very strong banks. We have close to 300 crore accounts now in the bank. But banking was about saving money. It was not, when you and I keep money in the bank, we are saving money, we are not investing money.
Yes.
What we are seeing last 8-10 years, and along with the mutual fund industry and the capital markets and insurance growth, is we are now starting to invest money. And as we have seen, any family that saves money is only doing half the job. When you start investing that smartly and get return, the family income really starts galloping away. And that is what we are seeing in India. So we are compounding at scale. We have still a long runway to go. And along with that, we are also changing our color as a country from a country comfortable with saving to a country now getting comfortable with investing.
So well said. And I can actually familiarize myself with that because, we as journalists, most often we don't have time sometimes to, even have a lunch or, because the role of journalists and our work hours are different. It's crazy sometimes, right? But as you grow and as you start having families, and this is the question I wanted to ask Sandeep Sikka, I didn't know about mutual funds too much until recently, right? And I think the role of mutual funds in the growth of the Indian story, like I said, saving is one part of it, investing changes it altogether. And the role of mutual funds in doing that for the Indian, I wouldn't just say middle class. Today, I read somewhere about tier 2, tier 3 cities, the number of people who are investing in the mutual funds industry, right? Sandeep, what have you seen?
No, thanks a lot for having me. And it's very important for me to start by saying I think mutual fund industry is going to play a very big role in Viksit Bharat, Atmanirbhar Bharat.
Yeah.
Because many times what we think mutual fund is about just investing, creating wealth.
Yes.
But I think what you have to understand is, as Rashesh also mentioned, in India, people always confused between savings and investments.
Yes.
Money kept in the bank was assumed it's going to create long-term wealth, but actually it was never the case. So what we are seeing right now is, I think the fact that you mentioned, you were not aware of mutual funds,
Yes.
Believe me, you are majority of India did not know about it. But we are very happy today, I think, because fundamentally it was always mutual funds were subject to market risk, has moved to mutual funds sahi hai. And the fact that in February, Prime Minister of India, Prime Minister Modi, mentioned about the role of the mutual fund, because we not only convert household savings for capital formation, a lot of companies which are coming in the morning, we had Ashish talking about new IPOs and all, mutual fund industry is playing a very big role there. But I think the fundamental thing that the mutual fund industry, to your question, the big change that has happened about 20 years back or even 10 years back, the industry was dominated in bigger cities.
Yes.
Today, you'll be happy to know 54% of all new SIPs that come to the industry are coming from smaller cities and towns. And one thing we need to give it, and as an industry, professional industry body, we give a lot of credit to what we have done. But how did this start? The foundation was started by Prime Minister Modi when you see three things change the fortunes of mutual fund industry. Jan Dhan, when you had 70 crore bank accounts which opened. Demonetization, maybe liked by people, not liked by people, but the formalization of the economy, money coming in. Unified KYC, all these things created. So 2014, when Prime Minister Modi came to power at that time, the mutual fund industry AUM was in 9 lakh crores. And today, and when he in February he talked about it, mentioned at that time it was 54 lakh crores. And today it is 70 lakh crores. So I think this is actually a classic case of small investors from small cities and towns investing and participating in the India growth story. Yeah. But the most important thing I'm going to touch upon is what the finance minister in the morning talked about, that it's very important to be friendly with all foreign countries, but we have to take care of our economic interest.
Yeah.
What mutual fund industry is doing is with 25,000 crores of monthly SIP, 3 lakh crores, which means technically speaking, we have created an environment where our dependence on FI money has reduced. So never before in the history of country, last month you saw FAI money going out, but 90,000 crores went.
Yes.
But the market did not tank. So this is the power, and this is what we say Atmanirbhar Bharat.
Yeah, and all of us were worried what's happening in the stock markets. And of course, Mr. Rashesh Shah follows the financial markets very closely. I mean, he's invested his entire life there. You spoke about investing. If you invest, when a family invests, I mean, you invest for yourself, for your family, but for a country to invest and grow richer, you need to create jobs, right? And when you talk about Viksit Bharat, it's not possible to do that without creating jobs. Now, as you've seen the financial markets change and evolve over the years, do you see job creation also happening as it should?
Yeah, actually, it's an important question to ask because as we get older, we also realize that the financial markets don't exist for only the investors to create wealth. That has to be one of the objectives. But it also has to create jobs for the country at large. The problem in answering your question is that we don't know. We can only experience the anecdotal evidence. But even today, if you ask me or if you ask Sandeep, how many people are employed indirectly and directly in the mutual fund industry, the answer will be, we don't know. If you ask us how many people are employed in the capital market, the answer will be, we don't know. If you ask me how many are employed in banking, we don't know. So I think there have been jobs that have got created, but we need to create data about jobs. And I keep on saying that to all the government agencies and regulators. We do hundreds of filings to SEBI and RBI and IRDA all the time. We should be asked to file how many jobs that we are creating. And I think this investing impetus will become more visible, more powerful, and will really allow us to articulate that, the stock market is doing well, investors are doing well, but the country is also doing well because we are creating jobs. Because there are about 100 million people who are investing in the stock market or mutual funds, but there are maybe another 400, 500 million people who are also wanting jobs. So, and they have to be connected. So I think it is creating jobs, but we need to show evidence of that. We need to articulate that. And we, all of us in the industry, need to speak about, because I think the two main part of investing which gets lost amongst returns, and the market is up and we made 30% return, and if we all talk about stocks that we pick that go up, I think ultimately we have to remember, the idea is to create jobs, but the idea is also to help in capital formation. So we do believe that stock market should not be the end objective, it should be the means to an end. And the end is, can we create jobs and can we really create capital formation efficiently for the country? Because when it is only via banking, it is not as efficient, and that is what we have seen last 30 years, as the stock markets have also played a role in capital allocation, as the insurance industry has started playing a role in capital allocation and capital formation. Our economic growth has picked up. We used to be at 4-5% growth. Now we have gone to about close to 6-7% growth. I think India's target for Viksit Bharat, if you want to, I think you have this thing, the eye of the bullseye. What we call the bullseye. I think for all of us in India, the bullseye has to be, can we get to 10% growth without overheating, without humming and hawing and panting out there? We have got close to that, but every time we get there, we are like out of breath. We are like, like an overheated car. I think we need to getting to a, GDP growth of 10%, which is available in India with our investment, with our consumption, with our savings, all of that. When you put together, we can get to 10% growth, and the government, the industry, the investors, all of us have to get together and try and debate saying, should that bullseye target be 10% growth for India? Because at 10% growth, we will truly progress to a per capita income of $8,000-10,000 from current $3,000.
I think, you want to talk about policy as well. I'll come to policy in just a bit. But I want to go back to Sandeep and ask him a question about mutual funds. Because I remember when we first saw the ads or heard the ads of mutual funds on TV, it said, mutual funds are subject to market risks. Please read the terms and conditions carefully before investing, right? To what you said, I found that interesting. You said mutual funds, sahi hai, right? Is it as simple as that? Because when you look at the trends of people investing from villages, tier 2, tier 3 cities, has it become a credible, more solid source of asset creation? How are the trends changing what you have seen in the last few years?
That's very interesting. So let me first start with the data point. 10 years back, mutual funds were just 0.8% of the financial savings in India. Today it is 8%. So that tells you the trends are changing. But I think what's the pulse that we get, I think when we go to small cities and towns, the mutual funds was something, it was an alien product. People did not understand. And people used to always have questions. And I give a lot of credit to the regulator. It's one of the most simple products. It's complicated in the mind, but it's actually very simple. And what we have seen, you'll be surprised, is if you were to buy the Google Trends, the data tells you the mutual fund word is being searched more in smaller cities than bigger cities. The fastest growing cities are, let's take Nasik, Durgapur, smaller cities. And also what's happening is, mutual fund is becoming the first port of call because ultimately it's not very easy to invest. And all of you, like a journalist for you, you have a day job. And I hope you don't start taking mutual funds as your day job, then we won't have a job.
I should confess, because once you start investing, right, some of these guys give you a dashboard, okay? They give you an app, and then you check what's the valuation, has it gone down, come down? But it's crazy. Last 2 weeks has been crazy. The market's going up and down.
So this is exactly what makes it complicated. I think in long-term investing, you have to keep emotions out. I mean, it's a lazy way of investing. You have to invest and keep it for long term. So all the investors who have made money, I think our data shows us, investors who are very smart and who try to trade, and which is also what has come out from SEBI also, investors who trade very often, they don't make money. They make money for somebody else.
Yeah.
But I think if you create wealth for yourself, focus on your day job, don't look at the portfolio every day.
I'll stop doing that.
I'll just add out here, in the investing world, we always use this phrase where we say investing should be something you do so that you can sleep at night. It should not be something that keeps you awake at night.
Exactly.
So one more trend I should highlight, very interesting. Till now, investing was done for a very different reason. For the first time this Diwali, we saw a very different change. Highest volume of mutual fund ETFs was traded on the stock exchanges on Dhanteras. Till now, Indians wanted to invest in gold physically.
Yes.
Last year it was 80 crores, this time it's almost 450 crores. So the trend is changing, and it's changing faster than what we can expect. And today we have 5 crore unique investors. And I think the day will not be far away. I think you talked about 2047, when I think we will be $50 trillion economy. I think it's our dream and wish. I think every Indian household will be mutual fund investor by then.
You're saying by 2047?
2047.
Well, I mean, of course, I think the way things are going, and he's seen, financial markets change. I mean, from the traditional days of savings in the bank to where we are today, Mr. Rashesh Shah, I want to ask you, because when you look at the culture of investing, when you talk about the culture of investing, what makes India an investment destination? Or do you think there's more we can do in terms of policy? I felt you wanted to talk about it, but you stopped short of doing that.
Yeah, actually, I think the culture of investing is underway in front of all of us. What we're also seeing, what he spoke about gold, we're also seeing it about real assets. REITs have been one big one. When you buy into a REIT, you are actually buying an ownership in that office complex, that IT park. The same way InvIT, when you buy into an InvIT, you are buying into ownership in a road. So I think the investing culture started where you bought a share of Asian Paint, and then you now are a very small owner of Asian Paint. Now we are converting that same ownership of a company into ownership of gold, ownership of a office complex, ownership of a road. So we are actually financializing a lot of assets. Ultimately, every asset can be financialized. Any asset that has a cash flow can be financialized, and that is where the financial architecture of India has evolved. We still have a long way to go, but I think in the last at least about 15, 20 years, we have started with mutual funds, and we go to InvIT, REIT, AIFs, all of that. All of this instrument, they all look very exciting, but ultimately what they're doing is they're allowing the right asset to be connected with the right investor who can get the cash flow there. Because that is what ultimately investing is all about, that I can put my money maybe on a longer term basis, which gives me a slightly higher return and creates capital for the country. So this entire, I think, proliferation of AIFs, InvITs, REITs have also been another big jump in our investment culture. So earlier it was only banks, then we got banks, mutual funds, capital markets, brokerage, asset management companies, AIFs, InvITs, REITs, and I think this proliferation will allow us to become more and more an investment country. And if you see, I think ultimately we have to step up our investment, our growth rate. Because currently the capital we have, and we are Atmanirbhar on capital. I think India is now fairly self-sufficient on capital, and it's a very bold statement to make, because we always feel we are capital scarce. But I saw the same thing happening on the food front. 30, 40 years ago, India had food scarcity. Now we are fairly self-sufficient. I don't know whether we had surplus or not, but we become fairly self-sufficient on food. What last couple of years have shown us, we have become fairly self-sufficient on capital. At this about 7% growth rate, we have enough capital. We should step it up and use more capital. So if we can step up our growth rate to 8, 9, 10% and use our capital and the capital that comes from overseas through FDI and FPI, we can get to 10% growth rate. And all effort, the capital markets, the investment professional, the government, all of that is how do we get there? And we need a lot more innovation. We need whether ETFs or, like we ourselves created a Bharat bond kind of a product which allows people another product, another opportunity to invest. So I think that would be very, very exciting in the next few years. What we saw in banking, we see in capital market, we see in insurance industry, in the financial sector, if we can create that. And the last part of this that should connect is connect with entrepreneurship. And I know we have quite a few people in the audience who have been entrepreneurs. But what has been, even the growth of capital market, as I said, creating wealth for investors is one byproduct. Yes. But it should create jobs, it should create capital formation. Yes. The third thing it should create is entrepreneurship. Yes. And 30 years ago, 20 years ago, entrepreneurship was mainly in Bombay, Delhi, Bangalore, kind of, it was restricted there. Now, as we speak about tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, we are seeing entrepreneurship also now. We are seeing entrepreneurs from Kanpur and Varanasi and Bhavnagar and Surat and Indore also now accessing capital, accessing investment capital, which allows them to grow. So I think that will be another very exciting part of India, is we can democratize entrepreneurship in India. And we saw that. I think it happened in sports, about 30, 40 years ago, where Kapil Dev came from, earlier all cricketers came from Mumbai, Delhi, Bangalore, Chennai. Yes. And then suddenly in the 80s, we had Kapil Dev who came from Chandigarh. And then now we have a whole, we had MS Dhoni, all of that. So what happened in cricket, I think should happen with entrepreneurship in this, and the capital markets and the investment community should also facilitate that.
Okay, I have a couple of questions to both of you before we end the session. Sandeep, to you. This morning, Mohandas Pai, he's a very tough critic of the Modi government. He's also a very strong backer of the Modi government, right? And he used a very interesting term when he said, liberate businesses from Delhi. He said, liberate us from Delhi and watch us grow, right? So the reason I'm saying that is how much of policy contributes to businesses having a free run? I mean, in the changes that you've seen, especially in the last 11 years, how much does that contribute to flourishing?
No, I think where I started from, if you see the success of the mutual fund industry, and why as specific I'm talking mutual fund industry, because that's a capital contributor to various other industries, is because of a strong foundation and the framework that has been created by the government. Yes. And many times what happens whenever the government will try to create something, there will be people may think it's not right because it does not suit person A, it may suit person B. But I think we have to see clearly from the long-term point of view, and specifically when we talk of businesses like ours, where you're taking public money. There is a very strong foundation, a rule framework, which has to be there and needs to be respected by the industry. I think I can, the other point I think that you mentioned, what Prime Minister Modi has done today, I think is the biggest thing is the wealth that is getting created in the smaller cities and towns. See, it's not just about, it's very easy to say, I mean, this is right, this is wrong, because everybody has an opinion.
But he encourages that.
No, but the point is very different. Today, everything, whether Rashesh mentioned, I mentioned, the kind of wealth that is getting created in smaller cities and towns, that is the real, the proof that everything is going right in the country. Yeah. We can always have some issues, someone may have a different opinion, but I firmly believe, country is in safe hands, and I think there's no reason why we will not be touching $50 trillion.
Great. Rashesh?
I think on that I would add, I think we all need, obviously, rules and regulations are required for any civilized society, especially industries where you are taking third-party capital. I think, but what we need to continuously do is, and it's actually a very oxymoronic statement to make, we have to regulate and deregulate at the same time. Because what happens is, you keep on adding regulation, a lot of them, they get outdated.
Yes.
The need has gone away because the market practices evolved, competition
Why don't you be specific? What do you want deregulated? Do you feel the government is slow in making those changes, evolving with the times?
Not just India, I think all over the world. Yeah. What happens is we keep on adding new regulation as per the new needs of the marketplace, new needs of the industry. But all over the world, there is conversation going on that we need to also take out the old rules which were formed 18, 20 years ago.
Yeah.
So, and if you want, I think we had, FICCI and all constantly make long lists of rules which are outlived their purpose. Rules and regulations, even in the capital market, there are a lot of rules which have outlived the purpose because the market is evolved. It was required 18, 20 years ago.
Yes.
But the only point I want to add is we add rules on top of rules. If we say that mere Albina mein I have only so much space for rules and regulation. If I have to add new rules, I have to take out some old rules. That will keep the churn going, but that will also facilitate innovation, because who is the biggest victim of over-regulation? The biggest victim of over-regulation, it creates entry barriers for new firms.
Yes.
It stops innovation. Yeah. And the incumbents enjoy it. I mean, any incumbent in the heart of their heart are happy with a very high entry barriers, because it keeps your life easier. Yeah. So we have to create a culture, which is hard to do in any country, including ours. Can we constantly say we will add rules, but we'll also constantly look at, and in the recent past, Modi government has done stuff. They've also decriminalized a lot of acts in the Companies Act and all that. We need to do a lot more of that, and we need to do rule making and rule removing at the same time.
Okay. If I can ask you both before we end, 30 seconds I'll give to each one of you. You made a very interesting point at the end. You said despite the monies that went out of the market, you see why it's still stable, right? In 30 seconds, your prediction of the Indian financial market, the stock markets, where do you see them headed? In 30 seconds.
I don't think so anybody in the room can predict where the stock markets are headed. But I think what is very important to understand, stock market is a reflection of the economy. If the economy does well, the stock market will also do well. So again, I think, and for me, when I say this, I always say direction is more important than speed.
Yes.
So as a country, we're in the right direction. Yes. Now, even if the 2047, whether will be 50 can be 49 or could be 52, that's not important. But important is directionally we are going there. And from a stock market point of view, if you were to see this way, today we are about 3.5 trillion. If that was to go up 10 times, so there's no reason. I mean, if stock market keeps getting reflected, the same valuations get reflected, you can calculate it yourself, but we can't predict.
Yeah. Rasheshji.
I started my career in 1989, where the Bombay Stock Exchange was about 700. It's now 80,000. So you can calculate, about close to 35 years, the market is more than 100x, 120x is what I have seen. I wish I knew that at that time. But if you work backwards, I think a 13-14%, given our economic growth, a 13-14%. So on a long term or a long kind of direction, market will be up. Will it always be up? No. It will be highly volatile. So I can only say two things. In the long term, it will be up, but it will be highly volatile, which will make it interesting for media and all that, because every day markets will go up, will come down, there will be headlines out there. But for a real investor, I think markets grow as India grows.
Yes.
You should remember that.
Absolutely. Mr. Rashesh Shah, Sandeep Sikka, thank you for joining us at the India Economic Summit. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
जीना चाहिए। प्रकृति परमेश्वर ने जो सारी संरचना की है वो ऐसी ही की है, लेकिन व्यक्ति निराशाओं में, हताशाओं में, कुंठाओं में इतना खो जाता है। इसलिए भगवत गीता का विवेकानंद जी से पूछा कि आपको कौन सा श्लोक सबसे ज्यादा प्रिय है। क्लैप्यमास्म गम पार्थ नैतत्व युपद्यते क्षुद्र हृदय दौर्बल्यम त्यक्त्वा उत्तिष्ठ परंतप। हमें बड़ी सोच, कड़ी मेहनत और पक्की
has led Info Edge with sheer brilliance. A dreamer and achiever, Bhikchandani is also the co-founder of Ashoka University, a liberal arts institution. As a new age venture capitalist, Bhikchandani is the modern day Midas who turns every startup he touches into gold. With brands such as Naukri.com, Jeevansathi.com, 99acres.com, Shiksha.com, NaukriGulf.com under his sleeve, Bhikchandani is a university in itself for anyone who aspires to be a startup founder.
That's right, Suesha. And it's my pride to introduce the next co-panelist, who is someone with over 20 years of global experience. That's in investment management and business operations. And it is our great pride to introduce Sarbir Singh, the CEO of PolicyBazaar.com, who has been a seasoned investment manager throughout his career. An IIT Delhi alumnus and a master's in business administration from the IIM Ahmedabad, Singh was an investor running the Westbridge Capital as its managing partner well before joining PB Fintech in 2019.
In fact, Mr. Bhikchandani and Mr. Singh will be in conversation with Mr. Samir Manchanda. Samir Manchanda, who's a qualified chartered accountant with nearly 4 decades of experience in the media industry. As a serial entrepreneur, he has successfully established multiple ventures, showcasing his business acumen and innovative spirit. Currently, he dedicates his time to mentoring startups, guiding the next generation of entrepreneurs. His extensive industry knowledge and leadership that have made him a respected figure in the media sector. Let's give a huge round of applause to all the 3 gentlemen as they'll be talking on India's digital economy and tech boom.
Welcome to this session on AI and digital technologies. We live in an era where AI and digital technologies are reshaping every aspect of our life. How we work, how we communicate, and how we solve pressing problems. In fact, billions and billions of dollars are being spent on AI worldwide. NVIDIA has become the largest company by market cap, overtaking Apple. They make GPUs. That's a market cap of $3.62 trillion. So we've seen the internet revolution. We are now in the starting phase of the AI revolution, as to say. I'm going to ask this question to Sanjeev, because he is the one who's actually played a very important role in the internet revolution, and saying, what does he think about this? Where are we in the AI phase?
So I think it's pretty clear now. I know 6 months ago or 1 year ago, when somebody asked me a question that what impact will AI have in India, I used to say, we are waiting and watching, right? But today, just in 6 months, it's pretty clear that AI will go everywhere. Every product, every application, it will go everywhere. And we are seeing it. The number of startups we're seeing in AI right now to invest in, every second or third startup is either an AI startup or has got AI deeply embedded in the offering. If I look at Naukri, if I look at InfoEdge, we've got a team of 100 people working on AI, analytics, data sciences. And in the last 2 years, we have churned out about 22 products and new features based on AI. So AI will be helping existing companies do their work better. It will be new companies based totally on AI, and new concepts and businesses coming up. So we've invested, for example, in a company called Gyani, which is like a call center in a box. It's a robo-voice bots using AI, and their clients are financial service companies for selling loans and for collecting money. And it's all robocalls.
Just tell me one thing when you said fascinating. When you're saying it's a robo means this is no people. It's just one box from a one room
It's
place.
a software. It's a software.
It's just a software.
Yeah. No people.
That's interesting.
So, so we tried it out, and I could not make out I was not talking to a human being. And they're doing all languages, vernacular, Indian, the right accent. They're having conversations. It's not press one to do this and do. It's not IVR. It's have a conversation, and you can't make out it's. And in fact, they asked me for introduction to Policy Bazaar, saying,
Saravir, if I ask the same question to you, what are you seeing in the industry, and are you doing something in your company?
So I think we are kind of one step below. Sanjeev is an investor in lots of companies apart from obviously their business. We are using AI to improve our business and improve our customer experience. So if you look at our business today, we use AI starting from the perspective of when a person comes to our website, when they interact with the website, what are they looking for, when they talk to our agents, as Sanjeev, obviously painted a picture where perhaps we won't need human agents, but right now we have humans. So what we are doing is that we are using AI to improve the effectiveness of the humans, whether it's in terms of understanding what the customer is saying, whether it's in terms of once they've spoken to us, being able to transcribe what they have said and to suggest what next to do with them, whether it is to measure risk. So we are in the insurance business. Risk is a very important part. So we try to optimize for risk. And finally, to improve our own cost efficiencies. So I think in the last, I would say 1.5 years, see, AI has actually been around since the 60s. But I think in the last 3 years or 2 years, because of ChatGPT, the focus on generational AI has become very, very big. And I think that is leading to a whole bunch of applications. And we are all, hopefully, we are at the forefront of all that, at least as far as insurance is concerned, because that's a huge opportunity for us as we go forward.
Sanjeev, as he discussed ChatGPT, so Microsoft invested OpenAI, ChatGPT, you have Google Bard, and you have Llama of Meta, and you have the others. All these they're making investments, setting up their own LLM, all the initial platforms. Because of they're all doing that, do you think that specific applications which will come on above them, will that, by them doing investing in there, will that accentuate the use of AI or percolate the AI down to common people of us to see easily?
Yes, absolutely. So actually, see, if you go back in a little bit of history, so at InfoEdge, we've been working on AI stuff since about 2008 or 9, right? But you have traditional AI, which is rule-based stuff, and you have generative AI, which is where you can create new content, right? This is new, okay? And what we are now seeing the excitement around is, generative AI. And you mentioned, Llama, you mentioned, ChatGPT, others. Now, those kind of foundational models are hard to do. They're expensive to do. The kind of compute power you need, the number of, the engineers, the quality of engineers you need, the money you need. I don't think too many people in India are capable of doing that. Sarkar kar sakti hai. 1 or 2 large industry groups can do it, but not a lot of people do that.
I agree.
But what is happening in India, and when we're seeing a lot of stuff, that people are doing vertical apps built on LLMs.
Based on LLMs.
Okay, and those vertical apps, they're building a moat, they're building a competence in that area, they're building a business. Okay, and we're seeing a lot of that. And I think what we have in India is a lot of data, because 1.4 billion people and billion smartphones will create a lot of data. So India's got data, India's got people, India's got use cases, India's got vernacular languages. Right? You can do a lot of stuff around AI, but we are less likely as a country to do foundational LLMs. That is less likely.
Yeah, unlikely. I quite agree with that. Requires a lot of investments.
Yeah.
But do you think by making these specific apps, because at the end of the day, these will be all apps, specific apps, some could be to the insurance industry, could be healthcare, which is there, everybody else is doing it. Are we in what stage are we in making these apps? Are we in the first few years? Will it take 3 years, 5 years? Or as some people say, this is a decade of AI, then, where are we in the middle?
So I have been personally surprised by the speed at which this thing is happening. Like I told you, 6 months ago, I was saying wait and watch. Right now, I'm saying it's happening right now. So a large number of startups are emerging. doing stuff in AI. We, and our VC fund, we are saying, listen, why aren't we doing more AI companies?
So, Saurabh, one I can understand with this AI and your use of, because there's so much of data available, as you saw, that the customer interface, and it just becomes better. And so that's definitely this thing which can be done. Is there any other thing beyond, is there something else which can accentuate your industry, or which means makes insurance accessible to all? Or is there a chance of accentuating or the advantage of insurance and all that and making it explode 10 times, 100 times?
Sure. I think we are at a point, if I were to just address the previous question that you asked. See, we are at an early stage. I mean, in a way, the iPhone has been invented and, there's a bit of a platform. Now the apps are emerging. Now there will be apps like, let's say, a Facebook, which will be completely, new to the world and will change the whole thing completely. There will be smaller ones like Candy Crush, which will come and go, and then there will be some which will be absorbed by the platforms themselves. So some work. So I think, as we look at insurance, we feel that the opportunity is to do sort of work on groundbreaking sense, which means that, let's say, today if I have to have a person speaking in a native language, I need to have those many people, right, who have that capability. Whereas why can't I now present, maybe in some of these cases, some of these robo-agents, who can at least maybe not take on the full task, right? We still believe that AI will need a human element. Maybe it's our hope, but we believe that humans will be required. And so we like to call it AI with a human in the loop, right? So we think that what the AI can do is help us, the robo-agent can help have the initial conversation in the language that the customer wants, and then pass it on to a right person. Then, that allows us to handle a much larger number of people. So I think the opportunities will be to do things which are not possible today. Because right now we are doing things that we already doing a little bit better. But I think the real breakthrough will come when we are able to do things that are not possible, which is maybe serve people in, let's say, 100 languages, maybe serve them when they want it to be. So today, I'm open only up to a certain point. Maybe now somebody wakes up at 2 in the morning, they can do it. So I think we have to increase the surface area of insurance for us to really make it groundbreaking. And I really think that those use cases are emerging. It's going to take some time, but I think they are emerging, and I sure hope that Policy Bazaar is at the forefront of all of that.
No, that's great. I mean, so that is, because it can and has the power to metamorphosize the industry or everything else, to touch every aspect of your life. And, of course, right now we haven't seen those products come out, as you're saying, but we've seen the starting of the testing.
Yeah,
in a way.
And I'll just give you another example. See, in insurance, the biggest challenge is the claim, right? So people are confused as to how they should make a claim. How should they go through that process? Whereas now with this, if I were able to again put out a really good robo-advisor or again with a human, I can actually guide them through the whole process rather than having to wait for agents, having to wait for somebody to come in between. And as we know, minute there's somebody in between, various things happen. So I think the potential is huge. We have to make it happen.
No, that's a big thing, because if that's this thing with the say claims take a long time, cannot be, and you've seen your ads and other ads saying how do you make claims get better and faster, and you'll be there. This can really be a game changer there.
Sure.
Sanjeev, what are you seeing in every way in the entire industry, if you look at it? I mean, this was insurance particular to him, but...
No, what we are saying is that, listen, you have very young people coming, okay, and they're thinking of new solutions because they're not constrained by legacy. They're not constrained by, hey, this is how a call center should work, or this is how this process should work, or this is what should be done or not done, right? And some of the stuff they're building is quite interesting. So think of a situation where Naukri gets 25,000 resumes a day. We've got 103 million resumes. Think of a situation where you can conduct a mock interview for job training. Somebody looks at I'm looking for this kind of job in this kind of company. This is my CV. You can conduct an interview, and you can give feedback. It's not there yet, but I expect it to be there in a year or two.
That's fast.
And this is a service that does not exist. So this is not displacing people, but this is actually training people to think through their CV, the projects, the job they're looking for, and become better at giving answers.
We've heard and read and saying that one of the biggest advantages could be the advantage to the healthcare, or making medical accessible to the poor and the villages, in the form because of, basic things could be there and the doc can really see it in time. Where do you think we are on that? Because that's something which could really change.
Yeah, so I think, now healthcare is a tricky one because you do need expert,
Yeah, I know, but roughly...
There will need to be a human in the loop. There will need to be a doctor who's ratifying any advice being given or any prescription. I don't think we are ready, or maybe AI is not there yet, to just dispense medical advice without a qualified doctor looking at it. But you can certainly massively improve productivity. Right? You can, instead of one doctor seeing, so my father was a doctor and in the government, and he used to be in Ramanoor Loya Hospital, and on his OPD days, he'd see about 60 patients in a day, right? Large numbers, government hospital, large numbers, right? Maybe he can see 300.
Could be, you're right. And there's so much data available, as you're saying, it could increase productivity.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, digitalization of data and sorting the data and making it available could help final diagnosis too.
But we have seen in the past companies that will interpret an X-ray and MRI scan because they've got a large database back there, and this means that. But even so, a radiologist or an X-ray technician would have to sign off.
Yeah, that is a must, because naturally human lives are involved. What are you seeing now as far as digital now? If you move away from the AI to real digital and the internet, what's keeping you busy? What's your next jewel that you're finding out besides Zomato and the others and all those? Now, where are you in that phase, or do you see any other opportunities come out in this area?
So look, we don't do it top down. We don't identify a sector and say, yahan pe dekho, yahan pe dekho. We do it bottom up. We see about 1,000 companies a quarter. We have 1,000. I mean, we don't meet 1,000.
No, but 1,000 ideas.
We look at them, right? We invest in maybe 2 or 3, maybe 4 in a quarter. So the filter is pretty, we filter a lot, right? But we do it bottom up. I mean, if somebody had told us in 2008, I think you should look at the insurance comparison sector. The sector didn't exist. There was no company. We would never have invested in Policy Bazaar, right? Likewise, in 2010, Zomato, if you told us, why don't you look at the restaurant listing sector? There was no sector. So when you're investing in category-creating companies, right, you're investing behind first movers. The industry does not exist. The sector does not exist. So you go and you just see what's bubbling up, who's doing what. If you're doing interesting stuff, team looks good, then you might go behind them. And we don't worry a lot about market size at that stage. Because you're creating a new category market, agar company kamyab hui, market ban jayega, right? I mean, Naukri was not meant to be a large company when we first started. In fact, we got rejected by a venture capitalist first up, saying, raising our first round, and this is venture capitalists who asked us that, so what's the total size of the appointment ad market in print? And I said, I don't know, maybe 400 crores. It's okay. What's the price difference between a job listing on Naukri and an ad in print? And I said, 1:1,000. He says, if you get 100% share, you will shrink the market to 40 lakhs. So I'm not interested in investing. And he walked away. So we don't look, it's okay to invest behind a company which looks like the market size is small, because that company will create the market. In Policy Bazaar, there was no insurance comparison, not a practice. We don't know what the market will be.
Correct.
But we said, there's something here. Let's invest and see what happens.
That's very interesting. And I surveyed, what are you? Are you looking at, I'm saying you're a listed company, so I can't ask you any forward-looking statements, or I can't ask you acquisitions, or I can't ask you. But where are you seeing, how are you seeing this insurance industry pan out? And are you seeing, with the various, you've seen the mutual fund industry, as they were talking about, grow exponentially. Is that happening with insurance becoming more and more people getting insured?
Yeah, see, India has 2 broad challenges, right? One is that we have a large and growing middle class, and the way our economic structure is that they don't have social security, or we can't afford social security at this stage for the middle class. The government has to look after the poorer sections. So I think as this middle class grows, they need to protect themselves from, what we call death, disease, and disability. And these are realities of life. So if you think about it, that's what insurance is all about. That a large number of people contribute a small amount of money, and something happens to a person, and that person gets paid out, right? So I think insurance is perfectly suited to the Indian context. I think it's something that is required for the country to grow and for us to achieve the ambitions, etc., that we have. So I think in that sense, we are very lucky that we are in a sector which will and should continue to grow quite well. I think the second big trend in the country is what we are talking about, which is digital India and digitization. And I think that is again another thing that we are sitting on top of. So I think we have these two broad trends. So we try to stay very focused on these two things. And we are trying to deepen our horizons. So like you spoke about healthcare, we are now looking at, healthcare as a enabler for our business. To say that yes, in insurance, claims is a moment of truth. How can we have a smoother claims experience, and can we do something from that perspective? So I think we see our core business having huge growth, huge runway for growth, and we are trying to do things which will unlock that growth and make sure that customers, get a good experience. So I think, as we all, I think in this room would like to believe that India will do extremely well in the decades ahead. So I think our industry will also do very well. But we just have to make sure that we serve customers well. Because in the end, customers will buy things that they are satisfied with. And that's really our focus, I would say.
Sanjeev, one last question, that you run companies and you've made very successful investments. When you said you look at it, you don't look at everything, you look bottoms up. Are there any top 2 or 3 criteria which make things stand out?
I think the first thing we look at, the first question we want to answer is, will the customer want this? Is there any evidence? Is there any hook? Is there any logic? What do you think? Will the customer want this? In the case of Policy Bazaar, I met Yashish, and now there's no PowerPoint even, there's no product, nothing. This is a conversation. And he said, I'm willing to bet that you are paying 60% more for your car insurance than you need to. And I said, don't be daft. I've bought a standard car from a good dealer. It's a public sector insurance policy I bought. The dealer sold it to me, impossible. And he says, okay, take out your car papers. So they were there with me in the office, and I took them out. And he said, okay, fine. He took the car model, the year, all of that. Mileage, roughly, he asked me. And in half an hour, he came back with 6 quotes. And sure enough, the lowest quote was about 40% lower than what I was paying. Okay, and I said, what is this? He said, Dekho, different insurers price the same risk differently. And therefore, you're not sure you're buying the cheapest policy ever. So price comparison is important, and that's what we want to do. We want to build a price comparison engine. So compare before you buy insurance. Now, this is one demo, and it was clear to me the customer would want this. Because if the price variation is so large in a country like India...
you saw that yourself. You saw the proof of the pudding.
Yeah, likewise in Zomato, we were using it, and we liked it, and the differentiator was it was the only restaurant listing site with all the menu cards. Right? And I asked Dipin, the idea kahan se aaya to get the menu cards, and he said, I used to work in Bain Consulting and in Gurgaon, and working hours were long, and you'd end up eating 2 meals in the office, and often at a cafeteria which would not serve food, but they had got a file folder of menu cards of all the restaurants that deliver there. But 1 baje, there'd be a big line to access that file. So one weekend I came and I scanned all the menu cards and uploaded them on my personal page on the office intranet, and within 3 days, 95% of the internal office traffic was going to my page. So market had given me a signal.
You can see the change, so that's the big thing, that you see that the idea is a need.
The first thing is, will the customer want?
Yeah.
Second is quality of team.
Right, the management.
Yeah. Okay, and then the 5-6 other criteria.
So Ravi, as he said about the policy thing, which did, any words of advice for what does it do to reduce this thing? Not that this session was on digital, but I'd say if you're going to end on anything else, or any policy advice that you feel like that was the thing which is happening, or was the next policy that you're bringing out?
No, I think the first thing I would suggest is that everyone should have health insurance and term insurance. Unfortunately, while a lot of us know about it, we, especially looking at some of the younger people in this audience, they may not think that they need it. But I think all of us need it. So I would first say that buy insurance, buy the right kind of health and term insurance. Second thing I would say is that once you have made up that decision, look at the different types of policies, make sure you understand the terms and conditions so that you are not surprised at the other end. And then I think I would just say that India has great products, actually. If you look at the insurance products in India are actually very, very good as compared to global sort of benchmarks. So I would not hesitate too much. And like I said, the first decision is buy, rather than worrying too much about which one to buy. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Samir. Thank you, Sarbir Singh. Thank you, Mr. Sanjeev Bikhchandani, for joining us on this panel. Our next speaker is a rising star in Indian politics and a driving force behind the nation's burgeoning aviation sector. As the Union Civil Aviation Minister, Kinjarapu Ram Mohan Naidu is spearheading India's transformation into a global aviation powerhouse. His journey is truly remarkable. From a young MBA graduate to a dynamic parliamentarian who at the age of 26 became one of the youngest MPs in the country. His recent landslide victory in the 2024 Lok Sabha elections further solidifies his position as a leader with a promising future. Ram Mohan Naidu is a progressive voice advocating for crucial issues. Join us as we welcome this visionary leader, a young politician in his 30s, shaping India's future with passion and purpose. Ladies and gentlemen, the Union Civil Aviation Minister, Ram Mohan Naidu. I request Shavan Sen to come up on stage to moderate this session. Can we have the AV, please?
Kinjarapu Ram Mohan Naidu, do swear in the name of God.
At just 36, Ram Mohan Naidu is a dynamic force in Indian politics and aviation. As the Union Civil Aviation Minister, he's leading India's aviation sector into a new era, turning it into one of the world's fastest growing aviation markets. Guided by Prime Minister Narendra Modi's vision for Udan Ude Desh Ka Aam Nagrik scheme, India's airports under the leadership of Ram Mohan Naidu handles over 300 million passengers annually. The initiative so far has connected 55 nondescript destinations, making air travel more accessible to millions of Bharatvasis. Ram Mohan Naidu was only 26 when he made his mark as one of the youngest parliamentarians in 2014, winning from Srikakulam. Winning his recent victory in the 2024 Lok Sabha elections, where he secured a massive win with an impressive margin of 3.27 lakh votes, Mr. Naidu has not only cemented his place as one of the country's most dynamic and forward-thinking politicians, but also showed that he is here for a long and illustrious political innings. His rise from a young MBA graduate working in Singapore to becoming a passionate advocate for youth empowerment is not only commendable, but truly inspiring. Known for his progressive thinking, Mr. Naidu was one of the first parliamentarians to advocate for menstrual health education and sex education in Parliament, championing the removal of GST on sanitary pads to ensuring better access to women's health products across India. From policy reform to aviation transformation, Mr. Naidu is a young leader shaping India's future with vision, passion, and purpose. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, I get a chance to interview someone of my age. Ram Mohan Naidu is exactly of my age and the youngest minister.
Thank you so much.
And Ram, I must say this because not many, perhaps in the audience, really know what you have gone through. I want to start with the struggle, the story of Ram Mohan Naidu and how he actually came into politics. We all know that he is the youngest cabinet minister, but someone who was not destined to be a politician to begin with, someone who was in Singapore and thereafter a tragic incident in his life and he was brought into politics. Your story first.
Like you said, I went to the US for my education. I did my bachelor's and my MBA from the United States, and I came back. I was always with the idea that politics is not my cup of tea. Though my father comes from a very strong political legacy, and he has established himself as one of the tallest leaders from Andhra Pradesh and in fact in the national politics also. But for some reason, since the growing up days, it was always like politics is just up to him and I would do something of my own, probably some kind of business or something. But very unfortunate that I had to lose him at a very young age in an unfortunate road accident. And then destiny has brought me back to politics. And I was faced with that question at the time when I lost my father, that there was an opportunity in front of me. Will I be continuing his legacy or not? And at that time, it was a split decision that I've taken, that being an educated man, this is what you want to see in the country. This is what people expect to see, the change in politics where they want young people to come in. No matter if I say that it's a destiny-driven decision, I would say it is a calculated decision in the sense that I wanted to bring about that change where youth also can feel that this is an area where they can come in, where they can perform, where they can feel the purpose and they can feel that this is an area which is related to us also. And it was that small commitment that I had at that time, that small change that I wanted to believe in. And it is with that belief that I came in, and rest is history. You're seeing me as the youngest cabinet minister in the country. I think that itself shows the belief that I had at that time.
Can I then ask you, because your predecessors were of the age between 51 and 72 or 73.
I think I just screwed up the statistics a little bit. Otherwise, young in politics is probably 40, 50 also. People were considering it to be young.
Yeah, they are
now,
still
being
young.
36, I'm an outlier and I've tried to...
but when you handle the ministry, do the bureaucrats really take you seriously?
Oh, yes, they do. Yeah, they definitely do. That much I can vouch for, because they respect the position that I'm in, irrespective of the age. Like, let it be the bureaucrats that are around me, or let it be the other ministers also who are around me, who have been seeing me for the last 10 years at least. They understand the position that we are in right now, and they definitely respect me, and they definitely give value to the choices that I make or the decisions that I make. So I think the Indian political system respects the positions more than the age. It's just that there is little opportunity for people my age to come to these positions at a very young age. So if you see more and more, I think that's a good transition that the country is expecting to see.
Lest we get called as ageist, let's now get into the brass tacks of your ministry. The Prime Minister essentially spoke about the aviation growth story. And if today India's annual growth of more than 6% can be augmented, it can be through the aviation industry, and it's no longer limited to the elite class. Having said that, we still are far away, miles away from becoming an aviation global hub. How far have we reached?
There are many more things that we need to achieve, but one thing which I can proudly say is that the way that we have grown in aviation, especially in the last 10 years, and this success has been largely driven by the passion of our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. 2014, I'll tell you some basic numbers which gives you the comparison of the growth that we have achieved in the country. 2014, we had 74 airports in the country. And today, in just 10 years, we have doubled it up to 157 airports. And the travelers, we used to have around 10 crore, and now we have around 20 crore passengers, more than 20 crore actually. And then if you look at the aircraft fleet, we were having 400 aircrafts in 2014, and now we have more than 800 in the fleet. So we have almost doubled the numbers in just 10-year phase. And no other country in the world has seen this much growth in civil aviation. That is why I say it has been a passionately driven success by the Prime Minister that we have achieved today. And we take pride in that success, and we still believe that there is a lot more achievable things for the country to do. And but the foundation has been laid.
And one of the things that we want to target, I'll just put what we want to achieve in a couple of points. One is what you have said, we want to be a global hub for aviation. And when we talk about global hub, we want to create our airports to be these mega airports where they can be transit airports from the whole east of the world to the west of the world. And that is something we are strongly pursuing now that we have made our foot stronger in the aviation field. We want to achieve the aviation hubs in Delhi Airport, Bangalore Airport, Hyderabad Airport, and many of the other metropolitan city airports. And the other thing that I would take a little more deeper into aviation. See, aviation, when you talk about it, you generally talk about the airports and the aircrafts. But I'm talking a little more deeper in the sense about the job creation that aviation brings to the country, the opportunities that it brings other than just traveling, which is the MRO business. MRO business is something which we still have a lot of potential in. There, 95% of engine MRO still happens outside the country, so we are targeting to have it in the country itself. Now, what is a $2 billion industry? In the next 7 years, we want to make it $4 billion industry. So that is one target that we have. And the other thing is the other aspects of aviation. Just like we have the aircrafts, we have seaplanes, we have helicopters, we have drones. So how do we access the potentiality of these different sectors in aviation and try to achieve the success that India strives to achieve? So these are some of the targets that we have kept, and we are exploring all these different venues.
There's a paradox here. You have come a long way from the time of, say, for example, Modi Luft to East-West Airlines to an Indigo and several others today. But having said that, why is it that India still does not have a brand, say, for example, like an Emirates or an Etihad? Is there something still pulling us back?
No, I believe that what Indigo is trying to do or Air India is trying to do, it is trying to set its operations or its expectations according to the Indian ethos. It is first getting its operations tailor-made for the Indian customer. So what you're seeing in the Indian aviation today is what India expects, what India wants, what India desires. And when you're moving in that direction, you don't need to compare yourself with any Emirates or American Airlines or some other Qantas Airlines or all these. So we are purely looking, see, this is the strength that Modi has brought to us. That view the country, view the business from the Indian point of view. Don't just look at what the world is doing and everything. You, as a country, are strong enough to do things the way you want it. So we are also driving that spirit forward, that India, what it needs, let us take that into account. See, our whole mantra for Indian aviation today, how Modi ji says is that, Hawai chappal se Hawai jahaj ka safar. Now, हवाई चप्पल से हवाई जहाज का सफ़र तो एमिरेट्स से कैसे होगा? अपने यहाँ से एयरलाइंस को ऐसे बनाना है कि हवाई चप्पल वाले को भी अच्छा लगे कि वो जा सके. And one of the important things is to make it affordable. So these are some of the concepts that we have in mind. We are looking at the Indian market. We are looking at the Indian passenger. We are looking at the Indian consumer and then trying to develop our airlines.
But how do you do that? Because when we are a very price-conscious, society. Yes. And when you have a particular sector to a tourist area costing you more than 10,000 rupees and there is no capping to it, yes, it becomes even more difficult for anyone with a Hawaii chappal to be in an aircraft.
That is definitely a challenge here because the aviation market itself is a very sensitive market and it depends on many different aspects. And one of the major things which affects the prices is the fuel price itself, which takes a majority share of the air prices that we pay. And how do we address this? This also, we have another scheme under our ministry, which is the UDAN scheme, Ude Desh Ka Aam Nagrik, where we are trying to connect the unserved and underserved airports of the country. Now, you know that we have created 157 airports. That is just creating the infrastructure. But the real challenge lies in how do you connect these airports. When it becomes a challenge for connecting the airports, we have brought in the UDAN scheme, where we have said to the airlines that if you are not able to run in these routes, where the common man usually tries to connect to the aviation, then we are going to pay you a viability gap funding. And through the scheme, you would be surprised that we have started 600 new routes in the last 7 years since we have started this scheme. It was a hugely successful scheme and it has become so successful now the states, the airports, the local regions, they are asking like, ab hamare bhi UDAN se chala do, ab hamare bhi UDAN se chala do. Because it has become a major driver of connecting these unserved and underserved airports. We were able to bring in new routes. And one, we have brought the prices down because the viability gap funding, we are assisting the airlines through the Udan. So the airlines feel that, okay, if we don't fill in the seats, we don't need to charge the existing guy more, but we can get some support from the government also. So this is one intervention that we have done as the ministry so that the prices don't rise more than what the people expect them to be.
What are we to expect, say, for example, in the next coming few years? The Prime Minister laid a roadmap for 2047 as to achieving certain targets. What is it that you see in the near future being completed, and something that is going to be very different than what we've seen in other countries which are struggling at this point in time, particularly in the aviation industry?
See, one thing we still have is the economies of scale. India is such a growing country and it has become very aspirational. So whatever momentum we have created in Indian aviation for the last 10 years, we want to continue it. The number of airports, what we are looking at 157 today, by 2047, the Viksit Bharat 2047, we want to create it up to 350 airports. We feel that there is a potential for India to have an airport at every 150 kilometer distance. So we can reach to 350 or more than that also. That is the planning that we are doing now. On top of that, we are encouraging the airlines also to buy more airplanes and bring them into the Indian fleet. And we have the highest number of orders for any airlines in the whole world. We have 1,500 aircrafts waiting to be delivered. We have already ordered for 1,500 aircrafts. That's going to increase our number to one of the biggest in the whole world itself. On top of that, we are exploring different avenues. Like I said, if you look at helicopters, we are still lagging behind in that helicopter network. India as a country has around 260 helicopters, whereas Brazil as a country has up to 600 helicopters. And if you talk about China, maybe 800 helicopters. So we have an opportunity to capture the helicopter network. So one thing under the leadership of Modi ji we are trying to look at is to increase the helicopter network. We want to build up more heliports, especially in the regions where they feel that we want an airport because we want to fly from here. Airports is a challenging task. You need up to 600-700 acres or more than 700 acres. It is not possible in all terrains or all regions. So we want to give air connectivity there through heliports. And now another option that we are looking at is seaplanes. We have launched the seaplane. We have modified the guidelines for seaplanes, and we have just done a demo seaplane activity in Andhra and Kerala also in the previous 2 days. And there is a lot of excitement around it because, again, the seaplane connectivity gives you multiple options, unimaginable amount of options for you to land and take off. Anywhere you see a water body which is 5 meter depth and with a range of 200 meters, you can land a seaplane there. So imagine the kind of connections that you can have across the country, especially to the islands, especially to the northeast areas or difficult areas. So seaplane activity is something which we want to improve. We are taking Maldives as an example, and we want to create India also as a seaplane hub in the world. And on top of that, drones. Drones, there is an ample amount of opportunity for the government to offer its services, especially when it comes to surveillance or agriculture or construction. There are many fields where drone technology can revolutionize.
But what about the regulations, particularly with drones?
We, as the ministry, our role is majorly the regulatory role itself. So we want to, whatever aspects that, let me talk about seaplanes, let me talk about helicopters or the drones. What I'm looking at is how will I make the regulation for more players to come inside, more people to operate in this, and make the prices more affordable and give the access to the 140 crore citizens of this country. So my job is to connect all these technologies to each and every person, not make it a class-wise approach that only certain people can have access to these certain technologies. I want to take it up to each and every person of the country, make it accessible for everyone. So the regulation side which is there, I'm trying to look at the whole world itself. And one other technology that is going to be very interesting and which might kind of give us a advantage over other countries is the eVTOLs, electric vehicle takeoff and landing vehicles, where probably you'll see in the next 1.5 years in cities like Mumbai, in Delhi, where you'll have these electric vehicles. It might be unmanned also, where you're sitting in the vehicle and you're just flying 20-meter distance in a city from one place to another. It's going to revolutionize city transport. So the guidelines that are required, the regulations that are required, we as a country are looking at it right now so that when it comes out in 2026, which is the expected date, there is a smooth flow of operations. So as a regulator, I want to see that all these different mediums of transport, air transport that are there, there is a proper streamlined regulation and policy in place. So once safety is intact, security is intact, but at the same time, people have access to these technologies. I see that when I promote these kind of technologies, new technologies, or improve the infrastructure in this, there is going to be more economic activity, more job growth in the process, and overall the development of the whole aviation sector. So in that, I see that MRO business also picking up as you improve the infrastructure. So it is a chain linking activity. So the first thing I'm looking at is increase the infrastructure, increase the number of options that you have in air mode transport. So these are some things that in the next 5 years, I'll be very dedicatedly looking upon.
Recently, with the ministerial level talks that were actually taking place, the Asia Pacific ministerial meetings that have taken, the conference that have taken place, you've had a declaration that was adopted. The declaration, many would say, puts across the roadmap. What do you think perhaps changes the entire scenario, the entire aviation industry, with India playing a major role in the Asia-Pacific region?
We were very proud to host the second Asia-Pacific Ministerial Conference. And one of the takeaways, and especially because it was happening in India, we had to give a certain idea about what India is about through the conference also. So two things we wanted to highlight. We obviously discussed upon the subjects that I've touched before, but two things we highlighted in the conference, because it was an international conference, we wanted them also to feel what India was looking at. So one thing is we wanted to see more women in aviation. And this, you'd be very surprised to know, the average number of pilots, women pilots across the world, the global average number is 5%. The Indian average number is 15%. Would you believe that? We are leading the numbers in women pilots or women workforce in aviation. So we wanted to showcase that to all the international countries, and we were telling them, boss, we need more women in aviation. We have to make it more convenient, more accessible, more women should come into the workforce. So we have, in the Delhi Declaration, we have put in a clause saying that, okay, we have to collectively think in the future so that we can see more women come into this. And the second point we stressed upon is the sustainable aviation fuel. And believe me when I say this, this is going to be a problem that the whole world is going to look at tomorrow. We need sustainable skies. We need greener skies, and one of the 3%, I think it's 2 to 3%, the gases emission is being done by the air travel today. So that is an area of concern for us also, and India wants to lead in that space. So sustainable aviation fuel is one of the solutions for having greener skies for aviation. And right now, we are on the verge of devising the technologies that create the sustainable aviation fuel, SAF, what it's called. So SAF is something which India wants to be ahead of the curve. India wants to lead the whole world in how do you create SAF more efficiently and more in an affordable price also. So these two are the major things that we are looking at so that India can lead what the future challenges are going to be and create a way or direction for the whole world to follow us.
Well, what is it that the world never believed that India could really achieve, particularly in the aviation industry? Is there something that during these conversations that you've had with people outside, what is it that they say that is perhaps a model to be adopted even outside?
No, definitely how we have managed to create so many airports. That was very surprising for all of them. When I shared this same figure of 74 to 157, they were all gasping. They were like, India having so many airports, then yes, it is believable. It is already there in front of us. And that is how we are aiming for 350 more airports also. The way in the last 10 years, it's not that it's an unimaginable number. It is the speed at which we have done. 10 years, I'm telling you, no other country has reached this kind of numbers. So when we say that in the last 10 years, we were able to create 70 airports and we have increased the capacity also. So that takes them, and the number of aircraft orders also that we have given. 1,500 aircrafts, no other country has given. So they see the potential of growth of aviation in the country, not just the one we have seen in the last 10 years, but what they are going to see in the next 10 years. And definitely when we have said that more women need to come in, and we have proved it by the statistics also, that also they were kind of feeling happy about India that we are leading them in the front in women aviation also.
So do you believe there would be a time that perhaps India could have something like what Dubai has, what Doha has? Can that be the hub that you want?
Absolutely, absolutely. And if you talk about Doha, Qatar, the Kuwait, or especially Dubai, the statistics show that they are all running because of India only today. They get connected to India, they're taking passengers from here and connecting them through the rest of the world. That is how they are making their airports viable. Their airports are running because of Indians. Now, if you have those kind of connectivity from India itself, if you offer those kind of facilities on our Indian airports itself, and you create the hub and spoke model within the country itself, then definitely you can have Dubai in India itself. You can have another Gulf kind of airport in India itself. But it is a time-taking process. It's not as easy as I'm talking on the mic itself that I want to create a hub here. It takes some time because there are many things which need to combinedly do, and it's not just the matter of Ministry of Civil Aviation and their officers and everybody coming together. We need support from Ministry of Home Affairs. We need support from Ministry of External Affairs. We need support from Ministry of Tourism. So there are many aspects that come into play when I say that I want to create a world-class hub, aviation hub in the country. So it is a work in progress. And we recently had one meeting with the Prime Minister also where he reviews each departments. We had a review, and his primary priority was also that we need our own aviation hub in the future itself. So it is a priority point, and we are collectively working towards it.
Well, I'm asking you this question, Ram, because I couldn't ask him for a very long time, and I was pursuing him. Unfortunately, he didn't. So today I'll ask him this question because this matters to a lot of us. Mind-boggling number of bomb hoax calls came in the last several weeks. Perhaps it, instilled some sort of a fear among a lot of air travelers. Was there a larger conspiracy at play? Even if you say that there could be isolated incidents, but the numbers were mind-boggling. Is there a larger pattern?
No, I wouldn't, first of all, I wouldn't comment on that directly because the investigation is still going on. And two things about that is that, one, you will be relieved that they've stopped right now. We are not having the...
You found the culprit?
It's not about finding the culprit. It was like those 10-15 days, there was continuous series of threats happening on the social media or through calls of various mediums, but they have suddenly stopped for whatever reason. And whatever has happened, whatever threats we got at that time, there is a serious investigation going on. So until we really pinpointedly find out that this person or this XYZ is behind this, I don't want to comment on this at this point of time. It would be too early to do that. But the other thing, like you've said, there were certain probably some worry among the passengers, but what we have observed, because I was thoroughly following up all the details and statistics and all, surprisingly, the number of passengers were the same and there was no cut down in any of the passengers. Could be for various reasons. I'm not defending myself here, but I'm saying that...
But some thought that this could be because of the growth in the aviation industry. Yes. Was this to target or tarnish the image of the growing, burgeoning aviation industry in India? Was that also a target? Can that be ruled out?
Like I said, I don't want to comment on it, but if you feel that that is the cause, I'm telling you that it's not.
You're not denying it.
No, I'm
You're not denying it. You're still giving me the headline.
If there is a hypothetical situation, like let us say, out of all the 1,000 different possibilities, if one possibility becomes what you say, that situation is never going to come that they can bog us down and say that because of these threats, we are going to target the Indian aviation. Today, we are a very aspirational country. We are a very strong country. We believe in what we are collectively as a whole country. So these kind of things, we are going to take them as a challenge. We are going to fight them. We are going to head-on fight them and go ahead. But like I said, nothing has come to a standstill. We have improved our security at the airports by 10%. We have increased the surveillance and we have increased the convenience also, so that we have effectively, how do you deal the security aspect when you get these kind of hoax calls? So we have reinvented some of the procedures that we have so that we can actively target these kind of situations. So ultimately we came out better only.
One final question is, one cannot let you go without asking politics, and that too from your state. We've seen the number of visits that you have made recently. Many would say that the way you've targeted your political opponents in the state of Andhra Pradesh, we've seen the Tirupati issue that happened. Do you believe that this is becoming a revenge politics in the state of Andhra Pradesh? We saw that what Jagan Mohan Reddy did. Is this revenge politics?
We don't believe in revenge politics, and this was our mantra for the last 5 years also, when there was strong vindictive politics in the state itself. And we believe we have come to power in a historic majority. The mandate itself is so surprising that nobody would believe that in Indian politics you would achieve this kind of victory. I'll give you a simple statistics: 175 MLA seats. Andhra went for elections in 24, 175 assembly seats we have fought together as NDA against another party. We have won 164. 93% strike rate. Nowhere in the country you have achieved this kind of results. And we believe the kind of revenge politics the previous government in Andhra did against us was the reason people believed in us and they voted us into power. Why would we make the same mistake? It was never our belief that we should go after them or we should do revenge politics. We are purely committed in the development of Andhra Pradesh, and that is what you will see. You look at how Chandrababu Naidu ji is working, you look at how I am working, or you look at how NDA is working, or TDP is working.
Amravati. You will deliver Amravati.
Definitely we'll deliver Amravati, and right in the budget session itself, the NDA government has sanctioned 15,000 crores for Amravati. That was our priority, not revenge politics. How are we going to deal with the opposition in the state? That was kept at the back burner. We were straight away thinking about how do we build our brand Andhra Pradesh, how do we build our capital, how do we build our Polavaram project, how do we bring more ports, more airports, more job creation, how do we do speed of doing business. This is the mantra that Andhra is following now. You would have all heard about ease of doing business, but if you look at Chandrababu Naidu ji, he is not talking about ease of doing business. Everyone is into ease of doing business. He said, I want speed of doing business now. I want to do business so much that there will be a lot of job creation in the state. So we are very progressive, very development-oriented government right now in the state of Andhra Pradesh. But when you talk about some of the issues, it might look political or revenge, but we are placing the facts in front of the people. We don't want to hide anything. Now we have to, whatever the truth is, the people have to know. So let it be Tirupati issue or some other issue. If there is a fact, we will put it in front of the people and we will let them decide. But our whole idea and our whole priority is to develop the state, and through the development of the state, move the country forward.
Well, thank you very much, Ram, for joining us on this session. And thank you for putting it out so clearly, and all the very best with your innings. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Pleasure to be here.
Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for the young Ram Mohan Naidu, Union Civil Aviation Minister. Thank you, sir, for making time and being with us here at the Republic Media Network headquarters. Okay, on to our next panel now, comprising India's most sought-after market experts. Often referred to as the small cap czar, Purinju Veliath is a leading voice in Indian value investing. Having started as a floor trader at Kotak Securities in 1990, he went on to found Equity Intelligence, a value investing firm that has been providing value to investors in price-driven markets. And beyond the world of finance, Purinju is passionate about farming, philanthropy, and the future of India, a testament to his deep-rooted values and the unwavering faith in the nation's growth. A self-acclaimed nationalist who believes in everything India and Indian, Purinju Veliath is our first panelist. Suesha.
Yes, our second guest is a name synonymous with financial expertise and leadership in India. He brings over 30 years of experience across diverse sectors, from leading institutions like Kotak Mahindra Asset Management Company to becoming the youngest CEO in the mutual fund industry at just 36. Bhaga has emerged as one of the biggest commentators on financial markets. His views on global macros and the impact of geopolitics on Indian and global markets make him one of the most sought-after voices in the world of investing. His illustrious career has been a testament to his exceptional capabilities. So please join us in welcoming Mr. Veliath and Mr. Bhaga on stage for a discussion on the rising Indian market with Pranav Kulkarni, Deputy Editor, Republic Business.
Mr. Bhaga, Mr. Veliath, thank you very much for joining us here. Mr. Bhaga, I'm going to get straight to the point. You've been a commentator on markets and the state of and the geopolitical impact on the Indian markets. The biggest event of the month, the biggest event of the year, in fact, was the US elections. And we have Donald Trump. Donald Trump has returned. I want to ask you, you said that Donald Trump is good for India. I want to know from you, how is he good for India? How is he good for Indian markets?
See, relatively, Republicans have been better for India. So that was my analysis. Second, with Trump, you can cut deals. It's not the deep state working and, very embedded state actors working. So if it was Kamala Harris, it would have been Obama and Obama operatives running the government. With Trump, at least India gets a seat at the table. His personal equation with Prime Minister Modi helps India a lot. And there would have been pressure on India to reduce dependence on Russian defense equipment, for example. Trump is open on all those things. So overall, Republicans better for India, and definitely out of the two, Trump better for India.
Okay. Mr. Veliot, your take on this?
Yes. Trump is good for the world, and I think that ecosystem is good for the humanity. So of course it's good for India, and there is an ecosystem emerging globally. I was the other day talking about the nationalist patriots are winning all over the world the elections. So it's good, and this trend is going to be more intensive going forward. But these things are not going to have much impact, negatively or positively, on Indian stock market or investing, in my opinion. That has been a very different kind of segment. And whichever within Republic or Democratic, anybody coming in, I think India is going to do well. We are poised for something very big. I think India is at the beginning of something really, really big in terms of the economic growth. We are going to witness a massive kind of expansion in the economy and the markets, and even culturally. So this is just the beginning of a very huge uptrend for the country. When we talk about, from the $4 trillion economy moving to a $30 trillion economy, this is unprecedented. We have that confidence. India has got that confidence to dream like this, and we are going to achieve this. There is that kind of a spirit is there all over India.
So, retail investors like me who are in the habit of, opening my Zerodha account every morning and checking where Nifty is or Gift Nifty is, the markets have been, range bound for the past over a few weeks, I would say. Why is it happening? I mean, the day Donald Trump won, the US markets were up, the global markets were up, the China factor is down. Why are Indian markets not picking up over the past few months, despite being, fundamentally strong? Mr. Bagga first, and maybe then Mr. Polliot.
Yeah, see, we have done very well over the last 5 years. So Indian markets have been outperforming markets. Overall, if you see, you look at the mega trends driving the global economy, global markets, I would put the first mega trend as India. So don't miss this opportunity is what I keep telling Indian investors. Second big thing is, first fill up your tank with SIPs, then you go into direct investment. If you manage that, we are very fortunate. Parinju started in 1990, so did I. I have seen the Sensex of 79 at 100 going 100 times in 2006 at 10,000. Now that 10,000 will not go 100 times in the next 25 years. That's mathematically very difficult. Your earnings have to grow it becomes very difficult. So we were a very fortunate generation. Unfortunately, we didn't have money, or we didn't have the sagacity to invest. Now you know that model working. Coming to the short-term underperformance, maybe it will underperform for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Who knows? Nobody knows. Nobody is consistently good at predicting the markets. What we are very sure, India is going to contribute 20% of incremental global growth for the next 2 decades. It's not for 1 year, next 2 decades. If you look at all the mega trends after India, AI, robotics, digital, we are 45% of global digital is UPI. Just one product out of India has captured 45% of global market share. You look at renewables, solar will be the petchem of India. Today we spend $130 billion a year importing crude oil. If we just transfer that into either you liquefy the massive coal reserves we have, second you bring in solar, wind, hydro, we already do 15% of our power. Imagine what's going to come. Third very big trend, crypto. Crypto is the world, you can say, the world reaction to misgovernance. Crypto, you must embrace crypto, whatever the tax laws, study crypto. It doesn't mean go and put money in Bitcoin, but understand blockchain, understand the uses. It's going to be very big, and India will provide the expertise in taking crypto high. And just keep remembering, whenever you see a bad government, you say crypto will do well and put money in crypto. The fourth very big thing going for India is demographics. Japan is today 53. Japan loses 8 lakh people population every year. Every year, 8 lakh less Japanese are there. India is still 29-year-old. China is 39-year-old. Japan is 53. Most of Europe is 45 to 50. Who's the young population? There's a very strong correlation of the youth in the population and the country doing well. So 1 month, 3 months, 1 year, 3 year, doesn't matter. 10 years you are very good, 20 years you are very good. What mistake you will make, what our generation did, we put very little money into equities. Just this morning, the Morgan, sorry Paranju for the long answer, but I just got in the flow. So with your permission. You know how much Indian households have added to their wealth in the last 10 years? Anybody read that? So we were at $5 trillion when Modi government came in. Today we are at $13.5 trillion. Household wealth in India went up nearly 2 times in the last 10 years. 2 is very less because your equity should actually double in 5.5, 6 years. We all try to double it overnight and we lose everything. But 5, 6 years is decent. 3% of Indian household equity is in equity. Still we managed to double, more than double household wealth. It went from 5 to 13. What is that 13 made up of? $3 trillion is gold. Imagine how rich this country is. 30 tons of gold, 30,000 tons of gold is sitting in our lockers or around our necks and on our rings. You have just 1.1 trillion is what the retail household is holding in equity. As that goes up, and that keeps doubling every 5, 6 years, imagine what's happening in the next 20. Invested. Their mark to market today is 825, 830 billion. Out of that, 10 has gone, market has fallen. That's okay. The good thing is, as wherever it has gone in history, there is no reason they will go out of that concentrated in a short time. Over a period of time they go, it's very good because so far Indians have not benefited. That 100 Sensex going to 80,000, Indians held just 6-7%. Today Indians are holding 24% at 80,000. As that 80,000 goes to 2 lakhs, Indians will hold 30-40% of it, and all of us will be wealthier. That is the story. That is the mega trend. Paranju?
Yes. So, in fact, I would want to take you another this thing that you were in fact once upon a time a retail investor. You started with 2,500. I mean, it's been reported that you started with a salary or an income as less as 2,500 rupees, and then your story has been an inspiration to everyone who wants to create wealth via the stock markets. I want to ask you, what are some of the learnings that you went through? What are some of the things that you would want to invest or advise to, people who want to invest today in the markets?
Yeah, one cannot avoid equities in the future, as Ajay rightly put. The next 20 years is going to create more wealth than perhaps the last 75 years for India. When we talk about, the $4 trillion economy moving to 40 trillion or $30 trillion, our market capitalization also will be around at least 15-20% higher than that, say $40 trillion. So we are talking about a 10 times on the Nifty and Sensex. That really means, there will be hundreds of Indian companies, which may be not known much today. Hundreds of them will be going 50x and 100x in that period. So this is a golden opportunity. Now some people are worried, FII sold 1 lakh crores kind of selling in the Indian markets recently in the last few weeks. A lot of people are discussing it with a lot of importance. I was surprised. 1 lakh crores selling by FII is just peanuts. It's not at all an amount in the Indian market, considering India's future growth. I think I just heard the last month we had 25,000 crores.
Yeah, that's...
that was the SIP.
Every month SIP inflow is...
Yeah. I am very confident this amount will double within next 2 years. It should be something like 50,000 crores every month, meaning something like 6 lakh crores of SIP alone. Maybe much more than that, I don't know. So we are in that, the confidence, as I rightly earlier put, this is like never before. The entrepreneurs, the investors, the businessmen, the communities have never had such kind of a confidence in their life, in the society on India. So this is a very different kind of thing. I have been in the market for the last 34 years. I think you have the same amount of time in the market. I started as a floor trader in Mumbai in 1990. So I have seen that trading ring outcry system to the most modern electronic T+1 trading system in India. This is like nowhere in the world there is a better system or even equally good system. So we have all those kind of things. I have traded in the market when India was purely a socialistic country, I would say, to today's mostly free market economy. I have traded when India had to pledge our gold. And today we are talking about something like nearly $700 billion of forex reserves. So India has been changing very fast than what all of us think about. And the next 20 years, 25 years, I think it's going to be amazing. We have different threads joining together. Today in the morning session, everyone was talking about all our advantages, the demography, the geopolitical advantages. We are becoming very powerful. Any geopolitical formation in the world, India will be a very important part of it. And our non-aligned policy is really helping. Whichever government has been there, India has been more or less, towards that. And we are becoming very powerful. No country in the world, no large investor in the world can ignore India. We are coming to that kind of a position. So I feel the past has been very good for equity investors in India. I remember, now Equity Intelligence, my firm's name is Equity Intelligence. We do portfolio management. I live in Cochin. It's a small firm. It's a small fund. So anybody
तो जो हम चाहते हैं वो कर पाते हैं। आप कहाँ एक पत्रकार इतना बड़ा साम्राज्य खड़ा कर सकता है, वो मैंने दुनिया में पहली बार देखा है। बहुत साधारण सा पत्र
about the story regarding your house. Could you tell us about that? There's a story behind that. It's a very interesting story.
Oh my God. I am born in a small village in near Cochin in Kerala. So I think you are talking about my farm.
About you buying back, yes.
I was very passionate about farming. So I had lost my home. I was homeless at the age of 15. And I have been working from the age of, from my teenage. I went to Mumbai in 1990 and, because I had developed a passion for equities and wanted to learn more about it. And in those days, geography was very important. Only if you are in Mumbai, you get a feel of it or you can really learn it well. Today, there are no geographical barriers. You can be in, anywhere in the world, relaxing. If you have a connectivity, you are well connected and everything is on your fingertips. So the world has changed a lot. Of course, I left Mumbai in 1999. I was initially working with Kotak Securities. Then I moved to Parag Parikh Financial Services. Parag Parikh PPFAs is a very premium, much respected mutual fund today. So, but I didn't like to live in the cities. So I moved back to my hometown, Cochin. There also I live in my farm, 1 hour away from the city. That's 3 days a week. So life has been beautiful. The journey has been great, thank God. And I'm not a very big investor or very large fund manager like most people around here. So it has been good. I would thank. Perhaps I was lucky to be in this domain. And I had spent all my resources to learn, my time to learn about it. I was not in a hurry to trade and make money. So that really helped me. So I think a lot of youngsters today moving to options trading, F&O kind of verticals, which is not a healthy trend. Ultimately, all those people may start investing in like value investing. That really makes sense. That is what creates wealth. The other thing is, I think, very near to gambling. Some people, professional traders, or those informed people, which is not really good. Informed people and professional traders may make money. That also if they are lucky. But even someone with 10,000 rupees out there can start investing in equities. We have democratized investing. So that is something very special about India. The way our digitalization has been democratized. Any individual, any citizen of India can do it. The financialization of the economy, or what do you say? So we are very special about it. The way Indians has adapted to accepting the new technologies, our UPI, or the Aadhaar, or the COVID app is something nowhere in the world. We don't really realize the value of it. There are a section of people within India criticizing it, thinking of its failure, but we have succeeded everything, all those criticism, and India is the best in absorbing the digitalization and democratizing that. These things are also very important if our economy has to grow to $30 or $40 trillion. Without these things, we cannot do it.
Mr. Bhagat, what is your investment philosophy? How do you invest in the market?
No, I have been a manager of investors. I was a CEO. I was very fortunate to be born when I was born, and I wrote the India story. But even now, I would trade in being young again and trying this present India. But I would talk more of the India opportunity, what India is throwing up right now. And we as Indians must not miss that boat. That is the biggest message, if you can take it from this economic summit. You have seen a lot of ministers come in, a lot of finance wizards have talked. Main thing is people spread a lot of negativity. We tend to blow up a few negatives, But if you see the mega trends, those are in favor of India, and India itself is a mega trend. And this is a reversion to the mean. You know, in the 1990s, Angus Maddison, a professor in Europe, had done this study, and that was a standard presentation we used to do. You know, in the mid-2000s, I used to run the fund for Temasek in India. And that really showed how from zero CE to 1700, India was the biggest economy in the world. Columbus discovered America while looking for India. Like while looking for a trade route into India, America was discovered. America was an emerging market or a frontier market till about 1900. 2 world wars happened which destroyed Europe, and America didn't have wars except for Pearl Harbor on its own mainland. And that made America the reserve currency, and the world changed. India was 27% of global GDP for 1700 years. By the time we were independent, we had come down to 2%. Now out of 106 crores GDP per annum, we are about $4 trillion out of 106. We are slowly bringing, China has already made huge things, huge progress. We are China of 2007. Where we are in GDP, China was in 2007. See where they have come. It is very possible in the next 2 decades. And as Paranju was mentioning, this 4 to 30 will not have same thing coming up. We won't be gems, jewelry, leather exporters. It will be many new things coming in. Think of that. What are the new things coming which will add $26 trillion to the Indian economy? Some of it will be 4 into 2, but there will be 25 trillion which will be totally new economy, new companies, new ways of making money. That is what we have to focus and leave the negatives out. If you have to make money in any market, you have to be optimistic. Without optimism, you will miss the boat.
Do you fear a crash, sir? I mean, there is always that stream of fear mongers who say that this is a bubble, the mutual funds are a bubble, and this is all going to crash. Is it really going to happen? What's your take on...
There's no question of bubble at all. Nowadays, no sensible people are talking that way. Those who understand India and, how we are doing today, currently, how what is done today and in the history, that also will be important for the future. So everything is in place. We have created a fantastic platform, especially in the last decade, for the future growth. So, and then that scale of thinking. When we talk about, now railways or port or roads, the scale has moved significantly in the last 10 years. Today in the morning, I was just reading, Sridhar Vembu had tweeted. It was very catching. He was talking about, can India create $100 billion technology companies? And also he's adding, not by market capitalization, by revenue, by the business. He's talking about the business number. So India started thinking of $100 billion revenue companies. So this is not a small thing. This is a new India, where we were scared of dreaming at that level of that scale. So this is something really amazing. That's why I told India is at the beginning of something really, really big. And we have all the symptoms, all the ingredients in place, all the threads are joining together. So there is no stopping.
And if we have to put a number to this, the India story, if we purely look at it from, let's say, a Nifty or Sensex, where do you both of you see Nifty probably at 2030 or a 2047, the Amrit Kal vision that the Prime Minister has been talking about?
Oh, I think
Would you want to give a number?
Nobody's thinking in those terms, the number for the Nifty.
2030. I mean, can we say that Nifty could reach 50,000?
To be very frank, I'm not very sure about the latest Nifty.
Okay.
I don't
double
watch
from
Nifty
where it is
and
right
Sensex,
now.
to be frank.
Okay.
I'm a pure value investor, too long-term value investor.
Okay.
So it's important, which companies. You have to see the businesses individually. Of course, we need to have the macro outlook and everything. We are so lucky to have a stable politics and a strong leader. and our stable politics is going to continue. So there is nothing to worry in those kind of aspects. So there is no reason to be, skeptical like that.
Not skeptical, in fact, bullish, I'm saying. I mean, Mr. Bhagat, what would you say? Would you like to give a number?
Very simple formula. Your nominal economy grows at 10-11%. Rule of 72, you can see every 7 years you will double your economy. And the market moves in line with the GDP, 1:1 roughly. Sometimes it's 80%, sometimes it's 120% of the GDP. So roughly, if you are $30 trillion in 2047, which is a good probability, it's not just an Excel sheet, your market will be $30 trillion. Right now, you're $5 trillion. So your Nifty can be 6 times quite easily, and your Sensex can be 6 times. So say 5 lakh Sensex, 1.5 lakh Nifty, not out of the realm of possibility. Very easily. But we will create something so it doesn't become so big. It will be very difficult to trade if there are so many zeros. So we'll just...
Maybe we can have a split on the Sensex.
And 5 lakh Sensex will be difficult.
Yeah. And gentlemen, 5 sectors you would individually bet on over the next 5 years. That would be my last question before I...
Yeah, I think banks to start with, who will fund India, the banks will be the leading sector. Anything to do with consumption in India, be it staples, be it durables, be it auto, all, right now you're seeing a downturn, it will come back, but on a longer term basis, these two, so consumption India, banking India, the third will be IT. We have a very strong competitive advantage as a country. Your service exports will go up. They're already about 350 billion. It will go into the trillions. We will be the hub of all GCCs. Fourth, anything to do with digital, AI, robotics, space. Some of you youngsters will get to go to Mars. A couple of years back, I met in a conference, I met 2 ladies. And I said, okay, I'll see you again. It was a hedge fund conference, and they said, maybe not Mr. Bhagat. I said, why? They said, we are the 50 chosen to go to Mars on SpaceX whenever the rocket goes. So once we go, we are not coming back. We'll settle the colony there. So actually people are there who will go to Mars. It's going to happen. We'll all travel in drones. We'll fly our own drones. I will not be worrying if I'll catch my flight today. I'll just take my drone down to Bangalore, and so it's happening. And you youngsters will see, some of you will go to Mars. So space, transportation, digital, AI, robotics, anything you see, at least put some little money in it. Something will click. We were very lucky. We were given stock options in a IT company by the foreign bank I worked for. And so many of my colleagues, 2,000 rupees became 8 crores, 10 crores, 15 crores, all got retired for life on just that one ESOP. So it's possible. Go with those technologies, this digitalization, financialization, formalization of the economy, all these trends are going to work. So banks, consumers, anything to do with IT, and go to Mars.
Wonderful. Mr. Veliat, your 5 quick sectors.
Yeah, I think considering the structure of Indian economy and where we are heading to, one need not worry much about the sectors as such. Every sector also has its own problems. And some companies within the sectors are more futuristic in the nature of business. When you take pharmaceutical, some of them may be stagnant and some of them may not exist after some time. Some of them may go multi-baggers from here. So that is applicable to many sectors in technology. Some of them may die. Some of them may be very small today, much unheard about today, can be billions of dollars market cap in the future. So I feel it's more of, look at the companies, the business model, whether it is how futuristic they are, how relevant they are going to be after 5 years and 10 years. And whether something could be disrupting them. So we have to be watchful about those things, more than looking at the sectors. I think as you rightly put, some companies in technology, which may be very small today or medium-sized, the digitization world they are going to do very well. Some of them may be 10x and 20x in the coming years. So you have to create a few small portfolio of such companies, new gen technology companies, but be very watchful. Some of those good companies, the valuations are very, very difficult for us to start investing at this point of time. Maybe there can be deep corrections. The market do not go linear. We have to be always watchful. There will be corrections. It's part of the journey. Look at the future trajectory of these businesses and stay invested and be watchful. Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful. Mr. Bagga, Mr. Velia, thank you very much. Mr. Bagga, we don't want you to miss your flight, so please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ajay Bagga and Mr. Puranju Veliath. It's a pleasure having you with us. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please join us in welcoming a visionary who's shaping the future of healthcare and transforming how medical education is imparted in India. From the halls of the World Health Organization to the forefront of India's largest private medical university, he's spearheading initiatives to bridge the gap between theory and practice, ensuring that our medical professionals are equipped with the latest knowledge and skills. He's truly inspiring the next generation of healthcare leaders who will take India's healthcare system to global standards and ensure we are on track for Viksit Bharat. Let's welcome the scholar, passionate educator, Dr. Sanjeev Singh of Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham.
So, well, it has been a power-packed event since morning in which we have spoken about markets, corporate India, and almost every sector of the economy. So now it's time to talk about the sector which is one of the key drivers of the growth and which concerns all of us, which is healthcare. And to talk on that, we are joined in by Dr. Sanjeev Singh, Medical Director, Amrita Institute of Medical Science and Research Center. So thank you, Mr. Singh, for joining us and speaking to Republic Media Network. First question when we talk about healthcare sector is that comes to everyone's mind is about the affordability and quality, right? So I want to ask you the question, how we can ensure that healthcare sector is more affordable and ensures quality to everyone?
So that's a nice question. India is largely populous, plus it's extremely diverse. 1.4 billion with 28 states, 784 districts, similar almost district hospitals, 76,000 hospitals across the country, 1.18 million beds which are there. The global burden of disease, we are ranked 144. And unfortunately, it is both communicable diseases and non-communicable diseases which exist, which is generally not seen. But we have done, as a key performing indicators, we have done pretty well. So there is an improvement in the life expectancies, which we have seen from 32 to almost 74. We have two very, very good indicators like infant mortality rate, one from 145 decreasing to 28, and maternal mortality rate to 97, which is phenomenal. So that's a decrease of almost 70%. So all of this has happened because of many good processes, many good policies which has brought in by the government of India. There is a good index which we are seeing as a security index which we have increased to 66. Your question towards which could be broken down into quality, affordability, and definitely access is important. So we have seen that there is a national quality assurance scheme, standards where government district hospitals are adhering to it, and there are 2,600 hospitals which are already certified. We are looking at Lakshya program where maternal and quality care for newborns are there. So 700 plus hospitals have been certified. We are looking at Kaya Kalp, which has been released from Government of India, which looks at hygiene and infection prevention, and there are 2 lakh plus hospitals which are already accredited. There is a national accreditation board for hospitals where almost 1,500 plus institutions are there. Plus there are international. So quality-wise, I think there is a lot of demand as well as deliverable. To your question regarding affordability, if you just, I think almost we were on an out-of-pocket expenditure for 80%, which is decreasing to almost 50 to 52%, and the aim is to get to 42%, where the global average is 18.2. I do understand that there is a question regarding affordability because the healthcare cost is rising. There was a decent study which was done by FICCI where they have seen 2 government hospitals and rest of the private hospital, and the costing was compared. And to our surprise, we think that those are free beds and free hospitals, and you and I are paying for it. And it was close to 18,000 rupees per bed per day maintenance in a government setup, which we think it is free. So there is a healthcare cost which is there in private, which is unfortunately increasing. There needs to be a monitoring mechanism. There needs to be some kind of a regulation at that level. There needs to be standardization of care, which needs to be provided. And with all of this, there would be some restructuring which would happen.
Right. Also, I want you to throw light on the medical tourism, which is India has a huge potential for it. And if I quote the number, foreign tourist arrival on medical purpose in 2020 stood at 1.83 lakh, and now in 2023 the number has gone to 6.35 lakh. What is the potential, and how do you see the medical tourism as of now, and what more can be done to boost this aspect?
So it's a close to $125 billion industry, and India captures almost $13 billion within this, and it's a huge, huge market. India was ranking close to 77, now it has come up to 10, ranking with Canada and France doing excellent work. So overall, I think there is a huge potential, but then there are challenges. So most of the patients basically are coming from Bangladesh. 60% of the medical value tourism is from Bangladesh or from GCC countries or from Africa, Kenya, Nigeria, Tanzania. There are some newer boundaries which have opened up, which would be CIS and Georgia and countries like that. So what needs to be done is that needs to be a regulated regulatory mechanism, because it's very individual and it is very facilitator-driven market, which needs to be reorganized, which needs to be restructured. The medical visas, which is generally given, so there needs to be a single stop arrangement with a lot of infrastructural push, a lot of promotions to prevention of health. There is a very, very good program which is being initiated by Government of India, which is Heal in India and Heal by India, so which is looking at both modern medicine and traditional medicine. Plus, there is a huge talent both in faculty as in staff within the country. So that way, I think that there is a lot of potential. What needs to be done, to your question, I think it is important that B2B, B2C business, other than G2G business, the government to government business has to happen. It is right now a single facilitator who brings in the single patients and then he manipulates. If it's happening in bulk, 3,000 patients coming from a country, and that's the potential, and that's happened in IT, that should happen with healthcare medical tourism. There is a regulatory mechanism for medical visa issuing, single stop arrangement, which is going to be very, very helpful. Creating clinical corridors, because the clinical talent in our country and the outcomes which you are seeing is just fantastic. Creating more of SEZs within the country. One is definitely clinical, but then there is a lot of academic work which is also happening, and so there needs to be a lot of fellowship programs where the other country people can come, learn the skill sets and the competency, and then they would again become a good brand ambassador. So huge potential, a lot of work happening, a lot of initiative from the government. They've created a portal, a lot of participation from private players also.
Right. And also we know when the COVID struck us, there was a tech disruption that happened and that transformed the healthcare sector entirely. If you look at from the vantage point, how do you assess the tech disruption which started almost way back in 2020 and that started in 2020, and what is the progress so far? How do you see the tech disruption?
So huge technology introduction which is there. If you see, Indian Institute of Science is building a healthcare facility. Almost major Indian Institute of Technology is investing into healthcare. A lot of engineering sector is investing into healthcare. artificial intelligence, and there was a lot of discussion which was happening that has both in medical devices and in other areas, both machine learning and artificial intelligence has come in, and that's been a huge benefit. We have seen this in imaging, we have seen this in pathology, we are now seeing artificial intelligence being captured almost every sector within medicine. So it could be with scopies, it could be with surgeries, it could be with operational efficiencies. If you want to improve your discharge time, there are a lot good predictive analysis happening. There is good treatment planning and the shorter duration. I'll give you an example. We introduced a chatbot system when the patient is waiting in the waiting area. He can immediately put in all his requirements, all his history. And while he's still waiting, where he's non-productive, and that immediately gets into the hospital information system. And when he meets with the consultant, he's very surprised because consultant knows all the history. And what is an 18-minute consultation gets reduced to 10 minutes. So this operational efficiency, the clinical improvement in outcomes is just fantastic. Telemedicine is one big area where telemedicine practice was unfortunately not legalized. With COVID, it got legalized. You could have it, earlier it used to be a big ISRO-based SATCOM initiative. Now it could be all happening through your WhatsApp call and the prescriptions can go in. So that's all been now very legal. What needs to happen is that we need to have, rather than islands of excellences, there needs to be a larger intervention. There are close to 31,000 primary health centers and 6,000 community health centers. All this could be connected. The Arogya Mandirs are, which is more than 3 lakhs, are getting connected through telemedicine. So this is one way where digital intervention and telemedicine, it's going to be very crucial for us, especially where access is a problem in our country.
Thank you so much, Dr. Singh, for speaking to Republic Media Network and sparing out your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the invitation.
Thank you for that, Rajat and Mr. Sanjeev. Okay, so our next guest for the day is a visionary entrepreneur, a passionate advocate of Indian artisans, a true inspiration. An IIM Calcutta alumni, Bhavna Pagaria isn't just a name, she's a force to be reckoned with. With her unwavering dedication and innovative spirit, she's transforming the Indian handicraft industry. From prestigious roles at global giants to founding her own venture, India Zona, which is Bhavna's journey, is a testament to her entrepreneurial zeal. Let's hear from this remarkable woman as she shares her insights, experiences, and the incredible story behind India Zona. Join us in welcoming Bhavna Pagaria on stage for a chat with Business News anchor Priyanka Das.
Thanks, Bhavna, for joining us. Today we've had the theme of Viksit Bharat, Bullseye. And I think Bhavna is someone who represents the true entrepreneurship that we're all harping about. So Bhavna, as a woman entrepreneur, really, just take us through your journey of founding India Zona and what that journey been like so far.
Thank you so much for having me here. And my beginning about my journey. So business is in my DNA, and from my childhood, I wanted to start my own business. So after completing my education and then gaining corporate experience, I thought it is the time to take leap and start my own venture. India Zona, initially I was thinking about starting with a hamper business, and at that time I began my research on e-commerce and the Indian markets. Along with Mr. Srivastav, who heads business development at India Zona, I did a lot of market visits, interacted with a lot of different businessmen, manufacturers of different scale and size, and we found that they were facing a tough time to sustain their business. They were having a tough time to sustain their business. Because the e-commerce sector in India, right now, it is dominated by giant foreign players. And these foreign players are promoting just selectively few sellers that are in turn their sister concerns. So the Indian businesses, the Indian manufacturers, the Indian MSMEs, the Indian sellers, local sellers are not getting any visibility even after spending a lot on marketing, even after spending a lot on ads, and add to that the burdensome policies. And at that very moment, the vision for Bharat Ki Apni Dukaan shaped that we have to do something for our country. We have to empower and uplift the Indian sellers, the Indian businesses, the Indian manufacturing industry, the MSMEs, the entrepreneurs, NGOs, everyone, not just the handicraft industry, all industries is in our vision, in our mission to empower them.
So as you mentioned about MSMEs, now obviously the MSMEs and SMEs are the power engines of our economy, but at the end of the day, they do have a fair set of challenges. So how are you sort of addressing those issues?
So the very major challenge that the small businesses and the MSMEs face in front of the giants is that they are not able to give competitive prices, because the giants have deep pockets, but a smaller business cannot compete with that. So for that, India Zona specifically, we have, because it is our mission to be a catalyst to the business growth of India. So we have made the marketing cost, the ad fees totally zero. And because of that, since there is no ad fees, the vendors do not need to pay anything extra. Through our innovative algorithm and through our features like swipe and buy, naturally the sellers will get the visibility to the customers. And the other challenges that the businesses that are facing are the compliances issues. And if we go to exports, there are a lot of custom compliances, there are a lot of issues. So globalization has remarkably, connected the world, but ironically, Indian sellers are not even getting the visibility in their own market. So we are trying to bridge that gap. We are trying to come in this place and make these things simpler for the sellers. We have the no return discount feature to simplify the return management process. We actually want the businesses, the sellers to focus on creating their product and not get stuck into the marketing and the operational challenges. We will take care of the logistics, we will take care of the marketing, we will ensure the reach to the customers. And that is how we want to create a stronger economy and a Viksit Bharat. And a small, this is our small contribution to the Viksit Bharat.
Absolutely, absolutely. But as a theme of today's summit is also Viksit Bharat, as I mentioned, and so have you. You've also been someone who's been very vocal about the Make in India initiative that's been boosted by the Indian government. Now, with that call for local to global, how can the Indian businesses across the country really leverage the various opportunities that are present today? How can they do that?
So right now, India is at a very, progressive state. Customers are realizing the value of unique products, authentically Indian products. Customers are making their choices, and it is the right time for the businesses to grow. So if I were to say the different industries like the textile industries, the electronics industries, the furniture industries, then like something like the footwear industry, skincare, makeup, all these different types of industries in India are boosting. And the Make in India, the boost by the government, the policies, the support to the startups, all this is going to, enhance and expand the business reach of the Indian.
And Bhavna, you also mentioned earlier on that you come from a family that's into business. Now, as a woman entrepreneur, you've sort of paved the path also, because a lot of family businesses tend to not have the women folk going forward. So have you seen it evolve, and what are your perceptions or thoughts on it?
So I have been very lucky in this aspect. My family has always been very supportive, and my father personally has been grooming me from childhood so that I have, whatever I am building India Zona, the approaches that I'm taking, lot is impacted by the lessons by my father. He often says that, even if you give a child a lot of money, he can run a business. But a true entrepreneur is someone who can build a business out of nothing with limited resources from scratch. And that is the fundamental approach that we at India Zona are taking while building our company. So we are totally bootstrapped, debt-free. We have not taken any external funding. It is fueled by my personal savings of rupees 20 lakhs and contribution from my family. So that is one thing. The another thing very important that I have learned is the risk-taking ability. Our philosophy is that, risk is the amount of money that you're willing to lose. Before starting any project, when you have that clarity, you become fearless. You can navigate the risk with confidence and clarity rather than, avoiding it. That is one very major thing that I've learned. And lastly, is the value of relationships that I have learned. My family is deeply inspired by Shri Ratan Tata, and he has said that, if you have to walk fast, you walk alone. But if you have to walk far, you have to walk together. And that is what we believe in. We value our relationships. We believe in creating a win-win scenario for all our stakeholders, be it our vendors, partners, anyone. And so these are the pillars on which my India Zona is built, and pillars of my business ethics for my entrepreneurial journey.
Very well said, Bhavna. Thank you so much. We're ending this conversation with words of Ratan Tata and this inspiring young lady. So let's take a big round of applause for Bhavna Pagad. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me. It's a great opportunity.
Thank you, Bhavna and Priyanka, for that session on the opportunities presented by Bharat and how to leverage them. Our next session is a dream galore for automobile enthusiasts and guided by Republic Media Network's ethos. Republic Business brings together the movers and shakers today who believe in the India opportunity. Our first panelist is the CEO of a brand that's liked and that's linked to global aspirations. It's a brand that's synonymous with luxury and a symbol of achievement. The man driving the growth of the three-pointed star in India is Santosh Iyer, CEO of Mercedes-Benz India. He's here after launching a car today in Noida. Thank you for being with us today. His co-panelist will be Managing Director of Ducati India, Bipul Chandra, another very exciting brand. He's been spearheading the business growth and network expansion for the firm in India. And under his leadership, Ducati made significant progress in India in the initial months after the first phase of the COVID-19 pandemic. They had a record year in 2022. And our third panelist is the President and Managing Director of MG Motor India, Mr. Rajiv Chaba. With over 3 decades of experience, Mr. Chaba has been instrumental in driving the brand in the country in a startup-like setting and has been able to make a significant mark in the industry, whether it's petrol, diesel, EV, hybrid, they're everywhere. Join me in welcoming Mr. Iyer, Mr. Chandra, Mr. Chaba for a panel discussion on the growth story of India's automotive industry and its future prospects with Suesha Sawant. Welcome on stage.
All right. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming in. And of course, this is a session I've very eagerly been waiting for. Like Niranjan mentioned, Mr. Iyer, you've come straight after launching the new Mercedes-Benz, which is the AMG C63 SE. And I want to come straight to that point, because I was also reading that Mercedes is due for a launch in December as well. And lots of launches happening. So let me straight away begin by that. What is this one launch after the other, and do auto companies feel that pressure in that sense to create a diverse portfolio of cars to cater to all your consumers?
Okay, thanks for having me here. Firstly, we committed 12 launches in this calendar year, Jan to December. We have delivered 14. 10 of that 14 are in the top end segment, cars costing more than 1.5 crores on road. So I think no more launches for this year. So this was the last launch for us. But having said that, to come back to your question, it's, customers in that segment demand change. Earlier, the average ownership period for expensive cars was 4 years, 5 years. Today, it's 2 to 2.5 years. So they need a lot of options. They need the latest. They need the best. And for us, we need to excite the market by getting these cars as early as possible to India, because the customers here travel abroad. Many of them have houses in UK, in London, or in Dubai, or in the US. So in that sense, they have an expectation that the car is here available as soon as there is a global launch, and we need to get them. But on the other side, I'm also fortunate to work for a company like Mercedes-Benz, which has cars in the portfolio. It's not easy. Today we have combustion engines, electrified combustion engines, electric cars, and that portfolio strength comes from the DNA of the brand, from Stuttgart, from our headquarters, and we are able to introduce these cars to the market. So what we do is not from a competitive pressure, but what we do is from customer, that they need the latest and the best as fast as possible, and we try to get them as early as possible.
Right. So, Mr. Chandra, again, Ducati is also planning to launch 8 motorbikes next year?
Well, for us also, launching new bikes every month, or across certain months across the year is the way we live. So for us, things are also in the line what Santosha said about. In fact, we have a slightly different relationship also with our riders. So we have changed the terms. Now we no longer call them customers or consumers. For us, they are clients, because customers are way too transactional for us. And when we talk of clients, it means we are for them, they are for us. So it is a symbiotic relationship, and we keep on launching new bikes for them to experience new segments. For this year, we are also done away with. We have launched all the bikes. We start next year with very, very exciting Diavel Bentley and the new Panigale 7G, one of the most ultimate bike in our segment. So this is how we live by. And as to your question, there is no pressure or competition amongst us between the manufacturers. It is for the riders whom we keep on launching better and faster bikes.
All right. So, Mr. Chaba, while there is a great thrust on making cars affordable for your consumers in the Indian market, MG Motors is also entering into the luxury space with MG Select. Tell us more about that, and also whether you will compete against the likes of Mercedes. What will be the pricing like? What can we expect?
So thanks again for having me here. So MG, our product spread, if you see it ranges from MG Comet on the lower side to MG Gloucester, so around 7 lakhs to 40 lakhs. And then we have EVs, we have diesel, we have ICE, as Niranjan said in the introduction. MG Select, frankly, we feel there is an opportunity here that more premiumization is happening across categories, across industries, including the car industry. Within the car industry, on one hand, you have traditional luxuries like Mercedes, BMW, and Audi. And there's a space we feel where people are waiting for some accessible luxury. It's not that it's a cheaper version of luxury, but it's a category which has not been explored in India, in my view, and there's an opportunity there. So through product categorization, through experience categorization, I think that space we want to target. And we feel it's not really a competition to traditional luxury, because these brands have taken 100 years plus to establish themselves. And we are relatively a young brand, so we cannot be in the same category as they are. But there's an opportunity, and you will see when we start offering our products from next year onwards, and we'll showcase them in Auto Expo.
But Mr. Iyer, I want you to harp on the India market and how there's a rise in consumption in the luxury space. Now, you define that category as luxury index internally. What would you say about the rise in such individuals who fancy a good life, who have higher disposable income, and today's youth that is out there to spend to enjoy that luxury?
Yeah, so what's changing in India? We keep referring internally that globally there is MAC index to see economies, and maybe for India, should we not have a Mercedes-Benz index to check the growth of HNIs, ultra HNIs, etc. But keeping that aside, if you look at the core factors driving growth, so one is of course the demographics. You have younger consumers buying luxury cars. There is aspiration. Also the traditional way of consumers getting into mass market premium and luxury, there is no longer that trend. Maybe the entire psychology of rewarding yourself. You are coming up with some startup, you are doing well, and I have had calls that the young guy signing off the series funding, they want to get a particular pen and they want an S-Class to go in. So it's not a usual way of slowly democratizing and getting into the segments. On the other side, if you see, India has made a lot of change in infrastructure. The road infrastructure in India, which is one major enabler to enjoy luxury cars like Mercedes-Benz, is developed significantly. Earlier, consumers used to go from Bangalore to Chennai by flight, but now they can even prefer road, and similarly Delhi, Jaipur, and so on and so forth. So, and then they need a safe car, and that's where we come into the play. And when you look at the third factor, which is also regularization of the tax system, which is happening, of course not as fast, but post GST, we have many customers who were always able to afford a car, but they couldn't because they were not able to buy a car. It's always registered. But now with GST, with a lot of tax compliances, a lot of consumers are able to avail credit. They are able to show meaningful income resources. So there is on one side tax compliances and ability to buy. On the other side, infrastructure is changing, and the demographic shift for sure. Women buyers. We had hardly 8 to 9% of our cars bought by women. Today, 15% of our sales are bought by women buyers. So demography, infra, and all the changes that's happening around us on the economy, that's driving growth. It's been a great double-digit growth for the last 3 to 4 years, and it still continues.
That is wonderful to know. Mr. Chandra, now you've said that in the past 2 to 3 years, the growth was slightly muted, but in 2024, the industry is growing at a better pace, and the market is maturing with a new sense of appreciation for two-wheelers in this space. How do you define Ducati's growth story in the Indian market?
Well, when I speak about the maturation of the market, see what happens post-COVID, there was a glut of supplies. So obviously there was a severe supply-demand kind of scenario, and I'm sure all the automobile companies, they had their run. We were having record numbers and everything. So post that, there was definitely a lull, at least in my space, I would say. Although we had higher numbers, but the percentage was not as such. Now in 24, we are having a better double-digit kind of growth, which is very, very good for us because luxury motorcycles are very niche. In fact, if you count our contribution to the two-wheeler segment, we would be 0.000 kind of thing. For reference, the two-wheeler industry is about 15 lakh bikes per month currently, this year's average. Out of that, my industry would be 500, 600 units. So you cannot even count how much 500 out of 15 lakh is. So for me, percentage is a different segment altogether. But when we talk about the appreciation of the riders in terms of our bikes, see, people have started understanding that if you are spending money on something like a bike like Ducati, what for? So when we talk of technology, when we talk of safety features, when we talk of the ease of riding, in riding, we have a saying that you need to face the air in the face. When you face the wind in the face, it's like riding and biking. But that's a separate thing. We talk about, we have a funda also, wherein we say all the gear all the time. That is, safety is paramount. You will never see a serious rider on the road without proper gear. So helmets, jackets, gloves, safety boots, everything. So that comes with the biker. Now, from the bike side, what we are talking about, Ducati is the first company globally, and I'm very happy to share, when we launched the Multistrada V4, it was the first company in the world to have the front radar and the blind side detection.
Right.
Which is, till now, was a forte of the car companies only. Now, in the next iteration of Multistrada V4, we are talking of the collision device. So, there would be a warning of collision. So this is something we are working about, which people don't used to think about earlier. Now there's appreciation for all these things. Our bikes, they come with 6-axis IMU, which is a technical term. I'm sorry for using this, but the hardcore riders, if you are here, you would appreciate that. So all the 6-axis, the bike will tell you. When you go through the data, it will tell you how much your lean angle has been, and you can understand how much safety feature is built into the bike. Now people are understanding that and coming back to us for these things. This is what I called market getting mature.
Right. Right, certainly the Indian market is changing. But Mr. Chaba, I want to understand from you the JSW MG Motor India management that is particularly making a conceited push towards Indianizing the company. In fact, I've also been reading how you are in talks with other Indian companies and your own counterparts to make tech local. Tell us more about this local push.
Yeah, that's a pretty important aspect of our business, and since last 2 years or so, and especially after our joint venture with JSW, we are really accelerating and really pushing this hard. So, and as probably you know that we are majorly into EVs. Like last month, 70% of our sales came from the EV products. So all of 3 EVs are there. And we are trying to localize this EV, the whole system in a big way. And it's not only about EV parts, but also the EV ecosystem, which takes care of chargers, the whole charging management system. We have got eHub application. We are trying to connect all these charge point operators through a common app. So that's the charging side. But on the EV side, if you look at the localization, and still we import a lot from all over the place. As an industry, I'm not talking about only MG, but we are trying to localize a lot of those big assemblies to start with, then localizing, getting to tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 components. I'm happy to say, as an example, our MG Comet car is more than 60% localized right now. Our aim is that all the EVs, the big volumes EV, we should localize up to 80% in the next 3 years. So it basically talks about even vertical, backward integrations, including the cell manufacturing. So JSW, as an example, will get into cell manufacturing. We are talking about EDU, EU, and CCU, like they're the big items which everyone imports right now in the country. We are trying to localize that in the country. So that's how we are trying to localize, indigenize, and make sure that we have sustainable supply chains as we go forward for this EV.
Right. In fact, I want to talk to you about the EV segment in greater detail. But right now, as we are focusing on the Viksit Bharat aim, Mr. Iyer, in fact, you've said that manufacturing and auto segments are bound to play a very pivotal role in making India the third largest economy by 2030. And you've highly spoken about a favorable business environment, government initiatives playing a huge role in it. I want to understand from you how the Make in India initiative is going to help position India as a global manufacturing hub, because you see that as a very promising aim to fulfill in the next couple of years.
The way we see is there is a window right now for India because of the cost structure that India operates, the rich talent pool. For example, we have an R&D setup in Bangalore where we have more than 10,000 engineers working on RD of Mercedes-Benz. We in fact do a lot of, we have more than 500 patents out of India. So there's a lot of good high IP and technology work happening out of India. So this advantage, now you mix it with manufacturing cost advantage as well. So there is a window for India right now to leverage this. At the same time, the Make in India for India is something that one needs to question, because especially for luxury brands like us, because the market is maturing at a pace which is great, but it would be even greater if we make in India for the world. And for that, I think one of the pivotal role will be the role of FTAs and free trade agreements. We are a global company, and we have always been advocating that when you open up borders, when you open up free trade, it benefits both sides. It brings more competitiveness, it brings more customers, better options, and that I think will also help India's manufacturing sector to pivot a bit more differently than just focused on making in India for India to making in India for the world. So that's one enabler that we keep looking at. On the other side, I think this advantage, what 10 years back, it was a much more open world, and we all know that world has been changing a lot. So we need to use this strength. We need to use, I think there are a lot of companies in India like us. We are in India for 30 years. We are a global company, and so on and so forth. How do we leverage the technology at the same time the Indian competence to start manufacturing. We keep saying not only for India but for the world, and that kind of a spirit will actually leapfrog us into a much bigger player. Today, of course, it's a no-brainer. Manufacturing contributing to jobs, automotive industry having 7% of the GDP, but I think the best is yet to come.
Right. But Mr. Chandra, I believe you share a contrarian view, because as much as automakers are wanting to go Indian and manufacture here, you've in fact gone on to say that Ducati has a strong manufacturing base in Thailand, and there are no plans anytime soon as far as local manufacturing operations in India is concerned. What makes you say that?
See, to begin with, I would say Ducati is also a global company, and in 26 we shall be celebrating our 100 years of existence. So that gives us something to talk about of a global operation. What we have seen, any kind of manufacturing activity anywhere in the world would definitely require a threshold of business to happen. So currently, our supplies, they come from Italy and Thailand. Basically Thailand, because of various reasons, including the distance part. They are very close neighbors of India as such. However, I must add that India has a very strong base as a vendor. So while we do not make or assemble our bikes here in India, we have a lot many vendors who supply to us for both the factories, Thailand and Italy. So not having a factory here is something of a business situation for us, because the market, as I said, very, very niche. If Ducati is doing a certain unit, then probably our needs are getting sorted out by Thailand factory right now. In future, if something of the threshold clearance happens, Ducati would be happy to invest in India. That's not an issue. It is more about a business call. So currently, Thailand is a nice situation for us.
Right. Fair point there. Mr. Chaba, like you were talking, and I understand how MG Motors is looking to become the third, I beg your pardon, to lead the EV space in India and have almost a 33% share by the end of 2028, 2030. I most want to talk to you about Windsor. That has been quite an experiment on that front. Now, you're offering vehicles through the battery as a service program, which allows a lower upfront initial cost and a pay-per-use model for the battery. How did this strategy come about, given how we understand that the EV segment is getting more and more competitive with every passing year? And do you think this will be the game changer?
Yeah, probably it will be a good enabler, I would say, and I've been saying it since last 2 years that, about EV expansion in India, it's a question of how compelling your proposition is to the consumer. And frankly, consumers do not have enough choices in EV. There are only 2-3 players who have come into the scene right now. I'm not talking about luxury players, mainstream players. And frankly, more competition coming from the mainstream players will be a welcome thing. So we were the first one to talk in 2018-19 to launch our first EV, that is EV in 2020, and there was no single private player in that space that point of time. So we believed in that future, and the country also is the policy-wise also is guiding us into the same direction. So here now, when we offer Windsor, we thought it's time to talk about certain facts. And there are myths in the market about EV ownership. And one of the things is about cost of acquisition. Another thing is about the charging, things about battery and things like that. So we said these category barriers, how do we address that? So when we say battery as a service, we are saying we are talking about the real cost of acquisition of an EV. So as an example, Windsor is 13.5 lakhs. We did not announce the price of 13.5 lakhs when we launched this car. We said this car is 10 lakhs. Why? Because the car is 10 lakhs and the battery was 3.5 lakhs. So if you finance these two separately, the battery 3.5 lakhs actually is approximately 5,000 rupees cars a month, the cost of the battery. And the charging of the battery for 1 month is 1,000 rupees. So it's 6,000 rupees. So suppose you buy a car for 10 lakhs of rupees and you drive that car for 1,000 kilometers, you spend 7,000-8,000 rupees in petrol. Whereas the same car for 10 lakhs EV, your cost of battery and operation is only 6,000. But the 10 lakh car is one segment more than a 10 lakhs petrol car or a diesel car. So we wanted to address this cost of acquisition and cost of operations. So battery as a service, that's why kind of, it disrupted the mindset and thinking, and touch wood for us, it has become a good success. But it's not only the product side, it's not only the battery side, but the whole product also is very compelling. If you have to see this car, it's really a very, very big car at that price, and good features.
People, they still look at it as a 10 lakh rupee car, and that is what is working, the shock value and the price point.
Yeah, so we have good bookings, touch wood, so we are doing well. So far, so good.
Wonderful. But even, for example, Merck India, now you're producing 2 world-class electric vehicles in Pune, and this being the first market outside Germany and US to have accomplished this feat. What makes the India market conducive as far as the future of EVs in the luxury segment is concerned?
See, firstly, if you look at the government policies, there is a very clear strategy the Viksit Bharat is based on green energy transformation as well. I think India is one of the most ambitious plans when it comes to green energy. And that means from a net importer of energy, the aspiration is at least to become a net exporter of green energy. And I think from a corporate brand perspective, globally, we have an ambition 2039, where we have committed that we will tend to become carbon neutral. We would be the first automotive company to become carbon neutral. So in that sense, if you add the India's aspiration for the green energy transition, and if you want to decarbonize the auto industry, we thought that it's best that we do it in markets which are conducive. India also has a favorable tax regime when it comes to electric cars. It's just 5% GST, and that really helps brands, even luxury brands like us, to really look at India as also to pivot here, to manufacture here the EVs. And then, of course, I think we have today a 6% share of our sales are EVs. And this, if you compare with mass market, it's hardly 1%, 1.5%. So I think, luxury consumers are ready to adapt to EVs much more. They're ready to experiment. But on the other side, I think if you want to decarbonize the sector as a responsible, we have a clear internal thinking that there is no luxury without sustainability. And if we don't do this as a responsible player, we won't do justice. This was the same question, 130 years back. If you go and do market research, they would say we want faster horse carriages. Nobody would have said we want a car. And that's where Mercedes-Benz came in. So we want to disrupt. We want to take the big bets. We want to do manufacturing here so that the costs are down. And then we want to have adoption. And I think the numbers speak for themselves. We lead the luxury EV market. We are able to have a 6% share, which is almost double than last year. And more players, as Rajiv said, I think it's a fantastic work done by players like MG and others. Today, only 8 to 10% of India retail network talks about an EV. Rest are all 90% is still combustion engine players. But we feel that more players coming in, more international, local players, and great products coming in, I think the shift would happen. At least in 2020, when we launched the first EV, I was asked, why are you launching an EV? Now nobody asks us that. Now they are saying, what is your penetration? How soon India will transform? So I think it's changing. It's a matter of time.
I'm slightly short on time, so it is time for us to close this session. But Mr. Chaba, before we go, you must comment on the changing India from the auto perspective and the youth that is moving towards the luxury segment, which once again signals to a growing India, a greater GDP, and how the Indian economy, by and large, is benefiting from even the luxury segment.
So, I made one interesting, we made one interesting comment in our SIAM meeting. And the Government of India survey before the finance survey, before the budget said that India needs so many lakhs of jobs per year, and one car produced in the country creates employment of 14 people. This is a proven fact. It's a written number. So if suppose the growth of auto sector happens almost 6-7% a year, continuously, then 80% of the employment can be taken care of by auto sector. So just imagine the importance of this auto sector, the linkages with the economy. Now, when we are expecting economy to grow at 6 to 7% average, for the next several years, auto industry follows that. It's not linear sometime, it goes to its own product cycle issues. It's cyclical, but it follows more or less, the GDP growth of the country. So it's kind of a mutual thing. So I see our foundation is very strong. Numbers will keep happening. Sometimes we get sucked by media headlines of this month and next month, and this month is some contraction. So those blips will happen. But in general, I think we are good to go in big numbers in future. That's one. Second is premiumization is happening across the sectors, across the industries, including the car industry. And as we can see, the Mercedes numbers and our vision of getting into the luxury segment or the accessible luxury segment proves that. Another thing is the EV will happen. I think that path is inevitable. Electrification is inevitable. More and more players are coming into it, and that will increase, and sustainable green thing will happen. In terms of auto, other trends, more automatic transmissions are happening. Indian customers are going for more features. Connectivity is happening in a big way. Big screens in the car. So it's a third screen in your family now. You have TV, you have your laptop, and third is car screen. And they are kind of integrated. Obviously, safety driving is important. So lots of features on your car screen will not happen if you're driving the car. For the co-driver, it happens. But connectivity is happening amazingly in a very disruptive way. So these are some of the trends happening.
Oh yes, absolutely. And premiumization that is happening in most sectors now, while one would think whether it is transient or not, but for now we understand it is here to stay. I want to thank you, gentlemen, for joining us this evening and throwing light on how the auto sector is contributing to a Viksit Bharat. Many thanks.
Thank you, Suyasha, for taking us all through an exciting drive, really, with Mr. Iyer, Mr. Chandra, and Mr. Chawla. Thank you so much to you all for taking us to the future of automobile, from safety to the new launches and a lot more. Now it's time for us to get really excited because our next speaker is here to regale us through the Viksit Bharat story. He is better known also as the economic advisor to the Prime Minister of India. He is also a gentleman who has authored several books and has been a part of several podcasts. He has also earlier served as the principal economic advisor to the finance minister for 5 years till 2022.
Well, in fact, he has also represented India on many prestigious international forums such as the OECD and G7, and was the co-chair of the G20's Framework Working Group. An alumnus of Sri Ram College of Commerce, Delhi University and Oxford University's Rhodes Scholar, Republic TV proudly invites Mr. Sanjeev Sanyal, a distinguished economist, a prolific historian, to deliver Republic Talks. Ladies and gentlemen, not just that. What's interesting about the next couple of minutes with Sanjeev Sanyal would be what many were talking about, the processed reforms that the government essentially wants to bring in. And more interestingly, many would have heard about what Elon Musk has largely been talking about, bringing in the Government Efficiency Commission, which, ladies and gentlemen, India has already begun. And there you have Sanjeev Sanyal playing a pivotal role. For the first time ever, you have Sanjeev Sanyal talking about this and how exactly does the government really intend to take this forward.
Good evening, friends. It's a pleasure to be here at Republic at this fantastic new facility. So congratulations. What I'm going to talk about today is about government efficiency. It's a hot topic these days because Elon Musk has promised a government efficiency commission in the US in the Trump administration. But let me say that here in India, we have been doing this for some years now, and we are going to ramp this up. So you need to know what we are attempting to do, first of all, and how we have already been doing some of these reforms. Now, the reforms that I'm going to talk about are a specific category of reforms called process reforms. Now, what on earth are process reforms? Now, most of you will be familiar with the term structural reforms, yeah? Whenever you read newspapers, you'll read about structural reforms. Now, these are reforms, the big picture reforms, that change the structure of something. So the original liberalization that happened in 1991, or the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code, or the Inflation Targeting Framework, or GST, these are structural reforms because they fundamentally change the structure of whatever that activity happened to be. However, there is another category of reforms called process reforms. These are small nuts and bolts reforms that very often you may not read on the front page of the newspapers, but there are literally hundreds of them. These are the small reforms that don't necessarily change the structure of things, but make that, whatever activity it is, work a little bit more efficiently. This is, ladies and gentlemen, the government efficiency effort. And here in India, we have been now doing many of them one by one. But before I get into what we have been doing, let me give you a sense of what on earth these kinds of inefficiencies can be like. And I'm going to give you a somewhat humorous example of this. You see, India has about 3,700 odd nationally protected monuments. Yeah? Whenever you go to some of these old monuments, you'll see that blue board threatening you with all kinds of dire consequences if you happen to even touch anything near that monument. Well, those are the monuments I'm talking about, and we have 3,700 of them. So how did we get those 3,700 of them? Well, most of them, actually, interestingly, were inherited from the British colonial era, plus the ones that we inherited from the princely states. Now, a few got added along the way, but even today, most of the list of nationally protected monuments are the list which we got from the British. Now, nobody in these 77 years has actually gone in there and dug up what these are, should we be protecting them, and so on and so forth. So a couple of years ago, I began to go into this list and look at what these were. And we found that it was full of monuments that simply should not be protected. First of all, there were a few dozen that have simply gone missing. Nobody knows where they are. We have not known where they are for decades. Questions have been answered in Parliament about them, but they are still there in that list and nobody has delisted them. And then there are graves of obscure colonial era officials which simply have no historical value at all. Maybe they had value to the colonial government of that time. Nobody even remembers in which some of these cases who these people were, but they are still national monuments. They are still protected. By the way, the 100 plus 200 meter radius of, protection that has to be given to Taj Mahal is also applied to these obscure monuments. So let me tell you the story of one of them, which is right here in Delhi, near Kashmiri Gate. There was a statue of somebody called John Nicholson. Now, John Nicholson in 1858 was one of the British officials or generals who retook Delhi after the Great Rebellion. And when he did so, he did a really brutal job of it. I mean, he was brutal even by the standards of the time. He carried out several massacres. And a very grateful British government put up a statue of him right in front of Kashmiri Gate and put it in the list of national monuments. Fair enough. Then, of course, in 1947, we became independent. We didn't remove him from the list. But in 1960s, his birthplace, somewhere in Northern Ireland, asked for a statue. So the statue was wrapped up and sent off to Northern Ireland. But interestingly, the spot where his statue stood was not delisted from our national monuments. It continued to be the national monuments. Not only that, just across the road there is still a Nicholson Cemetery. His grave is also a national monument and continued to be a national monument. And it's not just that it is in the list. You see, imagine Kashmiri Gate. It's a really densely packed place, and that 100 plus 200 meter radius in which all the ASI regulations are implemented, continue to be implemented on this non-statute. So, as I said, a couple of years ago, I began to write a report about this. The good news is that finally the list of national monuments is being re-looked at. Some of these missing monuments are getting delisted, and just 6 weeks ago, the John Nicholson statue has finally been delisted from our list of national monuments. I'm telling you this story because the government of any country is full of this stuff, okay? Not just Indian government, it is true of every government in the world. In fact, of any large institution in the country, after a little while, they accumulate all of these things. So not surprisingly, Elon Musk has promised to create a government efficiency commission in the US. But here in India, as I said, we have been doing this kind of reforms step by step for quite some time. Like any government, we have large numbers of defunct organizations. They were created at some point in time. Perhaps at the time they were created, they had some utility. But unfortunately, it is quite rare that you shut down these kinds of institutions along the way. So a few years ago, again, an effort was made to try and find a list of these defunct organizations. Some of these are autonomous bodies. So I'm not here going to get into ministries and departments. That's a story in its own right. But I'm talking here about autonomous bodies. Now the first question that arises, how on earth do you find them? So the way to find them, in case any of you really want to look for them, is to look through the budget papers. They are now online, so it's easier to do. Go into each, don't look at the budget at a glance, that hides all of this stuff. Go and look in the real meat of those budget papers. Go ministry by ministry, and somewhere there in the footnote somewhere, in small print, you will find a list of all these institutions. There are some really genuinely obscure ones, let me assure you. Nobody knows why they exist. Perhaps at one point in time they had some use. But if you list them all out, the central government alone has over 800 of these autonomous bodies. Now some of them, of course, are useful bodies. I mean, the SEBI or Reserve Bank of India, etc. We know what they do. But there are literally large numbers of them that exist that simply need to be shut down. Again, over the last few years, we have been systematically going around finding them, identifying them, making sure that genuinely don't play a role or can be merged. And we have been one by one merging them, shutting them down, and so on. So there, as you may know about, All India Handicraft Board, All India Handloom Board, the Children's Film Society, Tariff Commission, and so on. Large numbers of bodies in the last few years have been closed. None of you noticed, did you? So clearly they weren't playing much of a great, important role. In this way, there are also large numbers of processes in government. Rules, regulations, laws that need to be cleaned up. Again, a very big effort is being done in this direction. So again, I'm going to tell you a story about something that existed till very recently. Many of you were in violation of this law, so I'm going to tell you about this. Well, till 2020, did you know that actually working from home was actually technically illegal? Yeah. Actually, it turns out that there were rules called the Other Service Providers rules, which the Telecom Ministry had. And it basically said that if you used any telecom service to work from a certain location, you had to take specific permission from the Telecom Ministry, and you would have to keep an EPA BX machine in your basement in order to use it. You had to tell a plan about how exactly you went about using the telecom system, and so on and so forth. These are outdated laws going back some decades, but they were there. Many of the people in the younger members of the audience may even not have a clue what on earth an EPA BX machine is. But you were supposed to have one in your basement. Now, I happened to discover this purely by chance. You see, when the lockdown was announced in March of 2020, the telecom ministry came up with a notification saying that the OSP requirements would be held in abeyance till the December 2020 in order to allow people to work from home. Now, I'm a suspicious sort of chap. When I look at a notification of this kind, I basically understand what it really means, which is that what the officials are trying to tell you is that in normal times, those outdated requirements actually do apply. That is what that notification actually meant. So I began to dig into this matter. And I very quickly discovered that while the average man on the street may not be being bothered by these notifications, if you happen to be a IT-enabled service or a BPO or some such information technology or telecom using service provider, company, and so on, then you had to really go and grovel in front of the telecom ministry officials. And you can imagine the amount of harassment, rent seeking, and other things that happened as a result of this. So I wrote a report and we began to unwind this. It required 2 rounds of effort, one in November 2020 and then later again in 2021. But we finally got rid of this. And guess what happened? The later NASSCOM did a survey in 2021 to ask from the BPO, IT-enabled software, other sectors, how many of those companies had benefited from the getting rid of this. And it was discovered that 92% of BPO, IT-enabled services had their compliance requirement reduced radically. 92%. 28% of them said that their compliance requirement had gone down 50%. Simple change, dramatic improvement in government efficiency of the economy. Let me give you another example of something that has also already happened. I don't know how many of you have ever attempted a company voluntarily. I'm not talking about insolvency and bankruptcy. I'm talking about shutting down a company voluntarily. 90% of companies that are shut down in any country in any year are usually for voluntary reasons. Somebody was running a company, their kids don't want to run it, so they want to shut it down. There's no, it's not like it's going bankrupt, there's no case against it, there's nothing bad, they just want to shut it down. And if you've attempted to do this, you will know, it used to take years. You had to first go ministry by ministry, tax, labor, blah, 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 and take an NOC, no objection certificate. And for reasons that are not clear, because it was not there any notification, you had to do it in a certain sequence. And then when you had succeeded in getting all the NOCs, you then had to go to the registrar of companies and given all the NOCs on the paperwork, and then they were supposed to put out an advertisement in a newspaper to tell the world that you wanted to shut this company down. In case somebody still had some needed to be paid or they had a case, something, they could raise the issue. If they didn't, then you could shut the company down. Fair enough. It turns out it used to take years to do this. On average, you would take 500 days, but that is the average. There were companies that, there were cases which were going on for 10 years and you wouldn't be able to shut down your company. Again, this is when I was still in finance ministry, during COVID, in fact, I did this research. We looked at the entire process. First of all, we discovered there is no particular reason why you needed to get those NOCs in sequence. You could have them parallelly done, right? No genius to understand this. Then, when you went to the ROC stage, we realized something very interesting. It turned out that the biggest delays actually happened because even after you'd done all the paperwork, the registrar of companies would take their own sweet time to put up the advertisement. Let's say they very often needed to be coaxed to put out that advertisement. So, this was clearly something we could solve. So what has happened is that in May of 2023, this process has been now completely put online. Go to our website, These are for those companies being shut down voluntarily under the Companies Act, which is the bulk of the companies. You put out all your details online. The system itself sends the emails out to different departments for an NOC. Okay? If in 21 odd days they don't come back, then the system itself generates an NOC and sends a list to the registrar of companies. That list then has to be put into the advertisement. If for some reason you don't want to do it, then the official who wants to take a name out has to give a reason in writing why they want to not put that company out in the advertisement. What has the result of this been? Remember, this has now gone on since last year, May. This is now we have a fair amount of data. It turns out that shutting down a company in India now just takes, on average, 90 days. We're actually more efficient than Singapore now. So these are examples of stuff we are already done. So here are a few more, or at least one, I don't know how we're doing for time, but at least one that I will give you an impression how we can do more of these. And by the way, as we are becoming better and better at doing them, we are accelerating this as well. So here is something that I'm already working on. All of you, when you buy products, you will see that there is a label on it. Yeah. Now, there are also a large number of rules and regulations on weights and measures, which are called legal metrology. Now, these rules, regulations on labeling, on weights, measures, etc., are a major cause for harassment for anybody in the supply chain, whether you're a small-time manufacturer, or you're somewhere in the wholesaler, or somewhere in the supply chain. And as you can imagine, other than traffic rules, my guess is it may well be the second largest source of rent seeking, small level rent seeking through the economy. So this is something I've written about before as well. But it's a large topic, but here is one bit that I think we can solve with the greatest of ease. Labels. You see, first of all, there are a large number of labeling laws. I mean, understanding India's labeling laws itself is a non-trivial task. But these rules keep changing all the time. And they change randomly. Okay? Just when you think you've figured it all out, they will change it. Instead of writing grams as G, you have to write it GM. Not all of them make any logical sense, but this is what happens. If you don't comply with it, there are grave consequences that are threatened to you. Now, I'm not even getting into the contents of the labeling laws. The problem really is the following, is that you never know when these changes will be announced. And now when you do labels, anybody who's attempted to do this, will know that you have to do them in large batches. You don't do one label, let's say you're producing 10,000 of something. It doesn't mean you just do 10,000 labels. You probably have printed a few lakh labels and you paste them on and put them on as those batches go out. So supposing you have done one really big batch and the next day the labeling law changes the font in which you're doing the label, the whole thing's gone. It can even be worse if actually the goods have gone into the supply chain. Now you have to go and claw it back from somewhere, some shop somewhere, and bring it all back, relabel it. Huge amount of wastage. So a simple change that is being now proposed. Let's simply announce whatever change in the label. I'm not even questioning the label, the change, whatever changes you want to make or the quality of those. Just make sure that those changes are only done twice a year. On the 1st of July and the 1st of January. That's all. Imagine how much benefit there will be to the entire system of this very simple change. Everybody doing any kind of manufacturing, labeling, etc. knows that on the 1st of July and the 1st of January, we will know what the new are. All you need to do is to keep your supply chain light. Don't print anything on the 31st of December, and by and large, you are done. Simple change, no cost to the system at all. And yet, imagine the ease of doing business this shows. I hope you've got a sense of what this process reform effort is all about. As I said, structural reforms are important, but very often these process reforms are ignored. Unless you happen to be from that particular sector, you may never hear about some of these changes. But in those sectors, it makes a massive difference. More often than not, the changes are very simple to do. You will not get complicated debates on Republic on whether this should or shouldn't be done, because very frankly, these are purely efficiency changes. And I think we can do hundreds of them, and the benefits of doing them, the cumulative impact of that, ladies and gentlemen, is something that will eventually get us to Viksit Bharat. Thank you very much.
Extremely interesting session there from Sanjeev Sanyal. Many of us didn't know a lot of what he said, but quite in line with your thoughts, Mr. Sanyal, we at Republic Business, Republic TV, Republic Media Network are convinced that India is truly unbeatable, unstoppable, unbreakable in terms of policy reform as well. Our next guest is a man whose word is considered the final word on the Indian economy. The chairman of the 16th Finance Commission of India, he served as the first vice chair
for all of you out here. So I'll try to make it as interesting with his insight and probably all his knowledge out there. I know we've been talking about macroeconomics, we have been talking about numbers throughout the day. So let me begin by asking you the fundamental question and setting the context straight. You've come back to India. You've come back to Bharat. You believe in the Bharat story, and you're playing a tremendously important role, sir. I would like to ask you, I know that you believe in the Bharat story as much as we all of us do, but why? Because you definitely had a fantastic career in academics, and you've done many hats, whether it's the World Bank, whether it's IMF, WTO. Why do you believe in the Bharat story?
Well, Kishore, let me first say that I believe in the Bharat story, but I also believe in Prime Minister Modi.
Oh, that requires a round of applause for sure.
So, as the Bharat story progresses, and while Prime Minister Modi leads us here, I think anybody who is looking for where the big actions are going to happen in the coming decades has to be here. It is a country that is today growing faster than any other major economy by a fairly large margin, actually. And this is a story that is going to continue for some years to come. I think that's a very good reason for us all to be here. Also, I think, one of the things to remember is that demographically, we are the only major big country which is not only large,
and young, but also growing in population. Most other countries are getting older, shrinking in population and all. So a lot of the action is going to originate here, even if, I believe actually we'll still see a lot more Indians around the globe for the simple reason that this is a rising nation and with a large population, with populations in the other parts of the world shrinking. So I think a whole lot is going to be coming in the next couple of decades from here.
Absolutely, can't agree more with the fact that you believe in Sri Narendra Modi, as all of us here do believe. So, coming to the next question, Doctor, I was born exactly 96 days after Madam Indira Gandhi imposed the emergency. The way today's generation call themselves Gen Z, millennial, different lingos, I call myself an emergency kid. So I think it can't get worse than that when it comes to the country's situation. And I think whatever we are going to see in the future or whatever we are seeing now is better, will be better. So typically if you take emergency as a point in time in the Indian history, that was roughly about 25 years. And then we had 91, another pivotal moment where we went into liberalization. And then 2014 when the Narendra Modi government took over, and we are 10 years into it, and we have another 25 years to go for Viksit Bharat. Where do you think from that period, where, okay, politically we were at a lowest point, where do you think we have moved? And where do you think economically we are jumping in this era?
Well, actually, for many years after you were born, the dark era of India actually continued, at least for an economist.
Yeah, I experienced it subconsciously.
Possibly so, but I was very much conscious. So, you were lucky to have been subconscious at the time. Unfortunately, I saw it unfold. Sanjeev Sanyal just talked about these processes and all. But boy, he has no idea what India was actually in the days of license permit Raj. I mean, that's something I document very extensively, and it took me, it was a very painful process. But I just wanted to show to our younger generation that that is how complex and complicated India used to be, and what the businessmen in those days had to go through. I mean, what they have to go through today is nothing. So I documented that actually in spite of a lot of painful months that I had to spend writing this in my latest book called The Narrow Development Model. So we really came out of something that was very, very counterproductive, unproductive, and growth retarding. When the 1991 reforms happened. And now, of course, that part of the history has really become history. Most of our youngsters, Gen Z, simply don't know anything about it. But now, of course, as we go forward, a lot of big things are going to happen. Now, the freedom that has come to the entrepreneurs and that freedom interacting with the massive technological changes that are happening are going to really bring about a very different world. And I'm very pleased, India will be a part of this story. And I think, at least some of that story I will still get to see unfold.
Yeah, absolutely true. I've also only heard stories of this, though early part of 90s I did witness, because I remember few distinct events, when my friend got his telephone connection in 3 years, we celebrated. He gave us a treat because he got his landline connection in 3 years. And one of my clients even said that he ordered a Bajaj scooter in 1971. It was delivered to him in 1979. So that was a fantastic achievement. 8 years for one Chetak scooter. So that was the condition. I don't think so this generation will know it, but it's important to know because you never want to go back. So continuing on that, I'm going to put forward a little politically charged, but a hypothetical situation. The whole world is moving towards right. And the recent American elections have proved that Trump is elected, and India is well on the right path, and on the right path, pun intended. So hypothetically, democracy has its fault lines. Hypothetically assuming that if we had a disposition change, do you ever think that we would swing back to the Nehruvian model, which you often talk and quote about? And follow up on this is, what should the current government do to insulate us from the pendulum swinging back to the era? Because you also see the political overtones from the opposition. It's freebies, reservation, and all side of leftist model, which will be a rollback of all the reform. I just fear that, are we going back to an era of total chaos? So what do we do to insulate, and do you ever think this pendulum will swing on the left?
Yeah. Look, you're being a little too dramatic, I should say. Because
I think that's the best I can get from you.
Because it is true that there are some freebies happening and subsidies being offered and all. But look, these are things that are a part of democracy. In elections, some populism will always be there. And the process of freebies is a part of that populism. What we should ensure is that, as a part of this populism, we do not put in freebies of the kind which involve large expenditures and they become permanent expenditures. If it is a one-time freebie that's being given, that is okay, that's tolerable actually. And
But political parties seem to always quote everything under welfare and not freebies. The classification just changes.
No, that's okay. I mean, by whatever name you call it, actually, even in the official language, some things are subsidies, some things are freebies, some things are, programs, they involve transfers. Sometimes you use the word transfer, but at the end of the day, when no productive activity is being undertaken as a counterpart of an expenditure, it is basically, you can call it freebie, you can call it subsidy, you can call it a transfer. But to your larger question, could we go back to the socialist model with which we started? My answer is no. And I'll tell you why. Democracy has a built-in kind of inertia. Things change slowly. But it is also the case that when a change happens in democracy, it is sustained. It is a sustainable change. It's not like what is now we are observing in China, for instance. When Mao Zedong died, Deng Xiaoping came in, and he said, okay, we are going to now switch to the markets. He could do it relatively fast, much faster than it happened in India, because that was an authoritarian system. And our reforms took time, they were slower, and we are still continuing. I think there are still a number of things that were done in the 70s which still have not been fixed up. Labor laws, there are some land-related issues, but they are being fixed up. Also, there has been some reversal during the UPA 2 rule, the new Land Acquisition Act that came in. We had that retrospective taxation that happened at that time. So, a number of things, but nevertheless, the trend continues to be towards liberalization. And in a broader sense, some bumps we had along the way, farm laws were tried but could not be implemented. But unlike China, where today, once Xi Jinping decided that he wanted to go back, I think that turning back of the clock is also happening very rapidly. That, I think, is not going to happen in a democratic system. So the trend of the change now is, at least I don't see a scenario in which it could be actually, the clock could be turned back.
Okay, thank you. That's extremely positive to note that we can't swing back. So coming to your core area of competence, where you are the chairman of the Finance Commission, see, you do visit a lot of states, understanding the debt to GSDP, this expenditure pattern, and obviously the tax share. I come from Tamil Nadu. You know the complaint that comes from my state. So is the fair share, I know today morning the Honorable Finance Minister did dwell on this topic, and she did say that it's perfectly distributed as per the Finance Commission's recommendation, and it's done on time. So no questions on that, not even questioning that. But do you think this is just a political overtone that keeps happening always in discussion in terms of the state share? Number one. Number two, ever do you think the Finance Commission will put a recommendation to stop freebies completely? Very critical question politically and economically for a nation that's planning to grow at this rate.
No. I mean, Finance Commission is concerned with the macroeconomic stability, and insofar as freebies may have an implication for macroeconomic stability, it will say things. Although in the end, it is not the remit of the Finance Commission to stop this or that. These are decisions by the governments, and many of these. So one of the things you should understand is that many of the transfers that are made are also part of your welfare system. And it is not quite so simple to distinguish something that is a part of welfare system or something that is a kind of waste. The line is not so sharp between these. And in any case, at the end of the day, it is the state governments as well as the central government which have to take the call. So that is where we stand, and to your question about the politics behind this and so forth, it's really, I don't call it politics because, this is something in which the interest of every state is at stake, and every state is going to, therefore, make the pitch that they get what they think is their fair share. As an example, we systematically hear in every state that we have visited that, the current share of the states in the divisible pool, in the shareable pool of tax revenues is 41%. Then raise it to 50%.
Yeah. Every state is asking
Every state is going to say that. So it is fair game. But at the end of the day, I think Finance Commission luckily has been one of the bodies which has been very professional, generally non-controversial, and it has kept a low profile. And ultimately, whatever Finance Commission recommends, states and the central government have generally accepted it. So this is one area where actually we continue to follow a tradition which has been set by 15 previous Finance Commissions, and I am very much hopeful that the same will be true of the 16th as well.
Yeah. So all of us here have one question, and this is also from my personal end. See, I always say in the pyramid of income inequalities, where the top portion has a large chunk of the income and the middle portion is there, I always say, the middle class crisis is bigger than the midlife crisis.
Kishore,
okay?
Sorry interrupting, just before we miss the moment, sir mentioned about the impossibility of things reverting, moving back in a democracy. But we saw how the rights-based approach came during the UPA years, and effective doubling down on socialism happened at that time. Sir, also, because the session is about Bharat and you coming back to Bharat, I also want to know from you, sir, I believe somewhere earlier you have mentioned how the space for liberal economics was squeezed, and there was a purge where if you were a liberal economist on the conservative side, in the sense, the political conservative right and liberal economist in that sense, free market economics, you had no place in India. And that's why perhaps you went to Colombia. And now you have come back, the space has been created. Something on that.
No. So I had come here at the beginning of Prime Minister Modi's tenure as well. I spent 3 years here. And my return had to do with the fact that Colombia doesn't give you further extended leave. But after a few years, I could get leave again. So my heart is here, and so I came back here. Now, on the other issue that you raised during the UPA, some of the reversals that happened and all. So this is where I was making the argument that in democracy, things do change slowly. And the 14 or 15 years under Prime Minister Nehru, when socialism found its roots, had a lasting impact. Whether you look at the politicians, you look at the bureaucrats, you look even, especially at economists, businessmen, because of this inheritance that the next generation comes, the younger come in, they learn from the older ones, they imbibe the same kind of philosophy. So this socialism really became a part of our DNA, and which is the reason ultimately it took a long time. Whole world had actually changed, perhaps other than Africa. The markets had been embraced. We were among the very last ones. A country like China, which was communist, adopted it in the late 70s, but for us it took till 1991. So this is basically, the fact of this socialism having become a part of the DNA, and the newer generation, particularly even till today, if you look at the economics teaching in India, it is still being largely taught by the left of center, very far left of center economists. They may not put it that way, but the essential point is that there are no advocates of markets among the teachers at colleges in India. And a few handful of those who do believe in it and advocate it, people like me, generally have been educated in the United States or had spent some time either in Asia outside or in the United States. So there is, therefore there is this built-in inertia in the change. Nevertheless, the trend is very clear. Sometimes you get into these obstacles, and we saw that happen to the farm laws, but that doesn't mean that the overall change is not moving forward. Actually, we had the bankruptcy code brought in, we had the GST brought in, corporate profit tax was cut to 17% for new manufacturing investments, 25% for the others. So a number of changes that you would say pro-market changes have continued to happen.
Okay, we are running short of time, Doctor, but I'll just put one question with 2 or 3 subparts in it. One, I was just saying that, all of us have the standard question that the middle class crisis is bigger than midlife crisis. The Indian middle class has borne the brunt, and this probably world over is the truth. But now, since the per capita income is increasing from 2,500, 800, and we are projected to grow to about 12,000, do you really think this will end? That's the fundamental question. 2, I believe India's progress happened when we moved from UPA to UPI. So that's where the progress happened. And do you believe that the Gen Z, the millennials, should not look at making the West or America as their home for better quality of life, but stay back? And the last part of the question is, do you ever think in our lifetime, which is another 25, 30 years, a reverse migration from the West to India is going to happen?
I'm sorry, what was your first question?
The first question is that middle class crisis, will it ever end, and will it be a permanent one?
Okay. Look, middle class is doing well, but rightly it complains. I think because that's what brings change. So it's a good thing. But if you look at India's middle class, it has been growing, and it's a very large middle class, by the way. In most countries, you don't have that kind of population. So middle class alone, however you count, let's say about 15 crore in the middle class. That's about 150 million people. Most of the countries are smaller than that. So it is a vibrant, growing middle class, and at the end of the day, it is only because middle class complains. I mean, I remember, look, in the late 1980s, our ambassador to the United States at the time, Dr. Abid Hussain, he was very upbeat that the reforms would happen. And so I sort of wrote back to him saying that, look, you're saying this, but the bureaucracy is keeping such a tight hold that I don't see how the reforms would happen. So I was pessimistic in those days. And he wrote back saying that, no, actually it is India's middle class which will ensure that liberalization happens. And he proved very prescient. Actually, this was an exchange in 1990. 1991, the reforms happened. So, middle class is pivotal, and the fact that it complains is a very good thing. All right. Now, as far as Gen Z is concerned, Gen Z is a smart group of people. They don't need me to tell them what to do or what not to do.
Definitely. When the potential is high in India, they will stay back and not.
So they will see, potential. They will see themselves and choose to stay there. Some may choose to go, which is okay also, because most of the times now when people in my generation had very few opportunities here. And so when we went there, we stayed. But today, it is not so. Very large number of people who come to the United States, large number of my own students, one is sitting right here, who studied with me 2 years ago at Columbia University. He is back here. So this outflow and inflow will continue. And it is also in our interest, in our national interest, that we go abroad. Some of us go abroad and also change things there. Ultimately, look, our partnership with the United States is influenced in a big way by the Indian diaspora. There's 5 million Indians living in the United States, very influential. You can look at, for example, the startups. Indians in the United States are the largest contributors to this unicorns. So that process really helps. Now, finally, your question about the
reverse migration.
Reverse migrations. A lot of it is already happening. It is happening. But remember that if you want to really ultimately in 2 decades' time rule the world, you want your people everywhere. So.
Okay, so thank you so much. I would just end it with one binary question. 2047, $28 trillion or 55? Or Goldman Sachs 55 at 2075? Which do you buy?
Look, that far in, ultimately, whether it's 30 trillion or 40 or 50 trillion is of less importance. What is of greater importance is that based on what we have already done in the last 2 decades, in nominal dollars, current dollars, we have grown 10% a year, 10.2 to be exact. So we have done it for 20 years during an era in which you had global economic crisis, global financial crisis, and you had the COVID crisis. So it is a very reasonable assumption to make that over the next 2 or 3 decades, we will sustain at least this 10.2% growth. Even if you do that, you become by 2047 about $33 trillion. That is the income level that you would have for a developed economy. So the Viksit Bharat will certainly have come true. So this is very conservative. I really think that a lot of the reforms are still due. They will happen. Our growth will accelerate. So we could grow faster. So in which case you can go to 40 or 50, whatever numbers that others are saying. But to me, really what is important is that, the next 2 decades, we really have a big jump coming.
India's decade.
And it's India's decade and India's, more or less India's century.
Thank you, Doctor, for your insightful comments. And I hope on another day we'll have much more detailed discussion on numbers. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Dr. Panagria, for taking us through your enriching life experiences and highlighting what makes Bharat special. Our next session is a story of innovation, a story of transformation, a story of user empowerment, and this story was written by Sameer Nigam, co-founder and CEO of PhonePe, the company that changed the way Indians pay for their purchases. Sameer Nigam, a pioneer in India's Fintech revolution, co-founded PhonePe in 2015 with a mission to make digital payments simple, secure, accessible for everyone. At a time when cash was king, he saw an opportunity to transform the way India transacted. Under his leadership, PhonePe introduced UPI to a broad audience, bringing mobile payments to the fingertips of millions.
Well, Sameer's contribution goes beyond just building an app. He has been instrumental in making India's digital payments ecosystem safer, faster, and more inclusive. His work laid the foundation for a broader fintech ecosystem, from money transfers to wealth management, enabling financial inclusion for all. Join us as we welcome Sameer Nigam, a visionary, an innovator, and a catalyst of India's financial growth.
Hello. Hi, everyone. Let me first start by congratulating the Republic team. What a wonderful campus you have, and what a wonderful event. Thank you for having me here. I normally don't do keynotes. I prefer discussions that are topical. But when Arnab reached out and said, talk about how you're going about building PhonePe as opposed to, a product launch or a feature launch, that's normally what startups get asked about. I couldn't resist. Over the next few minutes, I'll walk you through sort of 4 dimensions of how we went about or are going about trying to build what we hope will be a durable, generational company. But let me start with the roots, right? We're sitting here in Noida today in 2024. I remember as I was driving in, I actually lived in Noida from 1984 onwards. So I was born into a defense family, one of the very early developers of this place called Noida, when Delhi was the capital. And I remember the distinction just between the capital of the country and a city that was right next to it. It was a very small town. And what a transformation we've seen. 40 years is a very small window of time. PhonePe has been around for less than a decade. That's also a really small window of time. I didn't know that when I was working on my first startup. I didn't know that on my second startup. But I can tell you, as you get older, 10 years is a very short window of time. And we are still a very young democracy. And I think one of the things that we love about what we are doing as a company today, there's now 25,000 PhonePayers as part of the mission, is that we have a connected vision. We have a vision for what we're trying to build. Let me start with our vision statement. We penned this down sometime in 2017, about a year into our launch. We said we want to build something for every Indian. We don't want every Indian who's interested in doing digital payments. We wanted to build something that every Indian will use. The every part of it was very important. My co-founders and I had already worked at Flipkart for 3 or 4 years, so we'd seen the e-commerce sort of rocket ship. But e-commerce was reaching maybe 10, 15 crore Indians. We felt that payments, if digitized, could start a virtuous cycle of formalization of the economy in a way where we could dedicate 10, 20, 30 years of our lives in a very, very substantial and exciting way. And I'll share some data with the audience, and hopefully you'll sort of agree. The session just before this, somebody talked about how India's progress started with UPI, and we'll share some numbers there. What a transformation that's been. But the idea here is we want to make sure that no one's left behind. Everyone's progress should start getting liberalized. Everyone should have equal access to money and then to services, all sorts of financial services, goods, other digital services. And the best way to start is by making sure everyone has digital payments. So where are we today? You could go to the next one. Allow me to share with you, in partnership with MapMyIndia, another Indian startup, a heat map of real transactions by Indian consumers over the last 8 years. 99% of these are on UPI, by the way. If you just see the length and breadth of the country today is using digital payments. This has happened in 8 years. In sheer reach, we are now at over 50 crore users, and this is PhonePe alone. I'm sure that digital payments reaches even more. There's other players in the market. But just look at that journey. Let's go to the next one. In terms of merchants, and please note on the top left, you'll see when COVID happens, people start small businesses in the hinterland, you'll see the entire map light up. There is not a nook and corner in the country that does not accept digital payments now. This is happening in real time. And the first and second and third order impact of those digitization revolutions that are happening are visible. I'll show you just one more. So people know that PhonePe processes payments. This is a heat map of how insurance premiums are being paid on PhonePe. Just notice it's on a lag. You saw with the consumers, everything's red and really, really big numbers. Insurance is starting to grow that way. Digital lending is growing. So the penetration that we've made with payments and the data that's come out of it is allowing banks and insurers and AMCs to build products for the masses in a way that was unimaginable, honestly, 10 years ago, right? And that's the animal instincts of entrepreneurship and industry that we as a company want to sort of unleash. If you go to the next one, I think this is the humbling part. As much as we believe we've done good work in the last 8 to 10 years, our vision is to actually democratize progress for 1 billion Indians. Technology should allow us to reach there. Telecom has gotten there. Everyone's got data. Everyone's got YouTube. But as of today, we remind ourselves we've just got to about 40% of Indians. Now, this data, for economists in the audience, this is our extrapolation of the tiering in India. It's 80-90% accurate. Our own data is accurate. As you can see, the penetration of digital payments in India started with the metros, started with the big cities. Most people sitting in this audience would all be using a PhonePe or perhaps a GPay or a Paytm or some other app. That penetration by COVID end had got to every city in tier 2. But the remarkable thing that actually happened during the pandemic is that revolution actually also reached our villages. Tier 6 cities are cities with 5,000 or less people. Tier 2 and below is about 70% of India. We're making progress, but we have miles to go. And I think that's our first North Star. We want to make sure that at least in payments, if not in other categories, we are able to light up India coast to coast, pillar to post, right? So 40% is where we are at. We have lots to cover. So let's talk about how we think or how we're going about trying to build a great company. Building great products in the startup world, we all use them, we like them, but one of the unfortunate things in the last couple of decades is durable multi-generational companies have stopped getting created. All of us can think about that really good app that we used 20 years ago that exists no more, whether it's a Yahoo that gets replaced with the Google, whether it's a MySpace that gets replaced with the Facebook, the longevity of companies has gone down. One of the things that we are trying to do, we started, before we figured out what PhonePe would do, given that we were starting the company a little later, we were almost 40, Rahul and myself. Our third co-founder is actually based in the US, but he was building because his father, who's no longer with him, told him to build for India. So he was one of those NRIs that was being talked about earlier today. He wanted to build. We had learnings. And we said, let's build a company which has a foundation very deeply rooted in culture and values, learn from the Tatas and the Infosys and the sort of stalwarts of the industry. So what we actually have is a pretty elaborate set of culture and values that kids hate. We literally indoctrinate them. These are written on every building in our office. You get them with your orientation kit. We make you rehearse them as much as you can. But they're sacred to us because they remind us whether you're doing well or you're not, whether the markets are good or they're not. These remind us the mission that we are on. These remind us the kind of company we want to create. And I didn't put heat to it when I was building my first startup. We made money, we got users, but the company did not have a binding value system that made us navigate issues, market changes, pandemics, and whatnot. I think as you sort of make your early mistakes and become a serial entrepreneur, one of the things that you really learn to treasure is institution building. And so one of my favorite ones in this is at the bottom left. We call it positive disruption. It's very, very personal to PhonePe. We talk about the fact that we will not disrupt somebody's profit pool just because we can. We will increase the size of the pie of any market we enter. Otherwise, we will not enter. Now, why is that important? Everyone's talking about the economy in terms of macros. 2 trillion, 3 trillion, 10 trillion, 20 trillion, 50 trillion. These things don't happen in macros. You can track them in macros, but they happen at the grassroots in terms of compounding in daily lives. So you got to create enablers. And if you take capital in the startup world, we see this all day long. One of the realities is that if there's a really exciting market opportunity, 50 venture capitalists and 100 good entrepreneurs will chase it, and margins go to zero, and you're cutting each other instead of creating. One of the things we love about India Stack and DPI is things like UPI open up markets, things like Account Aggregator open up markets. So we work very closely with them. The other thing that I think from personal sort of experiences, I love sports. I grew up playing a lot of sports, and I got most of my learnings in life through sports. Whether you play cricket, football, individual sports, teamwork and loyalty and a good mix of talent is super important. One of the things that you'll see here and on the next slide is we are a 9-year-old company. The founders have known each other for 27 years. Boris and I have known each other for 20 years. The average tenure of the people working together in this company at the leadership is actually longer than the company itself has existed. Many of us are doing a second or third tango together. Now, why is this important in the PhonePe journey? One of the benefits you have of working with people that you've known for a long time is that you can fight and argue all day long about ideas and no one gets hurt or upset. It's like family. You just hold a mirror and say, this is the right way to do it. No one's building careers, everyone's mission-oriented. If they were building careers, they'd be worrying about how the other person thought about what you said, how does this look to my boss? We've all been there. And we said, you know what, let's not do that. So culturally, I think this is a very big element of PhonePe. And this flows down. We do a lot of things unconventionally. Some that drive even some of our former investors and board members crazy. We don't do written calibration at the leadership. We don't do quarterly and annual evaluation and grading. I find that counterproductive. We give each other feedback every day. But we don't do it in writing and grade you and slot you into a bucket or do curve fitting. I think it destroys mission orientation. So at PhonePe, we bring in people that we believe are interested in solving for 1 billion Indians. That's it. As long as you're interested and you're talented, everything else falls in line. Go to the next one. Two things that most people don't talk about often enough. We keep hearing headlines all over the media about this company raised this much money, this company raised this much money, or the valuation. We focused, again, benefit of hindsight, we focused our energies on what kind of investors we want. Because investors, in fact, long-term stable investors really, really help. And what you'll see at PhonePe is a mix of some sovereign investors, institutional investors who will stay for 20, 30 years and let you build, really let you build, and some strategic investors. We have Walmart and Tencent and Microsoft. These are companies themselves that have done things at massive scale. They are generational companies. So we get tremendous learning from them. And we are starting to actually get more domestic capital into the company as well, and we'll talk about that. But I think it's very important to get the right investors, not the right valuation. Valuations build. Don't time the markets, time the business. Again, startups don't talk about their boards. Our board is very carefully crafted. We have some incredibly good technology giants in there, like Binny Bansal, the founder of Flipkart, is there. We have the CFO of PayPal. He took the company public, one of the biggest fintech successes. To head our risk committee, we have the former revenue secretary of the country. Each of these people serve as both advisors and mentors to both myself and our management team. And finally, and I said this at the beginning, we do a lot of things differently. One of them is we focus on different things. We are that weird startup that actually likes regulation. Because we chose to be in payments and we said we want to go and build payments for 1 billion people, we have been regulated from day zero. And today we are regulated across 4 different regulators. And we take pride in it. Our compliance team is almost probably the second largest team in the company. It's bigger than finance, it's bigger than marketing, it's bigger than legal, it's bigger than a lot of functions, it's bigger than product. And that gives you durability over time. These are things that I wish they were teaching us in business school or startup TED Talks when I was starting out my first time. Spent 15 precious years unlearning what I had learned in the first few years. But these are the things that are helping us build PhonePe, not helping us build the product. Now I'll come to how we are building PhonePe itself. So if you can go to the next slide, skip this one. The first thing that you need to do before you can build great products is to actually build a really, really strong foundation layer, obviously. So if you can go to the next slide, please. We build all our infrastructure for PhonePe in-house. All of our infrastructure is localized to India. And I'm proud to report that we build our servers in liquid cooling technology, the first of its kind in India. There's a novel initiative with Dell. So this is clean tech data centers getting built out in India. Highly, highly sustainable, highly, highly scalable. Lots of fun to build. We build all our tech in-house. We don't use public clouds for payments. This is citizens' data. We want to make sure it's very secure. And we use data ethically, but we use it pervasively. We use it abundantly to solve a lot of different kinds of problems. Many people, I've seen this personally, tell us, PhonePe nahi chalta, tab baki apps chalte hain. And that's because we actually have one of the most sophisticated kill switches. One of the things that we did to build trust is that if we think that your payment will not go through and your money will get stuck, we don't let you make the payment, we block it. That's called a kill switch. We built that technology in 2016, months after UPI launch, because we found failure rates were high. So initially people would try other apps. We knew our own practices were making people try competitor apps. And my co-founder, who's the CTO, said, Samir, if it's payments, it has to work 100% of the time. People will come back. And guess what? Today, we have 99.8% repeat rate organically. We don't incentivize, we don't give cash back. 99.8% of our customers come back over and over and over again. Our average customers do more than 50 transactions a month on the app. But you have to give some to get some. You have to give up short-term wins to get the long-term trust. If you go to the next one. The other thing that we've been on a launch binge since 2022, launching a lot of new apps, launching some new companies. People ask us how we move so fast. But the other early choice that PhonePe made was that all our services, all our platforms are designed to be multi-tenant. What that means is if you built it, you could practically sell it commercially as a service. Whether it's logging in with PhonePe, whether it is your digital CRM solutions, whether it's your risk and fraud platforms, if I build it for payments, I can use it for lending, I can use it for PIN code, I can use it across the board. These are deep investments in technology and IP and R&D. We do them quietly, we don't talk about it, we obsess over it, but they give us acceleration. And if you go to the next slide, what you'll see is 80% of the starting stack for launching all these apps was common. What we were using for PhonePe was also used for PIN code, which is a ONDC-based shopping app. We also used that to build India's first app store called Indus. We're also using it to build Share Market, which is a wealth broking app. There's a lot of commonality at the tech stack, and that allows you to move fast and more efficiently. And that's one of the hallmarks of building tech at PhonePe. We are building, like the Googles and the Facebooks and the Microsofts of the world, we are building sort of very, very high-class tech platforms, very scalable platforms. Can you just go to the next, please? So one of the things that we've obviously been focused on is expanding the market. But core to that actually, or our own vision, was making sure that we helped UPI grow really rapidly. We are UPI fanboys and fangirls, unabashedly so. It's the best thing since sliced bread and tech, an interoperable payment network that came out of India. And we are proud to say that for the last several years, we've been the market leader in payments. It doesn't come without its own problems, but I think if you go to the next slide, I want to talk about how we got there. How are we building a great business? We talked about building a great company. Great companies are built on the back of great culture, great boards, great values, governance. Great companies are built by focusing on building very scalable technology stacks so that if your customers really start using PhonePe in every nook and corner in the country, or during Diwali when everyone's sending each other small transaction values. This Diwali, we did more than 35 crore transactions in one day. Every day, we do over 30 crore transactions. That's 300 million transactions. If you see those graphs, just go back, please. Our monthly transactions have grown over 70 times. 70 times since 2018, right? Without glitches, without failures. India's payments, and within that PhonePe and some of the other companies combined, our digital payments scale is unparalleled in the world. We are now the largest processor of digital payments, retail digital payments in the world, which is saying something. How do we get there? If you're dealing with money, unlike dealing with, say, fast food, payments is essential. It's the lifeline of your everyday activity, but it also causes stress. If I send somebody money and it doesn't reach them, it causes two-party stress. If I'm paying at a shop and the money doesn't reach the shopkeeper, it causes friction. So one of the things you really need to do is slowly and steadily, very slowly and steadily build that trust. One of the things I want to do is explain this graph, because this is core to the PhonePe way of thinking and building. With your permission, I'm going to take a minute. So what you see with these colored lines is basically the vintage of the user who's tried the PhonePe app the first time. The longest line is the oldest customer. A customer who came... Thank you. Hello. Hello. Yeah. This line right here is customers who downloaded the PhonePe app and started using it way back in 2018. If you see the rate at which they grew, their monthly transactions, it's a slow climb. We didn't have that many QR codes in India. We didn't have that many use cases on the PhonePe app. They were taking their time. All the banks were not digitized, so their customers couldn't use UPI on day zero. If you now see the blue line on the left, that's a customer who's actually started using PhonePe for the first time just this January. Look at how fast their adoption curve is. Because now the app is operating very robustly. Everywhere you go, if you start using digital payments today, everywhere you go, from the airport to the chai ki tapri, from your retail malls to your government offices, people will accept digital payments. And that means you can basically leave your wallet behind the day you start using PhonePe. That is 50 transactions a month as a behavior for new customers adopting digital payments. That's the opportunity. We've laid out the railroads. Every single small shop in India is digitized. I can say this with pride. During COVID, when the country was lit green, yellow, and orange, rural India was green, the hills were green. We had over 1 lakh freelancers going pillar to post across the country and putting up QR codes in rural India. Today, PhonePe has put up over 1.2 crore QR codes in rural India alone. So you could travel on a road trip and you will be able to pay wherever you go. That's the level of impact we believe that can be made if you're willing to put people on the ground. So this teaches you that there's trust building on the platform, and now we can start actually distributing financial services and helping the development of the financial service markets. And finally, because this is typically the joke in Bangalore, you can either build a good operation or you can build a good business. We're proud to report that while our operations are growing, our business is also growing pretty well. Last year was important for us, FY24 for the first time. PhonePe has also become non-cash profitable. We've also crossed 5,000 crores in revenues. So we're a pretty large top line and sustainable growth story as well. So you can do these things. You can actually be well regulated and compliant, but still grow at 70% CAGR. You can actually be profitable while adding 5-6 crore customers every year, and that's about how many Indians we're digitizing every year, right? People believe that if you're spending a lot on marketing, then you can't actually become profitable. We're proving otherwise. People believe that if all your customers are coming from Bharat and not from urban India, you can't make money. We're proving otherwise. People believe that if you're not a foreign US branded company, don't have English all over, you can't grow. Here we are sitting with a Devanagari logo in India, building out of India, for India, and still adding 40, 50, 60 million customers a year and digitizing the country. So that's our story, that's the mission we are on, that's the vision we have. Thank you very much.
The founder's presentation. I don't know how many CEOs will be willing to give away their secret success story. Thank you, Samir, for that presentation at the India Economic Summit. 40 speakers at the 4th edition of the India Economic Summit. We've had the Finance Minister, the Civil Aviation Minister, the Ports and Shipping Minister, the Niti Aayog CEO, the National Stock Exchange, the Prime Minister's Economic Advisory Council, CII, FICCI, Mercedes-Benz, PhonePe, Boat, Ducati, Amul, PolicyBazaar.com, Patanjali, Edelweiss, MG Motors, Nippon Mutual Fund, and our sponsors Amrita, InfoEdge, and Indiazona on stage. And as we come to the end of the India Economic Summit, I'd like to call on stage our Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, Arnab Goswami, for the vote of thanks. Arnab, over to you.
So this has been a wonderful story, Samir, to wrap up the day's sessions. As a vote of thanks, I'd like to thank everyone who has been with us here today. I'd like to thank all our business partners, all our colleagues, all our associates, all our strategic partners, companies who work with us, companies who support us, and viewers who believe in us. This has been our first event on this campus, and if I have to give a vote of thanks, truly, I have to give it to my amazing team. What I found the most interesting slide, Samir, in your presentation, the most interesting slide for me in your presentation was where you drew a list and you said, how many years has each person spent with the other, right? And I think if I were to do that at Republic, it would be a very interesting labyrinth and a web, because there comes a time after years of working together where you can almost read each other's minds. And it is that shared journey which is the most important part of it. I know your last slide was important from a business perspective. from an organizational perspective, that slide is your greatest success. We hope also to be inspired by this. And we hope to build a great company, build a great culture. And I would like to give a true vote of thanks for members of my team who gave their all to make this event happen. And, who worked so hard. I will not name people, I'm looking at them right now, but who worked so hard. I am so proud of your spirit, that you've done everything to put together a campus. And I don't know for before and after, if you had a picture of Republic Campus 1 week back and now. And those who have done it are the real heroes of the Republic Media Network. I am so proud of them. My production team, our rock stars in our organization, our finance team, our admin teams, our editorial teams. Actually, there is only one team, which is the Republic Media Network team. Guys, we did it. We are proud of what we've done. And may this be the start of many, many wonderful events to come. May the Republic Campus become the center for intellectual dialogue, content, creativity, and unleashing a new spirit, a new wave of media in this country. Thank you very much. And that is my vote of thanks. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you to Republic Network. Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! Thank you! Mohan likes to argue with people all the time. And he likes me because I argue. I'm the only one who argues with him. And I said, we can do a global news network from India. And Mohan likes to challenge people and say, no, not possible, not